Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5469 to Chapter 5565. Lin Feng was skilled and bold, so he was naturally not afraid of this middle-aged cultivator. After a short time, the middle-aged cultivator arrived next to Lin Feng and bowed hand over fist. "Brother Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here. I'm in a foreign land and I'm in tears. Damn, who is this guy? He actually came here to worm his way into being friends with me." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Lin Feng asked, "Brother, do you know me?" Back then, in the holy stone city of the Sky Martial continent, Brother Lin's elegance in cutting stones is still unforgettable. The middle-aged cultivator said. "You're from the Sky Martial continent?" Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man in shock. "Hee, that's right." The middle-aged man grinned. Lin Feng was truly shocked. Sky Martial continent, the starting point of life. Who would have thought that he would actually meet someone from the Sky Martial continent in a world where time had reversed? Furthermore, he didn't know this guy. But this guy knew him. This guy couldn't be lying to him, right, in view of the fact that he had seen this guy swindle before. So, Lin Feng felt that his suspicions were actually very necessary. Of course, Lin Feng didn't express his suspicions, he just wanted to be careful. "Brother, how should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "Haha, Brother Lin is too polite. I am Wu Shuren." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Wu Shuren?" Lin Feng carefully searched for this name and at the same time searched for the top families of the Sky Martial continent. He was sure. He had never heard of this name. The Sky Martial continent also didn't have a top family like the Wu family. Although Lin Feng was suspicious of Wu Shuren's identity, he still put on a cordial expression and said, "So it's Brother Wu. I also didn't expect to meet an old friend from the Sky Martial continent here. Is Brother Wu still in the Sky Martial continent?" Back then, when the Sky Demon was causing trouble, I had already fled the Sky Martial continent. Danger lurked everywhere and I almost lost my life. Fortunately, my luck was not bad and I was saved by the Jiang family. Wu Shuren sighed. "Jiang family? Jiang Yudi's clan?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Back then, Lin Feng's relationship with Jiang Yudi was quite good. Although the two of them were not in a relationship, they were at least relatively good friends of the opposite sex. But later on, during the chaos of the heavenly demons, the Jiang family fled the Sky Martial continent. From then on. Thus, he had lost track of Jiang Yudi's whereabouts. Calculating the time, it had been about 170 years. Lin Feng would sometimes think of his old friends and Jiang Yudi. However, he did not know where Jiang Yudi was. He did not expect to hear about the Jiang family from Wu Shuren. Wu Shuren nodded and said, "That's right, it's the Jiang family." Lin Feng suddenly became excited. Would there be a chance for him to meet Jiang Yudi again? He asked, "Where are the Jiang family members?" Wu Shuren sighed and said, "I really don't know where the Jiang family members are. Back then, when we were traveling through space, we encountered space bandits and were defeated. Most of the people were killed, but I and a few others managed to escape. However, in the following years, everyone else died, and I was the only one who survived. As for Jiang Yudi's whereabouts, I don't know. Perhaps she died in that battle, or perhaps she managed to escape. However, judging from the intensity of that battle, the chances of her escaping are not very high." Hearing Wu Shuren's words, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Was Jiang Yudi really dead? "Brother, don't be sad. Heaven helps the worthy. Miss Jiang Yudi is a good person, so she might be fine." Wu Shuren saw that Lin Feng's expression was somewhat ugly, so he tried to persuade him. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded gloomily. He calmed himself down and said, "Brother Wu, many unbelievable things must have happened to you, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here." Wu Shuren lowered his voice and said, "Brother, you might not believe me, but later on, I met an incredible existence." "What kind of existence?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. "A stone ape that had lost its memories. It was abnormally strong, and I followed it for many years. That stone ape was unbelievably strong. It was thanks to that stone ape that I was able to enter the time reversal world. Wu Shuren continued. Stone ape? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There weren't many powerful stone apes in history, so Lin Feng thought of the sacred battle ape. It was said that it was born at the same time as the great sage, heaven's equal. Apart from that, Lin Feng didn't think of other powerful apes. The sacred battle ape had once fought against the heavens and the earth. However, it was said that it had suffered a calamity in the end, but the details weren't clear. Where is that stone ape? Lin Feng asked. The demon realm. Wu Shuren said. So you're also in the demon realm? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's right. Wu Shuren nodded. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wu Shuren to be in the demon realm. Actually, Lin Feng planned to go to the demon realm. This was because Lin Feng had the Demon Lord token. This was the identity token of the demon realm's master. With this token, one could unify the demon realm. However, Lin Feng heard that the demon realm was very turbulent. Various forces were fighting each other, and there were constant battles. Now, he could learn more about the demon realm from Wu Shuren. Lin Feng asked, Brother Wu, what's the situation in the demon realm now? Wu Shuren said, the demon realm is rather chaotic. Many great forces are fighting to the death, wanting to unify the demon realm, but no one is able to do it. The era is about to end. Why keep fighting? Lin Feng was speechless. Brother Lin might not understand some things. If you can control a powerful world like the demon realm, then you can connect your family's luck with the demon realm's luck. The luck of a top great world is incomparably extraordinary. When the time comes, by sacrificing the demon realm when the era is about to end, they might be able to protect their family's survival. Wu Shuren said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He hadn't thought of such a thing. It seemed that controlling a great world could help this force become a force that transcended eras. Of course. The prerequisite was that this force could survive when the era was about to end. And this was often the most difficult thing to do. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. If I go to the devil world in the future, can Brother Wu introduce me to that stone ape? Lin Feng smiled at Wu Shuren. He wanted to see if that stone ape was the legendary victorious battle ape. It was rumored that the victorious battle ape had already fallen. Could the rumors be false? In fact, it was very difficult to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. Wu Shuren smiled. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng then said, I'll introduce you to a friend of mine, Brother Wu. This is my friend, Wan Shudian. Lin Feng introduced the Taotai to Wu Shuren. The Taotai had taken human form and appeared as Wan Shudian. Haha, Brother Wan, nice to meet you. Wu Shuren smiled and cupped his fists. The Taotai also cupped his fists and said, nice to meet you. Lin Feng looked at Wu Shuren and asked, Brother Wu, are you here to buy a spot to enter the ancient battlefield? Wu Shuren nodded. Yes. It seems that Brother Lin and Brother Wan have the same plan. We can enter together. I heard that there are some teleportation stones that lead to the Supreme Divine Court. We can try our luck in the ancient battlefield. Who knows, we might be able to find them. Oh? Is Brother Wu's information accurate? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Wu Shuren said, it should be accurate. We'll be able to confirm it once we enter. We won't lose anything even if we don't find them, but if we do, Wu Shuren didn't finish his sentence. However, Lin Feng and the Taotai knew what Wu Shuren was going to say. Lin Feng and the Taotia's eyes lit up. Just as Wu Shuren had said, if they really found a teleportation stone, would they be able to go to the Supreme Divine Court? If they were lucky, they might be able to enter the Supreme Divine Court. They might even be able to obtain some extraordinary items there. After all, it was the Supreme Divine Court. The items inside would definitely be extremely heaven-defying. Whether or not they could obtain those items would depend on their luck. At this moment, a commotion could be heard coming from the front. Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw 3 cultivators walking out from the rear hall. The leader was an old man. There was also a beautiful female cultivator and a middle-aged man. The old man smiled and said, "Someone entrusted something to us, the Saint's Pavilion, to sell. There are 5 medallions in total. When the time comes, you can take the medallions to the city lord's residence and hand them over. Someone will take you to the teleportation channel." The old man paused for a moment before he continued, "Due to the limited number of spots, the token's value is quite high. The starting price is 50 million high-grade immortal stones." After the old man finished speaking, immediately, the sound of venting could be heard. The starting price was actually 50 million high-grade immortal stones, and it was an extremely high price indeed. The final price would definitely be even more shocking. Now, the first medallion will be auctioned. "Everyone, start bidding," the old man said. 1 billion. Lin Feng shouted. Hearing Lin Feng's price, many people's faces turned green. 1 billion was indeed a sky-high price. Is this brat a fake? I think he's most likely a fake. Many people stared at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. They felt that Lin Feng was a fake. He was here to drive up the price. To drive up the price. Therefore, nobody chose to bid against Lin Feng. They wanted the item to end up in Lin Feng's hands. The first medallion was sold for 1 billion immortal stones. The second medallion will be auctioned. 1 billion. Lin Feng called out another price. Many people's mouths twitched. Why did this fake come out again? Still, nobody chose to bid. The second medallion was bought by Lin Feng. The third medallion will be auctioned. 1 billion. This time, it was Wu Shuren who called out the price. Wu Shuren had been swindling people outside and had probably earned quite a bit of immortal stones. Hearing Wu Shuren's bid of 1 billion, many people's faces turned green. Wu Shuren successfully bought the third medallion. The fourth medallion will be auctioned. 1 billion. Someone called out a price. F*CK, it's already 1 billion. I don't care if he's a fake or not. I'm going to follow him today. Someone said coldly. Then, he called out a price of 1 billion. Actually, the cultivator who called out the price really wanted to buy the medallion. He saw that the previous 3 bids were sold for 1 billion immortal stones. Originally, he thought that the price of 1 billion would be enough to scare the others. But this time, it wasn't enough to scare the others. Many people participated in the bidding. The fourth medallion was sold for 3 billion immortal stones. The fifth medallion was sold for an even more ridiculous price of 1 billion immortal stones. The other party didn't pay such a high price just to train in the ancient battlefield. They probably had their eyes on the Supreme Divine Court. At this moment, Lin Feng and the other 2 had already left the Saint Immortal Tower. Actually, Lin Feng estimated that the medallion would be sold for 2 to 3 billion immortal stones. Lin Feng made the first move and called out a price of 1 billion, shocking many people. Those people thought that Lin Feng was a fake, so they didn't bid. They used the same method to bid for 2 medallions, saving a few billion immortal stones. Although Lin Feng had a lot of immortal stones, they didn't come by easily. But Lin Feng's celestial stones didn't fall from the sky. He had saved a few billion celestial stones, so he was happy. The immortal stones below the Saint Immortal Tower could be given to the cultivators who were loyal to him in the Sin domain. After leaving the Saint Immortal Tower, Lin Feng and the other 2 found a restaurant to eat. Let's not care about Wu Shuren's character or whether he was a scammer. Wu Shuren was currently in the devil world and was very useful to Lin Feng. Naturally, he had to get close to Wu Shuren. Wu Shuren also wanted to get close to Lin Feng. They really hit it off. Lin Feng and the others ordered a table full of good wine and dishes. Everyone ate and chatted. Lin Feng asked Wu Shuren many things about the devil world. He also asked Wu Shuren why he went to the devil world. Wu Shuren told Lin Feng. The reason why he went to the devil world was because Senior Stone Ape wanted to go to the devil world. After coming to the devil world, Senior Stone Ape seemed to be looking for something. Lin Feng asked Wu Shuren what Senior Stone Ape was looking for, but Wu Shuren himself wasn't too sure. Although Wu Shuren had asked Senior Stone Ape. But Senior Stone Ape did not tell Wu Shuren what he was looking for. Moreover, Senior Stone Ape had been searching in the devil world for many years, but he had never found what he was looking for. After hearing about this from Wu Shouren, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The reason for that was because there were many fishy aspects to this matter. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Lin Feng tried to make a guess. If Senior Stone Ape was not a victorious fighting ape, then what was he looking for? If Senior Stone Ape was a victorious fighting ape, then what was he looking for? Lin Feng was mainly speculating on the second possibility. If Senior Stone Ape was a victorious fighting ape, then what was he looking for? This was something worth thinking about. No matter what he was looking for, it must be something extremely shocking. Lin Feng and Wu Shouren chatted for a long time. Not only did they talk about the Devil World, but they also talked about the Tianwu continent. From Wu Shouren's understanding of the Tianwu continent, this person was indeed from the Tianwu continent and was not lying. However, Wu Shouren was not a cultivator from a big power. He was just a rogue cultivator. His life could be considered legendary. A rogue cultivator who came from a place like the Tianwu continent actually became such a powerful cultivator step by step. Life experience. It could be considered incomparably rich. After coming out of the restaurant, Lin Feng, Tao Tai, and Wu Shouren parted ways. Both sides agreed to meet in the small square outside the Saint Pavilion 2 days later. Then, they would go to the City Lord's mansion together. Saint City was very lively at night. However, to Lin Feng and Tao Tai, they were just passers-by. Therefore, Lin Feng and Tao Tai had no intention of strolling around here. When Lin Feng and Tao Tai were walking towards their residence, they were blocked by a group of people. F***CK, who are you people? Are your dog eyes blind? You even dare to block our path? Tao Tai's cultivation was strong, so he was naturally not afraid of these people. Humph. What big words. At this time, a cold snort was heard. Then, the crowd parted and a thin middle-aged man walked out. Lin Feng was sure that he did not know this middle-aged man. As for Tao Tai, previously, Tao Tai had been living alone outside. Moreover, it appeared in its original form. Even if it was someone who had a grudge against it, it would be impossible for them to recognize it. Therefore, it could be inferred that Tao Tai did not know the other party. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man sneered. Do you remember Zhou Ziqing? Lin Feng naturally remembered Zhou Ziqing. Back then, he had killed him with a single arrow. According to Hong Yuer, there was an expert behind Zhou Ziqing, an existence at the Sage Immortal level. It seemed that, it was the person in front of him. I do. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Seeing that Lin Feng was still so calm even after being surrounded, the middle-aged man suddenly had an impulse to gnash his teeth. When he looked at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but emit an ice-cold murderous energy. He said coldly, Brat, I'm going to make you pay with your life for Zhou Ziqing. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man wanted to kill Lin Feng. But at this time, Lin Feng made his move. He struck out with his palm. A huge energy handprint condensed in the void. Then, the energy handprint ruthlessly smashed into the middle-aged man's body. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the middle-aged man's body directly exploded. He died tragically on the spot. The one who was killed was Su Long Tian, right? That guy was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Saint Immortal realm. His strength was unfathomable, but he was killed by that young cultivator with a single move. Who is that young cultivator? Isn't he too powerful? A cultivator could not help but exclaim in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Many people couldn't help but look at Lin Feng in awe and veneration. The strong would be respected wherever they went. Spare us, young master. Spare us. The other cultivators that the middle-aged man had brought with him repeatedly begged Lin Feng for mercy. They were just a bunch of ants. Lin Feng could not be bothered to argue with them. Scram. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng said coldly. The group of people did not dare to stay and quickly left. To Lin Feng, this matter was just a small interlude. Lin Feng and Tao Tai returned to their residence. The two of them did not mention this matter at all. Soon, the day of the meeting arrived. Lin Feng, Tao Tai, and Wu Shuren met at the small plaza in front of the Saint Pavilion. Wu Shuren was wearing a fake beard and makeup. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to recognize him. Lin Feng and Tao Tai could roughly guess why Wu Shuren was doing this. Previously, Wu Shuren had been swindling people outside. Moreover, he had used the Li clan's name to do these things. The Li clan was the city lord's clan. Lin Feng guessed that the city lord's clan knew about this matter and might even be looking for Wu Shuren. This time, they were heading to the city lord's clan. Wu Shuren naturally had to disguise himself. Tao Tai teased, "Could it be that you have some sort of perverted hobby?" Wu Shuren smiled as he said, "I've been researching some Qi Huang techniques recently. Disguising is one of them." Tao Tai snickered and did not expose him. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the city lord's mansion. Today, the city lord's mansion was quite lively. The people who came to the city lord's mansion were basically cultivators heading to the ancient battlefield. Most of the cultivators belonged to forces that were inextricably linked to the city lord's mansion. Of course, there were also some cultivators who bought the tokens and had no special relationship with the city lord's mansion. After handing over the tokens, Lin Feng and the other two were brought to a courtyard. There was a huge teleportation array in the courtyard. At this moment, some spirit array masters were setting up a large array. Many people were waiting. Lin Feng saw a female cultivator that he had seen before. That female cultivator was none other than the one who had appeared during the auction. Her figure was too outstanding. Moreover, she was so beautiful that it was impossible not to remember her. "Who's that woman?" asked Lin Feng, pointing at the female cultivator and looking at Wu Shuren. Wu Shuren replied, "She's the granddaughter of the Saint Pavilion's leader. Her name is Yin Wenji." "Why? Are you interested in her?" "But then again, this woman is indeed a top-notch." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in her. I just feel that she's a little strange." "What's strange?" Wu Shuren asked curiously. Lin Feng did not say anything and said, "Maybe I'm wrong." At this moment, Lin Feng felt that someone was sizing him up. Lin Feng followed this feeling and looked over. He saw a pair of charming eyes. It was Yin Wenji. This woman was looking at him. What a strong perception. Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. He nodded at Yin Wenji. And this beautiful woman revealed a very beautiful and moving smile. However, this smile seemed to have a deeper meaning in Lin Feng's eyes. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Is this eye to eye? Have they hooked up? Tao Tai saw the gaze between Lin Feng and Yin Wenji and couldn't help but tease. Lin Feng smiled and retracted his gaze, not saying anything. However, he was much more guarded against this Yin Wenji. 2 hours later, the Great Array was activated. A Spirit Array Master said, "Everyone, the Great Array has been activated. Now, we can enter the Great Array in batches and be teleported to the ancient battlefield." Many people became excited. Naturally, the people from the large factions were the first to be teleported. As for Lin Feng and the others, they were the last batch to be teleported. Lin Feng could understand. After all, they had bought a spot. They were not related to the city lord's family. Naturally, the other party would not let them go first. Batch after batch of cultivators were teleported. Lin Feng realized that as time passed, the energy contained in the teleportation stones was constantly decreasing. When the energy contained in the teleportation stones completely disappeared, the teleportation array would probably not be able to be used anymore. If they wanted to continue using it, they would have to use new teleportation stones to set up the Great Array. In fact, this kind of teleportation stone that could teleport to the ancient battlefield was extremely rare. It was very difficult to find. Lin Feng and the others also boarded the teleportation array. Whoosh! Light flashed. Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. When they continued to teleport again, they had already arrived in another world. This was a world full of dilapidated and rotten aura. Everywhere was foggy. It emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Many cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks were the void's cracks. In the distance, there were some rotting corpses that emitted a rotten smell walking towards them. Further away, there were many pitch-black crows that coldly looked at these uninvited guests. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after entering the ancient battlefield, many people scattered. In fact, many people should have a certain understanding of the ancient battlefield. Therefore, these people had a strong purpose. For example, Wu Shouren knew that there was a teleportation stone that could reach the area of the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng had also learned about the location of the heavenly fire from the Fiend Flame Lord. As for the cultivators from the other factions, they had already sent people into the ancient battlefield. In fact, he had entered the ancient battlefield more than once. Perhaps he had made some shocking discoveries, but he hadn't been able to obtain those opportunities in time. He had no choice but to leave the ancient battlefield. It was said that one person could only enter the ancient battlefield once. When the ancient battlefield opened again, they would no longer be able to enter. More often than not, they would tell some specific information to the cultivators of their forces who entered the ancient battlefield. At that time, the cultivators of their forces would be able to explore it. Should we go look for the teleportation stone first, or should we go look for the heavenly flame? Tao Tai asked. Lin Feng took out a map. This was a map of the ancient battlefield that he had bought from outside. This map was actually very simple. Because many places were too dangerous, the map did not record them in detail. Lin Feng glanced at the endless sea of fire on the map. He pointed and said, "The endless sea of flames is probably in this area." Lin Feng then looked at Wu Shouren and asked, "Where is the teleportation stone you mentioned?" "This area?" Wu Shouren pointed at the map. Lin Feng was surprised. According to the map, the two locations were in the same direction. However, the endless sea of flames was further north. Now, Lin Feng and the others only needed to determine their current location. Lin Feng took out his heart compass and used it to determine their location. He found that they needed to head north to reach their destination. In other words, the three of them were currently south of their destination. After determining their location, Lin Feng said, "Let's go. We'll head north." Lin Feng and the others set off at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others saw many terrifying dead spirits appear in the ancient battlefield. These dead spirits were basically transformed from cultivators who had died in the ancient battlefield. Many cultivators were fighting with the dead spirits. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others were attacked by several waves of dead spirits. However, those dead spirits did not cause any harm to Lin Feng and the others. They were all cleaned up by Lin Feng and the others. Along the way, they arrived at the place Wu Shouren had mentioned. The place Wu Shouren was talking about was a huge mountain range. Moreover, it was a blood-colored mountain range. It was extremely strange. Where is the teleportation stone? Could it be under the mountain range? It doesn't seem like there's a spirit vein here. Lin Feng said. We should know where the teleportation stone is after sensing it. Wu Shouren said with a smile. Then, Wu Shouren took out a crystal, which was almost transparent. Lin Feng asked, "What is this?" "This is a crystal sensor that I invented myself. It can sense the location of the teleportation stone." Wu Shouren said proudly. "Damn. There's such a thing?" Tao Tai immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. Lin Feng was also extremely surprised. This was because the thing that Wu Shouren took out was too extraordinary. This thing took me a lot of effort to create," Wu Shouren said. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any more? If there's more, I'll buy one from you. Name a price." "Don't, it's too hurtful for us to talk about money. I just happen to have one here, so I'll give it to you," Wu Shouren said, and then handed over the other crystal ball that he had modified to Lin Feng. Wu Shouren was researching the Qi Huang technique, and it seemed that he had really come up with something good. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony with Wu Shouren, and kept the item. Then, he walked towards the blood-colored mountain range with Wu Shouren and Tao Tai. Wu Shouren's attention was focused on searching for the teleportation stone. Lin Feng and Tao Tai were observing the blood-colored mountain range. To prevent danger from appearing, Lin Feng felt that this blood-colored mountain range was a little strange. However, Lin Feng was unable to discover what was strange about it. Finally, they stopped in a valley in the depths of the mountain range. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Feng saw that the crystal ball in Wu Shuren's hand was actually emitting waves of violent fluctuations. Wu Shuren revealed a look of joy and said, I've sensed it. It seems that the teleportation stone should be here. Boom. A loud sound was heard. Lin Feng and the others were startled when they heard that voice. They looked inside and saw that a large area of rock walls about 100 meters above the ground in the depths of the valley had collapsed. A pitch-black cave appeared in front of the three of them. Geniuses remember this site's address in a second. When they saw the pitch-black cave that had suddenly appeared, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that the teleportation stone was in that cave? If that was the case, then the teleportation stone shouldn't have been born in this mountain range. Or, it was a certain expert who collected some teleportation stones. Later on, that expert died. In the end, the teleportation stone had been left in this place. Thinking about it, this was still possible. Besides that, there was something else worth thinking about. If there was a teleportation stone here, was there some kind of trap? But no matter what, Lin Feng wanted to go in and take a look. He needed the teleportation stone. He desperately wanted to go to the Supreme Divine Court to take a look. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng reminded them. Okay. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren nodded. They naturally had to be careful when entering such a place. Who knew if there were any terrifying dangers inside? Sometimes, when they encountered some danger, they would be caught off guard by the danger. Even if they had some powerful techniques, they might die before they could use them. Lin Feng and the others entered the cave and carefully walked inside. The cave emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. The deeper they went, the more obvious the aura became. Finally, they entered a huge cave abode. When they entered, the surrounding black fog rolled. Gloomy laughter came from the black fog. Black fog cultivator. Lin Feng was surprised. Although many living beings could appear together with the black fog, it was impossible for them to do so. However, the aura of the black fog cultivator was very special. Lin Feng clearly remembered what the aura of the black fog cultivator was like. He was sure that the existence hidden in the black fog was a creature of the black fog race. Keek keek, I didn't think that someone would recognize us before we even showed up. Strange laughter came. Then, 5 cultivators walked out of the black fog. They were 5 black fog cultivators. They were so thin that only skin and bones were left. They must have been short of nutrients for too long. That was why they had become like this. No matter what, they are still from the Black Fog clan. Why are they so miserable? Lin Feng said sarcastically. The lips of the 5 cultivators from the Black Fog tribe twitched slightly. The leading cultivator from the Black Fog tribe said sinisterly, Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to mock us? Lin Feng sneered and asked, Are you trapped here? But before we came in, we didn't sense any restrictive power. It's a curse, we've been cursed. Once you leave this place, your soul will disperse. However, there is a way to break the curse. As long as each of us can eat the flesh of 100 cultivators, our curse will be broken. Right now, I only need 3 more people to complete the curse. Once I eat all of you, I'll capture a large number of cultivators and let them eat those cultivators. Then, they'll be able to break free. The leader of the Black Fog tribe said sinisterly. Wu Shuren said with a gloomy expression, Was the jade talisman I obtained earlier, which recorded that there was a teleportation stone here also your doing? The leader of the Black Fog tribe said, We were the ones who sent the jade talisman out, but there really is a teleportation stone here. We didn't lie to anyone. It's just that anyone who comes here to look for a teleportation stone ends up dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators emitted extremely terrifying auras. When Lin Feng sensed their auras, his expression changed slightly. Are you Black Fog tribe cultivators who crossed an epoch and resolved the fall in your cultivation? Or are you Black Fog tribe cultivators born in this epoch? Lin Feng asked. The leader of the Black Fog tribe laughed strangely and said, Of course we crossed an epoch and resolved the fall in our cultivation. How powerful were we, the 5 heroes of the Black Fog tribe, back then? However, we were schemed against by an ancient saint emperor of the human race and were trapped here for countless years. We hate you. We hate the human race. Kid, when it's time for me to eat you, I'll start with you. The leader of the Black Fog tribe said bitterly. The 5 cultivators of the Black Fog clan threw themselves at Lin Feng and the 2 others. Wu Shuren's expression was bitter. Although his cultivation wasn't bad and he had a few hidden trump cards, he wasn't a match for these 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators. Wu Shuren said, let's think of a way to escape. Lin Feng said, no need. He waved his hand. The Book of the Dead flew out. Lin Feng's divine will connected with the Book of the Dead. He summoned all 40 Sage Realm undead creatures from the inner world of the Book of the Dead. Roar, after Lin Feng summoned the 40 undead, they all roared and growled. Their auras were terrifying. What's going on? Wu Shuren was dumbfounded. The 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators stopped in their tracks. They all stopped in their tracks. They were also dumbfounded. But soon, the 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators realized what was going on. They couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression on their faces. They were indeed very powerful. However, no matter how powerful they were, their blood chi had collapsed because they hadn't been able to absorb any nutrients for many years. Although they still had their strength, their combat strength had declined greatly due to the collapse of their blood chi. If they were facing 7 or 8 undead, it wouldn't be a problem. However, 40 undead were too many. The 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators quickly retreated, but the cave was only so big. There was nowhere to run. Kill them, Lin Feng ordered, and the 40 undead charged towards the 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators. You're bullying us with numbers. This isn't fair. One of the Black Fog tribe cultivators shouted. This world has always been unfair. Lin Feng said. I want to fight you one-on-one. Do you dare? If I win, you'll spare my life. Another cultivator from the Black Fog tribe shouted. Lin Feng said, I don't like to fight one-on-one. I prefer to beat people up as a group. You don't even dare to fight one-on-one? You're a coward. The Black Fog tribe cultivator said angrily. Lin Feng said, coward? I can lead a group of subordinates to beat you up. Why would I fight you one-on-one? If I agreed, wouldn't I be an idiot? The group of undead launched a powerful attack. The 5 Black Fog tribe cultivators were quickly suppressed by the undead. Lin Feng had deliberately ordered this. Lin Feng didn't want the Black Fog tribe cultivators to die too quickly. Lin Feng also wanted to search their souls to see if he could find any useful information. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, let us go. Let us go. We can't accept this. The 5 cultivators from the Black Fog tribe roared angrily. They kept struggling, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free. Now, the 5 of them had become prisoners, which made them very angry. If they had been defeated fair and square, they wouldn't have anything to say. However, they had been attacked by a group of Sage Realm undead creatures. Many of their powerful techniques had been suppressed before they had a chance to use them. It was too humiliating. When had they ever been so humiliated in their lives? The 5 cultivators from the Black Fog tribe couldn't accept this at all. You are all creatures who have transcended epochs, yet you have the nerve to say such words. This world is very cruel. Everyone will only remember the victors. No one will remember the losers. What's the use of being unconvinced? You are just a group of losers. You are destined to be forgotten by history. Lin Feng looked at the 5 cultivators mockingly. Brat, you will die a horrible death. One of the cultivators from the Black Fog tribe cursed loudly. Pooh, Lin Feng waved his hand and beheaded the cultivator. Then, Lin Feng took the cultivator's soul. He took out the heavenly fire. The blazing heavenly fire enveloped the soul of the Black Fog tribe cultivator. Ah! The soul of the Black Fog tribe cultivator immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. His screams were even more ear-piercing and unpleasant than the cries of malicious ghosts. Kill me! Hurry up and kill me! The soul of the Black Fog tribe cultivator begged loudly. He had even experienced something like crossing epochs. He had seen too many storms and waves. However, at this moment, he was frightened by Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng wasn't a young human cultivator at all. He was a demon. Kill you? That's too easy for you. I want you to live a life worse than death. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Then, he put the heavenly fire wrapped around the cultivator's soul into the ferocious cauldron. The show had just begun. We're willing to submit. As long as you don't kill us, we'll submit. The leader of the Black Fog tribe looked at Lin Feng in horror. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Moreover, they were now Lin Feng's prisoners. Were they alive or dead, it was all up to Lin Feng. They wanted to live. They didn't want to die. Who would want to die if they could live, in front of dignity and life? They chose life. Answer whatever I ask, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. We'll only tell you if you spare our lives. Otherwise, we won't say anything. A cultivator from the Black Fog tribe said. Lin Feng sneered and used a soul-searching technique on the Black Fog cultivator. However, Lin Feng soon stopped. Restriction. He found a very well-hidden restriction in the Black Fog tribe cultivator's mind. That was why Lin Feng stopped in time. If he used a soul-searching technique on the Black Fog tribe cultivator, he might activate the restriction in the depths of his mind. At that time, his soul would immediately shatter and he would die. This wasn't something Lin Feng wanted to see. However, Lin Feng didn't plan on letting him go. Lin Feng smashed the cultivator's head with his palm. Then, he imprisoned his soul. Heavenly fire appeared. It wrapped around his soul. Ah! The soul of the Black Fog tribe cultivator also let out an incomparably shrill cry of agony. Torture of the soul was the most terrible torture. It was 100 times more painful than physical torture. Heavenly fire burning the soul is worse than death. Do you want to have a taste of this? Lin Feng looked at the last 3 Black Fog tribe cultivators. They quickly shook their heads. Remember my words. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. So, you have to answer whatever I ask. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 Black Fog tribe cultivators quickly said. Where's the Black Fog tribe's headquarters? Lin Feng asked. The Xianxia chaotic world. The leader of the Black Fog tribe cultivators said. Lin Feng was surprised. The Undying tribe's headquarters was in the Xianxia chaotic world. The Black Fog tribe's headquarters was also in the Xianxia chaotic world. Did that mean that the Black Robe tribe or some other top Lost Epics tribes had their headquarters in the Xianxia chaotic world? Is the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin the Black Fog tribe's ultimate treasure? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng had found out some information about his mother. His mother, Ji Long had been suppressed by the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin in the depths of the starry sky world. Lin Feng had heard that the Black Fog tribe cultivators were the ones who had taken action back then. However, it seemed that some Black Robe tribe cultivators had also participated. However, there seemed to be people from the Black Hand world behind the scenes. Lin Feng wanted to confirm the information about the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin. It belongs to our tribe. It's in the God-burying starfield. The Black Fog tribe cultivator on the left said. The God-burying starfield? It's such an important ultimate treasure. Didn't your Black Fog tribe bring it to your ancestral land? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. We couldn't bring it there. The Black Fog tribe cultivator on the right said, the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin is our tribe's ultimate treasure, but it wasn't created by us. It's a treasure we obtained by chance. The 9 Heavens God-burying coffin has been in the depths of that star since the beginning of this epic. Our tribe tried to take it away, but we failed every time. In the end, we gave up. Later on, we sealed some important criminals in the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin. Oh? Sealed in the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin? Is there something special about the inside of the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The inside of the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin is very special. It's a world of its own. It's extremely dangerous. The reason why we sealed some important criminals in the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin is to lure their clansmen to save them. No matter how strong they are, they'll die without a doubt. In the past, some cultivators who surpassed the Saint Realm entered the 9 Heavens God-burying coffin to save people, but they all died in the end. The leader of the Black Fog tribe said. What? Lin Feng was shocked. His face turned ugly. The Nine Heavens God-burying coffin was a huge trap. A huge trap that had buried countless strong cultivators. Going to save people was like walking into a trap. Had his father reached the Nine Heavens God-burying coffin? If his father had already reached the Nine Heavens God-burying coffin and tried to save his mother, did that mean that his father would also be in danger? Thinking about that, Lin Feng's face turned even uglier. How do I get to the God-burying starfield? Lin Feng asked gloomily. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. In QQ Reading, this speed can be ranked in the top 3. Previously, when we updated 7 times a day, we were ranked first. Now, I'm sure everyone knows the reason why we update 5 times a day. Firstly, in the later stages of the book, there are too many holes to fill in, so we need to think and fill in the holes. If we write too quickly, we might ruin the most important part of the content at the back. Secondly, in order to survive, Old Mantu started a new book. Every morning, he would wake up at 7 a.m. and write until 11 p.m. or even early in the morning. He would overwork for more than 10 hours a day. It was all for the sake of earning more money for milk powder for his children. As a first-time father, he had to spend money everywhere. The pressure was too great. Brothers, everyone, please move your fingers and bookmark Devouring the Heavens on QQ Reading or your phone's QQ Reading Center. Old Mantu begs everyone. I've already updated 3 chapters today. There are still 2 more chapters. I'll write them now and post them together. Once again, I beg everyone to bookmark Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens. If he could find the buried god Starfield, he would be able to find the place where his mother was sealed. Lin Feng really wanted to know the ancient star map to the buried god Starfield. The leader of the Black Fog race said, "Which world are you in?" "The Undying World," Lin Feng said. The leader of the Black Fog race smiled bitterly and said, "We only know the ancient star map from the Chaos Xianxia world to the buried god Starfield. We don't know the route from the Undying World to the buried god Starfield." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "Are you lying to me?" Lin Feng asked coldly. "Of course not. We wouldn't dare lie to you," the leader of the Black Fog race quickly said. Actually, Lin Feng felt that the leader of the Black Fog race wasn't lying. The situation, it should be as he said. He really didn't know the exact route. This was troublesome. Maybe he could go to the Undying World to find out? "Tell me the ancient star map from the Chaos Xianxia world to the buried god Starfield," Lin Feng said. How could the leader of the Black Fog race dare to go against Lin Feng, just as he was about to tell Lin Feng, but at that moment, a ball of black fog floated out of the head of the Black Fog race cultivator. The ball of black fog turned into an existence shrouded in darkness. "Sir," when they saw the existence, the 3 Black Fog race cultivators cried out in fear. "You said something you shouldn't have," the existence in the darkness said coldly. "Sir, we had no choice. Please spare our lives," the leader of the Black Fog race begged. "It's useless. You deserve to die," the existence in darkness said coldly. The next moment, something terrible happened. The bodies of the 3 Black Fog race cultivators instantly dried up. In the blink of an eye, they turned into dried corpses. Strange, it was really too strange. As for the existence shrouded in darkness, it grew flesh and blood. After seeing this, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become serious. This existence seemed to be just a strand of divine will. Unexpectedly, did it instantly devour the flesh and blood of 3 Black Fog tribe cultivators and create a new body? This kind of method was truly terrifying enough. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. "I am one of the 36 protectors of the Black Fog clan, Protector Tian Shui," the existence shrouded in darkness said. "Sky Extermination Protector? I've never heard of it. Is it very famous?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Hearing Lin Feng's mocking voice, the Sky Extermination Protector's face immediately became extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "Brat, if you haven't heard of me, that's because you're ignorant. Let me tell you, I'm an existence that transcends 2 epochs." Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed slightly. Generally speaking, those cultivators who had crossed an epoch were basically Sage Realm cultivators. Moreover, it was very likely that they were high-level Sage Realm cultivators. What was the cultivation level of crossing two epochs? Was it an existence that had surpassed the Saint Realm? It was really possible. What was the realm beyond the Sage Realm? Lin Feng really didn't know. Because, in theory, the Sage Realm was the peak of a cultivator's cultivation level. Of course, there were some heaven-defying cultivators who managed to surpass it. In the end, they stepped into a new world of cultivation. That was the existence beyond the Sage Realm. Hehe, now you know how strong I am. The Sky Extermination Protector naturally saw the changes in the expressions of Lin Feng and the others. He couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. Strong, indeed, but so what? No matter how strong you are, you can't show yourself now. Right now, you're not in your true body. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Little boy, I've swallowed the flesh and blood of the 3 traitors to create this body. Even though this body can't last for a long time, it's enough to kill you in a short period of time. After saying that, the Sky Extermination Protector directly charged towards Lin Feng. Get rid of this guy. Lin Feng waved his hand and gave an order to the 40 undead creatures of the Sage Realm. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the 40 undead creatures of the Sage Realm quickly charged towards the Sky Extermination Protector. Bang, 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 along with the violent collision sounds, the undead creatures were sent flying by the Sky Extermination Protector. These undead creatures couldn't stop the Sky Extermination Protector. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but sink slightly. Isn't the Sky Extermination Protector too strong? He's simply invincible. Ha 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 ha, brat, did you see that? Although your undead slaves are strong, if I want to kill you, they can't stop me at all. The Sky Extermination Protector laughed proudly. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. He couldn't continue like that, because the Tianjia Demapolis was too strong. If he was attacked, it would really be a dead end. Now, he had to find a way to solve the current situation. However, how to solve it? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng discovered something. The Sky Extermination Protector was condensed from flesh and blood essence. This was not a real body of flesh and blood. It wasn't as strong as a body of flesh and blood. If this body was broken, it might be able to cause a devastating blow to the Sky Extermination Protector. Lin Feng felt that this should be a way to try. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to give it a try. He began to operate the curse technique. Lin Feng's curse technique with the help of the Curse Mud Man had actually increased the success rate by a large margin. After Lin Feng activated it 3 times in a row, the curse technique finally hurt the complacent Sky Extermination Protector. Puff, the sound of a body being pierced through was heard. A bloody hole appeared on the Sky Extermination Protector's chest. Blood immediately gushed out. Feeling the pain in his chest, the Sky Extermination Protector lowered his head and looked at his chest. When he saw the bloody hole, the Sky Extermination Protector couldn't help but roar unwillingly, "Damn it, how could this be?" His body began to dismember. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Just as he had guessed, he had managed to injure the physical body. The Sky Extermination Protector was finished. Now, he was finally out of danger. Brat, I will remember you. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The Sky Extermination Protector coldly looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Sky Extermination Protector, remember this. I will not only kill you, but I will also destroy your Black Fog clan. In your dreams." The Sky Extermination Protector looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. He was full of disdain for Lin Feng's words. In the next moment, his body completely disintegrated. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Sky Extermination Protector, let's wait and see. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website," the Taotai said. "Hehe, little Lin. What I admire most about you is your confidence. In the future, when you go to destroy the Black Fog tribe, you must take me with you." Lin Feng said, "Of course, that's not a problem. The Black Fog tribe has existed for many epochs without being destroyed. You can imagine how many treasures they've collected. After we destroy them, we can plunder as many treasures as we want. The Taoya's eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. Now that you mention it, I can't wait to destroy the Black Fog tribe. Wu Shuren couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Black Fog tribe was a terrifying tribe. Lin Feng and the Tao Tai didn't care about the Black Fog tribe at all. They even talked about plundering the Black Fog tribe's treasures. The hole in their heads was really big. Lin Feng sent all the undead into the world of the Book of the Dead. Then, they looked at the palms of the dead Black Fog tribe cultivators. They all had storage rings. Lin Feng took their storage rings. There were a total of 5 storage rings. He wondered what was inside. He used his divine will to investigate. There were quite a lot of good things. There were 3 sacred artifacts. There were more than 20 immortal artifacts, as well as various other treasures. However, there were no natural treasures or immortal stones. After all, these guys had been trapped here for a long time. They had already eaten everything that could replenish their energy. Lin Feng found a total of 15 teleportation stones in the mountain of various items. Everything. Lin Feng divided them into 3. However, the Tao Tai only took 1 sacred artifact. The rest were given to Lin Feng. That meant that Lin Feng already had 12 teleportation stones. Because of Lin Feng, the Tao Tai and Wu Shuren were together. If Wu Shuren's 5 teleportation stones were included, they had a total of 17 teleportation stones. I wonder how many teleportation stones are needed to construct a teleportation array? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Wu Shuren replied, I know of 2 teleportation channels. The first requires 49 teleportation channels, and the second requires 64 teleportation channels. Large-scale teleportation portals require even more. I don't know how to set them up, but if you want to teleport the 3 of us, this kind of small teleportation portal is very suitable. But I don't recommend using 49 teleportation stones because 9 is an unknown number, especially if we want to go to the godly court. We have to avoid 9. If we get unlucky because of this, we won't be able to cry even if we want to. I'm more inclined to use 64 teleportation stones to set up a teleportation formation. The reason I'm inclined to do so is because the word 64 is extraordinary. It contains the image of the 8 trigrams, and it will definitely protect us. Hearing Wu Shuren's words, Lin Feng could not help secretly admiring him. Wu Shuren knew a lot of things, and what he said was very reasonable. Lin Feng agreed with his words. Lin Feng said, let's set up the teleportation channel that Brother Wu mentioned, which costs 64 teleportation stones. We still lack a lot of teleportation stones. Wu Shuren frowned slightly. Tao Tai nodded and said, teleportation stones are very difficult to find. I don't know where we can find them. It doesn't matter. We can rob them. Maybe many people don't have them, but if we rob enough people, someone will definitely have a teleportation stone. Lin Feng smiled like a demon. Rob them? Tao Tai and Wu Shuren both had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Lin Feng's way of thinking, it really wasn't something that ordinary people could guess. Wu Shuren said, those who can come here must have a great power behind them. If we really rob them, I'm afraid we'll incur their wrath. You can imagine how terrible the consequences will be. Wu Shuren couldn't help but shiver when he thought of that. Lin Feng said, let's go to a different place. After we're done, we'll go to the godly court, obtain an opportunity, and then run away. Of course, if Brother Wu doesn't want to leave this world, you can pretend you didn't hear me. Wu Shuren thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, there's nothing to miss in this world. If we can enter the godly court, it'll be the greatest opportunity in life. Okay, let's go rob the cultivators of those great powers. After reaching an agreement, the 3 of them couldn't help but laugh. Before they went to carry out the robbery plan, Lin Feng decided to go to the endless sea of flames to find the heavenly flames hidden there. Refining the heavenly flames. The benefits were endless. Lin Feng couldn't wait to refine the heavenly flames in the endless sea of flames, although he still didn't know what kind of heavenly flame it was. Lin Feng and the other 2 arrived at the periphery of the endless sea of flames. The endless sea of flames. As far as the eye could see, it was completely covered by the flames. After arriving, Lin Feng didn't rashly enter. He tried to use his own heavenly flames to sense where the heavenly flames were hidden in the endless sea of flames. However, after sensing for a while, he didn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be the heavenly flames in the endless sea of flames? Was there a heavenly flame spirit? If there was a heavenly flame spirit, it would be extremely terrifying. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, many cultivators flew over from afar. We're here. This is the endless sea of flames. I wonder what's going on inside. Let's go and take a look. The cultivators whispered a few times, then flew into the endless sea of flames. As soon as they flew into the endless sea of flames, many more people flew over. Those cultivators also flew into the endless sea of flames. Did the news about the heavenly flames leak out? Otherwise, why would so many people come? The Taotai asked, puzzled. That, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked into the distance and immediately discovered that there were still many cultivators arriving one after another. Lin Feng decided to find someone to ask what was going on. He didn't think the news about the heavenly flames had leaked out. After all, only the three of them should know about the heavenly flames. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had entered the endless sea of flames and seen the heavenly flames and spread the news. Lin Feng stopped a cultivator and asked. After a while, he received a shocking piece of news. The first fire god, Zhurong. He died in the endless sea of flames. So many cultivators had arrived. They were all here to find the fire god Zhurong's legacy. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. The first fire god, Zhurong, was a Khanate life form. It was said that he was the first life form born from flames. He was one of the earliest Khanate life forms. Therefore, the first fire god, Zhurong, was extremely terrifying. In his earliest days, he became a god in the hearts of countless life forms. The reason was that the first fire god, Zhurong, had the ability to control flames. He brought flames to a race that had just been born. This was a powerhouse that could be compared to Pengu, Nuwa, and other existences. No one knew exactly how powerful the legacy of a Tao orthodoxy was. Come, let's go in and take a look. Lin Feng said. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren nodded and flew into the endless sea of fire with Lin Feng. Tao Tai said, I heard that the first fire god was an awesome figure. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, the first fire god was terrifying. According to the rumors, the first fire god seemed to be the incarnation of the Scarlet Emperor. Scarlet Emperor was a title. It was the incarnation of the Tao. The Scarlet Emperor of Fire was a god formed from the Tao of Fire. This kind of great Tao god was very special and was very different from a titled god. It would not be passed down. It wasn't something that could casually appear. Many great Tao gods often had historical prototypes. For example, Lin Feng cultivated the flame escape technique. After cultivating it to the peak, he could condense the Scarlet Emperor's phantom. Who was the Scarlet Emperor condensed from a divine ability? It was most likely the fire god, Zhurong. The fire god, Zhurong, left behind many good things. This was because the fire god, Zhurong, liked to refine magic treasures. And the fire god, Zhurong, was a figure from the beginning of the era. At that time, resources were abundant. All kinds of resources could be found. All kinds of materials for refining magic treasures could also be found. Therefore, the fire god, Zhurong, refined many top-grade magic treasures. For example, the wind fire wheel, fire gourd, fire seal, fire sword, fire god shield, fire bow, and other supreme treasures. They were all treasures refined by the fire god. Each of these treasures was more powerful than the last. Among them, the most powerful one was the Scarlet Emperor sword. It was rumored that the Scarlet Emperor sword was comparable to an ancient weapon. It was the Emperor of Swords. In addition, the fire god's legacy was also very terrifying. The fire god created 3 immortal sutras. The first type of immortal sutra was called Ask Immortal Tao Sutra. The second immortal scripture was called the Fire God Law. The third immortal scripture was called the Scarlet Emperor Immortal Scripture. It recorded the Scarlet Emperor's understanding of the Great Tao, as well as some of the Scarlet Emperor's powerful inheritances and so on. Why did cultivators have to cultivate immortal sutras? In fact, many people thought that cultivators cultivated the Immortal Sutra in order to increase their understanding of the Great Tao. At the same time, they could also learn the many magical abilities recorded in the Immortal Sutra. But in fact, there was an extremely important matter. Many people didn't know. If he wanted to surpass the Saint Realm, he would need to use the Immortal Scripture as a foundation. Only then would he be able to establish a good foundation of the Great Tao. What was an Immortal Sutra? This was the Tao. Therefore, cultivators had to cultivate more Immortal Sutras in order to build a good foundation. It was like building a house. If the foundation is not stable, is it possible to build a skyscraper with hundreds of floors? Therefore, cultivating the Immortal Sutra was too important. In fact, no one, not even Lin Feng, knew about this. Lin Feng liked to collect top-level Immortal Sutras to cultivate because he felt that after cultivating those top-level Immortal Sutras, he could increase his understanding of the Great Tao. It would allow him to come into contact with more top-level magical abilities. As for surpassing the Sage Realm, one needed to use the Immortal Sutra to build a foundation. No one told Lin Feng about this, so Lin Feng naturally didn't know about it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, along the way, there were many cultivators flying quickly towards the depths. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people who knew about the place where the fire god fell. However, Lin Feng and the other two were still leisurely. In Lin Feng's opinion, how could the fire god's inheritance be so easy to obtain? If it was so easy to obtain the fire god's inheritance, the fire god's inheritance would have been taken by others long ago and wouldn't have been left until now. Therefore, there was no need to be so anxious. The early bird might not necessarily get the worm to eat. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the place where the fire god Zhurong fell. They discovered that it was a huge mountain range in the Fire Sea world. The entire mountain range was enveloped in flames. The flames burned fiercely, and the void was distorted. Many cultivators lingered in the surroundings, not daring to rashly enter. The laws of heaven and earth have been changed. The Taotai said in surprise. Lin Feng nodded and said, fire burning heaven and earth is indeed terrifying. It changed the laws of heaven and earth here. It seems that the fire god Zhurong really fell in this place. I'm only concerned about whether we can obtain any opportunities. Wu Shoren said. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng said. Since no one is willing to take action, I'll be the one to take the lead. Someone said. Everyone looked over and saw the person who spoke. The person who spoke was majestic and burly. He was at least 3 meters tall and was surrounded by flames. Sacred Flame Divine Lord. After seeing this expert, many people exclaimed. It seemed that many people recognized the identity of this cultivator. Of course, there were also many people who did not recognize this cultivator. They asked the cultivators beside them, wanting to know the origin of this cultivator. At that moment, a cultivator said, "Hee, that guy is no ordinary person. He's an expert from the Sacred Flame race. You should have heard of them, right? They're a race that was born in flames. They're very powerful and have been passed down to this day. They're quite powerful in the western region of the time reversal world. So it's the Sacred Flame race. The cultivators of this race are born with the ability to control flames. If he enters, he might be able to obtain something amazing." Someone said. Be careful. An old man who was also surrounded by flames said. There were dozens of cultivators surrounded by flames standing there. They were probably cultivators from the Sacred Flame race. Their auras were deep and powerful. The Sacred Flame Divine Lord said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the mountain range. When he reached the center, he landed in the middle of the mountain range. The flames were still burning fiercely. Everyone was anxiously waiting for news. Some members of the Sacred Flame race had grave expressions. They were quite confident in the Sacred Flame Divine Lord. However, the place that the Sacred Flame Divine Lord had gone to was too terrifying. Therefore, they could not help but be worried about the Sacred Flame Divine Lord. Buzz, about 2 hours later, there was a violent fluctuation in the Flame Mountain range. Everyone looked toward the Flame Mountain range. They saw the Sacred Flame Divine Lord soar into the sky. What's that in his hand? When they saw the thing in the sacred flame divine Lord's hand, many people could not help but exclaim. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. The item in the sacred flame Lord of Heaven's hand was actually a treasure shrouded in flames. However, no one knew what the treasure was. It was impossible to see what the treasure was. However, the sacred flame Lord of Heaven had already rushed into the sky. Soon, he would be able to fly out. At that time, everyone would know what the treasure in his hand was. The sacred flame Lord of Heaven's harvest is too great. It's a pity that I don't have the same means as the sacred flame Lord of Heaven. Otherwise, I would also enter the mountain range to explore. Perhaps I could also obtain an opportunity. Many people couldn't help but discuss. The cultivators of the sacred flame race cheered. The sacred flame Lord of Heaven had obtained an opportunity. Naturally, it was great news for their race. If the opportunity was shocking enough, it could even strengthen the foundation of their race. However, at that moment, something strange happened. Tumbling flames surged from the mountain range to the sky and swept towards the sacred flame Lord of Heaven. The sacred flame Lord of Heaven had a proud expression after obtaining a treasure. But now, the divine flame Lord's expression changed drastically. He flew to a higher place, hoping to avoid the flames that were sweeping towards him. However, the sacred flame Lord of Heaven failed. Flames. In an instant, the flames engulfed the sacred flame Lord of Heaven. Then, the flames swept the sacred flame Lord of Heaven into the mountain range. No. The sacred flame Lord of Heaven's frightened voice came from the mountain range. Many people couldn't help but look at each other. Did the sacred flame Lord of Heaven suffer a calamity? What happened just now? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what had happened. Especially the flames that surged out, swept across the world, and swallowed everything. What was going on? Damn it. The cultivators of the sacred flame race couldn't help but have an ugly expression. The sacred flame Lord of Heaven had obtained an opportunity and was about to come out with it. However, in the end, he suffered a calamity. This made the cultivators of the sacred flame race very angry. Their eyes were extremely cold. However, they could only watch helplessly as the sacred flame Lord of Heaven suffered a calamity. The place where the fire god Jerome fell is no small matter. It's not that easy to take the things left behind by the fire god Jerome. Someone sighed. Without some special means, I'm afraid it's impossible to obtain the fire god Jerome's inheritance. Another cultivator said. It was indeed as these cultivators had said. The place where fire god Jerome fell was filled with unknown and terrifying dangers, and obtaining the fortune here was simply as difficult as ascending the heavens. But there were still people who wanted to give it a try. This was a cultivator shrouded in sacred light. Heavenly human cultivator. Some people were shocked. The other party's origin was too shocking. He was actually a cultivator from the celestial race. There was an 80% chance that he was from the celestial realm. One should know that the lords of the 33 heavens were basically cultivators from the celestial race or the immortal race. The cultivators of the heavenly human tribe possessed many unimaginable methods. Perhaps the cultivators of the heavenly human tribe could really do it. A holy light barrier formed around the heavenly human tribe cultivator. The holy light barrier protected his body. He quickly flew towards the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in flames. Not long after, everyone heard a shocked voice coming from the mountain range. It was the voice of that celestial race cultivator. It was unknown what he had discovered in the mountain range that caused him to be so shocked and moved. Could it be that he's going to obtain a fortuitous opportunity? It's obvious that there should be a lot of fortuitous opportunities inside. I just don't know if those fortuitous opportunities are related to the fire god Jerome. If he can obtain the fortuitous opportunity inside, he'll have a meteoric rise. Many cultivators sighed with emotion. They really wanted to enter the mountain range to search for the fortuitous opportunity. But unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to do so. Everyone continued to wait. Although they knew that they couldn't enter the mountain range to search for the fortuitous opportunity, they still wanted to see what kind of fortuitous opportunity that celestial race cultivator could obtain. Some of the major powers even planned to attack the heavenly human tribe cultivators and rob them of their belongings. The celestial race was indeed very powerful, but this was a world where time had reversed. Some cultivators might not necessarily be afraid of the celestial race. No. Just as everyone was waiting for the celestial race cultivator to obtain the fortuitous opportunity and come out, the celestial race cultivator's terrified voice suddenly came from the mountain range. Then, the voice suddenly stopped. The celestial race cultivator's voice disappeared. Did he die as well? Someone couldn't help but gulp. The celestial race cultivator was such a powerful existence. Yet, he had also died. This was too terrifying. What exactly was in the mountain range? Why did two powerful cultivators die one after another, and no one even knew what had happened? Everything was too strange. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The mountain range where the fire god had died was indeed a little strange. It made one's heart palpitate. Who knew what was going on inside? However, even with such danger, many large factions still didn't give up. They were still bitterly trying to come up with a countermeasure. They didn't want to give up just like that. That was the legacy of the fire god Zhu Rong. If they could obtain it, the benefits would be unimaginable. If they gave up just like that, they would be very unwilling to give up. Cough cough. At this moment, a cough was heard. Everyone turned their heads to look. Dozens of cultivators flew over from afar. The one who coughed was an old man. That old man had a white beard and a skinny body. His eyes were also extremely turbid. Obviously, half of that old man's body was already buried in the ground. Moreover, Lin Feng even felt an aura of death from that old man. That old man really wasn't far from death. Unless he could find an extremely heaven-defying opportunity to break through again. Or else. He would definitely die. Lin Feng knew this, and that old man must also know this. Therefore, that old man must have come here to look for opportunities. It's Shui Tiankue. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Someone recognized the old man's identity and couldn't help but gasp. What? He's Shui Tiankue? Many people were shocked. This was an extremely powerful existence in the world where time had been turned back. It was almost impossible to cross between regions. However, it was said that Shui Tiankue had crossed all regions. He had traveled all over the world where time had been turned back. Just this point alone showed how terrifying Shui Tiankue was. This person definitely had heaven-defying means. However, it was rumored that he had died a few years ago. Who would have thought that he was still alive? Therefore, when they saw Shui Tiankue arrive, many people were extremely surprised. The mountain range where the fire god fell is filled with danger, but today, this old man wants to experience the dangers inside and see if they can bury this old man. Shui Tiankui's old voice sounded. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Shui Tiankui's strength was unfathomable, and he was about to enter the mountain range. Many people felt that Shui Tiankue might really be able to bring out some good things from there. Shui Tiankue was too strong, and the two cultivators from before couldn't compare to him. We wish the ancestor a smooth return. The people behind Shui Tiankue said in unison. It seemed that they were very confident in Shui Tiankue. Shui Tiankue nodded. He didn't stay for long. He flew directly towards the mountain range, and soon, endless flames tried to devour Shui Tiankue. Open! Shouted Shui Tiankue coldly. With him as the center, a powerful wave of qi was formed, and the qi wave parted the flames that were trying to devour him. Shui Tiankue's method was very powerful, and it caused many people to cry out in surprise. I've seen this old guy before, said the Tao Tai. Lin Feng looked at the Tao Tai in surprise. You've seen him before? Does that mean the rumors are true? Did he really go to the time reversal world? Said the Tao Tai. I don't know if the rumors are true, but this old guy really did go to the eastern region. I was still very weak back then, but he was already very strong. Wu Shuren said, his bloodline might have collapsed, but he's really strong. It's amazing. Lin Feng nodded. Shui Tiankue was really strong. This kind of person's application of the Tao was extraordinary. That was the most terrifying thing about him. At the very least, one had to be a high-level saint for many years to have such abilities. If someone had told Lin Feng that Shui Tiankue was a peak saint back then, Lin Feng wouldn't have found it strange. It was just that Xue Tiankui's qi and blood had collapsed, and his cultivation had fallen. At a critical moment, he could still display great battle strength. Xue Tiankui didn't encounter any danger as he went deeper, but as he went deeper, the rolling flames around him became more and more terrifying. Xue Tiankui frowned. Those flames made him feel that they were a little tricky. But they were just a little troublesome, and they couldn't cause him any harm. That's... Suddenly, Xue Tiankui looked surprised. Through the flames, he seemed to see something special. It was in the depths of the mountain range. Because of the flames, he couldn't see it clearly, but Xue Tiankui knew that it had to be something amazing. Maybe it was the opportunity that he was looking for. Thinking of this, Xue Tiankui. The flames around him became more terrifying, to the point where he almost couldn't resist. At that moment, Xue Tiankui took out a top-grade saint artifact. It was a Buddhist treasure, a Buddha statue. The Buddha statue floated above Xue Tiankui and emitted billions of Buddha light. Those Buddhist lights. Tiankui's qi to protect what a powerful Buddhist magic treasure. And it's a defensive Buddhist magic treasure. Xue Tiankui. 2. Able to be to Lin when the powerful flames swept over, they were all blocked by the Buddhist magic treasure. To Xue Tiankui to destroy. Zaito Tian. To him to is to. B. Him Wu Shura nodded and said, that's right. His strength is extraordinary, and he has a defensive treasure. It doesn't seem that surprising that he was able to succeed. Lin Feng frowned and said, something's wrong. I have the impression that something else is going to happen. Let's wait and see. Something will definitely happen. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel astonished. An unforeseen event would occur. What kind of unforeseen event would occur? Tiankui asked, what do you see? Lin Feng shook his head. I can't see anything. I just feel that something's not right. Young man, don't be an alarmist. A middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't refute the middle-aged cultivator. He hoped that Xue Tiankui would be fine. Because there was more than one opportunity. If Xue Tiankui came out unscathed and obtained an opportunity, it meant that he would be fine. Therefore, Lin Feng had been observing the situation. Xue Tiankui sped up. Ha 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 ha. Xue Tiankui saw something in the mountain range, and he started laughing. The ancestor really found an opportunity. That's great. The ancestor found an opportunity. It's very important to our family. Yes, I hope the ancestor can live for countless more eras. The Xue family members were excited. Many people couldn't help but purse their lips. These people were too arrogant. They still hoped that the ancestor could live for countless more eras. It was hard to say if they could survive the Armageddon War of this era. Could they not be so confident? Of course. No matter how much they thought about it, they wouldn't say anything. Who would dare to offend the Xue family? Wouldn't that be courting death? Damn it, at that moment, Xue Tiankui's exasperated voice came from the mountain range. Boom, next, a terrifying fluctuation spread out. It seemed like a great battle had broken out. Everyone was shocked. Xue Tiankui must have fought with an unknown existence. Previously, the Holy Flame Heaven Lord and the Heavenly Human Powerhouse had fallen. It was very likely that they had been attacked by the unknown existence. Many people were suspicious of this. Now, it seemed that it was true. No one knew what the unknown existence was for the time being. That unknown existence was now attacking Xue Tiankui. However, Xue Tiankui was different from the Holy Flame Heaven Lord and the Heavenly Human Powerhouse. Xue Tiankui was too strong. He wasn't killed immediately. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Soon, Xue Tiankui rushed out quickly. He was covered in blood. His injuries were not light. Everyone was shocked. Even a powerful existence like Xue Tiankui wasn't a match for the unknown existence. What kind of existence was the unknown existence? Roar, a low roar echoed through the clouds. Then, everyone saw a terrifying creature rushing out from the flames. That creature had a huge body and a pair of wings. Looking at its body, it looked like a giant flaming bird. However, it had 3 heads. Moreover, Those 3 heads were actually dragon heads. Bird body and dragon head. It's the flaming dragon bird, someone exclaimed. No, that's not the flaming dragon bird. It's the heavenly fire. It's a terrifying heavenly fire. It has transformed into the flaming dragon bird. An old cultivator shouted in a deep voice. At that moment, the flaming dragon bird transformed from the heavenly fire caught up with Xianxia and swallowed him in one gulp. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, Xianxia has been swallowed. Oh my god, even an expert like Xianxia has been swallowed, what are we still standing there for? Hurry up and run. Go, 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 hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you're dead for sure. Many people cried out in fear. Seeing an expert like Xianxia being swallowed by the flaming dragon bird formed by the sky fire. How could the rest of the people dare to stay? If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? I'm going to eat you all. The flaming dragon bird no longer hid its true thoughts. It rushed forward and began to devour the cultivators. Many cultivators were directly swallowed by the flaming dragon bird. They cried and screamed. The casualties were heavy. Although there was no lack of strong cultivators here, they were still nothing compared to the flaming dragon bird, because the flaming dragon bird was too powerful. Moreover, it almost had an immortal body, which was the most terrifying thing about it. The skyfire was already so heaven-defying. Although it was not truly immortal, it was still 90% immortal. You want to kill the skyfire? Are you daydreaming? After the flaming dragon bird swallowed hundreds of people, it looked at Lin Feng with its cold eyes. It quickly flew towards Lin Feng. You guys go out first, I'll deal with it. Lin Feng said. Tao Tai said, how can that be? Let's do it together. Lin Feng grinned and said, no need, I alone am enough to deal with this guy. If I can't, I can escape by myself. Tao Tai felt that this made sense. He did not stay any longer. He quickly left with Wu Shuren. As the flaming dragon bird was formed from the skyfire, its perception was extremely strong. Although Lin Feng had concealed the aura of the skyfire, he was still discovered by the sky. It would be strange if he wasn't discovered by the sky. Seeing that the flaming dragon bird had targeted an unlucky person, many people mourned for Lin Feng for 3 seconds, then quickly fled outside. As for the magic treasure of the fire god, the inheritance of the orthodoxy, who would want it? In the blink of an eye, the large group of cultivators had all fled. Only Lin Feng was left here. Lin Feng didn't run either. Instead, he waited for the flaming dragon bird to come over. Aren't you afraid of me? After the flame dragon bird flew over, it did not immediately attack Lin Feng. Instead, it looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng said, if I was afraid of you, would I still be here? Ha 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 ha. The flaming dragon bird suddenly laughed. Have you lost your mind? What are you laughing at? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The flaming dragon looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, I'm laughing at you. What a fool. Do you think you can deal with me? Sure. Lin Feng nodded and said. How ignorant. How idiotic. The flaming dragon bird looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Now, it saw Lin Feng as food. Eat Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heavenly fire would also be swallowed by it. The skyfire devoured the skyfire, it would definitely be very nutritious. It would allow the flaming dragon bird to transform into an even more terrifying existence. Just thinking about it made it excited. Die, brat. The flaming dragon bird shouted coldly and was about to swallow Lin Feng. Wait. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly waved his hand and shouted. The flaming dragon bird was stunned. It stopped and said coldly, what? Do you have any last words? Lin Feng asked, you've turned into a flaming dragon bird, but I still don't know what your true body is. Which heavenly fire are you among the 72 heavenly fires? The flaming dragon bird didn't expect Lin Feng to ask such a question. It was actually a little doubtful. This guy was on the verge of death. He actually cared about what heavenly fire it was he stupid, was he retarded? It didn't look like it. The flaming dragon bird said, there's no harm in telling you. I'm the 14th heavenly fire, Nirvana heavenly fire. Nirvana heavenly fire? What kind of heavenly fire is that? Does it have any special abilities? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng only knew a portion of the 72 heavenly fires. However, Nirvana heavenly fire's ranking was quite high. It was ranked 14th. A heavenly fire with such a high ranking must be very powerful, right? Nirvana heavenly fire is formed by absorbing the power of Nirvana from the universe. You should have some understanding of the power of Nirvana, right? It's a terrifying attack power. Therefore, although Nirvana heavenly fire is only ranked 14th, many of the top 10 heavenly fires can't even compare to it in terms of attack power. Oh, it's that powerful? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Brat. You can die now. The flaming dragon bird sneered and charged at Lin Feng again. 7 heavenly fires, come out. Lin Feng waved his hand. All 7 heavenly fires flew out. You actually have 7 heavenly fires, the flaming dragon bird was shocked. This was indeed something to be shocked about. Obtaining 1 heavenly fire was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone 7 heavenly fires. But soon, the flaming draconic bird revealed an excited expression. As far as the flaming dragon bird was concerned, Lin Feng was like a turtle in a jar. Lin Feng would die without a doubt. How could he fight it? So what if he had 7 heavenly fires? He would still be toyed with to death. Hee, if I devour you, I'll have 8 heavenly fires. Don't you think that's something to be happy about? Lin Feng grinned. The flaming dragon bird looked at Lin Feng as if he was an idiot. Do you think you have the ability to devour me? You're daydreaming. I have 7 heavenly fires, and 2 of them are of a higher level than yours. Devouring you is a piece of cake. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Idiot, just because your heavenly fires are of a higher level doesn't mean they're powerful. Besides, your heavenly fires haven't accumulated enough energy yet. How can you fight me? The flaming dragon bird pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heavenly fires attacked the flaming dragon bird. Bang! Bang, the 2 sides fought in midair. It was just as the flaming dragon bird had said. Lin Feng's heavenly fires had not accumulated enough energy, so they were no match for the flaming dragon bird formed by the Nirvana heavenly fire. Lin Feng's heavenly fires were suppressed. Ha ha ha, kid, I'll eat you if you defeat my heavenly fires. All these years, you've worked so hard to find your heavenly fires, but you've only given them to me. The flaming dragon bird laughed. This guy laughed in an incomparably carefree and arrogant manner. Lin Feng said. Don't be so arrogant. The show has only just begun. The flaming dragon bird sneered. It naturally thought that Lin Feng was bluffing. At that moment, Lin Feng waved his hand. The Book of the Dead was summoned by Lin Feng. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. If you can't win in a fight, don't be afraid. The key was to be good at ganging up on others. Ever since the Book of the Dead signed a contract with 40 saint-level undead creatures, Lin Feng found that he had become shameless. It's okay if you can't win. Anyway, I can gang up on you. What? You don't like ganging up on others? Sorry. I like it. What? Ganging up on others is a coward? Wasn't that what a man would do, f***cku? You must be stupid to say such words. If you can gang up on others, why don't you gang up on others? 40 undead creatures were summoned by Lin Feng. Each one was stronger than the last. The strongest was at the 7th heaven of the Sage Realm. It wasn't the strongest Sage Realm cultivator. But the key was that there were enough undead creatures. In addition, the undead had another characteristic, which was that they could take a beating. The undead's body was often very special and almost difficult to kill. In addition, after these undead signed a contract with the Book of the Dead, even if they were killed, they could be reborn in the Book of the Dead. This was the horror of the Book of the Dead. So, with such an awesome Book of the Dead, he must carry forward the glorious tradition of ganging up on others. Lin Feng's hands changed seals. Dense array patterns intertwined in the void. After Lin Feng obtained the stone scripture, his array skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he mastered many powerful arrays. Now he set up an array in the void and used it to deal with the flaming dragon bird. The array Lin Feng set up was called the Annihilation Heavenly Fire Array. This array was specially used to deal with the heavenly fire, and it was a powerful method recorded in the stone scripture. It was just right to deal with the flaming dragon bird formed by the Nirvana heavenly fire. This kind of large array could set up at least 3 array cores, and at most 36 array cores. However, Lin Feng set up 7 array cores. Each of the 7 heavenly fires guarded 1 array core. In addition, each cluster of heavenly fire would also receive the help of several undead creatures. When the array was successfully condensed, the 40 undead creatures were distributed in the 7 array cores. Heavenly fire return. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. The 7 heavenly fires that were fighting with the flaming dragon bird quickly flew toward the 7 array cores. They entered the 7 array cores. However, after the heavenly fire returned to its original position, the power of the formation was immediately revealed. The array emitted a shocking wave of energy that was simply shocking. Every time the ripples spread out, the void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. This was Lin Feng's first time setting up such a formation. 7 heavenly fires and 40 Saint-level undead creatures were operating the array together. Lin Feng could only think of one word to describe the power of the current array formation. Awesome. The power of the formation was too awesome. Lin Feng wanted to throw his head back and laugh. The flame draconic bird also noticed that something was wrong. Originally, it looked down on Lin Feng, but Lin Feng knew how to arrange formations. The flame draconic bird was very afraid of the power of formations. Lin Feng also summoned 40 undead creatures. What a pervert. The flaming dragon bird felt that the situation was not good. But after all, he was an existence that had seen many storms and waves. It had some confidence in itself. Kid, do you think you can deal with me by setting up a formation? Then you're wrong. I'll destroy your formation right now. The flame draconic bird said coldly. Then it began to use its powerful techniques. Nirvana heaven and earth. The flame draconic bird's 3 huge heads spewed out a large amount of Nirvana power. The Nirvana power filled the world. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the sun. Heaven and earth were shattered. Even heaven and earth could be shattered. One could see how powerful it was. Even heaven and earth could be shattered. A mere formation was not worth mentioning. The flame draconic bird thought proudly in its heart. It was waiting for Lin Feng's great formation to be completely destroyed. But at this time, Lin Feng's great formation actually began to devour the Nirvana power. In the blink of an eye, all the Nirvana power was devoured. What's going on? The flame draconic bird was dumbfounded. Lin Feng said with a smile, Flame draconic bird, have you heard of the Celestial Master Dao? I've heard of it. The flame draconic bird had heard of the Celestial Master Dao too much. It's just that it's such an awesome legacy. Then, as if it remembered something, it looked at Lin Feng with a look of horror and said, Are you the successor of the Celestial Master Dao? I am the 37th successor of the Celestial Master Dao, said Lin Feng proudly. Therefore, my deployment spell is extremely powerful. You should stop struggling. If you stop struggling, I can preserve your primordial spirit. Otherwise, I'll destroy your primordial spirit and destroy your soul, said Lin Feng proudly. Boy, you are too arrogant. So what if you are from the Celestial Master Dao? I can still break your great formation. The flame draconic bird said coldly. Then, it continued to attack Lin Feng's great formation. It locked onto a position and began to break through, directly hitting the great formation there. Before colliding with the great formation, it turned into the true body of the Nirvana heavenly flame. It wanted to break the great formation by force. But it was useless. Lin Feng's great formation was too powerful. It blocked the Nirvana heavenly flame's attack. At this time, Lin Feng's great formation began to show its power. All kinds of terrifying attacks were released, bombarding the Nirvana heavenly flame. These attacks included the gravitational space, confinement technique, slowing technique, thunderstorm technique, flooding the golden mountain, 9 heavens immortal river, art of annihilation, and so on. There were attacks, suppression, and all kinds of techniques. The Nirvana heavenly flame was suppressed too much. Lin Feng's true body was preparing a powerful attack. Lin Feng planned to use the curse technique to deal with the Nirvana heavenly flame soul. It was not easy. He tried many times, but all of them failed. But it didn't matter. He could continue to try. Lin Feng continued to use the curse technique to deal with the Nirvana heavenly flame soul. The stronger the existence, the stronger the resistance. So, the success rate of some of the more strange techniques used on them would be lower and lower. Lin Feng was very clear about this. After using the curse technique dozens of times in succession. Finally. The Nirvana heavenly flame let out a miserable cry. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. After the curse technique injured the Nirvana heavenly flame soul, the Nirvana heavenly flame's fighting strength plummeted. The power of Lin Feng's array instantly exploded, reaching its peak. The Nirvana heavenly flame was completely suppressed. Lin Feng threw himself at him and used the 8 godly sealing seals. He wanted to seal the Nirvana heavenly flame. Countless runes imprinted on the Nirvana heavenly flame's body. The Nirvana heavenly flame struggled violently. But it couldn't break free at all. I'm not convinced. You won with an unfair advantage. The Nirvana heavenly flame roared angrily. Who would pay attention to the roar of a loser? Lin Feng sneered. First, he used the 8 divine seals to seal the Nirvana heavenly flame. Because he was not at ease, he used the great suppression technique to suppress the Nirvana heavenly flame. With the double insurance, Lin Feng was more at ease. After suppressing the Nirvana heavenly flame, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. End of chapter. I beg for mercy, I admit defeat, please spare me, I really don't want to die. You're my ancestor, okay? Please don't kill me. I can do anything for you, said Lin Feng. Ancestor, please spare my life. The Nirvana heavenly flame began to beg for mercy. After hearing the Nirvana heavenly flame's begging, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy had a cocky look before, but in the blink of an eye, it had become like this, making Lin Feng extremely speechless. What happened to that arrogant and insufferably arrogant attitude from before, as expected? Dignity was very cheap in front of life. Do you think I'll let you go? Lin Feng looked coldly at the Nirvana heavenly flame and said. You won't. The Nirvana heavenly flame said. You know, and you're still begging for mercy? What a waste of breath. Lin Feng sneered. He wanted to destroy the Nirvana heavenly flame's fire spirit and then devour it. The energy stored inside the Nirvana heavenly flame was very majestic. After refining it, Lin Feng felt that he could continue to break through a few more levels. Just thinking about it made him excited. The Nirvana heavenly flame said, I'm useful. If you don't kill me, you'll be able to obtain many benefits and even learn many secrets. Oh? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He said, for example? The Nirvana heavenly flame said, I feel a familiar aura from your body. The aura of a curse. I know that you're cursed, and there's more than one curse. I can tell you how to remove the curse. What method? Lin Feng asked in surprise. I can only tell you if you promise not to kill me. The Nirvana heavenly flame said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then decided to let the Nirvana heavenly flame go. Although he really wanted to kill this guy knew many secrets, and it was a pity to kill it. Since that was the case, leaving it alive wasn't a big deal. Moreover, it would be beneficial to him. Lin Feng said, now, swear allegiance to me, and I can spare your life. The Nirvana heavenly flame also knew that this was the best result it could get. Although it was unwilling in its heart. It had no other choice but to swear allegiance to Lin Feng to save its life. Thinking of this, the Nirvana heavenly flame swore, I, Nirvana heavenly flame, hereby swear that I am willing to serve you. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. After the celestial fire of Nirvana made the vow, it had a special connection with Lin Feng. This was a connection formed by the rune. From then on, the celestial fire of Nirvana became Lin Feng's slave. Lin Feng, Nirvana heavenly flame, Nirvana heavenly flame, Nirvana Lin Tees Lin Nirvana. Nirvana T, the Nirvana. The first method is that you need to be strong enough to destroy the existence that activated the curse. Lin Feng frowned. That's too difficult. The second method is that there is a cursed sacred stone inside the door of everlasting life. You only need to cultivate there for a period of time, and the curse on your body will naturally be removed. Lin Feng said, who knows where the door of everlasting life is? Then, he asked, is there a way to remove the curse in the Supreme Divine Court? The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said, this subordinate really doesn't know. The third method is that if you can gather all 9 of the Yin and Yang stone tablets, you can also remove the curse on your body. Lin Feng had 2 stone tablets, one was Yin and the other was Yang, but one of them hadn't been completely repaired yet. As for gathering the 9 Yin and 9 Yang stone tablets, it was even more difficult than gathering the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng said, can't you give me a more reliable method? Yes, there is a more reliable method, the Nirvana Heavenly Flame said. Speak. Lin Feng said. Said the Nirvana Heavenly Flame. The 10th revolution of the blood meridians can remove all negative effects, and curses are actually a negative effect. In other words, if you can complete the 10th revolution of the blood meridians, you'll be able to remove your curse. This was a feasible way to achieve it. However, Lin Feng's 3 bloodlines were still far from the 10th cycle. Lin Feng still didn't know what the 3rd bloodline was. Even if this method could be realized, it would still take some time. The only fortunate thing was that as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the curse didn't come to Lin Feng for a while. Or was it preparing an even more terrifying method to deal with Lin Feng? Lin Feng had thought of this before, and he had always been extremely vigilant. Is there any other method? Lin Feng asked. I haven't thought of any for now. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said. What other secrets do you know? Lin Feng asked. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said, I know a lot of secrets. For example, there is something on your body that I have seen before. You can sense the things on my body? Lin Feng was surprised. If it was something else, I might not be able to sense it, but the aura of that thing left a deep impression on me, so I can still vaguely remember it. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Mysterious iron box. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said mysteriously. When this fellow mentioned the mysterious iron box, the flame violently jumped. This meant that it had many misgivings about the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the Nirvana Heavenly Flame to be talking about the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng had many mysterious things on him, such as the demon orb, the ancient devil ring, and so on. But if there was something that was the most mysterious, it had to be the mysterious iron box. None of the items were as mysterious as the mysterious iron box. You know the origin of the mysterious iron box? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said. Damn, if you don't know, then why are you talking about it? You made me happy for nothing. Lin Feng was speechless. Although I don't know where the mysterious iron box came from, I heard the fire god Zhu Rong talking to a mysterious strong cultivator about it once. At that time, the mysterious expert took out the mysterious iron box and showed it to Zhu Rong. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said. In fact, Lin Feng had already guessed that the Nirvana Heavenly Flame might have followed Zhu Rong. Now that the Nirvana Heavenly Flame said this, he was sure that the Nirvana Heavenly Flame had followed Zhu Rong. This was also why the Nirvana Heavenly Flame had appeared at the place where Zhu Rong had fallen. Lin Feng asked, what did the fire god Zhu Rong and the mysterious expert talk about? Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. They didn't talk much, but I heard them say that the mysterious iron box seemed to be related to a cultivator surnamed Ji. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said. It's related to the cultivator surnamed Ji? That cultivator's name is Ji something? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame said, I really don't know what his name is, because they didn't say that the cultivator's name was Ji something. They seemed to be filled with fear towards that cultivator surnamed Ji. Yes. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The surname Yi was not a particularly rare surname, and there were many people with the surname Yi. The mysterious iron box was too terrifying. Logically speaking, since the mysterious iron box was related to the cultivator surnamed Ji, then, that cultivator surnamed Ji should be very powerful, right? However, In the history of this era, there was no such thing as the Yi clan. This point was still rather strange. In your era, did the Yi clan exist? Asked Yi Feng. Lin Feng looked at the Nirvana heavenly flame and asked. That era should be the early part of the era. If the Yi clan existed, they should be from that era, or even before that era. The Nirvana heavenly flame said, no, I more or less know about some of the top forces at that time, but there was no Yi clan. Did you hear wrongly? Lin Feng asked. I definitely didn't hear wrongly. I remember very clearly that when that mysterious expert mentioned the cultivator surname Ji, the fire god Zhurong turned pale with fright and signaled that expert not to mention the cultivator surname Ji again. The Nirvana heavenly flame said. The fire god Zhurong actually doesn't even dare to mention the cultivator surname Ji? This is unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't heard the Nirvana heavenly flame say these words with his own ears, and the Nirvana heavenly flame wouldn't have lied to him. These words, Lin Feng actually wouldn't believe it. And all of this was true. Lin Feng was even more curious about the identity of that cultivator surname Ji. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. The Nirvana heavenly flame said, after that, the mysterious expert put away the mysterious iron box. He didn't stay with fire god Zhurong for too long and quickly left. However, about half a month later, fire god Zhurong received a piece of news. What news? Lin Feng asked. That mysterious expert has fallen, the Nirvana heavenly flame said. Fallen? An expert who can address fire god Zhurong as his brother must be at the same level as him, right? Lin Feng said. The Nirvana heavenly flame nodded and said, yes, that mysterious cultivator died, and the mysterious iron box disappeared. How terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder this matter. He transmitted his voice to the demon lord and asked, what do you think of this matter? There's something strange about it. Maybe this thing doesn't belong to this epoch, or maybe it doesn't belong to this universe. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with the demon lord's words. Lin Feng had also thought of this before. It didn't belong to this epoch, or maybe it didn't belong to this universe. Lin Feng said, since we can't figure this out, let's not bother ourselves. I'll devour the heavenly flames to increase my cultivation. Immediately after, Lin Feng devoured the Nirvana heavenly flame. Since the fire spirit of the Nirvana heavenly flame was still there, it didn't take too long to fuse with it. After refining the Nirvana heavenly flame, Lin Feng now had 8 types of heavenly flames. Lin Feng's cultivation level also directly broke through to the 4th layer of the virtual immortal realm. Previously, Lin Feng was at the 1st layer of the virtual immortal realm. Continuous breakthroughs made Lin Feng extremely excited. Lin Feng sent the undead into the Book of the Undead. After collecting the book and the heavenly flames, he flew into the depths of the mountain range. The legacy of the fire god Zhurong was still there. What did the fire god Zhurong leave behind? Lin Feng asked. 3 types of immortal sutras, and a few powerful magic treasures. The Nirvana heavenly flame replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The 3 types of immortal sutras were too precious. As for the magic treasures of the fire god Zhurong, they were all top-grade magic treasures. Lin Feng was most interested in the 3 types of immortal sutras and the Scarlet Emperor sword. There was no need to say more about the immortal sutras. After cultivating them, there were endless uses. Although the Scarlet Emperor sword wasn't an ancient weapon, it was extremely close to it. Such a precious treasure. It made one's heart palpitate. Lin Feng asked, is the Scarlet Emperor sword still here? No. The Nirvana heavenly flame replied. Lin Feng's expression turned slightly ugly. A precious treasure like the Scarlet Emperor sword wasn't here. Where's the Scarlet Emperor sword? Lin Feng asked. During the battle back then, the fire god knew that the situation wasn't good, so he gave the Scarlet Emperor sword to his son and had his son lead his clansmen to break out of the encirclement. The Nirvana heavenly flame replied. The fire god's son, Lin Feng, was astonished. What's his name? Mi Tian. The Nirvana heavenly flame replied. Lin Feng was sure that this was a name he had never heard before. Perhaps it had already been buried by history. If he couldn't find the Scarlet Emperor sword, then so be it. In the end, he still had a decent harvest. For example, the fire god's 3 great immortal sutras and some other magic treasures. Lin Feng found the items left behind by the fire god in the depths of the mountain range. The 3 great immortal sutras were engraved on 3 stone steels. Apart from that, he also found a flaming spear and a flaming sword. There were also a few other treasures that had been destroyed. It wasn't the passage of time that had destroyed those treasures. Rather, the battle back then had been too fierce, and those treasures had been destroyed. After obtaining those treasures, Lin Feng flew outside. The fire god Zhurong's life was filled with legends. Lin Feng was also very curious about the fire god Zhurong's past deeds. Lin Feng asked, "How did the fire god Zhurong die?" The Nirvana heavenly flame replied, "He was surrounded and killed." "Who besieged them?" Lin Feng asked. "The epic survivors and the otherworldly creatures." The Nirvana heavenly flame replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The first fire god was an unparalleled hero. Yet, he had fallen just like that. It really made one sigh with emotion. Some of the epic survivors and the otherworldly creatures might be good people, but more than 90% of them were definitely not good people. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the epic survivors and the otherworldly creatures. If he had the chance, he would definitely destroy them. "He's out," the Tao Tai and Wu Shuren were anxiously waiting outside. When they saw Lin Feng fly out, they immediately smiled. Lin Feng also saw them and sped up, meeting up with the Tao Tai and Wu Shuren who were waiting outside. "How was your harvest?" the Tao Tai asked excitedly. "Not bad. I successfully refined the heavenly flame. Let's find a place. I need to go into seclusion for a while," Lin Feng said. "Okay." The Tao Tai and Wu Shuren nodded. Then, the 3 of them quickly left the endless sea of fire. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During that half a month, Lin Feng had stabilized his cultivation level. At the same time, Lin Feng had completely familiarized himself with the power of the Nirvana heavenly flame. Lin Feng had also comprehended the 3 immortal scriptures passed down by the fire god. Of course. In such a short time, he had only scratched the surface. However, if Lin Feng was given time, he would definitely be able to successfully cultivate the 3 immortal scriptures. Now, Lin Feng wanted to complete his robbery plan with the Tao Tai and Wu Shuren. Whether or not they could go to the Supreme Divine Court depended on whether they could snatch enough teleportation stones. After coming out of seclusion, the 3 of them first enjoyed a delicious meal, then began to search for other cultivators. What Lin Feng and the other 2 didn't expect was that they hadn't robbed anyone yet, but they were already targeted by other cultivators. The cultivators who targeted Lin Feng and the other 2 were from the same force. There were more than 100 people in total, and one of them was a sage, but he was only a great sage. There were 9 levels of the sage realm, and the great sage realm was the 3rd level. It wasn't particularly strong in the sage realm. However, it wasn't weak. However, compared to Lin Feng and the others, it was far too weak. Their only advantage was that they had more people. "Hand over the teleportation stones and treasures on you, and then you can scram." The leader of the group was a young man. He looked at the 3 of them with an indifferent expression and an arrogant attitude. "Damn, they have the same idea as us," the Tao Tai muttered. The Tao Tai couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng said, "That's normal. This is a place where people don't even spit out the bones. Whoever is stronger has the final say. Killing people for treasures and robbing others can take more than 3 days and 3 nights." Lin Feng said. Wu Shuren grinned and said, "It seems that this battle is unavoidable." "Damn," Lin Feng said. He immediately rushed towards the young man in the lead. Tao Tai, on the other hand, charged toward the great sage realm expert. Wu Shuren rushed towards the other cultivators. "Are you courting death?" the leading young master shouted angrily. He quickly retreated and wanted to hide in the crowd. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside him. Therefore, it was too late for him to retreat. He had no choice but to counter Lin Feng's punch. Bang, their fists collided. The leader of the group was sent flying by Lin Feng like a kite with a broken string. Wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. Lin Feng's punch just now directly took away half of this guy's life. Young master, are you all right? A cultivator helped the leading young master and asked with concern. Are they all dead? Hurry up and kill that brat. The leading young master roared in exasperation. This guy's movements were too big, and it tore open the wound. Wow. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Kill. The group of people roared. They quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and rushed into the crowd. A great battle erupted. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Over 100 cultivators knelt on the ground, including the great sage realm expert and the leading young master. They all looked at Lin Feng and the other two in fear. In their hearts, the three people in front of them were demons. Spare me, spare me. Everyone was begging for mercy. We only rob, we don't kill. Hand over the teleportation stone and we can spare your lives. Lin Feng revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome, but in the eyes of others, his smile was the smile of a demon. Lin Feng asked for the teleportation stone, so these people naturally didn't want to give it to Lin Feng. However, could they not give it to him? Lin Feng said that he wouldn't kill them, so they had to cooperate with Lin Feng. If they didn't cooperate with Lin Feng, they naturally knew what the outcome would be. At this moment, the leading young master and the great sage realm expert's hearts were filled with hatred. When had they ever been humiliated like this? It was a great humiliation, and they were about to go crazy. They decided to cooperate with Lin Feng first. After they escaped, they would find experts to deal with Lin Feng. Hand it over, we'll hand it over. A ball of holy light flew out from the great sage realm expert's forehead. 2 teleportation stones were wrapped in the holy light. Damn, they really know how to hide things. Lin Feng was speechless. He put away the 2 teleportation stones and asked, are there any more? I dare to swear to the heavens that there are no more. We only got 2 teleportation stones. The great sage realm cultivator said. Tao Tai said, this guy should have a lot of good things in his storage ring. We can plunder his storage ring. Of course. Lin Feng grinned. The group's faces turned green. After ransacking their storage rings, Yi Zichen took a deep breath. Lin Feng and the other 2 left. Damn it, my treasures were all stolen by those 3 bastards. After the leading young master stood up, he immediately roared in exasperation. His life savings. All kinds of good things that he had obtained through trickery. He had put them all in his storage ring, and now, they were all gone. And he, in the blink of an eye, he had become a pauper. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He was so angry that he wanted to die. The rest of the people were not much better. All of them were gnashing their teeth. They wished that they could eat Lin Feng and the other 2's flesh and drink Lin Feng and the other 2's blood. This was especially true for that great sage expert. This person's cultivation was powerful and his status was respected. It had always been smooth sailing, especially after he became a great sage realm expert. He was high and mighty. Now, he had fallen to such a state and lost all his face. This made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Let's go. Let's go find the Supreme Elder and the others. If the Supreme Elder and the others take action, these guys are nothing to be afraid of. The great sage realm cultivator said. Alright, let's go find the Supreme Elder and the others now. The young master in the lead said fiercely. The group of people didn't stop and quickly left to look for the Supreme Elder of their power. P.S. Speaking of which, the corpse of the mysterious iron box was surnamed Yi. Many fans who read the new book knew that the main character's surname was Yi. Then, they asked the old steamed bun in the group if the corpse of the mysterious iron box was Yi Xian's. I'll explain it here. The corpse of the mysterious iron box wasn't the new main character, Yi Xian, but it was the Yi Xian clans. Lin Feng was in the 9 provinces universe of the 4 great universes. The new main character, Yi Xian, was in the Kunlun universe, one of the 4 great universes. Moreover, Yi Xian's era was far earlier than Lin Feng's era. In Yi Xian's era, the ancestor of the sovereign realm was still a young man, In this era, the immeasurable Taoist was still a handsome young man who cultivated hard to prove himself. Actually, this handsome young man was the previous life of the immeasurable Taoist. So, the new book is very exciting. Everyone, please take a look at the new book, Devouring the Heavens. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Lin Feng had 12 pieces. Including the 5 pieces from Wu Shuren, he had 17 pieces. Adding these 2 pieces, he had 19 teleportation stones. Lin Feng and the others needed 64 teleportation stones to set up the teleportation array. In that case, Lin Feng and the others still needed 45 teleportation stones. Tao Tai said, "Why don't we get rid of those guys? Wouldn't that solve the problem once and for all?" Lin Feng said, "If we get rid of them, who will inform the experts behind them?" Tao Tai said, "Damn, you even want to rob the experts behind them? Who knows how terrifying the experts behind these guys are? If we can't defeat them, then we'll be out of luck." Lin Feng said, "Wealth comes from danger. Moreover, even if we can't defeat those guys, we can still escape. It would be even better if we could deal with those guys. Those guys are very strong, so they might have more teleportation stones on them." "That's true." Tao Tai grinned. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and the other 2 transformed into pirates. They began to rob other cultivators. A large number of cultivators had been robbed by Lin Feng and the other 2. Lin Feng and the other 2's reputation became more and more resounding. The trio was even given a nickname by others. It was called the Man-Beast Combo. The reason why they were given this nickname was because Tao Tai had transformed into his original appearance. The Man-Beast Combo was naturally not a nice name. The cultivators who had been robbed by Lin Feng and the other 2 hated the 3 of them to the core. Many people joined forces to denounce Lin Feng and the other 2. However, those people were unable to find Lin Feng and the other 2. The 3 of them appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It was not an easy task to find them. On this day, Lin Feng and the other 2 heard a piece of news. It was said that someone had found a place where a cultivator had died. That place was enveloped by a powerful restriction. One could vaguely see some teleportation stones scattered on the ground. It was said that there were no less than 10 teleportation stones in total. After receiving this news, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng and the other 2 had only been robbing for slightly more than a month. He had only obtained 7 teleportation stones. That was the place where the cultivator had fallen. There were so many teleportation stones. If this news was true, it was indeed worth a visit. I wonder if it's a trap set up by those forces to lure us over. If we go over rashly, they will definitely catch us like a turtle in a jar. Tao Tai said. The thing that Tao Tai was worried about was actually very reasonable. Who knew what was going on over there? Lin Feng replied, disguise yourself and secretly investigate. The 3 of them all knew the art of transformation. After investigating for a while, they found that this matter was true. They arrived at the place where the cultivator had died. That place was in a valley. The restriction in the valley should have existed for a long time. Inside the valley were the corpses of 2 cultivators. One of them was holding a treasured sword, while the other was holding a war spear. Lin Feng looked at the situation at the scene and roughly guessed what had happened back then. Back then, this place was enveloped by a terrifying restriction. 2 powerful cultivators discovered that there were teleportation stones here at the same time. Thus, they took the risk and entered the valley. In order to compete for the teleportation stones, the 2 of them fought. The cultivator with the war spear stabbed the cultivator with the treasured sword to death first. The spear-wielding cultivator originally thought that his opponent was truly dead, but who would have thought that his opponent was not truly dead and still had a single breath of life left? He managed to deceive the spear-wielding cultivator by deceiving him. While the cultivator with the war spear was collecting the teleportation stones, the cultivator with the treasured sword sneak attacked the cultivator with the war spear from behind, piercing through the chest of the cultivator with the war spear. As a result, the 2 of them died one after another. Due to the terrifying restriction in the valley, although there were many cultivators here, no one acted rashly. You guys go outside and wait for me. I'll go inside and take out those teleportation stones. Lin Feng said. No problem, be careful. The two of them reminded him. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren flew outside. Lin Feng continued flying towards the palace. He activated the stone scripture. The stone scripture released a special kind of energy that enveloped Lin Feng's body. This kind of energy could pass through any restriction without being attacked by them. This was the terrifying part of the stone scripture. Look, someone can't hold back and is about to make a move. Seeing Lin Feng fly towards the valley, a cultivator exclaimed. A young human cultivator? He's simply courting death. Someone said disdainfully. The Sage Realm experts did not make a move because they were afraid of the restriction in the valley. Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, making a move was no different from courting death. However, some people could not help but frown slightly. They felt that things were not so simple. No one who had cultivated to this realm was a fool. Since Lin Feng dared to make a move, he must have some special tricks up his sleeve. However, it was hard to say what kind of tricks he had. What if those tricks could withstand the attack of the restriction? Was there such a possibility? Thinking about it carefully, there was indeed such a possibility. Therefore, some people began to secretly prepare. If Lin Feng succeeded, they would immediately make a move to kill Lin Feng and take the stone spear that Lin Feng had obtained. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng rushed into the valley. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. The cultivators who thought that Lin Feng was courting death almost had their eyes pop out. As for the cultivators who thought that Lin Feng had some special tricks up his sleeves, they were dumbfounded. The restriction in the valley was so powerful. Even if Lin Feng had some special tricks up his sleeves, it was impossible for him to completely ignore the restriction in the valley. But what was the truth? Lin Feng really did completely ignore the restriction in the valley. It was really strange. Looking at such a strange situation, the corners of everyone's mouths could not help but twitch violently. Hee, the stone scripture is really awesome. Lin Feng could not help but grin. He successfully arrived at the center of the valley. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that there were a total of 13 teleportation stones here. He had already obtained 24 teleportation stones here. Counting these 13 teleportation stones, that would be 37 teleportation stones. There were 27 teleportation stones left to collect 64 teleportation stones. Many people's eyes widened when they saw that Lin Feng had obtained 13 teleportation stones. They could not wait to snatch the 13 teleportation stones immediately. After Lin Feng put away the teleportation stones, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the storage rings on the hands of the two experts who had died. Lin Feng smiled and walked towards the two experts who had died. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. The restriction in the valley was so strong, but the two cultivators were still able to fight in the valley. This was enough to show how strong the two of them were. There were definitely good things in the storage rings they left behind. Lin Feng was actually looking forward to the Immortal Sutra the most. If only he could collect the Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng was now extremely obsessed with collecting Immortal Sutras. Lin Feng quickly came to the two corpses of the experts. Lin Feng gently touched their corpses. Suddenly, their corpses directly disintegrated. After a long time, their corpses had long been destroyed. It was just that a strand of divine power prevented their corpses from disintegrating. But now, perhaps it was because of the touch. So, that strand of divine power had disappeared. This was also the main reason why the two corpses disintegrated. However, the two storage rings were not destroyed yet. Lin Feng put away the two storage rings and the two magic treasures, then rushed outside. As soon as he arrived outside, a large number of cultivators had already surrounded him. There were at least 50 to 60 forces here. Now that everyone was jealous of Lin Feng's teleportation stone, they naturally would not let Lin Feng go. You are despicable, you are shameless. Dozens of forces are bullying me. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Many people's faces were gloomy. These big forces still had some face. Some of them did not want to do this, but for the teleportation stone, they had no choice. However, there were also some big forces that did not care about this at all. Obtaining benefits was the most important thing to them. "Kid, hand over the item and we can spare your life," an old man said. Someone recognized the old man's identity. That old man's origin was frightening. He was one of the sovereigns in the southern region of the time reversal world. Beside him was a young female cultivator. That female cultivator was wearing a long white dress that outlined her charming figure perfectly. She was wearing a veil, so her specific appearance could not be seen clearly. However, her skin was white and could be described as creamy. One could imagine that she was definitely a peerless beauty. The woman's identity was actually quite extraordinary as well. She was the descendant of the elder, and her talent was exceptionally heaven-defying. She was the saintess of the southern region. "Ancestor, there's something wrong with that boy. Let me use the demon-revealing mirror to check him out," the woman said. The old man nodded. The woman took out a demon-revealing mirror. With Lin Feng's current strength, an ordinary demon-revealing mirror would have no effect on him. However, this woman's demon-revealing mirror was very different. When the light from the demon-revealing mirror shone on Lin Feng's body, the demon-revealing mirror shone on him. Lin Feng's body instantly returned to his original appearance. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not a good thing. Because Lin Feng found that many people here had been robbed by him. F***ck. It's actually that brat. The heavens have eyes. We actually managed to catch this brat. Ha 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 ha, so it's him. I've finally found him. Shouted many people when they recognized Lin Feng. They were so excited that they started shouting. They were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Who is that brat? Why does he seem like a public enemy? Some people didn't recognize Lin Feng and asked curiously. That brat is one of the guys in the human-beast combo. He's very likely their leader. Someone said. What? It's actually him? Many cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. The combination of man and beast was like thunder to anyone's ears. This was because too many people had been robbed by the human-beast combo. Many experts had heard the news and gone to surround the human-beast combo. It was said that the human-beast combo had beaten them up miserably. However, those experts didn't say anything about what had happened back then. They couldn't afford to lose face like this. Say, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Lin Feng asked. Misunderstanding my ass. Many people started cursing. Everyone, I advise you to be kind. Lin Feng continued. F***ck. Why are you so thick-skinned? Why didn't you tell yourself to be kind when you robbed us? Someone retorted. Lin Feng said, ask yourselves honestly. Which one of you hasn't robbed others before? The surroundings fell silent. The world of cultivators had always been like this. The strong could do whatever they wanted. Everyone had done the same thing before. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Lin Feng continued, the reason I robbed you is because I want you to be the victims and experience what it feels like to have all the treasures you've painstakingly accumulated stolen. Once you've experienced this, you won't casually rob others. This is a way of accumulating good karma. You'll be able to benefit your future generations. Moreover, if you don't rob others, you won't kick an iron plate. Who knows when you'll kick an iron plate and die? So, I robbed you for your own good. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. This guy, he could be shameless, but he couldn't be so shameless. You're really shameless. You're really shameless. Your skin is thicker than the walls of the heavenly palace, right? It's really hard to imagine how there can be someone as shameless as you. Many people loudly criticized Lin Feng. Something's wrong. That brat is deliberately stalling for time. Hurry up and deal with him. He wants to run. At this moment, the holy maiden from the southern region exclaimed. She had sensed Lin Feng's concealment method. Even her ancestor hadn't sensed it. But she had sensed it. This holy maiden was really extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but glare fiercely at the holy maiden from the southern region. You talk too much. Have I robbed you before? Do you really want to be robbed by me? When I'm free, I'll definitely rob you. Just you wait, Lin Feng said fiercely in his heart. Attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, many people attacked. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded Lin Feng. No matter what, they couldn't let Lin Feng escape. Even if they had to directly kill Lin Feng, they couldn't let Lin Feng escape. Faced with so many attacks, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't choose to face them head-on. That would be an act of suicide. And Lin Feng didn't need to face them head-on. At the critical moment, he had condensed a space-time gate. A space-time gate appeared in front of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng entered it. He disappeared in an instant. When those terrifying attacks came crashing down, the gate of time and space also disappeared. A space-time gate. That's a good technique, but the space-time gate he condensed is only a short-distance gate. He can't run far. Everyone, chase. We'll definitely catch up to him. The Supreme Being Old Man from the southern region shouted in a deep voice. His divine will seemed to have locked onto Lin Feng. The old man directly teleported and chased after Lin Feng. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Lin Feng didn't meet up with Tao Tai and Wu Shoren because he realized that there were experts chasing after him. Lin Feng soon found out who was chasing after him. It was none other than the old man from the southern region, one of the sovereigns of the southern region. That old thing was very strong. Since he could be a sovereign of a region, Lin Feng guessed that he should be at the peak of the sage realm. Even though Lin Feng had 40 saints with him, he didn't have enough strength. However, the strongest undead here were only at the 7th level of the sage realm. The gap between them and this old man was too big. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't plan to fight to the death with this old man. That was simply courting death. After Lin Feng flew out of the void, the old man flew out. He sneered and said, "Young man, you are very capable. Even I admire you. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today. I have no enmity with you, and I don't want to kill you. I'm only here to ask for the teleportation stone. If you know what's good for you, give it to me and you can leave on your own. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll have to bear the consequences." Lin Feng said, "You're really shameless. How old have you been? You're still chasing after me? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off if this gets out?" The old man said, "I don't care what others say." Lin Feng pursed his lips, but he was even more afraid of the old man now. Sometimes, cultivators who cared about their reputation wouldn't be feared even if they were strong. Because, those who wanted to save face didn't want to do such a thing, for example, chasing after Lin Feng. What kind of person was the most feared? The most troublesome? It was people like this old man. He wasn't just strong. He was also thick-skinned. Being targeted by such an old thing was really a terrible thing. Lin Feng admitted that he was unlucky. Lin Feng continued to run, and the old man continued to chase. It wasn't easy to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was indeed too fast. The old man was a little depressed. With his cultivation, logically speaking, wouldn't it be easy for him to catch up to Lin Feng? After chasing for so long, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. The old man couldn't help but blow his beard and glare. "Who is that holy maiden to you?" Lin Feng asked. The old man was slightly stunned. He didn't know why Lin Feng mentioned her at this time. However, the old man didn't hide anything and said, "She's my granddaughter from the 9th generation." "Oh, you've passed it down for so many generations. Old man, your family must be very powerful," Lin Feng said. The old man's face darkened. Someone actually dared to call him an old man. This made the old man extremely angry. Before Lin Feng, no one had ever dared to be so impudent to him. However, today, Lin Feng actually dared to call him an old man. Right now, the old man really wanted to catch Lin Feng and ruthlessly teach him a lesson. Seeing Lin Feng's pitiful appearance and begging for mercy, only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. "Young man, you're talking too much. Remember one thing, trouble comes from the mouth." "That's a very reasonable saying," said Lin Feng. The old man said coldly. Lin Feng didn't talk about this topic with the old man. He said, I think that the Holy Maiden's figure is really good. The old man's face darkened even more. Lin Feng said to himself, she's also very beautiful. That face, those facial features, that skin, and that figure, she must be a goddess that countless cultivators yearn for, right? The old man still didn't say anything. As an elder, he naturally couldn't comment on his descendants' looks or figure, right? Wouldn't that make him shameless? So it was better to shut up. Lin Feng said, so I don't have any grudges with you, and I didn't rob you. But today, you provoked me. First, it was that woman, and then it was you. If I don't do anything, it will seem like I'm afraid. What do you want to do? The old man asked warily. Lin Feng said, it's very simple, I want to capture the holy maiden of your family and turn her from a fairy who keeps her chastity to a beautiful young woman. I'll kill you. The old man was quite angry at Lin Feng's words, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Feng. Normally speaking, people of such high status wouldn't speak so vulgarly and shamelessly. However, Lin Feng overturned his thoughts. This kid. Truly shameless, truly despicable, truly shameless. Kitchen, sofa, bath, bedside, table. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shut up. Shut up. The old man looked at Lin Feng angrily. He rarely got angry, but today, he was so angry at Lin Feng that his entire body was trembling. Lin Feng said, why are you so angry? Did I say anything? This old man has roamed the heavens for so many years, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. The old man said fiercely. Lin Feng ignored the old man and continued, whips, candles, chains, ropes, this old man will tear you to pieces. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the old man became even angrier. F***ck, I'm very pure, okay? You're the one who's thinking the wrong way. Now, it seems that you weren't a good person when you were young. Lin Feng mocked. This old man was 1,000 times better than you when he was young. The old man said angrily. In the end, the chase ended with Lin Feng successfully shaking off the old man. However, Lin Feng was also very tired. This was because the old man's speed was really too fast. In fact, it was mainly because the old man's realm was too high, and he was not very good at speed. With his realm, if he was good at speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to Lin Feng. The next day after shaking off the old man, Lin Feng, Tao Tai, and Wu Shuren met up. After seeing Lin Feng, Tao Tai said with a smile, right now, countless forces are looking for you. They said that they'll skin you alive after they catch you. Lin Feng said, I didn't expect everyone to love me so much. F***ck, why does this sound so awkward? How should I understand it? Tao Tai asked. Lin Feng said, the deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lin Feng said, let's go and find the southern region's holy maiden. I must catch this woman. Wu Shuren said, this woman is not simple. Lin Feng said, I know, but don't worry. As long as she's not with that old man, we'll definitely be able to catch her when the time comes. Hee, what do you plan to do after you catch her? Tao Tai asked with a grin. Wu Shuren said, it should be good to use her to exchange for a teleportation stone. That must be your plan, right? I really don't think so. After I catch her, I'll do it to her 100 times, 100 times. Lin Feng said seriously. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website, the Tao Tai said, damn, you're just bragging. 100 times? Why don't you go to the heavens? Lin Feng said, you can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. I'm very capable. Wu Shuren said, you're not serious, are you? That woman is the saintess of the southern region. She's pure and innocent. If you really dare to touch her, I'm sure you'll become the public enemy of the southern region. Countless cultivators there will hunt you down. Lin Feng said, don't be afraid. She'll fall deeply in love with me when she becomes a young woman. Then she'll cry and beg me to take her. That's called love. Shameless. The Tao Tai pursed its lips. So shameless. Wu Shuren was speechless. There were still many opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Over the past few days, a shocking piece of news had spread. It was said that Pangu's orthodoxy had appeared in the southwestern region of the ancient battlefield. Pangu was one of the greatest existences in this epoch. No one knew how powerful Pangu's legacy was. If one could obtain Pangu's orthodoxy, it would be heaven-defying. Many people had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, but after hearing about Pangu's orthodoxy, they stopped paying attention to Lin Feng and went in search of Pangu's orthodoxy. The saintess of the southern region also went in search of Pangu's orthodoxy. She was called Meng Jiyao. Her clan, the Meng clan, was an ancient clan from the celestial world. Meng Jiyao hadn't met up with the ancestor yet. Was the ancestor still searching for Lin Feng? He had found some opportunities. That was why he hadn't met up with Meng Jiyao. Of course. Meng Jiyao's cultivation was strong enough, and she had great treasures. Ordinary people wouldn't dare have any ideas about her, and she had many experts by her side. The Meng clan's group flew in the southwest direction. They were passing through a huge mountain range. Meng Jiyao suddenly said, "Something's wrong. Everyone, stop." Meng Jiyao was young, but her methods were heaven-defying. Everyone trusted her words. They stopped quickly. Meng Jiyao stretched out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of her. Suddenly, all kinds of runes intertwined. He could vaguely see that the front was covered by a large formation. If they continued to fly forward, they would enter the Great Array. At that time, he would become a turtle in someone else's jar. Fortunately, he was discovered in advance. The cultivators of the Meng family were naturally incomparably angry. They were one of the overlords of the southern region. Who would dare to provoke the Meng clan? But today, someone dared to scheme against the Meng clan. They were courting death. A powerhouse of the Meng family shouted coldly. "Who? Get your ass out here and die. Why is your mouth so smelly?" At this moment, a sneer was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a Taotai flying out. It's a combination of man and beast. It must be that brat. At this time, someone spoke up. When they saw Taotai, they thought of the human-beast combination. When they thought of the human-beast combination, they thought of Lin Feng. Previously, they had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts everywhere. But he hadn't gained anything. He had almost been plotted against by Lin Feng. This made them extremely angry. Wu Shuren also flew out from behind a mountain. He stood in the air and coldly looked at the cultivators of the Meng family. Although Wu Shuren was a swindler all year round, his methods were still quite formidable. Otherwise, he would have been killed countless times already. Lin Feng also flew out. He smiled at the Meng family and said, "Welcome to hell, everyone." "Brat, you're bragging too much." An expert of the Meng family sneered. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "I'm not the kind of person who likes to brag." Hee, many people sneered. Naturally, they didn't believe Lin Feng. They looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Meng Jiyao asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm here for you." Lin Feng said. "You came for me?" Meng Jiyao was surprised. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded seriously and said, "I want to catch you and do it 100 times. Meng Jiyao was a pure woman, so she didn't understand what Lin Feng meant by 100 times, 100 times. But there were so many people in the Meng family, and there were too many shameless people. Those people naturally knew what Lin Feng meant when he said 100 times. They immediately cursed, "Brat, you're shameless." Meng Jiyao was pure, but she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Meng Jiyao saw that the others were filled with righteous indignation. Meng Jiyao immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. Her pretty face couldn't help but become a little unsightly. Meng Jiyao said coldly, "You shouldn't have come here, and you shouldn't have provoked me." She walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Obviously, Meng Jiyao was a little angry, so she wanted to take the initiative to attack Lin Feng. "I'll take care of this girl." Taotai laughed loudly and clawed at Meng Jiyao. Meng Jiyao suddenly waved her sleeve. Bang, an invisible force collided with Taotai's attack. Taotai was immediately sent flying. "Shit. So strong." Taotai exclaimed. Taotai was now at the second layer of the Saint Plane. Taotai was very talented. It could even fight against cultivators at the third layer of the Saint Plane. But it couldn't even take one attack from Meng Jiyao. It was obvious how terrifying she was. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the Holy Maiden of the Eastern region. Those holy maidens were really terrifying. If you say something wrong or do something wrong, you'll have to pay the price. Meng Jiyao looked coldly at Lin Feng. This brat has angered the Holy Maiden. He's dead. Let's see how he'll die. The cultivators of the Meng family all sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng was going to die. They knew how terrifying the Holy Maiden was. Although the combination of human and beast was really strong, it depended on who they were compared to. Against the Holy Maiden, they weren't on the same level at all. Lin Feng said, "I'll say the same thing to you. You're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant? I'll send you to hell right now." Meng Jiyao's eyes were cold. She sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Dead flew out. Then, 40 saint-level undead creatures flew out at once. The undead creatures emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. 40 holy undead. The expressions of the Meng family members changed drastically. Meng Jiyao's pupils shrank, and she quickly retreated. End of chapter. The deterrent power of 40 Sage Realm undead spirits was simply too great. Meng Jiyao was very strong. But, he wanted her to block the attacks of 40 undead saints. It was also an extremely unrealistic thing. Meng Jiyao's face became very ugly. Lin Feng's method. She was indeed shocked. As for Meng Jiyao's clansmen, they were completely terrified. It seems that the news about the inheritance of Pangu's orthodoxy is fake. Meng Jiyao said coldly. "You're very smart," said Lin Feng. Meng Jiyao said, "It's not that I'm smart, it's just that you don't know where I am and it's not easy to find me. That's why you spread false information about Pangu's system to lure me here." "Indeed, you guessed correctly. I thought you'd be trapped in the deployment spell, so it would be much easier to deal with you. I hadn't thought that you'd be so extraordinary. You discovered my deployment spell in advance. If you hadn't, you would have died already, or been suppressed by my deployment spell." Lin Feng said indifferently. "Do you really want to make things difficult for me? Think about the consequences of becoming enemies with the Meng family." Meng Jiyao said coldly. "Hee, are you threatening me? If I was afraid of your family, I wouldn't have attacked. Since I chose to attack, it means that I'm not afraid of your family." Lin Feng waved his hand and 40 undead saints quickly attacked. "What do we do now?" a strong cultivator of the Meng family asked. "Break out," Meng Jiyao said. Boom boom boom. At that moment, all kinds of terrifying attacks were coming. The cultivators of the Meng family had to block the attacks of the undead. Lin Feng was wearing the ruler's armor. He held the phoenix shield in his left hand and the epic war spear in his right. "I know your cultivation is good, but compared to me, you're still far from it." Meng Jiyao sneered and took out the demon-revealing mirror she used before. That mirror was not as simple as a demon-revealing mirror. It was a supreme treasure with extremely terrifying power. A terrifying light beam shot out from the mirror. The void was instantly shattered. What a terrifying power. Lin Feng looked surprised. That mirror probably had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so powerful. But Lin Feng wasn't afraid. His god's armor and phoenix shield were incredible treasures. Just one of them was already extremely powerful, not to mention two of them at the same time. It was simply unimaginable how strong the defensive power of two supreme treasures would be when activated at the same time. Bang! That light beam ruthlessly slammed into the phoenix shield. The phoenix shield absorbed a part of the terrifying power. The ruler's armor also absorbed a part. About 20 to 30% of the remaining strength was neutralized by Lin Feng. Meng Jiyao's eyes narrowed after seeing this. She knew how powerful her treasures were, but Lin Feng had managed to neutralize them. This was going to be troublesome. Meng Jiyao knew that Lin Feng had two powerful defensive treasures. It would be extremely difficult to break through Lin Feng's defense. If she couldn't even break through Lin Feng's defense, how could she fight this battle? So Meng Jiyao didn't intend to continue fighting with Lin Feng. She turned and ran outside. As for the others, they could only pray for their own fortune. Meng Jiyao couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. She really didn't have the extra power to protect the others. Meng Jiyao wanted to leave, but Lin Feng didn't intend to let her go. He swept out the arrow war spear in his hand. A terrifying cold light instantly condensed and swept towards Meng Jiyao. Meng Jiyao's face became extremely ugly. After feeling the power of the terrifying attack, Meng Jiyao had no choice but to stop and block. The demon-revealing mirror in her hand shot out a light beam, which collided with the cold light Lin Feng slashed out. The attacks of the two sides were annihilated. But at this time, Lin Feng had already killed his way over. At the same time, more than a dozen of the most powerful undead creatures surrounded them. Lin Feng knew that Meng Jiyao's cultivation was high and her attack power was particularly terrifying. So, even if Lin Feng had two powerful defensive treasures, he still wouldn't be careless when dealing with Meng Jiyao. Lin Feng and more than a dozen powerful undead creatures besieged Meng Jiyao. Despicable. Meng Jiyao said angrily. 100 times, 100 times. Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's shameless words, Meng Jiyao's delicate body trembled with anger. But Meng Jiyao didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly condensed a powerful divine ability. A lotus flower appeared. Meng Jiyao sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. Lotus. It meant holiness. So, many Buddhist experts liked to refine lotus flowers into supreme treasures. Sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower, holy and otherworldly, subduing all evil. Although the lotus flower under Meng Jiyao was a manifestation of divine ability. However, that lotus flower, it was still incomparably extraordinary. Holy light curled around it, holy and otherworldly. Endless holy light spread out in all directions. The holy light sprinkled on the undead creatures. The bodies of the undead creatures began to burn. Damn, this woman is so vicious. She wants to burn my undead creatures to death. Seeing the undead creatures shrieking again and again, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel gloomy. Lin Feng hurriedly used a divine ability to dissolve Meng Jiyao's attack. I control the Tao of fate. I say that the undead can become gods. I say that the undead will no longer fear the darkness. When the undead are no longer evil, they will represent justice and fight against evil. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Powerful destiny energy poured out in an endless stream. The power of fate enveloped the bodies of the undead. When these undead bodies were enveloped by the power of fate, the undead began to tremble. The holy light was immediately blocked outside. The undead creatures' bodies were no longer burning. Not good. Meng Jiyao's expression changed dramatically. She turned and fled, but Lin Feng stopped her. Lin Feng joined forces with a group of undead creatures. He was fighting against Meng Jiyao. Although Meng Jiyao was powerful, her ability to restrain the undead had been dissolved by Lin Feng. No matter how powerful she was, facing Lin Feng and a dozen other powerful undead creatures, she was having a hard time. Lin Feng seized a rare opportunity and sent Meng Jiyao flying with a palm. Meng Jiyao's face became extremely pale. Lin Feng quickly flew towards Meng Jiyao and used the 8 seals. Countless runes imprinted themselves on Meng Jiyao's body. Meng Jiyao was instantly sealed by Lin Feng. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Spare us. Spare us. We don't want to die. Please, I beg you, spare our lives. I can give you all my treasures. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. Even if I have to be an ox or a horse, I'll do it. In the Meng clan, many people screamed and begged for mercy. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to let them go. I came from hell. Those who offended me should be killed. Those who wanted to kill me should be killed. These people deserved to die. The feast of slaughter was in progress. Perhaps because she was used to seeing death, Meng Jiyao looked at everything indifferently. Until the last cultivator of the Meng clan fell. Meng Jiyao didn't beg for mercy. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren went to collect the storage rings of the dead cultivators. Lin Feng looked at Meng Jiyao and said, I thought you would beg for mercy for them, but you didn't. I'm quite surprised. Meng Jiao said, is it useful for me to beg for mercy for them? It's useless. Lin Feng grinned. So, if it's useless, why would I do something like this? Meng Jiao said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This woman, she was really a meticulous and ruthless woman. Moreover, after being suppressed, she had only panicked for a short while. Now, she had calmed down. Lin Feng hated it when she was still so calm when being suppressed. You're just a prisoner, you know that. Since you're a prisoner, you should have the awareness of a prisoner. I've finished collecting the items, Tao Tai said. Lin Feng nodded. He put the soul into the Book of Dead Souls and put it away. Lin Feng looked at Meng Jiao and smiled. Let's go, we'll go 100 times. Lin Feng put Meng Jiao on his shoulder. Then, they quickly flew into the distance. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren followed closely behind. After Lin Feng and the others left, only then did the cultivators in the distance dare to fly out from their hiding places. These people looked at the corpses on the ground and their complexions became very pale. The dead were the experts of the Meng clan. Who would dare to offend an overlord-level clan in the southern region? But now, the Meng lost so many experts and their saintess, Meng Jiao, was taken away. If this news were to spread out, one could imagine. It would definitely cause a huge uproar. The further north they flew, the colder the weather became. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that it was not due to the weather. It was very likely that the laws had changed the surrounding climate. Additionally, it was the laws of cultivators. Lin Feng guessed that perhaps a top-notch expert had fallen here. Well, Wu Shuren and I have some things to discuss. You guys go ahead. While resting in a mountain forest, Tao Tai grinned. He left with Wu Shuren. I believe that there is room for negotiation in everything, including the grudges between us. Do you think my words make sense? Meng Jiao said. Yes, that makes sense. Lin Feng nodded. So, what will it take for you to let me go? Meng Jiao said. A teleportation stone? I can give it to you. Lin Feng said, now that you are my prisoner, your things are mine, including the teleportation stone on you. Sorry, I don't have a teleportation stone on me, so your idea of getting one from me will fall through. Meng Jiao said. Lin Feng said, whether you have one or not, I'll know after I search you. Lin Feng said while sizing up Meng Jiao's charming body. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pretended to search Meng Jiao's body. Meng Jiao's pretty face suddenly became panicked. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Didn't you say that you were very calm? Now, why did you look so panicked? Lin Feng hated to see Meng Jiao's calm expression. He liked to see Meng Jiao's panicked expression. Lin Feng was someone who was determined to be the great demon king. Don't search my body, I can tell you everything. Meng Jiao begged for mercy. For example? What do you want to tell me? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao said, the teleportation stone is with the ancestor. The ancestor will definitely be willing to use it in exchange for my freedom. Lin Feng sneered and said, that's not what I want to hear, I want to hear some secrets. And they are useful secrets. If they are useless to me, I advise you not to tell me. Meng Jiao said, you were able to ignore the formation and enter the valley. If I'm not wrong, you must be from the Celestial Master sect. Lin Feng was surprised. This woman was not simple. She was actually able to guess that he was from the Celestial Master's sect. But Lin Feng didn't say anything. He wanted to hear what she had to say. Meng Jiao continued, that valley's restrictive spells were too terrifying. Even if you were from the Celestial Master's sect, you shouldn't have been able to ignore those restrictive spells, but you were able to do so. That means you must have obtained the Celestial Master's sect's holy relic, because only a Celestial Master who has the Celestial Master's sect's holy relic can borrow the power of the Celestial Master's sect to ignore those restrictive spells. Also, I sensed something on your body. I think the mirror of the future is on you. Lin Feng said indifferently, how did you sense it? Meng Jiao said, because my mirror is made from the same materials as the mirror of the future, I can sense some of the mirror of the future's aura. Actually, whether it's the mirror of the past, the mirror of the present, or the mirror of the future, they're all divided into yin and yang mirrors. I don't know which mirror of the future you have, but I can sense the state of the mirror of the future. Your mirror of the future should be sealed, right? So what if it is? Asked Lin Feng. The stone can open the seal on the mirror of the future, said Meng Jiyao. Lin Feng said indifferently, I know. So I don't need you to remind me. You've said so much, but there's very little that's actually useful to me. I'm even starting to suspect that you're deliberately stalling for time. Whatever, I've decided to do you 100 times first, 100 times, and then I'll extract the secrets from you. No. Meng Jiyao's face turned pale. She hastily said, I can give you something. That thing might be able to help you enter the divine court. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website? Lin Feng knew that it wasn't easy to join the Supreme Divine Court. Back in the days, his father had been able to join the Supreme Divine Court because he had defeated all the heroes of the world. He was the only one who had been able to join the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng had also heard that each time the Supreme Divine Court opened, only one person was allowed to enter. Nobody else was allowed to enter. Of course, if one was lucky enough, they might be able to enter the Supreme Celestial Court with the help of these opportunities. The first thing to do was to teleport to the Divine Court. The second thing to do was to find the opportunity to enter the Divine Court. As for whether or not one would be able to find it, that was hard to say. But now, Meng Jiyao had said that she had something that could help them enter the Divine Court. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised at first, but he soon became suspicious. Would this woman hand over the item so obediently? Why did it sound so unbelievable? It was no wonder Lin Feng was suspicious of Meng Jiyao. Meng Jiyao was simply too suspicious. Lin Feng calmly asked, what is this thing you're talking about? Meng Jiyao said, it's a very special piece of jade. It's called the Peerless Jade. It's a special token. When you bring it to the Peerless Divine Court, you can sense it. Once you sense it, you'll have a chance to enter the Peerless Divine Court. Lin Feng said, so you're saying that it's impossible to be completely certain of entering the Divine Court? Meng Jiyao said, of course it's impossible. That's the Divine Court we're talking about. No one would dare to pat their chest and say that they'll definitely be able to enter the Divine Court. It's pure nonsense. Lin Feng said, do you think I can believe your words? Meng Jiyao said, I can swear that it's really a token to enter the Divine Court. Moreover, it can really help a cultivator enter the Divine Court. If I'm lying to you, I'll die a horrible death. Meng Jiyao's oath was very serious. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel conflicted. Meng Jiyao didn't look like she was lying to him. Moreover, no one would swear on their life because oaths were very effective. The world of cultivators had always been like this. There was always a god watching over everything. Oaths couldn't be made casually. They were restricted by the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng said, hand it over. Okay. Meng Jiyao nodded. Although her magic power was sealed, she could still communicate with her spatial ring. The item could still be taken out. Meng Jiyao took out the item she mentioned. Lin Feng looked at the talisman and realized that there was something strange about it. It was a kind of black jade talisman. There were many mysterious runes engraved on it, and each rune was emitting a terrifying wave of energy. When Lin Feng saw those mysterious talismans, he was astonished. He didn't know what those talismans were. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed an ice-cold chi coming from the depths of the forest. The cold aura quickly dissipated. Lin Feng found it very strange. If it weren't for his powerful perception, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Lin Feng put the jade talisman away. He planned to go deeper. Lin Feng really wanted to see what it was that was releasing such a cold and gloomy chi. Lin Feng put Meng Jiyao on his shoulder and flew deeper. Meng Jiyao thought that Lin Feng was going to do something to her. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She began to struggle and say, I've already given you the item. You can't go back on your word. Lin Feng slapped Meng Jiyao's perky buttocks, causing her to tear up in pain. You bastard. Meng Jiyao cursed. Shut up. If you keep talking, do you believe that I won't execute you on the spot? Lin Feng said fiercely. Meng Jiyao hurriedly shut up when she heard Lin Feng's threat. She didn't dare to frown at Lin Feng at a time like this. Lin Feng carried Meng Jiyao and flew deeper. Lin Feng felt the temperature drop rapidly. Soon, he saw a crack in the ground. A chilling aura kept drifting out from the underground fissure. It leads underground? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He observed the entrance. It was pitch black down there, and he couldn't see anything. Meng Jiyao said, "Let me go. I'm begging you, let me go." "Oh, even a woman like you knows how to beg?" Lin Feng teased. "Of course I do. I'm just a weak woman. I know that you're actually a kind-hearted person. Please be merciful and let me go." Meng Jiyao continued to beg. Lin Feng wouldn't let her go just because she was begging. Lin Feng patted Meng Jiyao's head and said, "I'll let you go when the time comes, but not now." Meng Jiyao gnashed her teeth. Lin Feng had really taken advantage of her. But now, she was Lin Feng's prisoner. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't. This made Meng Jiyao very depressed. She felt extremely depressed. Lin Feng carried Meng Jiyao and flew down the crack. The lower they went, the lower the temperature became. But for someone at Lin Feng's level, it was nothing. He kept going down. The bottom became wider and wider. Lin Feng saw many huge ice pillars. Below. It was a world of ice. A world of ice sealed in ice. What is this place? Meng Jiyao couldn't help but feel puzzled because she saw some ice sculptures. They were very lifelike. They had been immortal for billions of years. After landing below, Lin Feng unlocked a part of Meng Jiyao's seal. Thus, Meng Jiyao could move now. They walked towards the nearest ice sculpture. After arriving next to the ice sculpture, Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. Meng Jiyao was also very surprised. Because, there was a cultivator sealed inside the ice sculpture. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao originally thought that this was a man-made ice sculpture. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. In fact, someone had been sealed in ice. As time passed, he finally turned into an ice sculpture. The rest of the ice sculptures, it should be the same situation. Lin Feng tried to break the ice outside. Clang, a sword chi slashed out. That sword chi slashed the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture shattered. The corpse sealed in the ice sculpture turned into ashes when it came into contact with the air outside. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, the corpses had turned to dust. How strange. However, Lin Feng saw a storage ring. He picked it up and scanned it with his divine sense. Lin Feng was speechless. The storage ring had been damaged. This wasn't good news at all. He threw the storage ring on the ground. Lin Feng walked towards the second ice sculpture. Meng Jiyao had lost her magic power, so she didn't dare to lose track of him. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen? Perhaps an extremely terrifying existence would suddenly appear and eat her up. That would be terrible. Meng Jiyao followed Lin Feng to the second ice sculpture. Lin Feng used his heavenly fire to slowly melt the ice outside the second ice sculpture. As time passed, the ice continued to melt. Finally, the ice completely melted, but when the second corpse came into contact with the air outside, it turned to dust just like the first one. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng picked up the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. It was the same as the first one. The second storage ring was also damaged. It probably has something to do with the ice. They can't see the air outside. Meng Jiyao said. What this little girl said was quite reasonable. Lin Feng walked towards the third ice sculpture. When he reached it, he didn't melt it. It would be useless anyway. Lin Feng observed it for a moment, frowned, and continued walking. What are you looking at? Meng Jiyao asked. I'm looking at the expressions of the cultivators inside the ice sculptures. Lin Feng said. Meng Jiyao looked at the cultivator inside the ice sculpture and said, he has a terrified expression. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, he has a terrified expression. I've seen the ice sculptures before, they all looked terrified. Apart from being terrified, their faces were all facing the same direction. In other words, they seemed to be running away, and then they were suddenly frozen. "We'll know if that's the case after observing more of them," said Lin Feng. Then, the two of them observed some ice sculptures. Sure enough, they found that the situation was just as Lin Feng said. These frozen cultivators were all running away with a terrified expression. "Is that true? What does that mean?" Meng Jiyao muttered. Lin Feng said, "This means that there must be something in the depths that they can't fight against. That's why they chose to escape, but they couldn't." Meng Jiyao said, "These people's clothes are extremely ancient. I don't know how long they've been sealed. Even if there's something inside, it should have left long ago. I'm not sure about that. We can go in and take a look. Maybe we'll find something special," Lin Feng said. Meng Jiyao couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng said, "Don't forget your status. You're still my prisoner. Any treasure is mine. It has nothing to do with you." Meng Jiyao smiled wryly when she heard Lin Feng say that. She felt helpless that she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. She didn't want to be cursed 100 times by Lin Feng. That was the silver lining of misfortune. She still wanted to get more opportunities. That was a fool's dream. Lin Feng carefully walked inside. Meng Jiyao followed behind Lin Feng. They walked for about an hour in the world under the ice. Lin Feng saw a huge palace. It was a pitch-black palace. Countless years had passed, but the palace was still emitting an incomparably demonic power. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao were shocked when they saw the palace. "It's not a demon palace. It seems to be an ice palace, but it's been invaded by demon power," Meng Jiyao said. "Is that so?" Lin Feng was surprised. Meng Jiyao, this woman, was really extraordinary. She could sense things that many people couldn't. For example, she could sense the Black Palace now. Lin Feng couldn't sense it. However, Meng Jiyao still sensed it when her magic power was sealed. What an unimaginable ability. If it's really like what you said, then the demon power that invaded this place back then was too terrifying, Lin Feng said. That's right, Meng Jiyao said. The two of them walked towards the main hall. They came to the side of the main hall. The plaque of the main hall was still there. Ice Palace. There were 4 words written on the plaque of the main hall. Dragons flew and phoenixes danced, riding like dragons and snakes. But now, these 4 words were also eroded by the power of the demon. When Lin Feng saw those words, he suddenly thought of a celestial being wearing snow-white clothes and looking as cold as the moon. Perhaps the person who lived in the ice palace should be such a peerless fairy. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao pushed open the door of the ice palace and entered. Just as they entered, there was a rumbling sound. The door closed. How strange. Meng Jiyao's expression became ugly. She said in a low voice, "The situation doesn't seem right. Hurry up and undo my seal. If there's any danger, we can face it together." Lin Feng said, "I can deal with any danger by myself. Sooner or later, I'll be killed by you." Meng Jiyao couldn't help but stomp her foot. She really did feel a dangerous aura. Although she didn't know what kind of danger it was, that feeling made Meng Jiyao very uncomfortable. With her magic power sealed, her fate was no longer in her own hands. Meng Jiyao trusted herself the most. If there was danger, she could resist it. She trusted that Lin Feng would protect her. They had a hostile relationship. If they were in danger, who knew if Lin Feng wouldn't push her out to protect them? Meng Jiyao was naturally very worried about this, but there were some things that wouldn't go according to your wishes even if you were worried. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I won't trick you. We haven't done it 100 times yet. How could I bear to let you die? That would be too much of a pity." At that moment, Lin Feng was surprisingly still able to say something like that. Meng Jiyao was speechless. She wanted to stomp Lin Feng to death, but she could only endure it for now. They walked inside. The Holy Palace of Ice was clearly divided into many halls. The first hall was very spacious. There was nothing here. They passed through the first hall and then came to a deep corridor. The two of them entered the corridor. They could clearly hear their own footsteps echoing in the corridor. Meng Jiyao looked behind her. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Please remember the domain name of this book, Ice Palace. Mobile version. Why do I feel like there's something following us? Meng Jiyao's voice trembled as she leaned towards Lin Feng. She had no choice but to lean towards Lin Feng. Her magic power was sealed, so if there was any danger, she would have to rely on Lin Feng to deal with it. Thus, when she sensed that something was wrong, she could only try her best to get closer to Lin Feng. If she was too far away, who knew if something terrible would happen? This was all very possible, and Meng Jiyao didn't want to die. Even if Lin Feng took advantage of her, it was still better than dying, right? Lin Feng didn't notice Meng Jiyao's actions. When he heard Meng Jiyao's words, his expression became serious. Lin Feng didn't think that Meng Jiyao would speak without thinking. Especially at a time like this, Meng Jiyao wouldn't say anything inappropriate. She must have sensed something. Meng Jiyao's perception was extremely powerful. She could indeed sense things that even he couldn't sense. However, Lin Feng couldn't sense anything. The corridor gave off a very strange feeling, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. Lin Feng said, "Let's speed up a bit." Meng Jiyao nodded. The two quickly walked forward. Meng Jiyao hugged one of Lin Feng's arms. "Damn. Female pervert." Lin Feng shouted. "I'm a pervert, your head." Meng Jiyao was very speechless. She didn't want to hug Lin Feng's arm. However, with her magic power sealed, hugging Lin Feng's arm gave her a sense of security. Just like that, even if danger came. Lin Feng couldn't just leave her behind, right? "Tell me honestly, do you really want to do it 100 times with me?" "I know, because you're a woman, so you're embarrassed to say it. And then you're using some special methods to hint at me?" Lin Feng smiled at Meng Jiyao. Heavens! How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Meng Jiyao wailed in her mind. If possible, she really wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Meng Jiyao even thought of a way to torture Lin Feng. She would capture Lin Feng and then find many beautiful women to dance in front of him. You can only watch. Meng Jiyao felt that this method was really quite good. She secretly praised herself for being a genius. If he could really capture Lin Feng, then he would deal with Lin Feng like this. Thinking of this, Meng Jiyao smiled. Answer with a smile. "Don't worry, when we get out of this broken palace, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Feng said. "Please don't, I really didn't mean that." Meng Jiyao was about to cry. Lin Feng said, "To explain is to cover up, and to cover up is to tell the truth." "I know what you're thinking." Meng Jiyao was about to be angered to death by Lin Feng. Meeting such a shameless person like Lin Feng made her so angry that her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs hurt. "I'll endure. I'll endure. I'll endure." Meng Jiyao told herself that a little impatience would spoil great plans, so she decided to endure for now. The two of them successfully walked through the corridor and entered the second palace. After arriving here, Lin Feng saw that there were many corpses here. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather, but after countless years, the corpses still hadn't decayed. The corpses here were all women's corpses. Moreover, they were all extremely beautiful women. However, their clothes were disheveled, and their eyes were filled with terror. They had died with their eyes wide open. Who knew what they had experienced when they were alive? They couldn't have been violated, right? After being violated, they were killed? Meng Jiyao frowned. She was quite concerned about this kind of thing. Women were usually very concerned about this kind of thing. Except for a few women. Lin Feng said, "I don't think so, because they didn't show any signs of struggle. I just don't know what happened back then." He carefully examined each of the corpses, then said, "They don't have any injuries at all, but they died with disheveled clothes." How strange. That feeling has appeared again. Meng Jiyao said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Meng Jiyao's meaning was very clear. Something was watching the two of them, but Lin Feng found it strange that he hadn't been able to find out where it was hiding. This was a bit troublesome. If he couldn't sense its existence, how could he make it appear? "I have to think of a way to make it appear." Meng Jiyao's red lips parted slightly. She didn't make a sound, but Lin Feng knew what her lips meant. How could he make it appear? would Buddhist treasures work? Lin Feng decided to give it a try. He summoned the ancient Buddha skeleton. Namo Amida. The ancient Buddha skeleton was activated by Lin Feng. Then, he clasped his hands together, and a Buddhist light surged out from the ancient Buddha skeleton's body. The second palace was covered by the Buddhist light. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing cry was heard. An evil existence appeared. This existence was wearing a black robe, and its eyes were extremely evil. Its black robe was stained with blood, and it blocked the corrosion of the Buddhist light. Yin God. When he saw this existence, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This was a Yin God, but not an ordinary one. If it was an ordinary Yin God, it would be impossible to hide from Lin Feng's senses. Ordinary Yin Gods didn't have thoughts, but this one did. It could be seen from the flickering light in its eyes. You do have some tricks. The Yin God's voice was cold, hoarse, and sinister. What a terrifying Yin God. Hurry up and release my seal. I'll help you deal with this Yin God. Meng Jiyao said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. At this time, she was still thinking about releasing the seal. She even said the reason in such a dignified manner. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that Meng Jiyao would help him. If he really undid the seal on her, this woman would definitely run away at the first opportunity. Lin Feng didn't want to let Meng Jiyao go. It wasn't easy to catch her. How could he let her go so easily? Lin Feng said, Don't worry, I can deal with this Yin God alone. I want to eat your soul and then take over your body. This way, I can break free from the imprisonment of the demon palace. The Yin God's hoarse voice sounded out, and then, it quickly pounced towards Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng took out 36 bamboo swords and slashed towards the Yin God. The aura of the 36 bamboo swords was extremely terrifying, and they were specially used to restrain these Yin Gods. The 36 bamboo swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed towards the Yin God. A demonic saber appeared in the Yin God's hand. He waved the demonic saber in his hand, and it collided with Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords. Look at those female corpses. At this time, Meng Jiyao couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Meng Jiyao's exclamation, Lin Feng hurriedly turned his head to look. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that the female corpses had actually opened their eyes, and then their bodies slowly floated up. Before, although they were corpses, they still gave people the impression that they were very beautiful. But now, they had changed. Now, their eyes had turned scarlet, and their bodies had lost all luster. Their hair had even turned black, and their ears, noses, and mouths were all bleeding. Their tongues were sticking out. Their tongues were half a meter long. Their nails were also rapidly growing, and in the blink of an eye, they had grown to nearly a meter long. In addition, these female corpses were emitting a disgusting stench. It was really too disgusting. These female corpses had all transformed. Lin Feng didn't know what had caused the female corpses to mutate, but after they had mutated, they looked extremely evil. A group of female corpses also pounced on Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao. Hurry up and undo my seal, I can help you. Meng Jiyao continued. This little girl still didn't give up, and still wanted Lin Feng to undo her seal. Lin Feng said, protecting women is what a man should do. As his voice fell, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Undead. At this moment, it was a great opportunity to collect these undead. Lin Feng felt that these female corpses weren't simple. Perhaps they weren't that strong when they were alive, but after countless years of death, they had changed. These female corpses had all undergone special changes, so their current strength was many times stronger than before. Lin Feng wasn't interested in ordinary undead creatures, but the female corpses had aroused Lin Feng's interest. After all, they were really powerful. Lin Feng checked a total of 15 female corpses. Although he didn't know what level they were, Lin Feng felt that their cultivation should have reached the Saint Realm. Undead creatures of this level were qualified to be collected by Lin Feng in the Book of the Undead. After the Book of the Undead was summoned, Yan appeared. As the Book of the Undead devoured a large number of undead, Yan's strength greatly increased. Facing the 15 female corpses that were charging at him, Yan's voice echoed throughout the hall, You lowly undead, kneel down and repent for your crimes to my great master, Lin Feng. Then, submit to the great master. That's the only way to wash away the sins you've committed all these years. After Yan's voice fell, a large amount of undead energy surged out of the Book of the Dead. The power of the dead enveloped the 15 female corpses. Roar, the female corpses began to struggle and let out deep roars. What surprised Lin Feng was that the undead energy surging out of the Book of the Dead wasn't able to subdue the female corpses. Instead, the undead energy was being devoured by the female corpse. The female corpse devoured the power of the undead. The female corpse's aura continued to increase, and the undead energy suppression on the female corpse became weaker and weaker. This scene shocked Lin Feng. The undead energy had actually become a supplement for the female corpses. It wasn't that the undead energy wasn't strong enough, but that these female corpses were too strange. Yan. Use your ultimate move. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Now that he was dealing with the most powerful Yin god, he couldn't make any mistakes with the group of female corpses. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. Lin Feng didn't want to die tragically under the attacks of the female corpses. Yes. Yan hurriedly replied. Lin Feng didn't seem too happy, so Yan didn't dare to be negligent. Yan shot out rays of death light. The rays of death light poured into the Book of the Dead. Many of the runes on the Book of the Dead were awakened at this moment. Those runes. They were emitting waves of terrifying fluctuations. Each rune was mysterious and unfathomable. The Book of the Dead was rapidly growing in size. Then, the 15 female corpses were enveloped in it. Whoosh, a thick beam of light shot out from the inside of the Book of the Dead. That thick beam of light enveloped all the female corpses. Moreover, the runes danced in the beam of light. Those runes flew towards the female corpses. Then, they imprinted themselves on the female corpses. Roar, the female corpses seemed to be in great pain. They kept roaring and struggling. The runes had a great effect on the female corpses. In the end, the female corpses gave up struggling. Their expressions became serene. Submit, lowly undead creatures. Yan's voice sounded again. We are willing to submit. The 15 female corpses said at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, the 15 female corpses were collected by the Book of the Dead. Meng Jiyao was completely dumbfounded when she saw the scene. Those terrifying 15 female corpses were subdued just like that. In other words, Lin Feng suddenly had 15 Sage Realm subordinates. Wasn't this too abnormal? That Book of the Dead was too terrifying, wasn't it? It really made people envious. Meng Jiyao had always felt that she was a person with many fortuitous encounters. She had encountered all kinds of great opportunities. She had never been jealous of anyone. But now, she was too jealous of Lin Feng. She really wanted to snatch Lin Feng's Book of the Dead and take it for herself. At this time, Yan controlled the Book of the Dead to fly towards the Yin god. He wanted to help Lin Feng deal with the Yin god. Strictly speaking, the Yin god was naturally a type of undead creature. As long as it was an undead creature, it would be restrained by the Book of the Dead. Therefore, the Yin god could also be absorbed into the Book of the Dead. However, this Yin god was indeed powerful. Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords could restrain the Yin god, but they couldn't take it down. But after Yan joined in, the situation was different. The Book of the Dead flew above the Yin god and shot out a beam of light, enveloping the Yin god. At the same time, Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords also launched a fierce attack on the Yin god. The Yin god was besieged and the situation was not good. Especially those runes that flew out from the Book of the Dead and entered the Yin god's body. The Yin god's power was greatly weakened. Finally, the Yin god was sealed by Lin Feng with the 8 god-forbidding seals. Let go of me, the Yin god roared angrily and began to struggle. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's sealing runes began to break. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, Yan, quickly subdue the Yin god. Yan knew that the Yin god was not easy to deal with, so he personally flew to the Yin god's side and slapped the Yin god's head 3 times. Bang, 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 the 3 slaps landed. In an instant, the Yin god stopped struggling. Master. Then, the Yin god kowtowed to Lin Feng. This terrifying Yin god was also subdued. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had subdued 16 terrifying existences. Meng Jiyao didn't know what to say anymore. Other than smiling bitterly, being envious, and jealous, what else could she think? The Yin God has its own thoughts, so we can ask it some questions. Meng Jiyao said. Lin Feng nodded. He did have some questions that he wanted to ask the Yin God. Lin Feng said, "Get up and talk." "Yes, master." The Yin God hurriedly replied. It then got up. Lin Feng asked, "Who were you when you were alive?" The Yin God sighed and said, "I'm sorry, master. I can't remember who I was when I was alive. My memories have basically been lost." It was common for the Yin God to lose their memories. Therefore, it wasn't a pity to encounter such a situation. Since the Yin God had lost his memories, some things from his previous life, Lin Feng didn't intend to ask, because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Since that was the case, why waste time? What else is there inside? Lin Feng asked. He was most concerned about the things inside, but Lin Feng didn't know what exactly was inside. Perhaps the Yin God would know. The Yin God smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I really don't know what's inside because I've been imprisoned and can only wander between the first and second palaces." Is the female corpse the same? She can only wander between the first and second palaces? Lin Feng asked curiously. That's right. The Yin God nodded. Lin Feng was a little disappointed because he wouldn't be able to get much useful information from the Yin God. Lin Feng let the Yin God return to the Book of the Dead. He put away the Book of the Dead. Meng Jiyao looked into the depths and said, "I feel that there's a great danger waiting for us inside, so let's leave. There's no need to continue taking risks. If we continue, we might really die inside. We don't lack opportunities, so there's no need to put ourselves in danger." After hearing Meng Jiyao's words, Lin Feng just smiled inwardly. Meng Jiyao's words were indeed quite reasonable. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to leave. It was understandable that Meng Jiyao didn't want to go in. After all, she didn't want to put herself in danger and not get any benefits at the same time. However, it wasn't the time for her to make such a decision. Lin Feng said, "The more dangerous the place, the more, of course, the more extraordinary opportunities are waiting for us. 1. I already have 56 sage-level undead, of course, the most importantly, my Book of the Dead be able to restrain the undead, so there's no need to worry. Let's go, let's continue looking for opportunities." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Meng Jiyao really had the impulse to slap Lin Feng to death. "That's your opportunity, okay, what does it have to do with me? I'm taking a great risk to go in with you, but I won't get anything. I still have to worry about you 100 times. My heart is really tired. However, there's a saying that life is like rape. Since you can't resist, you can slowly enjoy it." Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao continued to walk inside. Then, Meng Jiyao once again hugged Lin Feng's arm. Meng Jiyao was worthy of being called a top-grade beauty. The body fragrance from her body was very pleasant. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor. Fortunately, there was no danger, and they successfully entered the third hall. When they arrived at the third hall, Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao couldn't help but frown slightly. They saw several cultivator corpses here. These cultivator corpses were quite special. They were all cut in half at the waist. Then, their internal organs, even their intestines, were dug out and casually thrown on the ground. It was really too bloody. Even though Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao were very experienced and knowledgeable, after seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel nauseous. Who did this? How can it be so bloody? Lin Feng frowned. Unless there's a deep hatred, there's no need to do this to other people's corpses, right? Meng Jiyao said. Lin Feng felt that Meng Jiyao's words made sense. Lin Feng thought of the nature of this hall. It was originally a sacred palace, but it had turned into a demon palace. Lin Feng said. Could it be that demon's doing? Perhaps it's possible. Meng Jiyao said. If this speculation is correct, then what happened back then? Why did that demon go so crazy? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Meng Jiyao said, "Isn't this hall called the Sacred Palace of Ice? Judging from the name, the master of this hall should be a woman, right?" Could it be that the demon's courtship failed, so it killed everyone here? Perhaps it's possible. The answer might very well be in the deeper parts of this hall. Lin Feng said. He and Meng Jiyao walked deeper inside. This time, Lin Feng put his arm around Meng Jiyao's waist. This small waist, it really was the waist of an ant. It was so small that it could be grasped with one hand. Let go of me. Meng Jiyao blushed and struggled gently. Lin Feng said. Aren't you holding my arm because you're worried that I'll push you out when there's danger? I'm holding your waist right now. It's to make you feel at ease. Even if there's danger, I won't push you out. Meng Jiyao felt that Lin Feng's words weren't trustworthy at all. They were just excuses to take advantage of her. However, she had already endured so many things. So what if she endured a bit more? Besides, she really did need Lin Feng's protection right now. So Meng Jiyao didn't say anything. Lin Feng was overjoyed. As expected of a top-grade beauty, the feeling of holding her in his arms was really different. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao arrived at the fourth hall. When they arrived, they saw a headless corpse. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao continued to walk deeper. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at the fifth hall. This was the last hall. In the fifth hall, they saw a white jade bed. What surprised Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao was that there was a woman lying on the white jade bed. It was a woman wearing a white dress. Her figure was so graceful and enchanting. Her face was so beautiful and moving. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was lying there like a sleeping beauty. However, the truth was that the woman was no longer breathing. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art has caught a cold, there is no fifth update. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. That woman, Meng Jiyao, looked at the beautiful woman and couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng asked, "What's wrong? Do you see something strange about her?" Meng Jiyao said, "That woman isn't as pretty as me, and her figure isn't as good as mine." Pfft. Lin Feng choked on his saliva. He had thought that Meng Jiyao had seen something special about the woman. Who would have thought that she would say something like that? A woman, when he saw another woman, did he have to compare their figures and faces to see which one of them was prettier? Women were really strange creatures. Sometimes, it was hard to understand what they were thinking. Said Lin Feng. Everybody has their own merits, said Lin Feng. You have a problem with your eyes. Meng Jiyao snorted. Lin Feng smiled and said, "But I like you better. Why don't we find a place to have some fun?" Shameless. Meng Jiyao rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Was this woman trying to seduce him? She must be. She must be. Why do you keep looking at me? Go and see if there's anything strange about that corpse. Meng Jiyao said. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and smiled. He walked towards the corpse. Although she had been dead for many years, she was still in good condition. Lin Feng took off her storage ring. He tried to use his divine will to check if the storage ring was damaged. It would be even better if it wasn't. However, Lin Feng's divine sense was blocked. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Usually, when the owner of the ring died, other people's godly awareness could invade the ring. Why couldn't his divine sense enter the ring? What's wrong? Meng Jiyao saw Lin Feng's puzzled expression and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "My divine sense can't enter the ring." There's such a thing? Meng Jiyao was very confused. She then asked, "Is there something wrong with the female corpse?" Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. He also had this feeling that something was wrong with the female corpse. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly heard the heartbeat of the female corpse. This gave him a huge shock. One had to know that undead creatures such as zombies, corpses, spirits, and other existences did not have heartbeats. Because they were undead, not living beings. What kind of existence had a heartbeat? Only living creatures had heartbeats. The female corpse had clearly lost all signs of life before, but now, there was the sound of a heartbeat. It was indeed very strange. Lin Feng looked at the female corpse in surprise. At the same time, he distanced himself from the female corpse in case something terrible happened. How strange. How long has he been dead? Can he come back to life? Meng Jiyao asked doubtfully. If the female corpse had turned into an undead creature, Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao wouldn't have found it too strange. After all, they had seen more than 10 beautiful female corpses turn into undead creatures before. Therefore, it was normal for this female corpse to turn into an undead creature. However, this female corpse didn't turn into an undead creature. She seemed to be coming back to life. This was very strange. Without any external help, could she really come back to life? Her eyelashes are moving. Lin Feng said. Meng Jiyao also saw that the female corpse's eyelashes were indeed moving. The female corpse was really coming back to life. Time is long, the cycle of reincarnation has reversed. Thousands of years have passed, and I have awakened from death. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. The female corpse actually spoke. After speaking, the female corpse opened her eyes. She had really come back to life. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The woman sat up. She had a pair of watery eyes, which were very charming. Her gaze seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. When he saw the female corpse's eyes, Lin Feng suddenly felt his heart throbbing. It was as if a dam had shown signs of breaking. How could it be so strange? Lin Feng hurriedly calmed his mind. This female corpse was too scary. You took my ring. The female corpse looked at Lin Feng and said. Here you go. Lin Feng didn't go over. It was better to guard against the female corpse. He threw the ring to the female corpse. The female corpse took the ring and put it on her finger. Thank you. The female corpse said. You're welcome. Lin Feng smiled. The female corpse sighed and said, I didn't expect that after so many years, everything here would still be the same. Nothing has changed. Are you the master of this palace? Lin Feng asked. Yes, I am the master of this palace. The female corpse nodded. Then she continued, I am the third ice goddess. The third ice goddess? Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao were very surprised. This female corpse was a titled god. Her background was quite impressive. A titled god had actually been resurrected. That was inconceivable. Lin Feng asked, what happened back then? The ice goddess sighed and said, it's a long story. Back then, there was an extremely powerful cultivator of the Tao of Demons who was very fond of me, but I only treated him as a friend. He wasn't a bad person, but one day, for some reason, he went crazy. He came to the Holy Palace of Ice again and asked me to love him, but I rejected him. At that time, there were still some friends and disciples present. After I rejected him, he went on a killing spree and killed many people. I was seriously injured in the battle and was placed here. I thought I was going to die. But today, I woke up. As for what happened after I fell asleep, I don't know. I don't know what happened to my friends, either. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had the feeling that there was something wrong with what the ice goddess was saying, but Lin Feng couldn't put his finger on it. Lin Feng glanced at Meng Jiyao. He saw that Meng Jiyao was also frowning. Could it be that she also felt that there was something wrong with what the ice goddess was saying? Lin Feng said, your friends are all dead. I knew it would be like that. The ice goddess revealed an extremely sorrowful expression. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps came from the corridor. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. It seemed that something was coming from the outside of the fifth palace. When they heard the footsteps, Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao's expressions changed slightly. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. What kind of footsteps are those? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He and Meng Jiyao had only reached the fifth palace after passing through the fourth palace. They had only encountered danger when they had encountered the Yin god and the female corpse. The rest of the time, there had been no danger. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao hadn't sensed any danger even when they had seen the destroyed corpses and the headless corpse. Now, the footsteps were heard. It was really strange. He's here. It must be him. I remember his voice. He's still here. Is he still alive? The snow goddess couldn't believe it. Lin Feng was very surprised. That was because he knew who the snow goddess was referring to when she spoke of him. It had to be that devil. The mysterious and powerful devil who had killed everyone in a frenzy. Lin Feng was very confused. He hadn't seen that guy before. Where had he been hiding, or was he hiding in a room somewhere? Every palace had some rooms apart from the main hall. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao didn't open those rooms. Those rooms were indeed capable of hiding people. This is really troublesome. We won't die here, will we? Meng Jiyao's face was pale. How terrifying had that devil been in the past been? Countless years had passed, so he must have become unimaginably strong. Dying at the hands of that devil didn't seem too surprising. Meng Jiyao was worried, and so was Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng to Meng Jiyao. If you die later, won't you regret that you haven't done it with me 100 times? 100 times, and you'll die so early. I just want to bite you to death. Meng Jiyao didn't give Lin Feng a good look. At that moment, a large amount of devil chi poured in from the passage, filling the fifth palace. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious when he heard the approaching footsteps. Those footsteps weren't just simple footsteps. They also contained a terrifying power. If there was a specific word to describe this power, it would be terrifying. It was demonic power. This kind of demonic power gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. No one could resist this demonic power. Not much. That terrifying existence had finally arrived. Lin Feng looked over. He looked surprised. Because this terrifying existence was actually the headless corpse that Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao had seen in the fourth palace. Was it that devil? At this moment, a huge axe appeared in his hand. The giant axe was shrouded in bloody light. After the headless corpse appeared, it immediately swung its axe at the snow goddess on the white jade bed. Countless years have passed, and so many people have died. Can't you let go of your past obsession? As long as you focus on doing good, you'll definitely be able to transcend after death. The snow goddess quickly dashed out, dodging the axe that was coming at her. Without his head, he seemed to be unable to speak. He continued to swing the axe in his hand. He slashed at the ice goddess. At this time, an ice god sword appeared in the snow goddess' hand. With the ice frost divine sword in her hand, she faced the headless corpse's giant axe. Clang, the two attacks collided fiercely, and an earth-shattering sound of impact was heard. Then, both sides quickly retreated. At this time, the headless corpse raised the axe with both hands. Terrifying magic power continuously poured into the axe, and the fluctuations became more and more intense. It was obvious that he was preparing an extremely terrifying technique. The snow goddess said coldly, "Stubborn, I can only disregard our old friendship and send you to the 18th level of hell." The snow goddess' magic power also continuously poured into her ice god sword. The headless corpse held the axe in his hand. Once again, he slashed at the snow goddess. Slash. The snow goddess' voice was cold. Her sword slashed at the headless corpse. The axe and sword collided once again. Both sides formed a huge and terrifying aura, and then the two auras reached a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. "Prince, hurry up and help me kill the headless corpse. Otherwise, we'll all die here," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. The snow goddess looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Okay, I am happy to serve the goddess." Lin Feng took out the epic war spear. He held it in his hand and rushed towards the two who were in a stalemate. Die. Lin Feng waved the epic war spear and swept it at the headless corpse. But the epic war spear did not hurt the headless corpse. Instead, it swept past the headless corpse and swept towards the snow goddess. This sudden change of events. The snow goddess was caught off guard. The snow goddess quickly dodged. However, she still could not completely avoid Lin Feng's attack. Pooh! A spear light tore a huge wound in the snow goddess' abdomen. The snow goddess' body flew backwards. Why? Why? Why did you attack me? Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the snow goddess. She was enraged. She was completely enraged. She felt that everything was so perfect. Why did Lin Feng attack her? If my guess is correct, the one who caused all this is not the headless senior, but you. Lin Feng sneered. Why do you say that? The snow goddess' eyes were filled with killing intent. At first, I wasn't sure, but from some of your words, I sensed something strange. But even so, I did not suspect you. It was only when the headless senior came that I realized your flaw. First of all, you said that the headless senior caused all this, and you said that he was completely crazy and wanted to kill. But when the headless senior came, he did not attack me or Meng Jiyao. If he really is the kind of person you said, why didn't he attack us? Time has calmed him down. He is no longer as crazy as before, said the snow goddess. Lin Feng sneered and said, is that so? I agree with you for now, but I still see other suspicious points. For example, after the headless senior came, he directly attacked you. Why did he do that? I remember you said that he loved you very much and pursued you for a long time. I don't know how he went crazy. If he wakes up after countless years, will he repent for his actions? I think he will. If it was any other man who unknowingly hurt the woman he loves, he will repent for his mistakes and not directly attack the woman he loves. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. The snow goddess expression darkened, but she didn't say anything else. Perhaps she didn't want to refute Lin Feng's words anymore. Lin Feng continued, there's also something else that has aroused my suspicions. The snow goddess looked at Lin Feng. She couldn't think of anything else that could arouse Lin Feng's suspicions. Lin Feng said, the fifth palace is too clean. The battle back then was so fierce, so why didn't it affect the fifth palace? I think that's a suspicious point. Of course, if Senior Headless was killed, and the person who killed him died right after, then it's possible that the fifth palace wouldn't have been affected. But on the way here, we've seen some incomplete corpses, so I don't think it was those people who killed Senior Headless. Since it wasn't them, then it must be someone else. I've been wondering if the person who killed Senior Headless had passed away in meditation in another room. Now that I think about it, that's really possible. However, I like to look at things as a whole. If I look at the third suspicion and the first two suspicions together, then it seems that I can eliminate a lot of things, and it can also make me more certain of some things. Thus, I conclude that the culprit behind all of this is actually you, and not the demon you mentioned. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I have to say. Your conjecture. It's really wonderful, said the snow goddess. Thank you for your praise. Lin Feng smiled. I didn't want to do this. Back then, they were all my good friends, but I couldn't control myself. Do you know why I couldn't control myself? Asked the snow goddess. Lin Feng shook his head. Meng Jiyao shook her head as well. The snow goddess sighed. Someone planted a demon in me. Hearing that, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Meng Jiyao came from an extraordinary background, so she obviously knew what it meant. Thus, when she heard the snow goddess say that, she was very shocked. Lin Feng asked, who planted a demon in you? The snow goddess replied, I don't know, but I was inexplicably infected by a seed demon. I couldn't control my body, so I wanted to kill. First, I killed the people around me, then I killed the others. I used all kinds of methods to kill them. For example, I had some friends. I cut them in half, then I pulled out their intestines and organs. Isn't it crazy? But the crazier it is, the more comfortable I feel. And many of my fellow disciples. The women in the holy palace of ice and snow are pure and holy, so I used a seductive technique to control them. I couldn't let them die easily. I want them to die a humiliating death. They're crazy. They're taking from each other. Do you know what they look like when they wake up? They're practically going crazy. Their bodies are pure and flawless, their personalities are pure and flawless, and their fellow disciples who get along with each other day and night. How can they accept such a filthy thing happening to so many of them? But I kept torturing them, making them fall into the abyss step by step. Finally, one of them couldn't take it anymore and broke her own heart. After hearing the snow goddess, Lin Feng was speechless. He finally understood what was going on with the corpses. The reason why the corpses were disheveled was because of the snow goddess. This woman was really evil. "Where's the headless corpse?" asked Lin Feng. "It's him, it's all his fault. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be trapped here." The corpse's eyes were filled with killing intent. "That person used to be one of my best friends, and the first person I killed," said Lin Feng. "Back then, he didn't know I was infected by a seed demon. I told him I had something to discuss with him, and he didn't suspect me. I cut off his head when he wasn't prepared at all," said Lin Feng. "But his head didn't die, and his soul didn't perish. So, I destroyed his head. He was the strongest of them all. After he was killed, the others were no longer a threat," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. "But I didn't think that before he died, he would curse himself. His body was corroded by the power of the curse, and he came back to life. He wanted to kill me. During the battle, I was cursed by him. Every 10 million years, I would wake up, and he would wake up as well. When I woke up, I would leave the fifth palace and try to leave the palace. He would try to stop me, but after so many years, we still haven't won, and I haven't been able to leave either," said Lin Feng. "This time, it's a cycle of 10 million years. After you appeared, I woke up ahead of time, but because I woke up ahead of time, and because of the power of the curse, my strength wasn't fully recovered. I wanted to gain your trust and then attack you by surprise. After I killed you, I wanted to eat your flesh and drink your blood. I could feel that if I ate your flesh and blood, my strength would increase tremendously. But who would have thought that this guy would wake up ahead of time and ruin my plan?" Speaking of this, the ice goddess was flustered and exasperated. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. She was furious. She wanted to kill everyone. "Now, prepare to die," said Lin Feng. Smiling coldly. "Killing you is a blessing to the world." "Kill me? Why? Because of you? Ridiculous," said the ice goddess mockingly. Obviously, she didn't care about Lin Feng and Meng Jiao. Lin Feng noticed the wound on the ice goddess' abdomen. In fact, he had even fully recovered. Her recuperative ability was truly terrifying. But so what, Lin Feng had a lot of fresh troops here. Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Undead flew out. Then 56 undead flew out. After seeing so many undead, the ice goddess's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Although she was very strong, Lin Feng had the headless corpse as the main fighting force. Coupled with the help of so many powerful undead creatures. How could the ice goddess be a match for so many people? Despicable and shameless. An unfair victory. The ice goddess said these words coldly. "To deal with an evil existence like you, any method is fair and square," Lin Feng said with a sneer. Then, he looked at the headless corpse and said, "Senior, let's work together to kill her, lest she go out in the future and collude with the creatures of the world behind the scenes to bring disaster to the world." Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. The headless corpse could no longer speak. However, he was using his actions to tell Lin Feng what his plan was. The headless corpse wielded a huge axe and rushed towards the ice goddess. The axe in his hand flickered with a cold light. It was truly terrifying. Lin Feng ordered the 56 undead to attack the ice goddess. In fact, Lin Feng didn't like killing such a beautiful woman. The ice goddess was too beautiful, and it would be a pity to kill her. However, the ice goddess had been planted with a demon. Once she was planted with a demon, she would completely lose herself. Such a person naturally couldn't be left alive. Because if he continued to stay, he would definitely become a pawn of the mastermind behind the scenes. Only the mastermind behind the scenes knows how to plant demons. Lin Feng also participated in the battle against the ice goddess. Because Meng Jiao's magic power was sealed, she could only watch from the outside. It was impossible for her to participate in this battle. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to attack, the ice goddess took out a defensive treasure. It was a defensive treasure that looked like a metal ball. It was unknown what kind of treasure it was, but it released a dazzling golden light. The golden light formed a huge energy shield. The energy barrier protected the snow goddess within. Bang! 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 When all kinds of attacks came, they were all blocked by the energy shield. Lin Feng sneered, Ice Goddess, so what if you have a powerful defensive treasure? Your defensive treasures won't be able to last long. Lin Feng was quite confident in breaking through the Ice Goddess's defensive treasure. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could destroy the Ice Goddess's defensive treasure. When that time came, the Ice Goddess would die. The Ice Goddess said coldly, It's not me who will die, it's you who will die. Are you talking in your sleep? Lin Feng said sarcastically. The Snow Goddess sneered and said, I can communicate with the mastermind, but I haven't done so before. That's because once I communicate with the mastermind, I will become their slave. If I don't communicate with the mastermind, I can still live happily and freely for a period of time. But now, I understand. So what if I become the mastermind slave? Becoming strong is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. Once I contact the mastermind, you'll all die. As soon as she finished speaking, the Ice Goddess began to chant an incantation. Her voice was extremely soft. Therefore, he couldn't hear her incantation at all. Lin Feng didn't care about the incantation she was chanting. Lin Feng only knew that the current situation was quite bad, and he had to quickly break the defensive barrier. The mastermind behind the interruption of the Ice Goddess communication. Otherwise, the situation would be extremely bad. Lin Feng and the others' attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Bang, finally. The defensive barrier was completely destroyed by Lin Feng and the others. Seeing that the defensive barrier was destroyed, Lin Feng immediately showed a happy expression. The Ice Goddess' expression couldn't help but change slightly. She hadn't been able to communicate with the mastermind yet. Lin Feng, the headless corpse, and the 56 undead were already rushing towards her. Even if I haven't been able to communicate with the mastermind, I can already borrow a part of his power. So, I'm not afraid of you. As soon as she finished speaking, the Ice Goddess continuously changed her incantation. Then, a large amount of black fog came out of her body. This black fog was really terrifying. It emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. That kind of aura made people's hearts palpitate. The black fog fused with the Ice Goddess, and the Ice Goddess aura became many times stronger than before. She swept out her sword. A thick sword light suddenly flew out and swept towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng, the headless corpse, and the 56 undead blocked the sword light's attack one after another. They joined forces and barely blocked the sword light's attack. But they were still sent flying. So abnormal. Lin Feng's expression became ugly. So many of them joined forces, but they were still sent flying by the Ice Goddess. The Ice Goddess was really too terrifying. The situation seemed to be a bit dangerous. I'm invincible. The Ice Goddess suddenly laughed proudly. Just as she finished speaking. The next moment. Pfft. A cold light. It directly pierced through the Ice Goddess' chest. That cold light had suddenly appeared from behind. It pierced through the Ice Goddess' chest from behind, so the cold light flew out from the front of the Ice Goddess. What is that? Lin Feng was surprised. You're the thing, your whole family are things. At this time, the cold light stopped and angrily looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng was finally able to see clearly what that cold light was. It was actually a black bug. It looked a bit like a black beetle. It was too strong. Lin Feng didn't know that there was such an existence hibernating here. The Ice Goddess obviously didn't know that there was such an existence hibernating here, or she would have been on guard. Of course, strictly speaking, this black beetle was no longer a black beetle, but an undead that it had turned into. Black beetle's corpse chi was very heavy, like that of an insect zombie. It's you. After seeing Black Beetle, the Ice Goddess' face revealed an expression of disbelief. Black Beetle said, hee hee, that's right, it's me. You didn't expect it, did you? I actually turned into an undead too. You're also a friend of the Ice Goddess? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Black Beetle said, before, I wasn't qualified to be her friend. Then what's your background? Lin Feng asked. Black Beetle said, back then, I had just started cultivating beast chi, but my cultivation was limited. I almost froze to death in the ice and snow, but the Ice Goddess saw me. She said that even ants have the right to live. Even a bug should be treated kindly. So she saved me. After that, I cultivated in the holy palace of ice, but after the ice goddess demonized, I was killed by her. After a long time, under the nourishment of the curse of the headless corpse, I turned into an undead. Actually, I really didn't want to deal with the ice goddess. After all, in my previous life, the ice goddess saved me. But after she killed me, we were even. Now, I want to kill you because you've become a pawn of the mastermind. Even though I'm just an insect, I don't want to see the myriad worlds plunged into misery and suffering. Hearing Black Beetle's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Black Beetle's awareness was really high. A small bug like him actually cared about the common people. How admirable. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Lin Feng felt like he had to improve his thinking and self-awareness. After all, his awareness couldn't compare to that of a bug. How could it be justified? What you're saying is just pompous. You've all turned into undead creatures, so you want to change the current situation. Undead creatures are miserable, they live in pain. But if you can save people or make great contributions to the universe, you'll be blessed with luck. That way, you'll be able to get rid of your status as undead creatures, said Lin Feng. The snow goddess sneered. Black Beetle said, I don't deny what you're saying. Since you don't deny it, I'll point you in the right direction. Join the mastermind, and you can also be reborn. Black Beetle sneered. Black Beetle sneered. Although we want to be reborn, we also want to save the innocent. Why would we work with the mastermind? Do you think others will be grateful to you? You're just a bug. Do you think you can become a hero just because you have some cultivation? What a joke. The snow goddess sneered. Black Beetle said, I've never wanted to be a hero. I just remember what you said to me back then. Even ants have the right to live. Even if it's just a bug, it should be treated well. Since even ants and bugs have the right to live, what about the countless intelligent creatures? Shut up. The snow goddess said coldly. Black Beetle didn't shut up. He continued, whether I'm alive or dead, I won't forget what you said. Lin Feng said, the person who said those words back then threw them to the back of his mind, abandoning his dignity and soul. But those who heard them treated them as life's motto. Senior Black Beetle, I really admire you. The snow goddess is no longer the snow goddess of the past. Let's kill her while she's injured to prevent future troubles. Alright, let's do it. Black Beetle said. He didn't want to wait any longer. Lin Feng, Black Beetle, the headless corpse, and the 56 undead creatures attacked the snow goddess again. At that moment, the snow goddess let out a sinister laugh. I'm already a slave of the mastermind. How can you kill me? As soon as she finished speaking, she began to pray, Great Mastermind, please take me away. My soul belongs to you. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others arrived. Just as they were about to kill the snow goddess, a terrifying beam of light shone down from the sky. Lin Feng's expression changed when he sensed the terrifying power of the beam of light. He felt his blood begin to circulate rapidly. That meant that the situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng knew that the black light was extremely dangerous. He couldn't touch the black light, otherwise, he would die under the attack of the black light. Retreat, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. He immediately moved backwards. At the same time, Black Beetle, the headless corpse, and the 56 undead creatures. The beam-s. Then, the ice goddess disappeared without a trace. Damn it. She got away. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Letting the snow goddess get away wasn't a good thing. But what was done couldn't be undone. There was nothing he could do. Let's go and see if the seal has been loosened, said Black Beetle at that moment. He and the headless corpse quickly flew outside. Lin Feng sent the 56 undead creatures into the Book of the Dead, then put it away. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng looked at Meng Jiyao. All right. Meng Jiyao nodded. They followed Black Beetle and the headless corpse into the corridor. The corridors of the ice palace were arranged in a square pattern. In other words, there were actually 4 corridors. There was a corridor in the north, south, east, and west. The western corridor was connected to the 5th palace. After exiting the fifth palace, they arrived at the western corridor. Black Beetle and the headless corpse turned into the corridor on the left, then the corridor on the right. There were many rooms on both sides. At that moment, they stopped in front of one of the rooms. Even though many years had passed, the restrictions on the room still hadn't disappeared. "What's sealed inside?" asked Lin Feng curiously. "The celestial world's essence is sealed inside," said Black Beetle. "The celestial world's essence? Could it be that the celestial world's essence was born?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If that was the case, it would be heaven-defying. If he refined the celestial world's essence, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the celestial world's essence. "Right," said Black Beetle. Black Beetle and the headless corpse began to attack the restrictions. They wanted to break the restrictions, but the restrictions were too powerful. They couldn't break them. Who set up these restrictions? How could they be so strong? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Naturally, it's the ice goddess Seal. She's extremely skilled in formations and restrictions. I don't know how she got the celestial world's essence, but no matter how she got it, it's going to belong to us today," said Black Beetle. Black Beetle and the headless corpse continued to attack the restrictions. However, restrictions were different from defensive barriers produced by treasures. Restrictions were formed by countless runes gathered together, and they contained an intricate structure. Breaking these restrictions was a very difficult task. It was even more difficult to break them with brute force. Therefore, even though Black Beetle and the headless corpse were very strong, they couldn't break the restrictions. Lin Feng said, "I can help everyone enter. Regardless of the celestial world's essence inside, we'll split it into 3, 1 for each of us." "You have a way?" Black Beetle was surprised. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Black Beetle muttered a few words in front of the headless corpse. It seemed to be communicating with the headless corpse. Soon, they seemed to have come to an agreement. Black Beetle was convinced. "All right, we'll do as you say." Meng Jiyao was a bit depressed. These 3 fellows were ignoring her. However, she was just a prisoner. It was normal for them to ignore her. Lin Feng wanted to include her in the group to get more of the celestial world's essence. Black Beetle and the headless corpse would definitely not agree. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. The stone scripture emitted a divine light that enveloped Lin Feng, Meng Jiyao, Black Beetle, and the headless corpse. Then, Lin Feng pushed the door open. "Damn, what's going on?" Seeing this, Black Beetle was completely dumbfounded. Earlier, he had joined forces with the headless corpse to break the seal. But they hadn't succeeded. Lin Feng had actually ignored the seal. Wasn't that too inconceivable? However, it was all real. "Hee, let's go in," Lin Feng said with a smile. Black Beetle tried to fly into the room. When he came into contact with the seal, he was still a little nervous, afraid that the seal would attack him. After coming into contact with the seal, he found that nothing happened. This made Black Beetle very excited. Black Beetle successfully entered the room. The headless corpse and Meng Jiyao also entered the room. There was an ancient golden cauldron in the room. The ancient golden cauldron was sealed, and no one knew what was inside. If there really was the source of the heaven realm, it should be inside the golden cauldron. Meng Jiyao knew that she didn't have a share, so she stood in the distance and looked at Lin Feng with gritted teeth. Meng Jiyao's resentment was very strong. He looked like he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. She was also cursing Lin Feng in her heart. Lin Feng happily opened the lid of the ancient cauldron. Immediately, he discovered that there was a ball of pure origin sealed inside. "What a waste! What a waste!" Black Beetle shouted gloomily. "Senior, why are you shouting?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Black Beetle said, "Back then, I saw the source of the heaven realm. Its effect was more than 1,000 times. Although the source of the heaven realm hasn't been destroyed, its effect has been greatly reduced," said Lin Feng. "Time makes people grow old. The original essence of the celestial world can't escape the erosion of time," said Lin Feng. Black Beetle nodded sympathetically, but he soon realized what was going on. Black grapes, the banana had softened. This kid seemed to be hinting at something. Fuck, you're not a good person, Black Beetle said. Meng Jiyao was a bit confused. She didn't know why Black Beetle had suddenly said that Lin Feng wasn't a good person. Could it be that there was internal strife? Was there an imbalance in the distribution of the loot? Let's fight. Let's fight. It would be best if they fought. Both sides suffered great losses. Break the seal by yourself, and when the time comes, all of you will become prisoners. Especially Lin Feng. When the time comes, watch how this fairy tortures this bad guy. But soon, Meng Jiyao was disappointed because Lin Feng and Black Beetle didn't fight. Said Lin Feng. Master, since you don't like the original strengths of the celestial world, why don't you give them all to me? I don't mind having more of them, said Lin Feng. Why is your skin so thick? Black Beetle curled his lips and said, although the effects aren't as good, it's still effective. Black Beetle divided the Heaven Realm's source energy into 3 parts, 1 for each of them. Lin Feng put his share away. He would find some time to refine the Heaven Realm's source energy. Black Beetle said, the Ice Goddess is no longer the Ice Goddess. Since she suffered a great loss before, she definitely won't let it go. She'll definitely think of a way to take revenge on us, so you should be careful. Lin Feng said, there's a saying that even if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. So, if the Ice Goddess really wants to take revenge, she'll come looking for you first. Heh, who knows? It's good that she comes looking for us first. We'll definitely kill her. Black Beetle said. Do you hate her that much? Lin Feng asked. Black Beetle said, not hate. I just want her to be free as soon as possible. After chatting with Black Beetle for a while, Black Beetle and the headless corpse left. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao left as well. Meng Jiyao said pitifully, can you let me go now? You want to leave me that badly? Lin Feng smiled at Meng Jiyao. Meng Jiyao said, I just remembered that I have some urgent matters to attend to. Of course, Lin Feng didn't believe Meng Jiyao. He grabbed her and put her on his shoulder. Meng Jiyao started struggling and shouting, put me down. Put me down, slap. Slap, Lin Feng slapped Meng Jiyao's perky breasts 3 times in a row, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Lin Feng said, I can let you go, but you'll need that old bastard from your clan to give you a teleportation stone. Meng Jiyao said angrily, I already gave you the token to enter the divine court. Aren't you satisfied with something so precious? There's a saying that even the wool of a sheep can't be shaved. You captured me and want to extort so many precious things? Isn't that too much? Lin Feng said, I'm willing, and I like it. What can you do about it? Meng Jiyao was about to explode from anger. All the grievances she had suffered during this period of time poured out. She cursed loudly, Lin Feng, you bastard. Bastard. Shameless. Pervert. Despicable. Meng Jiyao cursed whatever sounded bad. Slap. Slap, slap. Lin Feng slapped her again and again. Meng Jiyao cried out in pain. However, the grievances and anger in her heart intertwined, so she didn't shut up. Instead, she continued to curse Lin Feng, you despicable bastard. I'll definitely kill you. I'll tear your corpse to pieces. If you curse me, I'll slap you. Lin Feng said. Slap, slap. Slap, slap. 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 Another slap landed on Meng Jiyao's perky breasts. Meng Jiyao cursed, Lin Feng, you're bullying a woman. You're not a man. Hee hee, you'll know soon enough whether I'm a man or not. Lin Feng laughed. There was a poem that was very good. Young men and women were amorous, and their love in brocade tents was endless. Xingpa came to a hotel, and Quang Hun was suspected to have entered an immortal boat. His face was stained with sweat and rouge, and his face was stained with oil. One fell, the other couldn't sleep, and the rooster crowed until the dawn of autumn. This poem was about a man and a woman who were together without sleep or rest. Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao reappeared. The sky was still filled with stars. Lin Feng felt refreshed. Meng Jiyao's eyes were red and teary. When she looked at Lin Feng, she gnashed her teeth hatefully. Lin Feng, I hate you. Meng Jiyao said hatefully. Said Lin Feng. We're enemies. Isn't it normal for you to hate me? Lin Feng said. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Meng Jiyao said through clenched teeth. Lin Feng said with a smile, I don't think I'm shameless. How about this? Since you've already done it with me 100 times, I'll take you as my concubine. What do you think? Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Lin Feng had taken her virginity, which made Meng Jiyao gnash her teeth in hatred. Now, Lin Feng wanted to take her as his concubine. How could she agree? She was a woman who valued her virginity, but yesterday's events were unforgettable. She glared at Lin Feng and said, don't even think about it. Lin Feng said, maybe you'll cry and beg me to take you as my concubine in the future. You're daydreaming. Meng Jiyao said through gritted teeth. Not long after, they saw Tao Tai and Wu Shuren. Those two guys were looking at Lin Feng and Meng Jiyao in an ambiguous way. Meng Jiyao was so angry that she wanted to draw her sword and kill them. What do we do now? Tao Tai asked. Lin Feng said, we still need a few dozen teleportation stones. Those things aren't easy to get. We can extort some from that old bastard from the Meng clan. Meng Jiyao looked at Lin Feng coldly, but she didn't say anything. No matter what she said, Lin Feng wouldn't change his mind. Said Lin Feng. Initially, I wanted to ask Old Man Meng for more teleportation stones, but because of you, I'll let you go. Give him 10 teleportation stones and I'll let you go, said Lin Feng. Meng Jiyao naturally knew who Lin Feng was talking about. Meng Jiyao respected her ancestor very much, so when she heard Lin Feng call him Old Ghost Meng, she couldn't help but be furious. She kicked at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng easily dodged it. Should I thank you for that? Meng Jiyao said coldly. Lin Feng lowered his voice and said, if you want to thank me, we can fight another 300 rounds tonight. Meng Jiyao blushed and reached out to grab Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged. The news of the southern region's Saintess Meng Jiyao being captured by the human-beast combination had already spread. Many people had heard of this matter. Meng Jiyao, as the holy maiden of the southern region, had countless suitors. So when they heard this news, many of Meng Jiyao's pursuers were furious. They formed an anti-human beast alliance and searched everywhere for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. All of them wished they could tear Lin Feng and the others into pieces. As for the Meng clan, they were also searching for the whereabouts of the human-beast duo. Right at this moment, a piece of news spread. If you want Meng Jiyao, give me 10 teleportation stones. The location is in the Iceland, and the ancestor of the Meng clan can't come, otherwise, I'll kill her. This news caused a huge uproar. They had kidnapped Meng Jiyao. He even threatened the Meng family's ancestor with this. The old ancestor of the Meng clan was an extraordinary figure. Would he be threatened? The old ancestor of the Meng family was furious when he heard the news. Because, it was the first time he was threatened. Thinking of the human-beast duo Lin Feng, the old ancestor's face couldn't help but become gloomy. He wished he could tear Lin Feng apart. He chased Lin Feng for a long time, but he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. This matter made the old ancestor of the Meng family quite depressed, but his luck was really good. Although he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. But after losing Lin Feng, the old ancestor of the Meng clan obtained an opportunity. His cultivation had improved by quite a bit. The old ancestor of the Meng clan wanted to cut Lin Feng and the others into pieces, but he remembered that Meng Jiyao was in the hands of Lin Feng and the others. The old ancestor of the Meng clan hesitated. What if Lin Feng and the others really killed Meng Jiyao? The old ancestor of the Meng clan liked Meng Jiyao very much. There was a reason why he liked Meng Jiyao. First of all, Meng Jiyao was very talented. Second of all, Meng Jiyao was humble, studious, and smart. The last point was the most important one. Meng Jiyao's bloodline was very special. Her bloodline gave Meng Jiyao a powerful perception. It was an unparalleled perception that no one could compare to. Even someone as strong as him couldn't compare to Meng Jiyao in terms of perception. This was the most terrifying point. The old ancestor of the Meng clan knew one thing. If one wanted to surpass the Saint realm, One needed extraordinary ability. What was extraordinary ability? It was reaching the pinnacle in a certain aspect. This was what it meant to surpass others. Only then could one soar to the sky. Only then could one have a chance to reach a higher level. Among the descendants of the Meng clan, the old ancestor of the Meng clan favored Meng Jiyao the most. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others asked for 10 teleportation stones. The old ancestor of the Meng clan could give them to Lin Feng and the others. Soon, the old ancestor of the Meng clan said, I can give you teleportation stones, but you can't hurt Jiyao. Lin Feng spread the news. Don't worry, we are very honest. We won't hurt Fairy Meng. Many people sighed. They hadn't thought that this matter would be resolved this way. However, many people felt that under the calm, there were turbulent waves. Once the transaction was completed, the Meng clan wouldn't give up. While waiting, Lin Feng pulled Meng Jiyao to dual cultivate more than once. I'm about to break through. Today, Meng Jiyao exclaimed with a smile on her face. TSK, if it weren't for me, would you be able to break through so quickly? Said Lin Feng shamelessly. Meng Jiyao ground her teeth and said hatefully, I'd rather not break through like this. You should cultivate well. It's best if you can break through. Said Lin Feng. Meng Jiyao bit her red lips and ignored Lin Feng. She immediately went into seclusion. Meng Jiyao had really broken through. Lin Feng had also broken through. Meng Jiyao had broken through because of dual cultivation. Lin Feng had broken through because of dual cultivation and refining the heaven world source energy. Lin Feng was originally at the 4th layer of the virtual immortal realm. After coming out of seclusion, he actually broke through to the 7th layer of the virtual immortal realm. Ever since entering the world of time reversal, Lin Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed. Before entering, he was only at the earth immortal realm. After entering, he broke through to the sky immortal realm and then the true immortal realm. Now, he had even broken through to the 6th layer of the true immortal realm. This kind of speed of improvement was enough to make people dumbfounded. However, Lin Feng didn't have any complacency. There were 4 great realms in the true immortal realm. Golden Sage. He was only at the 1st layer. Moreover, the Sage realm above the true immortal realm was divided into 9 great realms. Moreover, there were still realms above the Sage realm. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what the cultivation layer above the Xing layer was, he had the impression that it was the same cultivation level as the one behind the scenes. If he wanted to survive the world extermination battle, he had to at least break through to the Sage realm to fight for that slim hope. If he wanted to protect his family, lover, friends, and so on, he would have to surpass the Sage realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, Lin Feng was the first to come out. When he saw that Meng Jiyao had broken through, Lin Feng smiled and said, Congratulations on breaking through. Congratulations, sister. Congratulations to your whole family. Meng Jiyao was like a tigress as she replied to Lin Feng. There was a price to pay for breaking through. Lin Feng said, I realize that you're even more beautiful than before. You're even more charming than before. It seems that a young girl is indeed different from a young married woman. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Meng Jiyao began to grit her teeth again. That **** bastard. She really wanted to kill him. Lin Feng said, we'll set off tomorrow to make a deal with your people. Meng Jiyao was a bit absent-minded. After spending some time with Lin Feng had shocked her many times. He had also made her grit her teeth in hatred. Now that they were about to part, she didn't know why, but she felt a sense of loss. This feeling, even Meng Jiyao herself was shocked. How could she have such a feeling? Meng Jiyao didn't dare believe it. She had been bullied by this bastard again and again, she should be itching to cut him into pieces, right? Lin Feng saw that Meng Jiyao was in a daze and smiled. What? You can't bear to part with him? Could it be that you've grown attached to him over time? No matter how pure Meng Jiyao was, she could still hear the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. She couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Feng. Just you wait. I won't let you off. The night before the deal, Meng Jiyao couldn't sleep. Her mood was complicated and terrible. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off for the land of ice. They weren't far from the land of ice. It was only a few hours away. Many cultivators had already gathered in the land of ice. There were many people watching the show, and many of Meng Jiyao's pursuers. Meng Jiyao had been kidnapped for many days. Many of Meng Jiyao's pursuers were in a bad mood. I've seen the human-beast combo before. That human brat is definitely not a good person. He's despicable, shameless, and despicable. Now that Fairy Meng Jiyao is in his hands, do you think he'll do something heartless to her? Actually, this was also what Meng Jiyao's pursuers were worried about. Meng Jiyao. She was the perfect goddess in the hearts of countless people. Powerful, intelligent, and beautiful. If that brat took her virginity, many people would go crazy. Impossible. That brat wouldn't dare. If he dared, the Meng family won't let him off, and the southern region's countless geniuses won't let him off either. Then someone said, yes. That brat definitely wouldn't dare, so we don't have to worry. Another cultivator said. This was more like self-consolation. Wow, so many people. Seeing the densely packed crowd, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, there are really a lot of people, it seems like Meng Jiyao's popularity is too great. Lin Feng said, looks like you have a lot of pursuers. Meng Jiyao said proudly, of course. Lin Feng fiercely slapped Meng Jiyao's perky buttocks. Meng Jiyao blushed and looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng said, remember, only I can touch you. Other men definitely can't touch you, or I'll kill their whole family and then capture you 100 times. 100 times. Seeing Lin Feng's domineering appearance, Meng Jiyao's heart began to beat violently for no reason. She didn't know what was wrong with her, so she could only snort coldly to cover up her somewhat flustered emotions. Actually, what Meng Jiyao didn't know was, during the time she spent with Lin Feng, as she gradually came to understand Lin Feng and lost her virginity to Lin Feng, Lin Feng's image in Meng Jiyao's heart had completely changed. Lin Feng's image was also imprinted in her mind, but even she wasn't very clear about it. Look, she's here. Someone pointed in the distance, and everyone looked over. It's Fairy Meng. Many people said excitedly. Fairy Meng is so beautiful. As expected of the holy maiden of the southern region. Yeah, she's so beautiful that it's suffocating. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. If I had such a beautiful wife, I'd die without regrets. Come on, you want to have such a beautiful wife? You're daydreaming. Countless people started discussing. Fairy Meng, that boy didn't do anything to you, right? Fairy Meng, that boy didn't bully you, right? Fairy Meng, are you all right? Many of Meng Jiyao's pursuers asked. They were naturally very concerned about this topic. They hoped that the goddess in their hearts would be perfect. Meng Jiyao's expression was cold, and she ignored them. Lin Feng said, piss off. A good dog doesn't block the way. Boy, you're too arrogant. I think you're courting death. Do you believe that I won't kill you in a second? Many people were filled with righteous indignation, glaring at Lin Feng furiously. They wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. Only trash likes to shout. If you're really strong, just attack. I'll kill you all as easily as killing dogs. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. Many people knew that Lin Feng had dozens of holy undead spirits as his subordinates. Only peerless cultivators would dare attack Lin Feng. Therefore, even though the young geniuses were happy, they didn't dare attack Lin Feng. However, if they were asked to attack Lin Feng, they wouldn't dare. Boy, just you wait. We'll tolerate you for now because of Fairy Meng's safety, said one of the geniuses. Lin Feng sneered and ignored those geniuses. You're really arrogant. Meng Jiyao looked at Lin Feng, speechless. Lin Feng said, I'm arrogant because I'm awesome. Meng Jiyao wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she couldn't find anything to refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng had 56 holy undead spirits as his subordinates. Lin Feng himself was really awesome. She had dual cultivated with Lin Feng many times, so she knew exactly what Lin Feng's cultivation level was. He was just a virtual immortal. Using all kinds of means, he could even compete with some low-level Sage Realm cultivators. It was really incredible. So Lin Feng did have the right to be arrogant. Compared to Lin Feng, those young geniuses were far too weak. After thinking about it, Meng Jiao looked at Lin Feng in a different way. Lin Feng seemed to be more and more pleasing to the eye. Meng Jiao didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Feng was more and more pleasing to the eye. Could it be that Lin Feng was right? That the two of them had developed feelings for each other? Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Lin Feng looked at Meng Jiao and said, I don't think your clanspeople are here yet. Wait a bit longer. Meng Jiao said. Don't try anything funny, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Feng said. Meng Jiao was speechless. What's the point of threatening me? If you want to threaten someone, go and threaten them. Cough, cough, Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, it's purely a drill, purely a drill. They found a place to wait. Before long, a dozen cultivators flew over, led by a middle-aged man. Third uncle. Meng Jiao called out when she saw the middle-aged man. Third uncle. Hello, third uncle. Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. Meng Jiao blushed slightly. Lin Feng also called her third uncle third uncle. What did that mean? Meng Jiao's third uncle's expression darkened. Who are you? Know your place. We're enemies. Who's your third uncle? How can you be so thick-skinned? Fuck, that little brat is really shameless. Not only did he kidnap Meng Jiao, he even called Meng Jiao's third uncle uncle. Shameless people are invincible under the heavens. Isn't that so? I've never seen such a shameless person. He's really the most shameless person in the world. Many people were discussing this. Meng Jiao's third uncle was called Meng Tiange. It was obvious that he had been a handsome young master when he was young. Although he was middle-aged, he still had an extraordinary bearing. He suppressed his anger and glared at Lin Feng, then looked at Meng Jiao and asked, Yao Yao, are you all right? Meng Jiao naturally couldn't tell him about what had happened with Lin Feng. Those things were destined to be buried in her heart forever. I'm fine, she said. Meng Tiange sighed and said, that's good. He then looked at Lin Feng and asked, how do we trade? Lin Feng replied, give me 10 teleportation stones first, and then I'll release Yao Yao. F***CK. You shameless bastard. What qualifications do you have to call out Fairy Meng's name? No matter what, you're still a genius. Can't you be more shameless? Shameless people are invincible under the heavens. Standing with a shameless person like you is a disgrace to all of us. Many people began to curse. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those people's curses. There was a saying that a dog that bites doesn't bark. A dog that barks randomly doesn't dare to bite. It was just a momentary pleasure. It was not worth mentioning. Sure. Meng Tiange said. He was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he felt that his judgment of people was quite accurate. After Lin Feng obtained the teleportation stone, he probably wouldn't play any tricks. Meng Tiange took out the 10 teleportation stones. His magic power enveloped the 10 teleportation stones. Next. The 10 teleportation stones quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the 10 teleportation stones. Lin Feng immediately became extremely happy. With these 10 teleportation stones, he had a total of 47 teleportation stones. Wu Shuren needed 64 teleportation stones to set up a teleportation formation. Now, he just needed to collect another 17 teleportation stones. Yao Yao, think about it carefully. What I said to you before will be effective in the long run. Lin Feng smiled. Meng Jiao naturally knew what Lin Feng was talking about. She snorted lightly. Lin Feng patted Meng Jiao lightly. Meng Jiao flew towards Meng Tiange. Lin Feng, you little thief, are you ready to die? Said a cold voice. In the next moment, the void split open and an old man stepped out. The great elder of the Futian Grotto, Old Man Wendao. Someone exclaimed. Old Man Wendao was definitely a terrifying existence. He was a cultivator at the Great Circle of the Saint Plain. He was a top cultivator who could suppress an entire region. Does that scourge have a grudge against the Futian Grotto? Someone asked. He was extremely surprised. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would have a grudge against the Futian Grotto. Because of the reversal of time, it was almost impossible to travel between regions, so it was basically impossible to spread any news. Therefore, naturally, no one knew what had happened in the eastern region. At that moment, a cultivator from the eastern region said, Lin Feng killed the genius of the Futian Grotto, Xianxia. Xianxia is the son of the vice leader of the Futian Grotto. His father is a strong cultivator from the Phoenix clan. The Futian Grotto is a top power in the eastern region. Indeed, it's an extremely terrifying power. It's unimaginably powerful. I already said that this boy is a scourge. Sure enough, he even dared to kill the son of the vice leader of the Futian Grotto. He's really audacious. Even if he killed the son of the vice leader of the Futian Grotto, the great elder of the Futian Grotto doesn't have to do anything, right? After all, his seniority is too high. If someone of that level were to make a move, it would really damage their status. Everyone knows that Lin Feng has many teleportation stones. If they kill Lin Feng, they can get many teleportation stones. Of course, these top cultivators don't mind killing Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were discussing spiritedly. At that moment, 3 more strong cultivators appeared one after another. However, of the 3 strong cultivators, one was enveloped in darkness, one was enveloped in divine light, and the last one was enveloped in holy light. Who were they? Nobody knew. The 3 strong cultivators who had appeared later were obviously concerned about their reputation. They wanted to hide their identities, so they didn't show themselves. There are so many top cultivators. The human-beast duo is doomed. Serves you right, you really do. You only have yourself to blame. Many cultivators had gloating expressions on their faces. Meng Jiao was suddenly worried about Lin Feng. He was extremely unwilling to see Lin Feng suffer because of this. Ha 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 ha. You 4 old bastards, do you think I'm not on guard against you? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer at the 4 of them. Guard against? The old man looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Do you think you can pose a threat to us with those tricks of yours? The expert shrouded in darkness sneered and said, your means are not worth mentioning in front of us. This fellow's voice was hoarse and gloomy, like the voice of a malicious spirit. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Lin Feng sneered and said, don't be too pleased with yourself. I haven't even shown you what I'm capable of. Once I do, you'll know if it's enough to deal with you 4 shameless old men. When they heard Lin Feng describe the 4 of them as shameless old men, they were shocked. The 4 experts were so angry that their bodies were trembling. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website, attack. The 4 experts couldn't bear it any longer. The 4 of them shouted coldly and attacked together, condensing powerful divine abilities to deal with Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng was already prepared for this. Lin Feng waved his hand. The stone scripture immediately flew out. Under Lin Feng's control, a terrifying fluctuation surged out of the stone scripture. That undulation made the 4 great powerhouses' faces involuntarily change slightly. The 4 experts didn't know what the stone scripture Lin Feng had taken out was. However, they could feel that the stone scripture was extraordinary. The 4 of them quickly condensed their attacks. In an instant, they attacked. However, at this moment, the stone scripture emitted a series of runes. Those runes intertwined together, sealing the world. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. A series of terrifying attacks came crashing down, but they were all neutralized by those runes. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Everyone had an expression of disbelief. The 4 top experts were so terrifying and powerful, but their attacks were blocked by an unknown magic treasure. Anyone who saw this would be very shocked. The stone scripture. It's the legendary stone scripture. At that moment, someone cried out in alarm. What? It's that supreme treasure. Some cultivators who knew the origin of the stone scripture were very shocked. The stone scripture that had disappeared for a long time had actually reappeared. Didn't that mean, the owner of the stone scripture was the successor of the Celestial Master sect? The Celestial Master sect had reappeared in the world. Those who knew the Celestial Master sect were very afraid of them. They were extremely afraid of the Celestial Master Taoist sect. Those people knew how terrifying the Celestial Master Taoist sect was. What kind of magic treasure is that? Someone asked curiously. Not everyone knew the origin of the stone scripture. Many people didn't know the origin of the stone scripture. Some of the cultivators who knew the origin of the stone scripture said to the people around them, "Have you heard of the Celestial Master sect? The stone scripture is a sacred treasure passed down by the Celestial Master sect." Many people didn't know about the stone scripture, but they knew about the legends of the Celestial Master sect. Therefore, when they heard that the stone scripture was a sacred treasure of the Celestial Master sect, they couldn't help but be moved. This guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Meng Tiange frowned. Said Meng Jiyao. He really does have a lot of tricks up his sleeves. People like him have great luck. People like that are very difficult to kill. If they can't be killed, they'll become enemies. At that time, it'll bring a lot of trouble to the clan. Therefore, tell the ancestor not to make him an enemy again. Meng Tiange knew Meng Jiyao's abilities. Her perception, and even her ability to predict the future were all extraordinary. As such, although Meng Jiyao was only a junior, her position in the family was extremely high. Alright, I'll find an opportunity to tell the ancestor about this. Meng Tiange said. Everyone. Take out your magic treasures and deal with them. The terrifying existence shrouded in divine light said. Alright. The four experts quickly reached an agreement. They all took out powerful magic weapons to deal with Lin Feng. The expert shrouded in divine light took out a demon-slaying saber. Old man Wen Dao took out a heaven-destroying sword. The expert shrouded in darkness took out a black devil seal. The expert shrouded in divine light took out a bronze-treasured ruler. The four magic treasures were activated. They shook the heavens and the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng and the others. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. The power of the four treasures was shocking. They violently attacked the defense formed by the stone scripture. The defense formed by the stone scripture shook violently. However, the defense formed by the stone scripture blocked the attacks of the four treasures. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity. He condensed a spacetime gate. It's a spacetime gate. That kid is so strong. Is he trying to leave through a spacetime gate? Obviously, that's what he's planning. However, the four of them have heaven-defying cultivation bases. They can easily seal the surrounding spacetime. I'm afraid that kid's wish won't come true. No. I think that kid is a smart person. He must know how powerful the four great experts are. Since he knows this, why did he still use such a method? What does that mean? It means that he has a way to deal with the threat of the four of them. This guy is the successor of the Celestial Master sect. His methods are strange. He even obtained the Celestial Master sect's holy scripture. So, it's normal for him to have such a method. The surrounding cultivators started discussing spiritedly. The four of them sneered. Spacetime lock. They released waves of powerful dermic powers. The dermic power surged into the void and sealed the spacetime gate. However, at that moment, the stone scripture started to emit waves of intense energy fluctuations. Those energy fluctuations were truly too powerful. The sealed space was actually destroyed by the stone scripture. Not good. The four of them couldn't help but look gloomy. They were powerful, but Lin Feng's stone scripture was too strong. Even their methods had been destroyed by Lin Feng's stone scripture. They were furious. Lin Feng sneered. You four shameless old men. Tell the cultivators of your families to be careful. When the time comes, I'll kill them. If they're beautiful female cultivators, I'll capture them and CK them 100 times. Bastard. When the four of them heard Lin Feng's words, they trembled with anger. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. However, at this moment, they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others entered the spacetime gate. Immediately after, the stone scripture flew into the spatial door as well. Following that, the spatial door disappeared. Very soon. In the ancient battlefield, some top forces joined forces to search for the whereabouts of the human-beast combination. However, to everyone's surprise, the southern region's Meng family unexpectedly didn't participate. Meng Jiyao was taken away by the beasts. The Meng clan had no choice but to pay 10 teleportation stones for Meng Jiyao. For the Meng clan, this is a great humiliation. Logically speaking, the Meng clan should have issued a bounty for the human-beast duo. Why hasn't the Meng clan done anything? Some cultivators were very confused and didn't know what the Meng clan was planning. Many people were discussing this matter. At this time, Lin Feng, Tao Tai, and Wu Shuren were in seclusion in an ancient mountain range. At the same time, he had to avoid the limelight. In addition, Lin Feng could enter the Divine Tao Immortal Palace to see what was inside. However, the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was Lin Feng's secret. Lin Feng didn't want to expose the secret of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace in front of others, so he didn't enter. It wouldn't be too late to wait until later. After adjusting for a while, Lin Feng and the others came out. After coming out, Lin Feng and the others began to investigate the identities of the other 3 experts who had besieged them. Lin Feng and the others already knew the identity of the old man. However, the identity of the other 3 was very mysterious. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. After a careful investigation, Lin Feng and the others really did find out. The experts shrouded in darkness were from the Dark Sky Sacred God clan. This clan was a top force in the western region and was very terrifying. The cultivators shrouded in divine light were from the Ancient God clan. This clan was also very powerful in the northern region. As for the cultivators shrouded in divine light, they were from the Sacred Soul Immortal clan in the central region. Although the identities of these 3 experts weren't clear, their origins were confirmed. Soon, the news spread. The cultivators of Futian Cave, Dark Sky Sacred God clan, Ancient God clan, and Sacred Soul Immortal clan were attacked by the combination of human and beast. And they suffered heavy casualties. These 4 forces were very powerful, but under the attack of the combination of human and beast, they didn't have the power to fight back. The forces that had originally participated in the encirclement of Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but become obedient and didn't dare to continue participating in this matter. The reason why the combination of human and beast is so terrifying is mainly because of that human brat. He has a book of the dead that can summon Saint Realm undead. More than 10 Saint Realm experts of the 4 forces have died in their hands. The casualties of cultivators below the Saint Realm are even more serious. I heard that the ancestors of the 4 forces are about to die from anger. They threatened to tear the combination of human and beast to pieces. Countless people were discussing this matter. Soon, another big news spread. The cultivators of the 4 forces were attacked again. This time, more than 10 top geniuses of the 4 forces were captured. They became prisoners of the combination of human and beast. These top geniuses were the hope of the 4 forces. In the future, they still needed to support the future of the 4 forces. But now, they were being suppressed. The situation was extremely bad. If you want them, use teleportation stones to exchange for them. 10 teleportation stones per force. At this moment, Lin Feng released the news. Damn, they're really evil. The combination of human and beast should have collected dozens of teleportation stones, right? Small teleportation arrays don't need that many, right? Why do they need so many teleportation stones? The price of a teleportation stone has already reached 3 billion high-grade immortal stones, and they can't even be bought. Why do you think they need so many teleportation stones? Damn, they've really struck it rich. In the ancient battlefield, countless forces were discussing this matter. The experts of the 4 forces were much quieter. During this period of time, they had suffered heavy losses. The 4 ancestors searched everywhere for Lin Feng and the others. But Lin Feng and the others were nowhere to be seen. Now, so many geniuses had been captured. They had no choice but to make a deal. Although they were incomparably sullen, although they gnashed their teeth in hatred, but so what, unless they didn't want to save those geniuses. In the end, Lin Feng's group of 3 made a deal with the 4 forces. They successfully obtained 40 teleportation stones. The young geniuses of the 4 influential groups who had been captured were released by Lin Feng and the other 2. The combination of human and beast cannot be provoked, Soon, this sentence spread rapidly in the ancient battlefield. The combination of human and beast was too ferocious. Indeed, they couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer great misfortune. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. After extorting 40 teleportation stones from the 4 major powers, Lin Feng now had 87 teleportation stones. However, Lin Feng's group only needed 64 teleportation stones. Therefore, Lin Feng had 23 teleportation stones that he didn't need. Lin Feng inquired about the price of the teleportation stones. It was said that one teleportation stone was sold for 3 billion high-grade immortal stones. Moreover, there was no market for it. Thus, Lin Feng spread the news that he was selling one teleportation stone for 5 billion high-grade immortal stones. When the news spread, it caused quite a stir. One must know, teleportation stones were too hard to find. Wanting to find a teleportation stone was as hard as ascending to the heavens. This guy is really greedy. He's actually selling one teleportation stone for 5 billion high-grade immortal stones. Isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? I wonder if anyone's buying it. Many people were discussing this matter. When the old ancestors of the 4 major powers heard about this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The teleportation stones they had obtained with great difficulty had been extorted 40 by Lin Feng's group. And now, Lin Feng actually wanted to sell those teleportation stones. The 4 old ancestors were almost angered to death. Some cultivators from the major powers were looking for Lin Feng's group. Some of them really wanted to buy the teleportation stones, even though Lin Feng's price was very high. However, to some of the major powers, they really needed the teleportation stones. Especially, some of the major powers' teleportation arrays were about to be completed. They only lacked a few teleportation stones. At this time, they no longer wanted to bitterly search for teleportation stones. They gritted their teeth and bought them from Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng's teleportation stones were selling like wildfire. It was truly a good way to get rich. What surprised Lin Feng was that he saw the holy maiden of the eastern region, Xiaolingyou. Lin Feng had a good impression of Xiaolingyou. This was mainly because Xiaotingyou had helped Lin Feng several times before. Lin Feng was naturally very grateful to Xiaotingyou. Taotia's eyes were filled with hostility when he saw Xiaotingyou. He had fought with Xiaotingyou more than once, and had nearly been killed by her. Naturally, he was incomparably furious. However, what happened in the past was like a fleeting cloud, and they did not dwell on it anymore. Xiaotingyou was also here to buy teleportation stones. Who would have thought that you would grow so much in such a short time? Xiaotingyou said as she looked at Lin Feng. She was somewhat emotional. She still remembered the scene when she first met Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, "Back then, I still have to thank the Holy Maiden for helping me. Otherwise, I might not be where I am now." After all, the two of them did not have a deep relationship, so they did not talk too much. Xiaotingyou needed 2 teleportation stones, so Lin Feng planned to give them to her. However, Xiaotingyou was very stubborn. She was unwilling to take Lin Feng's teleportation stones for free. Lin Feng gave her a discount and sold them to others for 5 billion each. He sold them to Xiaotingyou for 3 billion. Soon after, Xiaotingyou left. The 23 teleportation stones were quickly sold out. They sold for a total of 111 billion high-grade immortal stones. Lin Feng, Tao Tai, and Wu Shuren each sold for 37 billion high-grade immortal stones. Tao Tai actually did not want these things, so Lin Feng benefited from them in the end. "When do we set up the teleportation array?" Lin Feng asked Wu Shuren. Lin Feng did not know how to set up the teleportation array to the Supreme Divine Court, so he still needed Wu Shuren to set it up. Wu Shuren said, "We need to set it up when the 7 stars are in a row. We still need to wait for some time." 7 stars in a row? Which 7 stars? Lin Feng asked curiously. Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. Wu Shuren said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Now, they just had to wait. Wu Shuren would observe the changes in the stars every night. He was very proficient in the arrangement of the stars and the changes in the sky. Lin Feng was very surprised. Wu Shuren had said that he had been studying the Qi Huang technique. It seemed that he was not just talking about it. He really did have deep attainments and achievements in this area. Ordinary people could not compare to him. Lin Feng wanted to go to the Supreme Divine Court as soon as possible, but he knew that he could not rush it. After waiting for about half a month, Wu Shuren smiled and said, "The stars are changing. I estimate that the 7 stars will be in a row in a few days." Lin Feng and Tao Tai could not help but get excited. They were finally going to set up the teleportation array and see the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng was very curious. What did the Supreme Divine Court look like? He had heard too many legends about the Supreme Divine Court. But Lin Feng hadn't seen the Supreme Divine Court. What did it look like? He was about to see the Supreme Divine Court. His mood suddenly became a little excited. Actually, if it was just to see the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng would not be so excited. But the key was that Lin Feng had the token to enter the Supreme Divine Court. Even if it was not 100% possible to enter the Supreme Divine Court, it was still a hope. If he could really enter the Supreme Divine Court, that would be great. He wondered if he could bring something out of the Supreme Divine Court. If he could, it would definitely be a heaven-defying opportunity. The day of the 7 stars in a row soon arrived. The 7 stars in a row was a very special situation. Before dawn, Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. These 7 stars were connected. Then, at this time, the sun rose. When the 7 stars were connected, they formed a line with the sun. This was the so-called 7 stars in a row. Wu Shuren guessed the time of the 7 stars in a row. Thus, that night, the teleportation array was set up. Next, they waited for the 7 stars to arrive. Does the teleportation array rely on the 7 stars to activate? Lin Feng asked. Wu Shuren nodded and said, "That's right. The 7 stars in a row penetrate the sky. The light from the 7 stars in a row will shine on the teleportation array. Then, the teleportation array will activate and we will be teleported out." "How do we get out?" Lin Feng asked. "When we are teleported out, our thoughts can communicate with the teleportation array. Our thoughts can communicate with the teleportation array and we can immediately come out," Wu Shuren said. Time passed. Dawn arrived. The 7 stars were connected together. At the same time, a ray of white appeared on the horizon. Red clouds rose into the sky. The sun seemed to be about to come out. Lin Feng and the other 2 stepped onto the teleportation array. 15 minutes later, the sun came out. The 7 stars in a row and the sun formed a line. A beam of light shone on the teleportation array. Shwa, the light flashed. Lin Feng and the other 2 were immediately teleported out. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. When Lin Feng and the others reappeared, they were already in a brand new world. This world wasn't big, but there was a huge palace in the depths of this world. Lin Feng and the others could see the palace from afar. It was dazzling in the endless holy light. Is that the Supreme Divine Court? It's so big. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The Supreme Divine Court was like a huge ancient city floating in the void, filled with a sense of holiness. Tao Tai muttered. "I thought the Supreme Divine Court was just a palace. Why does it look like an ancient city?" Rumor has it that the Supreme Divine Court was originally an ancient city built by a certain expert, Wu Shuren said. "There's such a rumor?" Lin Feng was shocked. The Supreme Divine Court was so huge that it gave off a shocking feeling. Even from a distance, one could still feel the endless heavenly might. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't tell if Wu Shuren's words were true or not. If they were true, what kind of expert had built the Supreme Divine Court? It was truly inconceivable. Wu Shuren said, "There are too many rumors in the world. Most of the time, it's impossible to tell whether they're true or false." Lin Feng said, "Let's go to the Supreme Divine Court and take a look. Hopefully, we can enter." Wu Shuren and Tao Tai nodded and flew towards the Supreme Divine Court. When the 3 arrived outside the Supreme Divine Court, there were only a few people there. However, they didn't recognize Lin Feng. They were cultivators who had come here. Their auras were deep and ancient, and their strength was extraordinary. they were definitely top-tier experts. When they saw Lin Feng's group, they looked away. They weren't interested in paying attention to Lin Feng's group. In their eyes, Lin Feng's group wasn't worthy of their attention. Tao Tai said, I heard that every time the ancient battlefield opens, the Supreme Divine Court will allow a cultivator to enter. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, I've heard of this before. Wu Shuren said, we definitely won't be able to participate in the competition between the top experts. At the very least, we need to reach the peak of the Sage Realm. Look at those people, they're extremely ancient. I don't know how long they've lived. Maybe one of them is an existence that transcended eras. Lin Feng said, let's use our own methods to fight for a chance. They left the area and entered a forest not far away. Next, Lin Feng planned to study the token, which was the Black Jade Talisman. Runes swirled around the Jade Talisman. However, after studying it for a long time, Lin Feng didn't find anything special. As for communicating with the Supreme Divine Court through the Black Jade Talisman, that was just wishful thinking. Lin Feng gave the Black Jade Talisman to Tao Tai and Wu Shuren to comprehend. They didn't gain anything either. Am I destined to have no fate with the Supreme Divine Court? Lin Feng sighed. He didn't want to give up. The Supreme Divine Court was right in front of him. It was such a mysterious place. Countless people had tried to enter it. Who knew how much they had to pay to enter, but now, the Supreme Divine Court was right in front of him, and he could only look at it and sigh. This feeling was truly despairing. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren didn't look too good, but they didn't give up. They continued to try to communicate with the Supreme Divine Court. Perhaps they would be able to communicate with the Supreme Divine Court at some point. Over the next period of time, many people entered the world of the Supreme Divine Court. Those who could enter were all absolute experts. Ordinary people couldn't collect enough teleportation stones. Lin Feng saw some old acquaintances, such as Old Man Wen Dao and a few other shameless old men. Meng Jiyao, the Meng family's ancestor, and other familiar faces. Lin Feng didn't show himself. Wu Shuren said, when the Supreme Divine Court opens, the great Tao and immortal laws will surge out. At that time, even if you can't enter the Supreme Divine Court, if you can comprehend the great Tao and immortal laws, it will be of great benefit to your cultivation. Lin Feng said, that's true, but how can comprehending the great Tao and immortal laws here compare to entering the Supreme Divine Court? I don't think the time is right. Maybe we need to wait a little longer. When the time is right, we might have some unexpected gains. 10 days later, a powerful wave of energy rippled out from the Supreme Divine Court. Then, the gate of the Supreme Divine Court opened. Although it was only a crack, it was enough to enter the Supreme Divine Court. When someone entered, the gate would close again. Whoosh, many people rushed towards the Supreme Divine Court. How could it be so easy to enter the Supreme Celestial Court? An intense battle broke out between the cultivators and the void. Dozens of top-notch experts were locked in a fierce battle. No matter who tried to enter, they would be besieged. In the outer area, there were hundreds of cultivators watching the battle. This is a war of attrition. If you don't have absolute strength, you won't be able to last until the end. Tao Tai said. Lin Feng said, it's too difficult to defeat everyone in a battle of this level, so we can only fight a war of attrition. Whoever has the strongest accumulation will be the final winner, unless something unexpected happens. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, an old man walked over from afar. His body was like a mummy. His aura was sinister and terrifying, as if he was a ghost that had crawled out of hell. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The mummified old man. He had actually come. This old senior's identity was mysterious. He had a deep relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never figured out who he was. He had searched all over the heavens as if he was looking for something. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the mummified old man was looking for. Now, the mummified old man had arrived. It seemed that he also wanted to enter the Supreme Divine Court. Could it be that there was something he was looking for in the Supreme Divine Court? The mummified old man was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the battlefield. He continued to walk towards the Supreme Divine Court. You're courting death. Kill him. Many top experts revealed killing intent in their eyes. They felt the terrifying aura of the mummified old man, but so what? They definitely wouldn't let the mummified old man go. There were so many of them. Could it be that they couldn't kill the mummified old man? A group of people attacked, wanting to kill the mummified old man who was a great threat. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to severely injure him so that he couldn't participate in this battle. All kinds of attacks bombarded the mummified old man, drowning him in an instant. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website? The Taotai cursed, F*ck, these guys are too shameless. So many of them are ganging up on one person. They're really shameless. Wu Shuren said, that old man is very strong. Many people feel threatened by him. The other experts are on par with him. They all have a chance to reach the end. That's why they joined forces to deal with that old man. They want to get rid of those who threaten them. That way, no one will be able to threaten them. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, he frowned. Even though the old man was strong, he was facing dozens of high-level saints. Some of them were even at the top of the saint layer. Could the mummified old man withstand their attacks? After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, there were too many of them. Anyone who encountered such a situation would probably feel despair, right? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but talk about it. They were also curious. They didn't know if the old man would be killed or seriously injured in an instant. Many people felt that there was a high probability. Soon, the attacks dissipated. Everyone was shocked because the attacks of dozens of top experts were not able to hurt the old man who looked like a mummy. He stood there, motionless. He wasn't affected at all. This ability was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? Isn't this too terrifying? The Taotai also couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Lin Feng was moved. Although he knew that the old man was very strong, he didn't expect him to be strong to this extent. How is this possible? The dozens of top experts also had expressions of disbelief. How tyrannical were their attacks? Moreover, they were attacking together. Everyone's attacks formed a torrent of attacks that bombarded the mummified old man. The power of such an attack was naturally terrifying to an unfathomable extent. But in reality, the old man was like a mummy. He wasn't injured at all. Only this. From this, one could tell how powerful the mummified old man was. Take out your magic treasure and kill him. The old man said coldly. This shameless old man's skin was as thick as a city wall. He was definitely a shameless person. He took out his magic treasure first. The others saw the old man take out his magic treasure. They also took out their magic treasures one after another. A group of top experts activated the power of their magic treasures. As the magic treasure's power continued to increase, the fluctuations from the magic treasures became stronger and stronger. Kill! A deep roar suddenly rang out. One by one, the top experts manipulated their Dharma treasures to attack the mummified old man. The old man's expression was very stiff. He had always been expressionless. His personality had always been like this. His expression was as if it had weathered and never changed. Can that old man still withstand the attacks of so many experts? The cultivators who were watching the show were shocked. Everyone's eyes at the 2 sides. Dozens of powerful magic treasures. In an instant, he came for the kill. However, when those magic treasures were 1 meter away from the mummified old man, they all stopped. Those magic treasures seemed to be imprisoned in the void. No matter how hard the magic treasures, they seemed to be unable to move an inch. This, everyone was petrified. The mummified old man was actually this powerful? The mummified old man stepped forward. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread out from the old man's body. That horrifying aura slammed into the group of top experts. Those top experts couldn't bear it. They were all sent flying. Wah! Many people vomited blood in midair. Their faces were pale. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Oh my God, what did I just see? Countless people shouted in disbelief. Among those experts, there was no lack of experts at the peak of the sage realm. They were defeated so miserably. This was too shocking. However, all of this was real. The mummified old man was too terrifying. Greetings to all the heroes in the world, Lin Feng said excitedly. In the past, his father, Lin Beidian, defeated all the heroes in the world here. He suppressed many old antiques until they couldn't breathe. In the end, he entered the Supreme Divine Court. Now, the old man did the same thing. He defeated all the heroes in the world. Who could compete with him? The group of top-notch experts looked at the old man who looked like a mummy with an expression of extreme horror. The old man didn't attack them. Instead, he continued to walk toward the Supreme Divine Court. Those top experts avoided the old man as if he was a snake or a scorpion. They didn't dare to stop him. At this moment, their hearts were filled with bitterness. Experts like them stood at the peak of cultivation. Now, they had joined forces. But they couldn't deal with the old man. This was a huge blow to their confidence. Has he already transcended? An expert muttered to himself. Perhaps he had really transcended. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Lin Feng was also thinking about this. Had the mummified old man completed his transcendence? Could he really have transcended the sage realm? I don't know what that level is, but it's extremely rare. Even the holy emperors, devil lords, Pangu, Nuwa, and other existences haven't been able to transcend. They're stuck in the sage realm, and they've tried to break through to a higher level many times, but they've all failed. Since ancient times, it's very rare to hear of someone who's been able to transcend. Has he transcended? Wu Shuren couldn't help but sigh. The shock that the old man brought to everyone today was unparalleled. It was even difficult to describe with words. This kind of shock fiercely impacted everyone's heart. The old man walked step by step toward the Supreme Divine Court. His footsteps seemed to form a connection with the Supreme Divine Court. They formed a resonance with the Great Tao. Dong, at this moment, the immortal sound of the Great Tao came from the Supreme Divine Court. Endless immortal light spewed out. Countless immortal laws intertwined in the void. Hurry up and comprehend the Tao, many cultivators exclaimed. Although they couldn't enter the Supreme Divine Court, it would be a great opportunity if they could comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng felt that perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He could try and see if he could resonate with the Supreme Divine Court. He held the black jade talisman in his hand, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend again. Tao Tai and Wu Shuren didn't disturb him. They were very nervous and hoped that Lin Feng could succeed. Buzz. The black jade talisman in Lin Feng's hand vibrated violently. This is, Tao Tai and Wu Shuren couldn't help but show an extremely excited expression. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. At this moment, the power of an immortal Tao law surged out of the godly court, wrapping around Lin Feng and the other two. Their bodies quickly flew toward the godly court. Oh my god! We're rich! Tao Tai shouted excitedly. I didn't think I'd be the final winner. Ha 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 ha. Wu Shuren laughed. So many people were looking forward to entering the godly court. But they couldn't do it. Their cultivation was really nothing in this place. But they got the chance to enter the godly court. How could they not be excited? As for whether they would get another chance to enter the godly court, it was hard to say. Who knew when the doomsday battle would come? Perhaps it would come soon. When that time came, the world with the reverse time would be destroyed. Everything would be destroyed. This was the doomsday battle. It would destroy everything, destroy everything. Lin Feng and the other two flew toward the godly court. Naturally, many people saw them. Damn, what's going on? Someone exclaimed, puzzled. They seem to have gotten an opportunity to enter the godly court. Someone said. What? There's such a thing? Many people were shocked. Then, they looked at Lin Feng and the other two with envy. Destroy them, the old man said angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was too jealous of Lin Feng and the others. There was enmity between the two sides. Naturally, he wouldn't let Lin Feng and the others go. Several top experts attacked, sending terrifying attacks at Lin Feng and the other two. but their attacks were reflected by the immortal light surrounding Lin Feng and the others. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of shameless old things. You can be jealous all you want. Lin Feng laughed. The old man almost coughed up blood at Lin Feng's words. At this moment, the mummified old man entered the godly court. Something strange happened. The godly court shot out another beam of immortal light. This time, it wrapped around Meng Jiyao. Meng Jiyao also flew toward the godly court. Seeing Meng Jiyao quickly flying over, Lin Feng was very surprised. Meng Jiyao flew over. Didn't that mean Meng Jiyao also had the token? It seems like Meng Jiyao actually had 2 tokens, but she only took out one at that time. The next moment, Lin Feng and the other 2 entered the Supreme Divine Court. Dazzling light shone upon them. Lin Feng could not even open his eyes. When the blinding light dissipated, Lin Feng found that Tao Tai and Wu Shuren were gone. Beneath his feet was a huge lake. The surroundings were shrouded in immortal mist. Where is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Immediately after, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression because the surface of the lake began to violently fluctuate. An illusory shadow appeared at the bottom of the lake. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I am the spirit of the Lake of Truth. The shadow said. Lake of Truth? What kind of damned place is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Lake of Truth is not a damned place. It is a place where you can resolve the doubts in your heart. When you enter the godly court, the immortal laws of the godly court will send you to different places based on your deepest thoughts. Since you have been sent to the Lake of Truth, it means that you have many doubts that you want to resolve, but you are powerless to do so. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Does that mean you can help me resolve the doubts in my heart? Of course, the shadow said. It then added, however, not all doubts can be solved. I can reconstruct the process of some things, but there is one thing you need to give me. Only then can I reconstruct the situation at that time. Hee, I really do have some things I want to know. Lin Feng took out the mysterious box. Lin Feng's understanding of the box was limited to the dismembered corpse inside. It was the corpse of a cultivator surnamed Ji. Other than that, he didn't know anything else. For example, who had forged the mysterious box? Another example. Who had placed the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious box? These were all unknown. Today, this should be enough to resolve the doubts, right? This is. The shadow seemed to be very surprised when it saw the mysterious box. It seemed that it recognized the mysterious box. Do you recognize this thing? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The shadow said. Can you tell me who forged it and who the dismembered corpse inside is? Who placed the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious box? Lin Feng said. Let's look and talk. The shadow said. Then, the surface of the lake rippled. Many scenes appeared. It was a world of destruction. Many things were being destroyed. A great war broke out. It was extremely tragic. Palaces were destroyed one after another. Many cultivators died tragically. In the black fog, a cultivator carrying another cultivator quickly rushed out. Yu Shang. You can't escape. A cold voice was heard. Several ancient existences chased after him. It was hard to imagine how strong they were. Their auras were too terrifying. Lin Feng even felt that the auras of these experts were not any weaker than the mummified old man. What world is this? Lin Feng asked. Wasteland. The shadow said. Lin Feng was shocked. Wasteland, this was actually the wasteland, this shocked him. Who is Yu Shang? Lin Feng asked. The injured person is Yu Shang. In the past, he was a ruler of the wasteland. The shadow said. A ruler of the wasteland? That means the one chasing after him is also a ruler of the wasteland? Lin Feng said in shock. Yes. The shadow said. Lin Feng was shocked. The wasteland was very mysterious and cruel. This ruler of the wasteland called Yu Shang was surrounded by 4 rulers and was severely injured. The bloody hole in his chest almost shattered his heart. even though he was extremely strong. Now, he seemed to be unable to hold on. F*ck. I didn't expect to fall into your trap. I'd been unhindered my entire life, but I was actually tricked by you bastards. Yushang cursed at them. Uncle Yu, ignore them. Hurry up and protect your heart. The cultivator carrying Yushang said. Yemo. Put me down and leave by yourself. With your strength, you can definitely leave. Yushang said. Yemo said, how can I leave Uncle Yu behind and leave by myself? Eventually, Yushang fainted and was placed in an ice cave by the cultivator called Gmo. He lured the four rulers away. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. Where did you put him? The four rulers asked coldly after catching up to Yemo. Yemo shrugged, I really can't tell you that. Since that's the case, only death awaits you, said one of the sovereigns with an indifferent expression. Yemo said, I ran before because it wasn't convenient to fight you guys with Uncle Yu, but now, I don't need to worry about that. Brat, you think too highly of yourself. Just because you have a little bit of ability, you think you can contend against us? What a joke. One of the sovereigns sneered. We'll only know if we try. Yemo's face was indifferent. Boom, the battle immediately erupted. Yemo fought with the four rulers. What kind of terrifying existence was the ruler of the wasteland? His combat strength was heaven-defying. Now that the wasteland overlord had made his move, the battle prowess he displayed was truly terrifying. Heaven and earth seemed like they were about to be pierced through. All kinds of divine abilities were dazzling. However, Yemo was able to negate the attack. This was truly hard to believe. The most shocking thing was that Yemo not only dispelled the four rulers' attacks but also beat them back. If the four sovereigns of the wasteland joined forces, they would definitely be invincible. However, he was repelled by a young cultivator. The four hegemons of the wastelands were unable to accept this. Who are you? The expressions of the four rulers were extremely gloomy. Something was wrong with today's situation. This young cultivator before them was simply too terrifying. I'm Yemo, Yemo said. You are from the Yi clan? The Kunlun Universe's Yi clan? One of the sovereigns' expression instantly turned ugly. The Kunlun Universe was the head of the four universes. The Yi family of the Kunlun Universe was the absolute ruler of the Kunlun Universe. It was rumored that the current head of the Yi family suppressed the changes in the Kunlun Universe when the Kunlun Universe changed. From then on, the Yi family. They became the #1 family in the Kunlun Universe. This was a force that no one dared to provoke. Soon, however, the sovereign began to laugh coldly. So what if it's the Yi clan? The Yi clan isn't invincible. There are people who can deal with them. The four continued to use God art against Yemo. Yemo walked up and a huge star map appeared in his body. This was the cultivation of meridians. In fact, Lin Feng already had some understanding of meridian cultivation, but he had yet to truly delve into it. Meridian cultivation was a profound cultivation method. It was also a very difficult cultivation method. Meridian cultivation. It could allow one to transcend and transform. There were many people who could truly complete the meridian cultivation. Even the ruler of the wasteland could not do it. But Yemo did it. A star map flew out of Yemo's body. The starry sky map pressed down on the four sovereigns. Bang 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 bang, when the four hegemons collided with the star diagram, they were actually knocked back by the star diagram. The four juggernauts' expressions instantly turned ugly. Yemo. As expected of someone from the Yi clan. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Next. An entity shrouded in darkness stepped out. Upon seeing this existence, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. That kind of evil aura was really too terrifying. The mastermind behind the scenes. This existence was definitely the mastermind behind the scenes. Lin Feng knew that there was more than one mastermind behind the scenes. The strongest mastermind behind the scenes was the ultimate ruler of the mastermind's world. However, the other masterminds also had unimaginable power and were almost immortal. Seeing the mastermind come out, Yemo said, as I guessed, there was a terrifying existence hibernating in the void. Now, you finally came out. The mastermind said, I didn't plan to come out, but if I didn't, the four sovereigns wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Emo said coldly, you let the four sovereigns ambush my uncle you. What is your goal? Hehe, my goal is simple, I'm only one step away from immortality. I've heard that Yushang has a talisman, if I get that talisman, I'll be able to obtain the secret of immortality in the door of everlasting life. The mastermind said. If someone like you can't die, it'll be an extremely tragic thing for this epic, Emo said coldly. Yi clan brat. Your clan controls the order of the Kunlun universe. My family controls the order of the 9 continents universe. Although the 9 continents universe is not ranked as high as the Kunlun universe, the foundation of the Yi family is too weak. If it wasn't for an earth-shattering figure in the Yi family would be nothing but an ant in front of my family. However, I can give face to the strong cultivator of your family and spare your life, but you must tell me where Yushang is. If you don't cooperate with me, then even the face of the strong cultivator of the Yi family won't be enough to protect you. The mastermind said. Hehe, you want me to tell you Uncle Yu's location? That's wishful thinking. I also want to experience the god arts of your clan. Emo said coldly. Okay. The mastermind's face was cold as he raised his right hand and slapped at Emo suddenly, a gigantic palm appeared in the void. It was a gigantic palm. It instantly turned into a claw that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It clawed at Emo break, Emo yelled and controlled the star map to sweep towards that huge claw. Thud, the starry sky map and the huge claw collided fiercely, and the void was shattered by the impact of the collision. Such a clash was really shocking. You have some power. The mastermind sneered and turned into a black ray. That black ray. It was as though it could split the universe. It hacked at the star map. Emo controlled the star map to sweep at the black ray. Splurge, with that tearing sound, Emo's star map was sliced open by the black ray. Then, the culprit turned into a black ray and flew towards Emo. It instantly came before Emo and hacked at Emo Heaven's annihilation. Emo roared and punched out. Under the attack of that punch, the heavens seemed to be about to be annihilated. That punch was simply too powerful. Thud. Emo's punch clashed with the black ray. Something shocking happened. Even someone as powerful as the black ray was smashed away by Emo's punch. Previous loading next chapters. Emo's power was too strong. He even repelled the mastermind. It was hard to imagine how strong Emo was. The mastermind was clearly someone who had crossed epochs, but he couldn't get the upper hand against the rather young Emo. This infuriated the mastermind. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. He wasn't going to admit his failure. After turning into his main body, the mastermind looked coldly at Emo and said, I underestimated your means. Now, I will let you see the true supreme art of my race. The mastermind waved his hands. It wasn't a spell, but its power was unimaginable. After waving his hands a few times, the mastermind pushed with his right hand. Thud, with the sound of the collision, a formless power smashed into Emo's chest. Emo was sent flying. He didn't know what kind of method the mastermind had used to create such a tyrannical power. Moreover, this method was so strange. It was really inconceivable. At this moment, the mastermind made his move again, sending out palm after palm strike. Thud thud thud. The mastermind's attacks landed on Emo's body. Emo kept retreating. The mastermind was very hard to deal with indeed. His battle power was terrifying. Such a powerful god art, watch how I break it. Emo's voice was cold as he walked up. All the meridians in his body seemed to have awakened. These meridians exuded extremely violent fluctuations that caused people to be alarmed. And what was more shocking was that there were gods sitting cross-legged in those meridians. It wasn't very hard to give birth to gods in meridians. But the hard part was that those meridians in Emo's body were all giving birth to gods. This was too hard, it was like a myth. It seemed Emo had cultivated the meridian diagram to an extremely high level. That was why those acupoints gave birth to gods one after another. The mastermind's attack came again. But the attack was devoured by those meridians. Glory of gods. Suddenly, a low voice sounded in the world. The voice seemed to come from Yimo's body. Those voices were the combined voices of many gods, just like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. The power of the gods fused with Yimo's power. World of peace. Yimo yelled. He used an ultimate technique. The Age of Peace was a divine ability created by the strongest of the Yi clan. Since that battle, the Kunlun universe had entered a period of rapid development. All the major forces lived in harmony. It appeared to be a peaceful and prosperous world. Everyone was like a dragon, and everyone could cultivate. Everyone was like a dragon and could become an immortal. This was the era of peace and prosperity. This mystique was definitely a world-shaking one. When the Age of Peace mystique was unleashed, the entire world would tremble. A dazzling beam of light condensed and blasted toward the mastermind. The expression of the mastermind changed abruptly. The mastermind didn't dare to be careless and quickly formed a defense barrier to stop Yimo's attack. It was an extremely powerful defense god art. On the defensive light shield, there were countless runes. Each rune contained a shocking power. But the Age of Peace god art was too powerful. It directly destroyed the defense of the mastermind. It smashed into the body of the mastermind. The mastermind seemed to be struck by lightning and was blasted away. Then, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. However, although the Age of Peace god art was powerful, it consumed too much of the body's energy. After sending the mastermind flying, Yimo didn't use the Age of Peace god art again. Instead, he unleashed another divine ability, causing many of the gods in his body to fly out at high speed. Those gods. They were as fast as lightning, they charged at the mastermind. In an instant, he arrived in front of the mastermind. It was too late for the mastermind to dodge. Under the attack of the gods, the mastermind's body exploded. I'm one of the 9 great sovereigns of my clan. I'm an undying existence. No one can kill me. The mastermind roared angrily, and the exploded body started to twist and contort. It was as though he was about to be reborn. You're not an undying existence. Yimo's voice was cold. He quickly flew over. A heaven flame appeared in Yimo's hand. The heavenly fire instantly enveloped the struggling culprit behind the scenes. Arg, you dare to kill me? Hurry up and let me go or you'll die even more miserably. The mastermind roared. Yimo didn't intend to let the mastermind go. The 4 sovereigns' faces suddenly changed. They all charged at Yimo. Before, they didn't join up with the mastermind. They believed that if they joined up with the mastermind, they would be able to kill Yimo. They could kill Yimo for sure, but now that the mastermind was suppressed, they couldn't join hands with the mastermind to attack Yimo. Their only hope now was to rescue the mastermind behind the scenes. But it was too late. Yimo's heaven flame was very terrifying. It burned the mastermind to dust. The 4 sovereigns charged over. Their faces were extremely bleak. They joined up to attack Yimo. After the battle, Yimo's battle power fell quite a bit. He didn't plan to keep fighting with the 4 sovereigns. Yimo broke free from the 4 sovereigns and quickly flew away. But at this moment, a terrifying chi filled the world. Demonic chi rumbled violently. In the demonic chi, a gigantic human face appeared in the air. Seeing that huge face, Yimo's face suddenly changed. What a Yi family child. You've only cultivated for 10,000 years and killed one of my race's sovereigns. This is unbelievable. If you cultivate for a few 100,000 years, what would happen? The terrifying being looked coldly at Yimo. Who are you? Yimo asked coldly. Ha 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 ha. The huge face laughed. I was born, the universe wasn't born, the oceans dried up, countless eras rose and fell. In this universe, there's no being older than me. It's you. Yimo's face changed. He knew who this terrifying being was. He was the mastermind that made countless people's faces pale, the ruler of the world. He was the ultimate being of the mastermind's world. He destroyed epics and reborn them. It seems you've heard of my name. I didn't want to kill you, but you killed one of my supreme masters. In order to protect the honor of my race, you must die. The huge face said coldly. He was like a death god that walked out of hell. His appearance turned the entire world into a purgatory world. He opened his mouth and spat. A cold ray flew out and attacked Yimo. Runes interweaved in Yimo's body. The dense runes protected Yimo's body. Clank. The huge face's attack smashed into Yimo's body. The huge face's attack was extremely terrifying. Yimo was smashed away, but he was no ordinary person. Even though he was smashed away, the runes didn't break. Humph, the huge face sneered. He spat out another cold ray. That cold ray was even stronger and instantly came before Yimo, slicing towards Yimo. Yimo wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. That cold ray swept Yimo's body and sent him flying. Yimo coughed up blood. Master's Goddard is invincible. The four rulers couldn't help but say. These four hegemons had clearly already submitted to the hegemon behind the scenes. Yimo knew the situation wasn't good. He couldn't hold back or he would die for sure. Thinking about this, Yimo couldn't help but grit his teeth. His eyes flashed with bleak coldness. Have a taste of my self-created ultimate art. Yimo's voice was cold. He walked towards the huge face step by step. Yimo's chi grew stronger and stronger. The meridians in Yimo's body appeared again. Then, those dense meridians started to fuse. This was an extremely shocking scene. The fact that the acupoints could fuse with each other was something that had never been seen or heard of before. However, the fact that the acupoints could really fuse with each other was truly incredible. Eventually, the meridians in Yimo's body fused into one. I will become one. Yimo said. One was Tao. Tao was one. So now, Yimo had become Tao. This was Yimo's own Tao. A Tao that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Yimo quickly charged towards the huge face. The huge face spat out many attacks at Yimo. However, those attacks were instantly devoured by Yimo's merged meridian points. Yimo turned into an eternal dark whirlpool. That huge vortex was like a space-time black hole, emitting an aura that made people tremble. The black vortex smashed into the human face. Bang, the human face actually exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, the black whirlpool turned into Yimo's original body. Yimo panted heavily. He was extremely tired. This kind of absolute art was too taxing on the body. Moreover, Yimo used peace prosperity before. Continuously using this kind of top-notch technique would cause the body's mana to be depleted extremely quickly. Yimo looked around vigilantly. But at this moment, endless darkness appeared and devoured Yimo. Keek keek. A sinister laugh came from the darkness. What I love the most is killing up-and-coming youngsters like you. You are very powerful, so powerful that even I am shocked. But so what? You still can't escape death. Are you ready to die? The huge face's voice sounded. His voice was so eerie and terrifying. Yimo kept struggling. But he couldn't break free. So what if he had destroyed the gigantic face formed by the mastermind behind the scenes? The mastermind behind the scenes, the Sovereign Lord, was an immortal and indestructible existence. No matter how many times he died, he could revive. But others couldn't. Others would die once. Then, he would die and his Tao would disappear. Void severing. Yimo yelled coldly and tore open the void, disappearing with the darkness that enveloped him. Eventually, they came to the outer realm. Kid, you don't need to struggle. You can't struggle at all. The huge face's cold voice came from the darkness. Even if I die, my will is still there. Sooner or later, I'll come back, said Lin Feng. Yimo's cold voice sounded. Rumble, then, there was a huge explosion. Yimo chose to self-destruct. The darkness was blown away. Not long after, the darkness condensed again and an eerie voice sounded. Damn it, you really deserve to die. As powerful as the mastermind of the mastermind's world, although he was immortal and indestructible, he would still be injured. Some special injuries, such as injuries to the divine soul or origin, would have a greater impact on him. Yimo's self-destruction injured him. So, he became exasperated. After an unknown amount of time, a divine light appeared in the outer realm. There seemed to be a cultivator in the divine light, but one couldn't see what that cultivator looked like. that cultivator walked all over the heavens. He was looking for broken corpses. As long as my will doesn't die, I can exist forever. Just wait for the right time to return. A voice sounded from within the holy light. It was a man's voice. It was like an ancient voice that floated between the heavens and earth. He collected the broken corpses and put them into the metal box. Then he sealed the metal box. He didn't put the metal box away. Instead, he put the metal box in the endless outer realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation of this era might be able to help you. The mysterious expert couldn't help but mutter to himself. He used the 6 paths of reincarnation and created 6 huge black holes. The 6 black holes represented the 6 paths. The 6 huge black holes fused together and instantly devoured the mysterious metal box. Then, all the scenes disappeared. This was the origin of the mysterious metal box and the broken corpses. Seeing these scenes, Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. So, the mastermind of the mastermind's world. He was actually such a powerful existence. In the universe, the most ancient existence. Before the universe appeared, he had already appeared. Just how strong was this existence, Lin Feng didn't dare to guess. But Yi was really strong. Especially his attack, he actually destroyed the mastermind's ruler. However, the mastermind's ruler was undying and indestructible. In fact, some amazing existences, such as his ancestor Jizishu, had the power to destroy him. They seemed to have the power to destroy the mastermind's ruler. But in the end, they still died in the hands of the mastermind. Because the mastermind's ruler was undying and indestructible, no one was a match for him. Anyone who dared to go against the mastermind's ruler would definitely die. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious metal box in his hand. Yimo. There would be a day when he would return, that day. When would it come? If there really was a day when he would return, Lin Feng hoped that it would be before the Armageddon War. If he could return before the Armageddon War, it would be a great help to Lin Feng and the others. However, no one knew when that day would come. Do you have anything else you want to ask about the mysterious metal box? The shadow asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I have some other questions I want to ask you. The shadow said, sorry. I can't help you with that. Why? Lin Feng asked. The shadow said, because I can only help others with one thing. I've already helped you with the mysterious metal box, so I won't help you with anything else. When Lin Feng heard the shadow, he was speechless. You didn't tell me I could only ask one thing, said the shadow. You didn't ask me, the shadow said. Fine. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, although he could only ask one question, it was indeed one of the questions he wanted to know the most. Therefore, he wouldn't have any regrets. Fortunately, he didn't ask any other random questions. Otherwise, he would have been screwed. Lin Feng asked, then what should I do next? You can go and take something. I can show you the way. Have you thought about what you want? The shadow asked. Lin Feng was a little depressed. He could only take one thing. How stingy. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I want to take a treasure that can activate my 4th bloodline. The 4th bloodline was Lin Feng's greatest secret. Lin Feng had always wanted to activate his 4th blood. He wanted to see what kind of blood it was. However, Lin Feng hadn't found a way to do so yet. Perhaps it could be done in the Supreme Divine Court. If you can get a bloodline stone, you can activate your 4th bloodline, the shadow said. Lin Feng nodded. Bloodline stone? What's that? Where is it? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Since the shadow mentioned it, the Supreme Divine Court should be able to activate it. In that case, there should be something like that in the Godly Court. Maybe he really did have to activate the 4th bloodline. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become excited. If he could activate his 4th bloodline, it would be heaven-defying. The bloodline stone is a blood-colored stone. It has a blood-colored dragon scale-like pattern on the outside. It is said to be able to activate any bloodline. The bloodline stone is in the depths of the Supreme Divine Court, but I don't know where it is. F***ck. You don't even know where the stone is? Are you lying? Asked Lin Feng asked. He should have said, do you think I need to lie to you? The shadow was right. There was no need to lie to him. Lin Feng was speechless. You only know that there is such a thing, but you don't even know where it is. What's the use of it? The shadow said, even if you know where it is, you won't be able to get it. Why do you say that? Asked Lin Feng. The shadow said, you can't enter the depths of the Supreme Divine Court. Even many top-notch saints aren't qualified to enter. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Hee, these are the rules. The shadow said. Lin Feng felt helpless. If that was the case, then he was destined to not be able to obtain the bloodline stone. Where can I go? Asked Lin Feng. The place you can go is the area under my control. The shadow said. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I want an ancient weapon. Sorry, I don't have it here. The ancient weapon is in the depths. Lin Feng felt depressed again. The Supreme Divine Court was really a scam. All kinds of things were divided into different areas. If you want to divide them into different areas, then so be it. There were even restrictions on cultivation levels. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. What should he want? Bloodline evolution was out of the question. Should he want an immortal scripture, or perhaps he needed a heavenly treasure to break through his cultivation base? What did he want? Lin Feng felt conflicted. I want a heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the heaven-shaking steel. He had 2 heaven-shaking steels, one yin and one yang. Unfortunately, Lin Feng hadn't been able to comprehend the secrets of the steels, and one of them was damaged. It hadn't been completely repaired. A heaven-shaking steel? Kid, you have the nerve to ask for one. The shadow said, somewhat speechless. Lin Feng said, what's there to be embarrassed about? Who made the rule that I can't have a heaven-shaking steel? Hurry up and give it to me. Where do I have a heaven-shaking steel? Said the shadow. Damn, you don't have anything you want. Why are you doing so poorly? Lin Feng said disdainfully. The heaven-shaking steel is comparable to the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life. Do you think it's possible for a heaven-shaking steel to appear in the Supreme Divine Court? Said the shadow. Lin Feng said, I've heard of such rumors before, but why do I feel like they're nonsense? How can a heaven-shaking steel compare to the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life? Although the heaven-shaking steel has some immortal scriptures and legacies on it, it still can't compare to the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life, right? What do you know? Said the shadow. Then tell me, what's so special about the heaven-shaking steel? Asked Lin Feng. Said the shadow. Kid, are you trying to get information from me? Why should I tell you? Said Lin Feng. I'm not trying to get information from you. I'm just curious, don't you know? Said the shadow. Fine, it's been a long time since someone has come to see me, so I'll say a few more words. After pausing for a moment, the shadow continued, after the steel is separated, its power is not obvious. The reason why it's so powerful is because it can fuse with the other 18 steels. After that, it turns into a gigantic heaven-shaking steel. When the 18 sky-shaking stone steels fuse together, it'll be incredible. Not only will the sky-shaking stone steels possess incredible offensive strength, but most importantly, there are countless inheritances recorded on them. The 3,000 Grand Daos and the Supreme Immortal Scriptures are just child's play because they're only the inheritances of one epoch. As far as I know, the sky-shaking stone tablets have at least 3,000 epochs worth of inheritances. You can find the top inheritances of any epoch on the sky-shaking stone tablets. You can imagine that if you collect 18 sky-shaking stone tablets, then you'll be able to learn all the top inheritances of 3,000 epochs. At that time, nobody will be a match for you, and you'll be able to easily kill the mastermind. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of this book. The heaven-shaking steels are awesome. Once you gather all of them, you will be invincible in this world. But who knows how to gather all of them? Lin Feng couldn't help but say helplessly. Then, he continued, moreover, I heard that the heaven-shaking steels are in the past, present, and future. It will be even more difficult to find the heaven-shaking steels. Therefore, I don't have much hope in finding the heaven-shaking steels. Lin Feng said. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng didn't have much hope in finding the heaven-shaking steels because they were too difficult to find. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that some of the heaven-shaking steels had already given birth to their own spirituality. Those heaven-shaking steels weren't easy to subdue. If the heaven-shaking steels didn't recognize a master, it would be useless even if you found them. The shadow said, there is one thing you don't know. As the saying goes, the world will unite after being separated for a long time. In fact, the heaven-shaking steels are the same. They will unite after being separated for a long time. Although the heaven-shaking steels are scattered all over the world, they will have a chance to unite at the end of the epic. However, I don't know who can unite the heaven-shaking steels. I guess that there is definitely more than one person who can control the heaven-shaking steels. Among these people, there will definitely be someone who can stand out, but it's hard to say who that person is. After hearing the shadow's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, he felt relieved. Lin Feng believed, the person who stood out in the end would definitely be him. If there was really a chance to gather the heaven-shaking steels, then it would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. He needed to think about what he could get from the shadow. Lin Feng thought about a lot of things. However, he was still somewhat hesitant. I want the immortal scriptures. In the end, Lin Feng made a decision. Immortal scriptures were very rare and very difficult to collect. Lin Feng decided that it would be more cost-effective to obtain them. Whose immortal scriptures do you want? The shadow asked. Whose immortal scriptures do you have? Lin Feng asked. Many. The shadow said. Pangu's immortal scriptures, Xianxia immortal scriptures, and so on and so forth. Pangu and Xianxia Tianzuan are the same person? How come there are different immortal scriptures? Asked Lin Feng asked. Pangu was the incarnation of Xianxia Tianzuan. When Pangu existed in this form, he created the Pangu immortal scriptures. Tianzuan 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 Unshur Untians. Tianjia Unwen Tianjia Unzu Shur Tianzian Tianzuan, Tianzhuang Tians Tianzu Shur Tians. Tianjis Tianzhan Tianzier Tians, Tians Tianzu Shur Tians SCT Tianzan Shurs Tians ZT Tians Tians. ZTZTZ. Of course, then Z1 ZTZT because Zu of ZT of Tians immortal ZZT Hihi. I want the Xianxia immortal scriptures. Where's the Xianxia immortal scriptures? Asked Lin Feng. At that moment, a crane flew over from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was not a real crane. It was probably a crane condensed from immortal chi. The shadow said, follow the crane and you'll find the Xianxia immortal scriptures. Lin Feng asked, once I learn the Xianxia immortal scriptures, how do I get out? The laws here will send you out, but don't worry. The laws here will send you far away. You don't have to worry about being blocked. Said the shadow. Thank you. We'll meet again someday. Said Lin Feng. The shadow said, I guess we won't meet again. Maybe we won't have the chance to meet again. Lin Feng said, that won't happen. I'll definitely come back. The shadow curled its lips and said, you're pretty confident. Lin Feng waved at the shadow. Then, he chased after the crane. The crane brought Lin Feng away from the lake and stopped beside a cliff. Lin Feng looked at the cliff and realized that there were many runes on it. Those runes seemed to record the Xianxia immortal scriptures. Lin Feng used his godly awareness to communicate with those talismans. Then, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Because those runes really did record the Xianxia immortal scriptures. Lin Feng memorized all the runes in his mind. Those runes formed the complete Xianxia immortal scriptures. At that moment, a ball of immortal light enveloped Lin Feng. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was already outside the Supreme Divine Court. Looking into the distance, he could still see the Supreme Divine Court between heaven and earth. The Supreme Divine Court's aura was mysterious, powerful, and eternal. However, Lin Feng did not continue to stay here. With a move of his spiritual will, he flew out of the space and time where the Supreme Divine Court was located. After coming out, Lin Feng discovered that Tao Tai and Wu Shuren had already come out. They must have gained a lot, but Lin Feng did not ask them what they had gained. We'll probably become the target of public criticism, so I plan to leave. Wu Shuren said. Lin Feng nodded and said, I also plan to leave. It's time to return to the real world. We'll meet again when I go to the devil world. Alright. Wu Shuren nodded. Lin Feng, Tao Tai, and Wu Shuren parted ways. Lin Feng did not directly return to the real world. Instead, he went to look for Hong Yuer, the holy beast, and the others. Lin Feng planned to bring Hong Yuer back to the Undying Realm. Tao Tai also planned to follow Lin Feng back. If the holy beast and the others also followed Lin Feng back, it would be even better. Half a year later, Lin Feng finally met up with Hong Yuer and the others. After seeing Lin Feng, Hong Yuer was incomparably excited. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Naturally, it was a shameless and sleepless night. The next day, Lin Feng asked the others. Only the holy beast planned to leave with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not force the others. In the end, Lin Feng, Hong Yuer, Tao Tai, and the holy beast left the world of time reversal together. They returned to the real world. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Someone had already entered the Pengu mystery domain. Others had entered with Pengu's token, and those people might be Pengu's successors. It was normal. Huangfu Qingtian wouldn't be the only successor of an existence like Pengu. He would definitely have several successors, and in the end, these successors would compete for Pengu's ultimate legacy. Of course. Different successors would inherit different things, and the order would definitely be different. For example, Huangfu Qingtian might have obtained an extraordinary legacy, so he was now the first successor of Pengu. The others might be second, third, fourth, and so on. They were all behind Huangfu Qingtian. In theory, Huangfu Qingtian had the highest chance of obtaining Pengu's legacies. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. Perhaps someone else would suddenly appear and plunder the heaven-defying fortune to obtain Pengu's legacies. Now, Lin Feng had to find a way to enter the Pengu mystery domain. If he couldn't even enter the Pengu mystery domain, then there was no need to talk about obtaining Pengu's legacy. It was simply a daydream. Lin Feng tried to see if he could enter the Pengu mystery domain with the help of the Primitive Immortal Sutra, but he didn't gain anything. It seemed that the Primitive Immortal Sutra couldn't help him enter the Pengu mystery domain. Not long after, news spread that someone had a token to enter the Pengu mystery domain, but to enter, one had to prepare 100 million high-grade immortal stones. This wasn't a world where time had reversed. Even in a world where time had reversed, 100 million high-grade immortal stones was a sky-high price. Let alone in the Undying Realm. This news caused a great uproar. Someone tried to bargain, and the other party finally set the price at 30 million high-grade immortal stones. And the quota was limited. 3 days later, the person with the token would appear and lead a group of people to the Pengu mystery domain. After learning this news, Lin Feng was very happy. If the other party could really bring them into the Pengu mystery domain. 30 million high-grade immortal stones was nothing to Lin Feng. It was just a drop in the ocean. Next, he just had to wait. More and more people came to the Pengu mystery domain. Perhaps the Pengu mystery domain won't appear and will always be in this illusory state. Only a few fated people can enter it. The rest are destined to have no chance to enter and can only sigh. An old cultivator said. Yes, I have to admit that this is really a rather depressing matter. Someone said. Many people were talking about the Pengu arcane dimension. But that night, something terrible happened. Leaving. The companions of the dead cultivators were chatting with them just a moment ago. All he did was turn his head. When he turned back to chat with them, their companion was already dead. This kind of thing was too strange, so it instantly aroused the vigilance of countless people. Some people thought that the other party was playing a prank at first, but after careful inquiry, they found out that all of this was true, and it was not a prank by the other party. This was too terrifying, and it made people tremble. It was really strange. Where did they go? Why did they disappear in an instant? Only their clothes were left? What did that mean? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He didn't find anything special. The way these people died was really strange. Curse. It must be a curse. Someone shouted in horror. Is it the curse of the island of the dead souls? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it's the curse of the island of the dead souls. Someone else replied. The cultivators who dared to enter the deathly silent sea naturally didn't believe in the legends of the island of the dead souls. However, what was happening in front of them was too strange. No one could explain what was happening in front of them. Therefore, sometimes, they had to believe in some things even if they didn't want to. For example, what was happening before their eyes? It doesn't feel like a curse. Lin Feng said. Why do you say that? Someone asked Lin Feng. Can you feel the power of the curse? Lin Feng said. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Feng continued, even if the power of the curse dissipates very quickly, it's impossible for us not to feel it, right? Yes, what this little brother says makes sense. Someone else agreed. Many people needed to find a way to vent their emotions. Lin Feng's words comforted them. Actually, the main reason was that the curse was too terrifying. They didn't want to believe that it was the power of the curse. If they did, it would mean that they would be attacked by the curse. That was an extremely terrifying thing. At that moment, an old man said, there's a powerful magnetic field around the Panga secret dimension that can block a cultivator's perception of many powers. The power of the curse is strange to begin with. Coupled with the magnetic field, even if the curse is really causing trouble, it might be able to deceive everyone. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the old man's words. Lin Feng had considered this problem before. When he heard the old man's words, he didn't refute it. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that it wasn't the curse that was causing trouble. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his intuition. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Even if he explained, the others might not necessarily believe him. Let's run, a cultivator said in a trembling voice. A cultivator said with a trembling voice, unwilling to stay here any longer. Let's go. We have to leave this place immediately. Another cultivator agreed. Thus, some cultivators who didn't want to stay here any longer decided to leave. It's nighttime. It's not good to fly over the sea. Someone reminded them. It's still better than staying here, someone else said. The others didn't say anything else. The others did not say anything else. Tens of cultivators banded together and flew into the distance, wanting to leave this place. However, they only flew for a few dozen miles before they stopped. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. Even though it was nighttime, they could still see what was going on more than 10 miles away. After all, the cultivators who came here were very strong, and their night vision was extremely shocking. The bodies of the dozens of cultivators suddenly became extremely stiff. Then, they let out shrill cries. A moment later, something terrifying happened. Those people's bodies actually melted instantly. In the end, everyone's bodies melted, leaving only their clothes floating above the sea. You actually came out alive? Why didn't you die in there? What a pity. After Lin Feng came out, Huang Tiandi's voice suddenly rang out, but he didn't show himself. Lin Feng smiled and said, you're not dead yet, so how can I die? Even if I die, I'll die later than you. Huang Tiandi was quite angry at Lin Feng's words, and his eyes flashed coldly from time to time. However, in the end, he still endured it. There was nothing he could do even if he didn't want to. After all, he couldn't afford to offend Lin Feng. Huang Tiandi didn't want to be enemies with Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian. Lin Feng smiled and said, let's not talk about other things. I still have to thank you for sending me into the time reversal world. Don't worry, I won't forget you. When I become rich in the future, I'll take care of you. F***ck. Huang Tiandi couldn't help but curse. What kind of terrifying existence was he? Why would he need Lin Feng to take care of him? What a joke. Huang Tiandi said sarcastically, then should I thank you for taking care of me? Lin Feng smiled and said, there's no need to thank me. However, if you really want to thank me, I can reluctantly accept your gratitude. In the future, I'll let you be my guard. A guard was a guard in a nicer way, but in a more unpleasant way, wasn't he just a lackey, What kind of terrifying existence was Huang Tiandi? How could he be someone else's lackey? When Huang Tiandi heard Lin Feng's words, he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Huang Tiandi said unhappily, "Hurry up and leave. I still have to cultivate." "Well, Huang Tiandi, I'm leaving. Let's meet again someday," Lin Feng said. "We'll meet again, my ass. Never again." Huang Tiandi couldn't help but think fiercely. He really didn't want to meet Lin Feng again. In Heavenly Emperor Huang's view, Lin Feng was a complete scourge. After leaving the desolate Sky Ridge, Lin Feng met up with Du Zhu and the heretical sovereign Holy Emperor. "Where is Leng Zishi?" Lin Feng asked. Because he had entered the time reversal world before, although he had stayed inside for many years, after coming out, time had returned to the time when he had entered the time reversal world. Therefore, from the time Lin Feng stepped into the desolate Sky Ridge to the time he left, it had only taken him slightly more than 10 days. It hadn't been long, but Leng Zishi had disappeared, which made Lin Feng extremely suspicious. Du Zhu smiled bitterly. "Her father took her away." "Her father took her away?" Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that Leng Zishi had told him about her background, such as her family's misfortune, how she had escaped, and so on. "Now it seems like he was lying, right?" Du Zhu said. "Before she left, she told me to tell you that if you go to the wasteland, you must find her." "Where can I find her? Did she tell you?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Du Zhu replied, "She didn't say anything about that." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. What kind of world was the wasteland? Lin Feng didn't know. However, he could imagine how dangerous and chaotic that world was. Moreover, the power of the mastermind had already taken root in the wasteland. Therefore, even if he went to the wasteland, where to find Leng Zishi was still a problem. However, there would always be a way when the car reached the mountain. It was too early to consider going to the wasteland, so there was no need to consider it so early. He would think about it when he reached the wasteland. Lin Feng and the others returned to the Sin domain together. With the addition of an alchemy grandmaster like Hong Yuer, the Sin domain was like a tiger that had grown wings. The pills that Hong Yuer refined might be able to save the lives of the cultivators of the Sin domain many times. After returning, Lin Feng went into seclusion. Firstly, he wanted to consolidate his realm, and secondly, he wanted to cultivate the Primordial Immortal Sutra. The reason why he chose the Primordial Immortal Sutra was not without reason. Lin Feng thought of Huangfu Qingtian, who had previously obtained a part of Immortal Pangu's orthodoxy. If he obtained the Primordial Immortal Sutra, he would definitely be able to suppress Huangfu Qingtian. Other than that, the Pangu arcane domain did not seem to have appeared yet. Theoretically speaking, if the Pangu arcane domain appeared, the greatest opportunity inside should belong to Huangfu Qingtian. But now that he had cultivated the Primordial Immortal Sutra, he could fight for the great opportunity in the Pangu arcane domain. No matter what, Pangu was the supreme expert of this era. The heaven-splitting axe that Pangu had left behind. That was an ancient weapon-level treasure. How tyrannical was its power, just thinking about it gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. Moreover, there might be many treasures in the Pangu arcane domain that could increase one's cultivation. Huangfu Qingtian was waiting to get the Pangu arcane domain and then make a counterattack. If he really got the Pangu arcane domain, perhaps he could really make a counterattack. The Primordial Immortal Sutra was very difficult to cultivate. Although such a top-level Immortal Sutra was difficult to cultivate, if it was successfully cultivated, it would be of great benefit to the improvement of one's battle strength. Lin Feng went into seclusion in time and space for 3 years before coming out of seclusion. He had gained a lot. In addition to the several Immortal Sutras that he had just obtained, Lin Feng also consolidated his cultivation. After resting for a few days, Lin Feng planned to enter the Divine Tao Immortal Palace to see what was inside. Now he could enter the 6th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng was naturally very satisfied with the things in the first few levels of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, so he was looking forward to seeing what was in the 6th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. He went directly to the 6th level. Lin Feng broke the restrictions of the 6th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace and entered the 6th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. After entering the 6th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, Lin Feng discovered that there was a black box in the 6th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng walked over. He picked up the black box and looked around, but he couldn't see anything special about it. Lin Feng then opened the black box, but it was empty. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. He didn't know what the black box was. Could it be a top-level immortal treasure? Demon Lord, take a look. Do you recognize this thing? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord glanced at it, then shook his head and said, I don't recognize it. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Lin Feng stroked his chin. This was really an extremely strange thing. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Demon Lord didn't recognize it, so he didn't know what it was. Just as Lin Feng was feeling puzzled, a voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind, I know what this thing is. This voice belonged to the great immortal sage Martin. P.S. First update. Brothers, the new book Devouring the Heavens is currently in the Book City. It's very important. Everyone, read it on QQ or bookmark it on the QQ Reading Center on your phone. Devouring the Heavens is also very good. Thank you, brothers. Mobile version of the reading website, what's that? Lin Feng asked. Hehe, it's called a Spacetime Treasure Box. Spacetime Treasure Box? A treasure box that can travel through spacetime? Lin Feng asked. That's right. The Martin nodded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What was spacetime? Time was time. Space was space. Spacetime. It referred to a world where time and space intersected. What was a world where time and space intersected? To put it simply, the past, the present, and the future. These were 3 different time points in different spacetime. Theoretically speaking, a spacetime treasure box should be able to allow a cultivator to travel through the past, present, and future. However, that was only a theory. This was because traveling between different spacetimes was simply too unbelievable. It was hard to believe. Lin Feng asked, can a spacetime treasure box really allow a cultivator to travel through different spacetime? The Martin replied, I'm not too sure about that. Although I've seen a spacetime treasure box before, I've never seen anyone activate it. However, later on, I heard a few things about the spacetime treasure box. What are the details? Lin Feng asked. The Martin continued, it said that the spacetime treasure box really does have this ability. It can allow a cultivator to travel through different spacetime. However, I don't know if it's because it's too heaven-defying, but it was damaged. Lin Feng carefully inspected the spacetime treasure box, but he did not see any damage. Lin Feng said, the spacetime treasure box isn't damaged. Everything looks perfect. The Martin continued, take a closer look and see if some of the runes have been erased. Lin Feng carefully inspected the box, and he quickly discovered something special. There should have been some runes on the spacetime treasure box, but they had disappeared. He could vaguely make out some traces of the runes. If that was the case, the spacetime treasure box was indeed damaged. Lin Feng frowned. Let's not talk about whether the spacetime treasure box could really allow people to travel to the past, present, and future. Given the current state of the spacetime treasure box, it could no longer be activated. This was indeed a pity. Lin Feng asked, do you have any restoration techniques? The sage Martin shook his head and said, I don't know how to repair it, but the spacetime box is a treasure that came from the wasteland, so I think that there might be a way to repair it in the wasteland. Lin Feng nodded. He put the spacetime treasure box away. Following which, Lin Feng walked out of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. He summoned the Mirror of the Future and the Stone Scripture. The Mirror of Power was sealed, and the Stone Scripture could help the Mirror of the Future undo the seal. Lin Feng decided to give it a try. 3 days later. A portion of the Mirror of the Future's seals had been undone by the Stone Scripture, but there were still many more profound seals that Lin Feng couldn't use the Stone Scripture to undo. He would have to wait for a while. Ha 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 ha, the feeling of undoing seals is so great. Even if I can only undo a portion of the seals, I still feel so good. The God of the Future Realm laughed excitedly. Lin Feng said, by comprehending the changes of the future and seeing into the future, the Mirror of the Future, since you've already undone a portion of the seals, you should be able to see a few things in the future. The mirror of the future said, yes, I can already see a few things in the future. However, peeking into the future is considered peeking into heaven's secrets. Generally speaking, doing this will cause you to suffer the wrath of the heavens. Therefore, for now, I need to cultivate for a period of time every time I peek into the future. It can take as little as half a year or as long as a year. Of course, if you can undo more seals for me, my strength to resist the wrath of the heavens will increase greatly. At that time, the amount of time I need to rest will be greatly reduced. Lin Feng said, don't worry, I'll gradually undo the seals on your body. However, don't be too anxious. Right now, you can see some things that might happen to me in the future. It's best if we can avoid disaster. No problem. The mirror of the future said. As soon as it finished speaking, the mirror of the future shot out a ray of light that shone on Lin Feng's body. The mirror of the future could peek into the future, but it also needed to rely on a cultivator's aura or some keepsake. Otherwise, it naturally wouldn't be able to peek into the future. In fact, Lin Feng also had the ability to predict the future. This was because Lin Feng's bloodline of destiny had given Lin Feng this ability when it had awakened for the third time. However, Lin Feng wouldn't do this. This ability was simply too heaven-defying. If he went against the heavens, he was destined to meet with a bad end. Moreover, Lin Feng still had the mirror of the future. If he wanted to predict some things, he could just let the mirror of the future do it. Lin Feng wasn't willing to expose himself to danger. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly saw some blurry images. It seemed to be an altar. On the altar, there was a stone statue enshrined. The stone statue emitted an incomparably evil aura. A group of people was worshipping the stone statue. The person in the lead, it was the great demon Yu. Lin Feng didn't expect to see the great demon Yu here. This woman was the great demon realm's younger sister. The great demon realm was an ambitious person. Back then, she'd stirred up chaos in order to become the era lord. When the Great War broke out, countless people died. There were even countless titled gods. They also fell because of this. However, they still couldn't destroy the great demon realm. After countless years, had the great demon realm finally broken out of the seal, Lin Feng felt that perhaps she had really come out. Or else. Why was the great demon Yu worshipping the great demon realm statue? Suddenly, the stone statue opened its eyes. Those eyes were incomparably evil, incomparably sinister, and incomparably terrifying. They were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. The great demon realm statue said, unify the demon realm. Find the demon lord token. I believe you should know how to find it. Yes. The great demon Yu hurriedly replied. Next, all the images disappeared. Damn. The great demon realm has broken free. And she wants to unify the demon realm. The demon lord token is with me. In other words, the great demon Yu will come to deal with me? Lin Feng's expression was a bit gloomy. Originally, Lin Feng and the great demon Yu were enemies. However, too many things had happened in between, and they hadn't completely gone against each other. But now, it was different. The great demon Yu. She would definitely come to deal with him. This woman, she was a demoness who killed without batting an eyelid. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. After the great demon Yu came into being, her cultivation recovered very quickly, but it was unknown to what extent she had recovered. But no matter what level she had recovered, Lin Feng was not afraid of her. But facing her, Lin Feng's emotions were somewhat complicated. Back then, in the Dead Soul's prison, he and the great demon Yu fought against the Dead Soul's prison lord together, but both of them were trapped and suppressed by the curse power. Later, Lin Feng directly pounced on the great demon Yu. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to have a good time before he died. Who would have thought that after galloping, the two of them would be resolved? After that, Lin Feng's interactions with the great demon Yu lessened. The great demon Yu. Because of this, she lost her virginity. She naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. For the great demon Yu, this was clearly a more suitable opportunity. Lin Feng naturally would not sit still and wait for death. If the great demon Yu dared to come, he would definitely make her suffer. But what Lin Feng was truly worried about was the moon god. Lin Feng's news was still relatively fast. The Great Demon Yu and the Moon God had already formed an alliance, so the Great Demon Yu's power and the Moon God's power had already merged into one. He did not know if the Moon God would help the Great Demon Yu. If the Moon God helped the Great Demon Yu, then it would be a little troublesome. After all, the Moon God was the junior sister of his ancestor, the Master of Gods, and she had been out for so long. In such a long time, who knew if the Moon God had already recovered to her peak? If she recovered to her peak state, then joining forces with the Great Demon Yu would be a troublesome matter. Lin Feng planned to set up some arrays first. When the time came, if the Great Demon Yu came alone, she would definitely be trapped by the arrays. If she came with the Moon God, at that time, he might even be able to capture the Moon God. If he captured the Moon God, he would make her kneel on the ground and sing. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately revealed a smile. Lin Feng immediately began to set up arrays in his courtyard. Two ladies flew over from the northwest of Xin Domain. It was a woman dressed in black. Her figure was extremely hot, and she had a face that could charm all living things. With just one look, one would be deeply mesmerized by that face. The woman with the fiery figure was none other than the Great Demon Yu. As for the other person, she wore a silver-white dress. She was as cold as the moon, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was also very beautiful. Her beauty was otherworldly. This woman was none other than Yueshin. Lin Feng had guessed correctly. The Moon God and the Great Demon Yu had come together. I never thought that you would accept my invitation. I remember that Lin Feng's ancestor, the Master of Gods, was your senior brother, right? Moreover, you seem to have liked the Master of Gods, but he liked another woman, so your love turned to hatred and you fell into the path of demons. However, you were able to control the demons in your heart, so they didn't take control of your body. This time, you came with me to deal with Lin Feng. That doesn't seem like your style, does it? I think that even if it's for the sake of the Master of Gods, you won't deal with Lin Feng. Tell me why you want to deal with Lin Feng, said the Great Demon Yu. She was a cautious person. Even though she was in an alliance with the Moon God, she didn't completely trust the Moon God. The Great Demon Yu was puzzled by the Moon God's goal. Originally, I didn't want to kill him, said the Moon God. But now, I've changed my mind. The Great Demon Yu asked in surprise, why? I encountered a small problem in my cultivation, said the Moon God. Oh? A small problem in your cultivation? Let me think about it. What's wrong? The Great Demon Yu smiled. She quickly guessed the reason and said, it seems that the Master of Gods has become an obsession in your heart, or perhaps a demon. You can't kill the Master of Gods now, so you want to kill Lin Feng and use his blood to remove the demon in your heart. You're very smart, said the Moon God. At their level, there were many things that could be said frankly and unfairly. There was no need to be secretive, said the Great Demon Yu. Lin Feng is Lin Feng, and the leader of gods is the leader of gods. If you kill Lin Feng, it won't help you, said the Great Demon Yu. It's hard to say whether or not it'll be of any help. We'll only know after killing him. As expected, acquaintances like to trick acquaintances. The Great Demon Yu laughed. You seem to be more familiar with him. After all, the two of you have already done everything, haven't you? Said the Moon God. The Great Demon Yu's gaze turned cold. Do you know what you're saying? What? Do you still value your chastity that much? Said the Moon God calmly. Humph, the Great Demon Yu snorted coldly. She didn't say anything else, nor did she ask how the Moon God knew about this. The Great Demon Yu sped up and flew in the direction of Sin City. Hatred can make a person stronger. The Moon God smiled coldly. She sped up and chased after the Great Demon Yu. I'm finally done. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief. Setting up the formation had cost him a lot of precious materials, and Lin Feng's formation was extremely terrifying. He just had to wait for the Great Demon Yu to come. After setting up the formation, Lin Feng sent the servants away to avoid harming the innocent. Half a month later, the Great Demon Yu and the Moon God arrived in Sin City. Sin City was very lively. Compared to the previous lifeless atmosphere, It was like a completely different world. Lin Feng is quite capable. He can turn Sin City into such a peaceful place. He's probably loved and respected here, said the great demon Yu. The great demon Yu smiled. Said the moon god mockingly. What? You're soft-hearted? You can't bear to kill him? Said the great demon Yu. I didn't say that. I'm a demoness. Do you know what a demoness is? A demoness is cruel and merciless. Once she decides on something, she won't change her mind. So, I still have to kill him. Said the moon god. There's an old bastard here who's very strong. We have to be on guard against him. Said the great demon Yu. Are you talking about Lin Feng's ancestor? I've already investigated him. He's in a life and death situation. How could he have time to pay attention to Lin Feng? So, this is the best time for us to attack. Of course, there are still many experts here, so we have to be careful. Let's rest for now and wait until late at night before attacking. We'll kill him without anyone knowing. P.S. Third update, has anyone collected my new book, Devouring the Heavens? If you haven't, please do so. Old Manta thanks everyone. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the book, Lin Feng had gotten the Mirror of the Present. Of the three mirrors, the Mirror of the Present was the most powerful. The Mirror of the Present had some of the abilities of the Mirror of the Past and Mirror of the Future, such as peeking into the future. However, due to a clerical error, the Mirror of the Present had been written as the Mirror of the Future. Late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. She's here? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng quickly got up. He walked outside. When he arrived at the courtyard outside, Lin Feng saw two people standing in the courtyard. They were two women. They were so beautiful that they could take one's breath away. One of them was the great demon Yu, while the other was the moon goddess. It was only natural that the great demon Yu would come. The Mirror of the Present had already peeked into this matter. Lin Feng guessed that the moon goddess might come as well. However, when Lin Feng saw the moon goddess coming over, he was shocked. In truth, he was still a little surprised. Two beauties visiting so late at night? Could it be that you're feeling lonely and want to have a good show with me? Lin Feng smiled at the two. Shameless, the great demon Yu and the moon goddess were very serious women. When they heard Lin Feng's teasing, they immediately became angry. Normally, who would dare to be so impudent to them, unless they didn't want to live anymore? However, Lin Feng dared to do so. The great demon Yu and the moon goddess naturally wouldn't give Lin Feng any face. The great demon Yu said, Lin Feng. You have the Devil Master medallion, right? Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, it's with me. Heh. It's good that you admit it. Now, hand over the Devil Master medallion obediently. I can give you a quick and painless death, otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The great demon Yu said coldly. Lin Feng said, no matter what, we've had a good time together. Why are you so cruel? Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? The great demon Yu angrily glared at Lin Feng. Although she looked very charming on the outside, she was actually a rather conservative woman. There were some things that he could talk about with the moon god in private, but he did not have the courage to talk about them in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, what did I say? Don't you know? I'll kill you! Shouted the great Mou furiously. He jumped up and threw himself at Lin Feng. Great Mou, when I catch you, I'll show you how strong I am. Lin Feng said. The great demon Yu didn't know what to think, but after hearing Lin Feng's words, her pretty face turned red. His body was also slightly weak. However, her determination was firm. She gritted her teeth and continued to charge towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng waved his hand, and runes interwove in the air. Lin Feng's formation was activated, and the great demon Yu was stopped by Lin Feng's formation. Wanting to quickly break through the formation and reach Lin Feng was extremely unrealistic. The moon goddess frowned and said, could it be that this guy already knew we were coming, so he set up a grand formation in advance? The great demon Yu said, our movements were so secretive. How could he have known beforehand? He's very cautious, so it's possible that he set up a formation in advance just in case. However, since he encountered us today, his formation will definitely be destroyed. The moon god couldn't help but nod. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. So, your resistance is nothing more than a desperate struggle." Lin Feng said, "Moon god, no matter what, we have some history. In fact, I don't really want to oppose you completely, but you're too overbearing. Since that's the case, I'm afraid that today's battle is unavoidable. Don't worry. Since you're the master of gods, I can spare your life, but I'll make you my slave." Just thinking about the high and mighty moon god wearing a maid outfit and kneeling before me and calling me master makes my blood boil. Pervert. The great demon you couldn't help but curse. She didn't know why, but when she learned that Lin Feng was spying on the moon god, she felt extremely uncomfortable. "Thank you for the compliment. When the time comes, you can come too. I'm very interested in training you into the most obedient slaves." Lin Feng smiled. "You're courting death." The moon god was a high and mighty existence. How could she listen to such filthy words? She couldn't help but shout coldly and directly attack Lin Feng. At that moment, a powerful restriction shot toward the moon god. The moon god didn't dodge. She directly faced the restrictions head-on. The moon god was indeed strong enough. Facing the attacks of the restrictions, she was completely unharmed. The great demon Yu also attacked, fighting against Lin Feng's great formation with the moon god. The moon god sneered, "Your great formation is quite powerful, but if you want to trap us, you're dreaming. We'll break it very quickly. Then, let's see how you'll die." Lin Feng said, "Moon god, it's too early for you to be proud. Today, I'll let you know how strong I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Dead flew out. Then, Lin Feng summoned all 56 Saint Realm Undead. 56 Saint Realm Undead were terrifying existences. After they appeared, the moon god and the great demon Yu's expressions became extremely unsightly. They had already felt the terror of the 56 undead. They were all Saint Realm Undead. It was too inconceivable. How is this possible? The great demon Yu shouted in disbelief. She had a rough idea of Lin Feng's strength. The most terrifying undead in Sin City was Lin Feng's ancestor. But Lin Feng's ancestor was in seclusion and couldn't come out. Naturally, he couldn't help Lin Feng. But, Lin Feng had actually summoned 56 Saint Realm Undead. The great demon Yu's strength had already recovered to about 70 to 80% of her peak. She was roughly equivalent to a high-level Saint Realm expert. But even if her cultivation had recovered to such a terrifying level, against Lin Feng's undead, it was still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Let's go." The moon god's expression wasn't good either. She was very decisive and wanted to quickly leave this place. The moon god and the great demon Yu rushed outside. They wanted to forcibly tear apart the formation and escape. Lin Feng sneered. Once they entered his formation, how could it be so easy to escape? Under Lin Feng's command, the 56 undead flew directly into the formation's core. 56 undead activated the formation together, and the formation's power was immediately activated. Two terrifying beams of light tore through the sky and shot towards the moon god and the great demon Yu. Please remember the domain name of this book. Facing such a terrifying attack, the great demon Yu and the moon goddess didn't dare to be careless. They both moved to block the attack. Bang, bang, 2 consecutive violent collisions rang out. The great demon Yu and the moon goddess blocked the light beam that had just attacked them, but they were also sent flying. Lin Feng waved his hand. The formation intertwined. Black fog rolled. The great demon Yu and the moon goddess were immediately separated by Lin Feng's formation. This time, they could only fight alone. Damn it! The great demon Yu and the moon goddess's expressions were somewhat unsightly. They knew that Lin Feng's formation skills were profound. However, if it weren't for the 56 saint-level undead supporting the formation, the two of them believed that it would be very easy for them to break the formation. However, the formation was supported by 56 saint-level undead. This was troublesome. Although they were proud, they weren't arrogant. Now that they were separated, the situation would be even worse. Boom. Boom. Boom, all kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded the great demon Yu and the moon goddess. The two of them also used all kinds of methods. They wanted to neutralize Lin Feng's formation's attack. However, the formation was really too powerful. They were completely suppressed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Are you ready to be my maid? Are you ready to wear maid attire?" How noble were the great demon Yu and the moon goddess. If they were to wear maid outfits, it would be worse than killing them. Of course. The great demon Yu was slightly less angry than the moon goddess about wearing maid attire. After all, the moon goddess was still a virgin. She was pure and flawless. How could she wear maid attire in front of Lin Feng? This was something she couldn't imagine and absolutely wouldn't do. The great demon Yu was now a young woman. Too many things had happened between her and Lin Feng. Although she couldn't accept wearing maid attire in front of Lin Feng, her reaction wasn't as big as the moon goddess's. Lin Feng, your ancestor, the master of gods, was an extraordinary person. He was a peerless hero and admired by countless people. However, look at yourself. You're simply a despicable, shameless, and despicable person. Do you think you're worthy of your ancestor? Do you think you're a disgrace to your ancestor? If you think you're worthy of your ancestor, you should let us go instead of saying such filthy things to us. The moon goddess. Lin Feng was speechless. He looked at the moon god and said, "I don't care about being a peerless hero. I just want to live a wonderful life. Besides, you two women wanted to kill me, and now you're saying that I'm sorry for my ancestors? Is there something wrong with your head? How dare you say something so shameless?" Even I felt embarrassed after hearing it. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person, moon god. The moon goddess almost coughed up blood when she heard Lin Feng. She was a woman. Was the word shameless suitable to describe a woman? The moon goddess felt that Lin Feng was truly uncultured. Lin Feng increased the intensity of his attacks. The attacks released by the array were getting stronger and stronger. The great demon Yu and the moon goddess found it harder and harder to resist. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state. Capture them. It seemed like it was only a matter of time. Could he really make the great demon Yu and the moon goddess his maidservants? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Thinking back, the great demon Yu and the moon goddess were terrifying existences. He needed to look up to them. Now, however, it was possible for him to become their master. This was something that made him extremely excited. Lin Feng. How about we both take a step back? The great demon Yu said. Take a step back? Do you think I'm stupid? I have the upper hand now. Why should I take a step back? Lin Feng sneered. The great demon Yu said, because my elder brother, the great demon Sky, has come into being. You should have heard of how terrifying the great demon Sky is, right? Even if existences like Pangu and Nuwa come back to life, they won't be a match for my elder brother. If you insist on dealing with me, you'll have to bear the great demon Sky's wrath. However, if you give me the Demon Lord medallion, not only will you not offend him, you'll even establish a friendship with us. At that time, it'll be of great help to you. When Lin Feng heard that, he smiled icily. Your brother, Great Mo Tian, is extremely strong, but I think he just escaped and is still recovering, so he can't pose a threat to me, right? Once he recovers, I might have the strength to kill him. So, what do I have to be afraid of? You, the great demon Yu's face turned ashen when she saw Lin Feng's insatiable attitude. She could only try her best to break through. The great demon Yu was clearly weaker than the moon goddess. Of course, it was also possible that her recovery wasn't as good as the moon goddess. Thus, the great demon Yu's situation was worse. Bang! A bolt of lightning swept towards the great demon Yu and sent her flying. At this time, many black chains appeared in the void. These were also chains formed by the formation. These black chains directly coiled towards Great Demon Yu. The Great Demon Yu had just been sent flying by the lightning, so it was too late for her to dodge the chains. The black chains wrapped around Great Demon Yu's body. The Great Demon Yu could no longer struggle. The moon goddess's expression turned ugly when she saw the Great Demon Yu being captured. After the Great Demon Yu was captured, Lin Feng began to focus on the moon goddess. The moon goddess knew that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer under the attacks of the formation. Thus, she bit her lip. It seemed that she was about to use some sort of ultimate technique. Lin Feng's expression sank when he saw the moon goddess's expression. All sorts of powerful and terrifying attacks bombarded the moon goddess. However, at that moment, a moon flew out from the moon goddess's body and fused with it. The moon had blocked all the attacks. Then, she quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng wanted to use the formation to trap the moon goddess, but the sun she had transformed into was too terrifying. It broke through the formation, then, she tore through the sky and disappeared. Outside the city of Sin. The sky trembled slightly. The moon goddess appeared. Ugh! The moon goddess spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as paper. She didn't know what kind of ultimate technique the moon goddess had just used, but it was obviously very harmful to her. Lin Feng, just you wait. I won't let you off. The moon goddess said hatefully. She turned her head and glanced in the direction of the city of Sin, then quickly left through the void. Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens, has anyone collected it? It's very good. Brothers, go collect it. Please remember the domain name of the book. Seeing moon goddess escape, Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. He had thought that he would be able to capture moon goddess, but it had all been for naught. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. It wouldn't be so easy to capture moon goddess next time. However, moon goddess was powerful, and her escape was beyond Lin Feng's control. Lin Feng looked at Great Demon Yu. At this moment, the Great Demon Yu's face was extremely pale. The moon god had escaped, but she was trapped here. Things were going to be troublesome now. Thinking about how she would soon become Lin Feng's slave, Great Demon Yu's body trembled. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation welled up in her heart. Lin Feng said, Great Demon Yu. It seems that your relationship with Moon Goddess is only an alliance of interests. Moon Goddess has escaped, and she doesn't care about your life or death. How do you feel now? Great Demon Yu said, Lin Feng. There's no need for us to fight to the death, right? Lin Feng said. Huh? What? What are you trying to say now? As long as you let me go, I can do anything for you. You can also leave the matter of forming an alliance with my brother, Great Demon Sky. Don't worry. As long as you become an ally with my brother, I will definitely persuade him to help you become the ruler of the undying world. I can even help you become the ruler of the celestial world. Great Demon Yu began to tempt him. This woman was full of cunning. What she said now was naturally very tempting. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. Great Demon Yu's words couldn't be trusted. Even if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Lin Feng didn't intend to let Great Demon Yu go. After all, Great Demon Yu couldn't possibly become the ruler of Great Demon Sky. Great Demon Sky was an ambitious and ruthless person. Would he listen to Great Demon Yu? In any case, Lin Feng didn't think that Great Demon Sky would listen to Lin Feng. Great Demon Yu, don't waste your breath. Even though the moon goddess ran away, I'll go and catch her later. As for you, I'm going to officially launch my evil maid plan. Lin Feng laughed. He quickly flew to the moon god's side and sealed her mana. Following which, Lin Feng removed the array and sent the 56 Sage Realm Undead into the Book of the Dead. Then, he put the Book of the Dead away. The Great Demon Yu's expression was uncertain. Before she came, she was full of confidence. After all, her powers had recovered quite well, and with the moon god, who was even more powerful than her, dealing with Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. But what was the actual result, however, it was completely different from what he had imagined. The Great Demon Yu's heart was in complete chaos. What to do, what to do, what to do? The Great Demon Yu had been asking himself questions and looking for a solution, but now he had become a prisoner. There was simply no way to think of a countermeasure. Lin Feng pinched the Great Demon Yu's snow-white chin. What an exquisite face, her face was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Lin Feng looked at the Great Demon Yu and smiled. Now that you're about to become my slave, how do you feel? The Great Demon Yu knew that she couldn't escape from Lin Feng's grasp. She clenched her teeth and said, Kill me. Kill you? Lin Feng shook his head. Do you think I'd be willing to do that? I'm someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. It's been a long time since we last met, and today's moonlight is really beautiful. As the saying goes, a single moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Let's not waste this beautiful scenery. No. You can't do this to me. The great demon you could guess what Lin Feng was thinking, and she looked at Lin Feng in horror. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly and said, I love seeing you scared. The great demon you, the great demon Sky's younger sister, the world-shaking demoness, is actually scared. How interesting. It was indeed a beautiful moonlight. Faint moonlight sprinkled down, as if covering the earth with a layer of silver gauze. The next day, Lin Feng ordered someone to buy a maid's outfit, and the great demon you put it on. It had to be said that the great demon Yu's sexy figure could take a man's life in a maid's outfit. For a period of time after that, Lin Feng began to properly train the great demon Yu. How noble was the great demon Yu, it was so sullen that she wanted to die. However, as time passed, the great demon Yu went from resisting to being obedient. Master, Du Zhu is here to see you. The great demon Yu said. Said Lin Feng. Let the poison ancestor come in, said Lin Feng. Yes. The great demon Yu nodded and then invited Du Zhu in. Du Zhu smiled and said, You really know how to enjoy life, hanging out with the great demon Yu every day. I heard that Hong Yuer and the others are jealous. Find an opportunity to pamper them. Lin Feng smiled calmly. He then asked, Do you have any business with me? Du Zhu said, I've received some news that the Pengu Arcane Dimension is about to appear. Oh? The Pengu Arcane Dimension is about to appear? Where did you get this news? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Some people obtained the items left behind by Pengu. Now, the items left behind by Pengu are starting to move, so some people are speculating that the Pengu Arcane Dimension is about to appear. Du Zhu said. That's great. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The Pengu Arcane Dimension was finally about to appear. The Pengu Arcane Dimension was one of the top arcane dimensions, so it was only natural that countless people would go crazy for it. Whether Huangfu Qingtian could soar to the top or not depended on whether he could get the opportunities in the Pengu Mystery Dimension after it appeared. Lin Feng planned to stop Huangfu Qingtian and steal the treasures from him. So what if you're the first successor of Pengu? The treasures that were supposed to belong to you will belong to me in the end. Keep an eye on this matter. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu nodded and said, I've already sent people to keep an eye on this matter. If the Pengu Arcane Dimension appears, we'll be the first to receive news. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Du Zhu then left. Pengu was a powerful person, and the things he left behind were terrifying. Huangfu Qingtian has great luck. If he inherits the Pengu Arcane Dimension, he'll definitely have accumulated a lot of strength. At that time even you won't be able to suppress him. His rise will be unstoppable. The great demon Yu said. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, Huangfu Qingtian won't rise because I'm going to steal the treasures that originally belonged to him. Then, Lin Feng took out a piece of silk. Lin Feng had been studying this piece of silk. This piece of silk recorded the whereabouts of the Emperor Brush. Lin Feng had obtained this piece of silk many years ago. He hadn't been able to discover the secret of this piece of silk. However, he had made great progress recently. Lin Feng felt that he was about to solve the secret of this piece of silk. First update, I am late to update. The child's injection took up a lot of time. I hope everyone can forgive me. It's not easy being a parent. 3 days later. Lin Feng had unraveled the secret of the silk. It was recorded in the silk. The Emperor Brush was located in the Demon Emperor Ridge. However, the exact location of the Demon Emperor Ridge was not recorded. Demon Lord. Where is the Demon Emperor Ridge? Lin Feng asked. It is in the Divine Heaven Domain. Head southeast from the Sin Domain and you will reach the Divine Heaven Domain after crossing 3 domains. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. Since he knew the whereabouts of the Emperor Brush, Lin Feng planned to search for it. The Emperor Brush was a treasure forged by 9 generations of human emperors. It was a sacred item of the human race. This treasure was of great significance to the human race. Lin Feng planned to rest for a few days before searching for the Emperor Brush. A few days later. Lin Feng was also able to relax for half a day. Lin Feng wondered if he could have sex with Hong Yu and the great demon Yu. The great demon Yu did not dare to reject Lin Feng. She could not reject him. However, Hong Yu was shy. Sorry. Lin Feng did not force her. When he brought the women of the 9 prefectures to the undying world, he would sleep with them. This was definitely the dream of countless men. After resting for a few days, Lin Feng headed for the divine heaven domain. This time, Lin Feng did not bring anyone. He set off alone. If everything went smoothly, he would be back soon. The Xianyuan ancient starship had been repaired. Lin Feng boarded it. The Xianyuan ancient starship leaped through the void. 4 months later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the divine heaven domain. The Xianyuan ancient starship flew directly to the Demon Emperor Ridge. The Demon Emperor City was one of the oldest cities in the divine heaven domain. It was bustling with people. After traveling for a long time, Lin Feng was exhausted. He planned to rest well in the Demon Emperor City. After arriving at the Demon Emperor City, Lin Feng found out. So this Demon Imperial City was built by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. One of Lin Feng's greatest enemies in his early years was the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Lin Feng's black God-eater fire was something he had obtained from killing the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor was the only son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Now that he had been killed by Lin Feng, the Sky Demon Emperor's bloodline had ended. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Demon King. In the past, the Heavenly Demon King once ruled over the world. But this Heavenly Demon Emperor had evil intentions. Their relationship with the foreign creatures was close, suppressing the human race. Many human experts had died at the hands of the Sky Demon Emperor. However, Sky Demon King couldn't escape death in the end. Lin Feng wasn't too sure how he died. There were various versions of the Heavenly Demon King's death, but none of them were true. Lin Feng didn't know. On this day, Lin Feng was resting in the courtyard when he suddenly heard the pleasant sound of a zither coming from afar. Lin Feng opened the courtyard door and looked into the distance. He saw many people sitting cross-legged on the grass. There were men and women, all of them listening to the zither. The person playing the zither was a beautiful woman. When he saw the beautiful woman, a piece of memory in the depths of Lin Feng's memory gradually unfolded. Enziru. It turned out to be this woman. Back then, this woman had appeared by his side and tested his strength. Lin Feng later asked someone to investigate Enziru. However, the results were extremely shocking. It turned out that Enziru was actually someone by Huang Fuqingtian's mother's side. Huang Fuqingtian's mother was rather mysterious, and Lin Feng didn't know much about her. He only knew that his mother was the princess of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. When she was sleeping, she had a heaven-man connection and got pregnant. Later on, Huang Fuqingtian was born. What an incredible thing. But all of this was true. Therefore, Huang Fuqingtian had always called himself the son of heaven. When the Yuhua immortal dynasty was destroyed, Huang Fuqingtian's mother left in advance, so Lin Feng didn't see her. But Lin Feng knew. Huang Fuqingtian's mother was definitely a powerful existence. Back then, Huang Fuqingtian was killed by him. It was his mother who used the soul reconstruction technique to create a new soul for Huang Fuqingtian's body. Huang Fuqingtian was reborn in another way. Now, nearly 200 years had passed, and the world of cultivators had entered the last golden age of cultivation. Huang Fuqingtian's mother must be even more terrifying, right? Lin Feng didn't show up, but secretly observed Enziru. Lin Feng felt that the situation seemed to be a bit strange. Why did Enziru come here? This woman was the confidant of Huang Fuqingtian's mother. Generally speaking, she wouldn't leave Huang Fuqingtian's mother easily. If she left Huang Fuqingtian's mother, it was basically for some extremely important matters. Therefore, there were 2 reasons for Enziru's appearance here. The first reason, Huang Fuqingtian's mother was also here. The second reason, she came out to carry out a certain mission. Lin Feng quickly ruled out the first reason. It was very easy to rule out the first reason. Because if Huang Fuqingtian's mother was here, would Enziru be worshipped like a moon surrounded by stars? Obviously not. If Huang Fuqingtian's mother was here, Enziru would probably keep a very low profile. This was the reason why Lin Feng ruled out the first reason. Then, there was only the second possibility left, which was that Anziru was actually here to carry out a certain mission. What kind of mission was it? Lin Feng didn't know for now. Late at night, Anziru opened her eyes. Who is it? She looked coldly at the figure in front of her. Anziru was a cautious person. Usually, she would keep her sword by her side. Therefore, she picked up her sword and stabbed at the figure. Clang. The figure flicked his finger. The sword was immediately bounced away. A voice was heard. Old acquaintances meet. Why do you have to draw your sword against each other? As soon as the voice faded away, the extinguished oil lamp was reignited. Anziru looked at the person who appeared in the room. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Anziru hadn't seen Lin Feng for many years. However, even after so many years, Lin Feng's appearance still hadn't changed. Therefore, Anziru recognized Lin Feng at a glance. Anziru had naturally heard many things about Lin Feng from Huangfu Qingtian. She also knew that Huangfu Qingtian's greatest wish in life was to kill Lin Feng with his own hands. However, Anziru didn't expect that she would actually see Lin Feng in the Divine Heaven domain. What was Lin Feng doing here? Anziru was puzzled. However, Anziru was a powerful woman. Although she was surprised by Lin Feng's appearance here, her face didn't show any unusual expression. She smiled coquettishly and said, "So it's Lin Gongzi. I thought it was some bad guy just now. You scared me out of my wits." Anziru obviously thought that Lin Feng didn't know her true identity. When she said this, she even reached out and patted her towering breasts. Please remember the domain name of this book. Since Anziru wanted to play dumb, Lin Feng decided to let Anziru play dumb for a while longer. He wanted to see if he could get some information out of her. If he could not get any useful information out of her, it would not be too late to make a move on Anziru. Anziru would not be able to escape even if she had wings. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Today, I saw Big Sister in playing the zither. The trees were green, and your clothes were white as snow. Big Sister is like a peerless fairy. You are too enchanting." Anziru laughed and said, "Lin Gongzi really knows how to talk. This servant is embarrassed by Lin Gongzi's praise. Since Lin Gongzi saw this servant, why didn't you greet this servant?" Lin Feng said, "Originally, I wanted to go up and greet you, but Big Sister was playing the zither. I did not have the heart to interrupt Big Sister, so I did not disturb Big Sister. Furthermore, I had some matters to attend to and just came back. I wanted to see Big Sister, but it is already late at night. My mind is filled with Big Sister's image. Even though I know I might have offended Big Sister, but I still came. I hope Big Sister will forgive me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Anziru could not help but think. From all the information she had, Lin Feng was a playboy. Who knew how many women he had provoked? Now that he was speaking so openly, could it be that he had some thoughts about her? Anziru was very confident in her appearance and figure. Of course, Anziru was indeed very enchanting. It was like a ripe peach. But Anziru and Lin Feng were enemies. Naturally, she could not have any special relationship with Lin Feng. Why don't I take advantage of this rare opportunity to get rid of him tonight? Anziru could not help but think. She knew that Lin Feng was an extremely terrifying person. If he was not terrifying, how could he suppress Huangfu Qingtian to the point that he could not raise his head? If he was not terrifying, how could he lead Xin Domain to rise again? Hence, Anziru had never underestimated Lin Feng. Although she never underestimated Lin Feng, Anziru understood men. Most of the time, men were more cautious and careful, especially those who were powerful. However, when they faced a woman, especially a woman of the highest quality, they had no choice but to accept it. Usually, he would be distracted. At this time, all his thoughts would be on how to get this woman. Vigilance will be at its lowest point. At this moment, it was time to deal with this man. Therefore, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. This sentence was very reasonable. Anziru felt that with her methods, she should be able to make Lin Feng fall head over heels for her. By the time Lin Feng lowered his guard, he had already calmed down. Then, he could kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. It had to be said. And Zero's wishful thinking was extremely good. And Zero replied, "It's my honor to be remembered by you." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "How long has Big Sister been in the Undying Realm?" "About 150 years. And Zero said. "After Big Sister came here, did you join any forces?" "If not, I have a good place to go," Lin Feng said. And Zero immediately revealed an extremely moved expression, and said, "I never thought that young master would actually think of me in all aspects. I am truly moved." Lin Feng said, "Who asked Big Sister to seem to live in my heart?" As Lin Feng spoke, he reached out and hugged Zero's slender waist. And Zero did not struggle. She allowed Lin Feng to hug her waist. Then, Zero sat on Lin Feng's lap. And Zero blushed and said, "After coming to the Undying Realm, it was difficult to survive, but fortunately, my luck was not bad, and I successfully became a disciple of an ancient immortal sect. From then on, my life became better." "Then it must have been hard on Big Sister," Lin Feng said. Actually, Lin Feng was sighing in his heart, and Zero's figure was really not bad. And Zero said, "The hard days are over." After pausing for a moment, Zero continued, "I heard that young master established a great achievement in Sin Domain." "Oh? Has Big Sister heard about it too?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Of course. Who in the Undying Realm doesn't know of young master's great name?" And Zero said. Lin Feng said, "Big Sister knows that I am in the Undying Realm, but she doesn't even look for me. That really makes me sad." And Zero said, "Young master, please don't blame me. I was just worried that a proud son of heaven like young master would definitely have many peerless beauties by his side. I was worried that if I went, young master would no longer like me, so I didn't dare to go." Lin Feng said, "Big Sister is so beautiful, how could I not like you? Young master's words have moved me greatly. Can you hug me? I really want young master to hug me tightly in your arms and feel the warmth of your body and the sound of your heartbeat." And Zero said sweetly. Her voice was laced with a charm technique. If an ordinary person heard Zero's voice, they would definitely be mesmerized. However, Lin Feng was still very clear-headed. Lin Feng knew that Zero was about to make a move. This stupid woman. Did she really think that he would be fooled? Lin Feng fulfilled Zero's wish and hugged her. And Zero's jade-like hand stroked Lin Feng's back. Her face was leaning on Lin Feng's shoulder. Her eyes revealed a dense killing intent. And Zero wanted to break Lin Feng's spine. However, at that moment, Lin Feng grabbed Zero's wrist. He looked at Zero with a faint smile. "Aya, young master, you're hurting me." And Zero pretended to be ignorant. Lin Feng said, "Did I hurt you? I'm really sorry. But what did Big Sister want to do just now? I just felt the warmth of young master's embrace, so I don't know what young master is trying to say." And Zero looked very aggrieved. Lin Feng said, "I originally wanted to get information from you, but I didn't expect you to make the first move." "You? What do you mean by that?" And Zero could tell that something wasn't right, so she asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Big Sister, don't you know Huangfu Qing Tian?" And Zero said, "Of course I do. He just doesn't know me." Lin Feng said, "Is that so? Then I'll tell you another person. Do you know her?" "Who?" And Zero asked. "Does Big Sister know the woman who gave birth to Huangfu Qing Tian during the Heavenman connection?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. And Zero's expression changed slightly. That person. And Zero obviously knew her. And she was very familiar with her. And Zero was also not an ordinary person. After a short moment of shock, her expression returned to normal. She said sweetly, "Isn't this person the original eldest princess of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Of course I know her. I've even seen her before. She is indeed an extraordinary woman, but I don't have much interaction with her. Ever since the upheaval of the Sky Martial continent, I haven't seen her at all." "Really?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at Zero. "Of course it's true. Could it be that young master is suspecting this servant? This servant's entire heart is tied to young master, but young master is suspecting this servant. This truly makes this servant very sad." And Zero immediately sobbed softly. Her appearance was truly lovely and moving, causing one to involuntarily feel pity for her. This woman really knew how to pretend to be pitiful. Crying. It seemed to be a woman's trump card. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Darling Zero, why don't we go to bed?" Young master, isn't this too fast? I'm still a virgin. Even if I've entrusted myself to young master, I can't just carelessly hand over my pure body to young master. Can you wait a little longer? After we've been together for a while, this servant will definitely follow young master's wishes. And Zero said sweetly. This vixen's seduction methods were extremely powerful. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I don't like to force others to do things they don't want to do." When he said these words, Lin Feng felt that he was a little shameless. Because of this kind of thing. Lin Feng had done a lot of things. However, Lin Feng had always been a thick-skinned guy. When he said these words, his face was definitely not red and his heart was not beating fast. Everything was as if it was a matter of course. This servant naturally believes in young master's character. And Zero said. How about, young master doesn't leave tonight? Young master hugs this servant to sleep, alright? This servant really wants to snuggle in young master's embrace and listen to young master's heartbeat until I fall asleep. And Zero continued to speak sweetly. Her voice was soft and gentle, and seductive to the bone. If it was any other man, he would have long been charmed to the point of being head over heels for her. But this kind of charm technique. For Lin Feng. It really wasn't much. Dealing with this kind of charm was child's play. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Will big sister and kill me while I'm asleep?" And Zero said, "Young master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. How could I possibly be willing to attack you?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "If we were really a couple, you wouldn't be willing to kill me, but you're on Huangfu Qingtian's side, so of course you'd want my life. Look into my eyes." After Lin Feng finished speaking, and Zero suddenly spoke. Her voice was special. Sounds good. She gave off a gentle and charming feeling. Furthermore, it seemed to want to pull one's soul into an illusory world. Lin Feng could vaguely hear the laughter of many women. Those women were calling out to Lin Feng. This was the sign of great mastery of the charm technique. Every move, even a smile, a voice, or a gaze could be used to cast a charm technique. Dealing with a person who had reached great mastery of the charm technique was actually an extremely troublesome matter. It was impossible to guard against a great mastery of the charm technique. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity, it was a pity that the person in Zero met was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had cultivated several powerful soul-type sacred arts. His heart was like a boulder. Indestructible. Charm techniques had no effect on him at all, so Lin Feng was able to handle in Zero's charm technique with ease. Lin Feng ruthlessly slapped her. That slap landed on Zero's perky bottom, causing her to be in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. This slap immediately caused Zero's charm technique to lose its effect. You. And Zero looked at Lin Feng in horror. She had already used her strongest charm technique. Originally, she thought that Lin Feng would be unable to resist. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be able to ignore her charm technique? It was an extremely strange thing. Now, and Zero wanted to escape. However, she couldn't escape at all. Her body was held by Lin Feng, making it difficult for her to move. Lin Feng placed a seal on Zero's body. And Zero's magic power was sealed by Lin Feng. If you behave yourself, nothing will happen. But if you don't, who knows what will happen later, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. And Zero's face was pale. She naturally heard the threat in Lin Feng's words. And Zero was actually a chaste woman. Back then, Huangfu Qingtian wanted her to serve him. And Zero rejected him. Huangfu Qingtian had been eyeing Zero for a long time. And Zero didn't cooperate, so he went to find his mother and asked her to give Zero to him. Huangfu Qingtian's mother agreed. When she told Zero about this matter, and Zero disobeyed Huangfu Qingtian's mother's order for the first time. And Zero knew that she wouldn't have any happiness in her life. Since that was the case, She was more willing to let herself come to this world with a pure heart and leave this world with a pure heart. What do you want to know? If I can tell you, I'll definitely tell you. But, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. And Zero said. Of course. You just have to cooperate with me. I won't touch you. Lin Feng said. And Zero was slightly relieved. Although Lin Feng was a little shameless, he was still a man of his words. He wasn't a two-faced villain. Can you put me down first and ask me again? And Zero said with a red face. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to assassinate Lin Feng, she wouldn't have done such intimate things with Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. No, with me as a human cushion, you'll be more comfortable. I can't bear to see you in discomfort. And Zero's pretty face reddened slightly as she cursed Lin Feng for being shameless. Lin Feng asked. I heard that the Pengu Arcane Dimension is about to open. You should know about this, right? Yes. And Zero nodded. The rumor that the Pengu Arcane Dimension is about to open has been circulating for several months, but no one has discovered its location. Do you know where it is? Lin Feng continued asking. He asked in Zero about the Pengu Arcane Dimension because she was Huang Fuqingtian's mother's confidant. She might know something that others didn't. Although many people knew that the Pengu Arcane Dimension was about to open, they didn't know where it was. Huang Fuqingtian was different. He was the first successor of Pengu. Before the Pengu Arcane Dimension appeared, he might have already known where it would appear. According to the information I received, Pengu's secret dimension is very likely in the East Sea World. Oh? The East Sea World? Isn't that the East Sea World? It's not too far from here. Lin Feng was surprised. Yes. And Zyra nodded and said, but I don't know the exact location of Pengu's secret dimension. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what's the name of Huang Fuqingtian's mother? And Zyra said, Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian? That name sounds like a peerless beauty. However, I heard that Huang Fuqingtian's mother was a woman, yet she managed to control a colossus like the Yuhua Immemorial dynasty. It seems like she's quite capable. Lin Feng said. And Zyra nodded but didn't say anything. Although she had promised Lin Feng that she would tell him some things, if Lin Feng didn't ask, she wouldn't say anything. And Zyra respected Huang Fuxian very much. Lin Feng said, how long have you been with Huang Fuxian? And Zyra said, a very long time. She was 16, and I was 14. Since then, I've been with her. Is that so? It seems like your friendship is quite deep. However, I heard that back then, Huang Fuqingtian coveted your beauty and wanted to take you for himself. Huang Fuxian directly gave you to Huang Fuqingtian. If you hadn't threatened to kill yourself, you might have already become Huang Fuqingtian's concubine. So, you've given your heart to her. Do you think Huang Fuxian has given her heart to you? Lin Feng looked at Anzyra with a smile that wasn't a smile. His intelligence agency was quite powerful, and he had collected a lot of information back then. Anzyra's face sank when she heard Lin Feng's words. This was a thorn in her heart. Although Huang Fuxian had apologized to her after that incident, Anzyra still felt very uncomfortable. At first, Anzyra thought that she had been loyal to Huang Fuxian for many years. The two of them were as close as sisters. It wasn't until this incident that Anzyra understood one thing. A servant is a servant. She could never become master's sister. Are you trying to sow discord between the princess and me? I advise you to save your breath. I've been with the princess since I was 14 years old. It's been more than 1,300 years. The princess treats me as her own son. Anyone can betray the princess, but I won't. And Zero said. Lin Feng said, I didn't ask you to betray Huang Fuxian. I'm just telling you some things that happened back then. Those are all facts, aren't they? You can't refute that, right? And Zero snorted and didn't respond to Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng continued asking, where is Huang Fuxian? And Zero replied, in the Ascension Immortal sect. Lin Feng had heard of the Ascension Immortal sect before. It was one of the strongest ancient immortal sects in the Undying World. The Yuhua Immortal dynasty of the 9 regions was a branch of the Yuhua Immortal sect. Actually, in the past, the reincarnation immortal sect of the 9 regions was only a branch. There was another reincarnation immortal sect in the undying world. However, Lin Feng hadn't gone to the ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect. If he had the chance in the future, he would go and take a look. Huangfu Xian'er's methods seem extraordinary. What's so special about her? Lin Feng asked curiously. And Zero replied, she's a reincarnated body. Oh? A reincarnated body? Whose reincarnated body? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Any reincarnated body was a supreme almighty. Moreover, even if a supreme almighty was reincarnated, very few would succeed. Therefore, anyone who succeeded in reincarnating was an unimaginable existence. Lin Feng hadn't expected Huangfu Qingtian's mother to be a reincarnated body. And Zero replied, she's the reincarnated body of the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. She's actually her reincarnated body. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The mysterious lady of the 9 heavens had been secretly in love with his ancestor, the sovereign ancestor. However, his ancestor didn't have any feelings for her. Later on, the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens' ambitions grew. She became a demoness. After she died, she underwent a reincarnation. She split into 9. She looked forward to her reincarnation. Lin Feng remembered that the bitch, Su Yueshi, was one of the reincarnations of the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. In the future, these reincarnations would devour each other. And then, in the end, they would awaken the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens' memories. You're not someone's reincarnation, are you? Lin Feng asked in Zero. Of course not, and Zero said. Said in Zero. I wish that were the case. Those reincarnated bodies are incomparably terrifying. If I was a reincarnated body, no matter how strong you are, you might not necessarily be a match for me. Lin Feng agreed with Zero's words. After all, she was the reincarnation of a heaven-defying figure from the past. Naturally, she would be extremely terrifying. Just look at how heaven-defying the Red World Fairy was. There's one more thing I'm very curious about. Lin Feng said. What is it? And Zero asked. Hee, you know that only when a man and a woman get together can they give birth to a child. It's human nature. But the outside world has always said that Huangfu Qingtian was born from Huangfu Xian'er's connection with the heavens. Is this rumor credible? Why do I feel like it's a bit ridiculous? Can one get pregnant just by having a wet dream? Then what do we need men for? Lin Feng laughed. Seeing Lin Feng smirk, and Zero had the urge to punch Lin Feng to death. She said, it's true. Really? Lin Feng was shocked. However, he could accept it. After all, this rumor had spread far and wide. Some people thought that Huangfu Qingtian was someone's bastard, but now it seemed that he wasn't. I remember very clearly that day. When the princess was resting, I was by her side serving her. I didn't leave her side for the whole night. When she woke up the next day, the princess told me about the connection between the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng said, what connection between the heavens and the earth? Many people don't understand. It's just a wet dream. Can't you explain it in simpler terms? And Zero glared at Lin Feng. She continued, actually, it's quite normal to have wet dreams. After all, everyone has wet dreams. However, as soon as the princess told me about it, her belly started to grow rapidly. I found someone to check on her and found that she was really pregnant. Please remember the domain name of this book. This kind of thing sounded like a fairy tale, but it was true. However, the world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Therefore, such a thing did not seem to be particularly surprising. In the world of cultivators, there were many more strange things. I basically told you everything I can. Can you let me go now? And Zero looked at Lin Feng and asked weakly. Her pitiful appearance was really pitiful, but Lin Feng would not be deceived by Zero's appearance. This woman was not easy to deal with. Especially. Appearances could be deceiving. If you want me to let you go, sure, but you have to agree to one of my conditions. Lin Feng said. What condition? And Zero asked. Recognize me as your master. Lin Feng said with a smile. You're asking for too much, said Lin Feng. And Zero said. Too much? I don't think so. You wanted to kill me, but I didn't kill you directly. That's already very merciful. Lin Feng said. You didn't kill me because I told you many secrets. And Zero said, this is an equivalent exchange. Oh, so you understand the concept of equivalent exchange. But I'm afraid you're mistaken about one thing. Our previous exchange only allowed me to not kill you, but I didn't say that I would let you go. So, your little life is still in my hands, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's unyielding tone, and Zero knew that Lin Feng definitely did not intend to let her go. This made Zero's expression turn ugly. Now that she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, she would definitely not have a good ending. Do I have any other choice? And Zero asked. Come with me to create a human. Lin Feng said with a smile. And Zero's charming face turned slightly red, and then she glared at Lin Feng. This stinking scoundrel. This shameless guy. You wish. Lin Feng replied, looks like you don't want to agree to this either. In that case, I'll use the Great Purification technique to convert you. Hearing this, and Zero's face turned pale. And Zero had naturally heard of the Great Purification technique. This was an extremely domineering ability. Once converted, one would become a walking corpse. Whatever their master told them to do, they would do. They didn't know how to resist. Just the thought of such a life was terrifying. Such a life was worse than death. Therefore, and Zero naturally did not want to be converted. Is there a fourth option? And Zero asked. No more. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Nziru and said, you can choose from these three options. The first choice was to acknowledge Lin Feng as his master. Wasn't that the same as betraying Huangfu Xian'er? The second option was to create a human with Lin Feng. Nziru was even more against this choice. Nziru was an extremely conservative woman. She still had her first kiss, so how could she create a human with Lin Feng? The third option was to be converted by Lin Feng. Once she was converted by Lin Feng, what was the point of living? At that time, wouldn't Lin Feng be able to do whatever he wanted to her, and Zero would definitely not choose the second or third option. Then, there was only the first option left. Was she going to betray Huangfu Xian'er? And Zero was indeed loyal to Huangfu Xian'er. However, this loyalty had not reached the level of sacrificing herself to fulfill Huangfu Xian'er's wish. Especially when Huangfu Xian'er had bestowed her to Huangfu Qingtian, it had deeply provoked Nziru. Although this matter was left unsettled because of Nziru's firm attitude. Even though many years had passed. However, the thorn in Nziru's heart had always been there. That was why, Nziru was not completely loyal to Huangfu Xian'er. Have you thought it through? My darling rower. Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing how Lin Feng addressed her and feeling the hot manly aura of Lin Feng, Nziru's heart could not help but tremble slightly. She blushed slightly and said, don't call me by such a disgusting name. I'm different from other women. Other women might be easily seduced by you, but I won't. Lin Feng said, when did I say that I wanted to seduce you? Don't think too highly of yourself, okay? Humph. Nziru humphed and said, I can choose the first option. But there's a condition for me to choose the first option. What are the conditions? Lin Feng said. Nziru said, first, I won't attack Huangfu Xian'er. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, but you have to give me some information about Huangfu Xian'er. Nziru thought for a moment and said, okay, I can agree to this. Second, you can't order me to do something I don't want to do. Nziru continued. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, isn't this condition a bit too much? If I agree, then I'll order you to do some things, and you'll be able to openly refuse me. Nziru blushed and said, I'm talking about that. What? Lin Feng asked. You know. Nziru said through gritted teeth. So it's that. Ha 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 ha, I understand. Don't worry, I'm a very upright person. Lin Feng said with a smile. Like hell I'll believe you. You're an upright person? There's no one worse than you in the world. Nziru could not help but slander him in her heart. In her heart, Lin Feng was a heinous demon. There's another condition. N0 said. Damn, you're just a prisoner. How can a prisoner like you have so many conditions? Lin Feng was speechless. N0 bit her lip and said, just tell me if you agree or not. Tell me what the conditions are first. Lin Feng said. N0 said, you can't abandon me after you've used me. N0 looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Lin Feng could indeed see fear in the depths of N0's eyes. It seemed that N0 was really afraid of being abandoned in the future. Perhaps it had something to do with her experiences as a young girl? Lin Feng did not ask. Lin Feng said, don't worry, I won't abandon you. When the world is peaceful in the future, you might cry and beg me to take you in as a concubine. When that time comes, I'll barely leave a place for you in the harem. Shameless. N0 snorted. However, her mood relaxed. She would never forget when her family ran away when she was young. They felt that she was a girl and would be a burden to them, so they abandoned her. At that time, there were many people who were abandoned, and she was the only one who survived. Although she survived, it was very difficult. Later on, she was caught by human traffickers and sold to the palace to be a palace maid. So, N0 never wanted to experience the feeling of being abandoned again. Please remember the domain name of this book. Lin Feng was naturally in a good mood to be able to subdue N0. N0 was very important to Lin Feng and could be of use to him many times. Moreover, N0 was indeed very useful. Lin Feng asked, you must have come out with a mission this time, right? N0 didn't dare to hide it and said, indeed, I came out with a mission. This time, I came to make a deal with the Heaven Domain Saint King. Heaven Domain Saint King? Who's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, just by hearing this name, one could tell that the Heaven Domain Saint King was definitely a powerful figure. N0 said, the Heaven Domain Saint King is not simple. He's the king of a foreign land. It's said that he came from the Kunlun universe. Kunlun universe? Isn't that the universe where Yemo is from? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brows. The Kunlun universe was ranked first among the 4 universes. This universe was extremely terrifying. The beings from the Kunlun universe often had many inconceivable means. Are you making the deal with the Heaven Domain Saint King yourself, or are you making the deal on behalf of Xianxia? Lin Feng asked curiously. Of course, I'm making the deal on behalf of Xianxia. N0 said. Lin Feng asked, what are you trading? Xianxia has some spring of life here. I'm using it to exchange for the Heaven Domain Saint King's Kunlun immortal crystals. N0 said. The spring of life was a good thing. It could only be found by luck. Lin Feng didn't know what the Kunlun immortal crystals were. Lin Feng asked, what is the Kunlun immortal crystal? What's its use? N0 said, the Kunlun immortal crystal is a special crystal born in the Kunlun universe. It's very rare and is very heaven-defying. Once it's refined, it can bring about an all-round improvement to a cultivator. An all-round improvement? What does that mean? Lin Feng was confused. N0 said, to put it simply, if one refines the Kunlun immortal crystal, their cultivation, soul, body, and Tao will all be improved. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Surprisingly, there was such a thing. This was too heaven-defying. This was definitely something good. Lin Feng was excited. Have you made the deal? Lin Feng asked. Not yet, but we've already agreed on a time. In 3 days, we'll make a deal at the Flying Dragon Tea House, said Lin Feng. N0 said. Heaven Domain Saint King personally? Asked Lin Feng. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. After all, Tianyu Saint Kings think highly of themselves. Since Xianxia sent me to make the deal, Tianyu Saint Kings won't come personally. They'll probably send their trusted subordinates or disciples to make the deal. Said N0. Lin Feng said, that's good. I'll take the Kunlun immortal crystal, but don't worry, I won't let you be exposed. When you're making the deal, I'll suddenly appear and pretend to steal your things. That way, they won't suspect you. And Xiru said, there's no problem with that, but there's one thing you have to guard against. Huh? What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. If Heaven Domain's Saint King is nearby, it'll be very troublesome because he's an 8th layer saint. Said Xiru. So powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The strongest existence in the Book of the Dead was only at the 7th layer of the Saint Realm. The 8th layer of the Saint Realm was too terrifying. Although it was only a difference of 1 layer. The difference in strength was unimaginable. It was said that an 8th level Saint Realm cultivator could fight 50 to 67th level Saint Realm cultivators. Lin Feng's Book of the Dead had a total of 56 undead, but most of them were in the first few layers of the Saint Realm. Even if they were added together, they still wouldn't be a match for Heaven Domain's Saint King. If Heaven Domain's Saint King was nearby, it would indeed be troublesome. However, Lin Feng quickly felt relieved. Wealth came from danger. Moreover, the apocalypse had arrived. Lin Feng didn't have much time left. Lin Feng naturally had to seize every opportunity. For example, this opportunity. Even if he had to take some risks. Lin Feng also had to seize it. Lin Feng said, you don't have to worry about my safety, I'll be fine. It's just that this mission failed, so I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to Huangfu Xian'er. Think of a good excuse, don't let Huangfu Xian'er suspect you. And Xiru said, I naturally have a way to deal with Huangfu Xian'er. That's good. Now, swear your loyalty to me. Lin Feng said. And Xiru swore, I, and Xiru, swear to the heavens that I am willing to be loyal to Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. If I go against this oath, may lightning strike me and die a horrible death. After Nziro made the oath, Lin Feng and Nziro formed a talisman of oath. Lin Feng didn't have to worry about Nziru betraying him anymore. Lin Feng directly carried Nziru's delicate body and walked towards the bed. Nziru was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought that Lin Feng was going to do something worse to her. Nziru said in fear, you said you wouldn't touch me. You're a man, you can't go back on your words. Lin Feng said, what are you thinking? I just want to put you back on the bed and let you rest. Really? Nziru looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. After all, she was a charming beauty. Who didn't want her? Of course it's true. Lin Feng said. He put Nziru on the bed and left Nziru's room. Nziru laid on the bed and let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Feng had really left. Then, she sighed again. Now that she had changed sides, Nziru's feelings were very complicated. However, every man for himself. Heaven and earth destroyed. Who didn't understand this principle? Nziru understood. Nziru believed that Huangfu Xian'er also understood this principle. Your Highness, if you didn't give me to Huangfu Qingtian so easily back then, perhaps I would rather die than betray you today. However, you gave me to Huangfu Qingtian so casually back then. Do you know how painful it was for me? I've always treated you as an elder sister, so I've always been loyal to you. I've never betrayed you, but in your eyes, I'm just a simple servant. So, Your Highness, please don't blame me for betraying you today. If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself. If you didn't treat me like that back then, I wouldn't have betrayed you today. Nziru gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. Please remember the domain name of this book. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the transaction. Nziro followed the agreement and arrived at the Soaring Dragon tea house. The tea house was very quiet. This place was different from other places. Even if there was a discussion, everyone would be in a private room and not outside. The private room had been reserved in advance. Nziro entered the room and waited patiently. Time passed by slowly. About 2 hours passed. A cultivator pushed open the door and entered. This cultivator was no different from a human, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there seemed to be some fiery red scales hidden under his skin. This appearance clearly wasn't his original appearance, but rather his appearance after changing his form. Are you Nziro? The man asked. Yes. Nziro nodded. Did you bring the item? The man went straight to the point. Yes. Nziro nodded and asked, did you bring the item? Of course. the man said as he took out a crystal. That crystal was a purple crystal, and it emitted an extremely violent fluctuation. Seeing the purple crystal, N0 asked, "Is this a Kunlun immortal crystal? Is there a problem?" The man said, "Your master and my master have known each other for a long time, and their relationship has always been quite good. Do you think my master would use a fake Kunlun immortal crystal to make a transaction with your master? These top experts are very concerned about their reputation." N0 said, "I was just asking casually. I don't have any other intentions." "Why are you so angry?" The man said indifferently, "I'm not angry. I'm just trying to make some things clear. This will be beneficial to both of us." "Of course." N0 nodded. N0 took out a porcelain bottle. "All of the spring of life is inside." N0 said. "Excellent. Let's make the transaction now." The man said. "Hee, the two of you are quite bold. To make such an important transaction in such a public place, I'm impressed." Just as the two of them were about to make the transaction, a voice came from outside. "Next." Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered. After seeing Lin Feng, Nziru's expression changed. "It's you." She appeared exceedingly surprised. He didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. The man looked at N0 and asked, "Who is he?" Said N0. "He's a great enemy of my princess. Back then, he fought with my princess's son, Huangfu Qingtian. He killed Huangfu Qingtian, and my princess used a soul reconstruction technique to create a new soul for Huangfu Qingtian. That's why he's a great enemy of Huangfu Qingtian and someone my princess wants to kill. Apart from that, he also has a shocking identity. He's the leader of Sin City." The man said in shock, "Sin Domain's lord? Is he that Lin Feng? Ha 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 ha, am I that famous? Even a creature from another world like you has heard of me," said Lin Feng, smiling. The man sneered. He then looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked, "Why are you here?" Of course, it's because Lin Feng made a grabbing motion in the air before he could finish his sentence. In an instant, Lin Feng grabbed the items in their hands. "Return the items," said the man coldly. "Return the items. I've already taken the items, so how can I return them to you? Originally, I had received news that the Panga Mystery Dimension was in the Eastern Sea World. Who would have thought that before I even found the Panga Mystery Dimension, I would have already obtained such a great opportunity?" "How wonderful," said Lin Feng with a smile. He put the two items away. "Lin Feng, you'd better not take things that don't belong to you. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place," said N0 coldly. "With just the two of you? You're still far from it," said Lin Feng disdainfully. Said N0. "Let's work together to deal with him." The man didn't have any objections. He nodded and charged at Lin Feng with N0. N0 slapped at Lin Feng. The man's arm turned into a thick beast claw. The thick beast claw was extremely powerful. The sharp claws grabbed at Lin Feng. The man sneered as he attacked Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, do you know how many people want to catch you? If I catch you today, not only will I get the countless treasures on you, but I can also use you to exchange for endless wealth. Dream on." Lin Feng sneered and waved his sleeve. Bang! Bang! A powerful force surged out. N0 and the man were sent flying. Their faces were pale. "How can you be so powerful?" N0 cried out in disbelief. "This is impossible." The man couldn't accept it and shouted. Lin Feng was so young. But he was so terrifying. This foreign creature couldn't accept it. He had seen too many geniuses. But Lin Feng was someone who could achieve this at his age. He had never seen such a person before. Lin Feng sneered. "What you think is impossible is possible in my eyes. Today, I will not only take your treasures, but I will also take your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slapped at the two of them. Both of their expressions changed drastically. Humph, but at this moment, a cold snort was heard. An existence surrounded by darkness appeared and slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He just wanted to test if the Sky Region Saint King was here. It was fine if he didn't test this test. Lin Feng had really managed to find out the truth. Lin Feng was sure. At this moment, the existence that was attacking him was definitely that Heaven Region Saint King. His aura was too terrifying. This person was an expert at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. Fortunately, Lin Feng was prepared and moved in advance. Whoosh! He disappeared in an instant. The attack of the Sky Region Saint King. It directly hit the air. Sir. The man quickly bowed to the Sky Region Saint King. The Sky Region Holy King nodded, then looked at the pale-faced Nziro and said, "Don't worry, after I kill that brat, I will return the Kunlun Immortal Crystal to your master." "Thank you, Lord Saint King." Nziro quickly thanked him. The Sky Region Saint King nodded and quickly chased after the escaping Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, mainly because the Sky Domain Sage King's aura was too terrifying. This time, he was acting with Nziro. Lin Feng felt that both he and Nziro's acting was not bad, and they should not have exposed themselves. Therefore, Lin Feng did not need to worry about Nziro's safety, he should be worried about himself. The direction he was escaping towards was the Demon Emperor Ridge, where the Emperor Brush was. It would be best if he could shake off the Sky Domain Sage King, but if he couldn't, the Sky Domain Sage King would be able to enter the Demon Emperor Ridge. To be able to lure Sky Region Saint Kings into the Demon Emperor's Ridge, it was said that the Demon Emperor's Ridge was an extremely dangerous place. If he could lure the Sky Domain Sage King into the Demon Emperor Ridge, he might be able to find a way to deal with the Sky Domain Sage King. Lin Feng's wishful thinking was extremely good, but Lin Feng miscalculated one thing. He did not expect the Sky Domain Sage King's speed to be so fast, even though Lin Feng was the first to escape. However, the Sky Domain Sage King still caught up to him. The Sky Domain Sage King looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and said, "I have traversed Kunlun and the 9 continents cosmos, but I have never suffered a loss. A small cultivator like you actually dares to steal my things, how laughable. Even the Heavenly Emperor might not dare to steal my things. When I catch you later, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Lin Feng said, "Isn't it just a Kunlun Immortal Crystal and a bottle of Spring of Life? Just 2 items, and you are so angry. You are really ignorant. How can someone like you have the nerve to say that you have traversed 2 cosmos? How can your skin be so thick?" After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the Sky Domain Sage King became furious. The Sky Domain Saint King couldn't help but get angry. He said coldly, "It's easy for you to say that. Do you know how precious the Spring of Life and Kunlun Immortal Crystals are? What's more, I'm not chasing you because of those 2 items. I'm chasing you because you challenged my authority, so you deserve to die." As his voice fell, the Sky Region Saint King's speed became even faster. Seeing the Sky Region Saint King closing in on him, Lin Feng's face became extremely gloomy. Not only was this guy strong, even his speed was so fast. He was truly abnormal. No wonder he was a creature from an even more powerful universe. Lin Feng felt that if they were of the same level, the 8th level of the 9 States Universe Saint Realm would be much weaker than this Sky Region Saint King. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his intuition, so this time, Lin Feng felt that there wouldn't be any problems. Being targeted by such a terrifying existence was indeed a troublesome matter. 6 hours later, Lin Feng could already see the Demon Emperor's Ridge. But at this time, the Sky Region Saint Kings had already caught up to him. The Sky Region Saint King's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The Sky Region Saint King began to condense his attacks to deal with Lin Feng. There were only 100 or 200 meters between them. At such a close distance, the Sky Region Saint King's attacks could cause an extremely powerful killing power. The Sky Region Saint King sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. A huge energy palm print condensed in the void. That huge energy palm print directly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out his Dominator's armor and Phoenix shield. The 2 defensive magic treasures were activated by Lin Feng. But even so, Lin Feng was still sent flying. Damn. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out gloomily. The Sky Region Saint King was truly abnormal. His strength was simply too terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the Sky Region Saint King passed through the void and arrived in front of Lin Feng. He once again sent out a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Feeling the terrifying attack from the Sky Region Saint King, Lin Feng's expression changed. He still used the Phoenix Shield and Dominator's armor to block the attack. Bang! Following the fierce collision, the Sky Region Saint King's terrifying palm strike landed on the Phoenix Shield. A portion of the power was absorbed by the Phoenix Shield. A portion of the power was absorbed by the Dominator's armor. A portion of the power was blocked by Lin Feng. What made Lin Feng's expression ugly was that after taking 2 attacks, the Phoenix Shield and Dominator's armor actually dimmed. The power was greatly reduced. The Dominator's armor directly retracted back into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng knew that this was because the Sky Region Saint King's attack was too terrifying. That was why the Dominator's armor and Phoenix Shield were damaged. This level of treasure could completely repair itself. But it needed time. Lin Feng also put away the Phoenix Shield. Brat, die. The Sky Region Saint King coldly looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. That terrifying palm strike once again flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the mysterious iron box. Then he opened it. The mysterious iron box only revealed a small gap. Lin Feng didn't dare to open it too much. Because if he opened it too much, the mysterious iron box would attack indiscriminately. At that time, Lin Feng would bear the brunt of the attack. The enemy hadn't been killed yet. Lin Feng was killed first. Of course, even if he only opened a small gap, the attack released by the mysterious iron box was terrifying enough. It could be described as destroying heaven and earth. Shua, a blood-red light flew out of the mysterious iron box and swept towards the Sky Region Saint King. The Sky Region Saint King's expression suddenly changed. He quickly blocked the blood-red light. The Sky Region Saint King collided with the blood-red light from the mysterious iron box. The Sky Region Saint King was sent flying, but the blood-red light also dissipated. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The Sky Region Saint King had actually blocked the mysterious iron box's attack. This bastard was too abnormal. The mysterious iron box is actually with you. The Sky Region Saint King obviously knew about the mysterious iron box. His face was full of shock. You also know about the mysterious iron box? Lin Feng looked at the Sky Region Saint King in surprise. Of course. The Sky Region Saint King looked at the mysterious iron box with a look of surprise. He said, Brat, if you give me the mysterious iron box, I can spare your life. Hee hee, how ridiculous. Do you think I will believe you? Lin Feng sneered. The Sky Region Saint King looked at Lin Feng mockingly and said, Brat, you don't know how terrifying the mysterious iron box is. If you knew, you wouldn't have kept it. Of course I know. Lin Feng sneered and said, it contains Yimo's body. Since you came from the Kunlun universe, you should know about the Yi family of the Kunlun universe, right? The Sky Region Saint King said, of course I know about the Yi family of the Kunlun universe, but you don't know enough about the mysterious iron box. Yimo's body has long been swapped. What? You're saying that the body inside isn't Yimo's? Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. When he went to the Supreme God Court, he had seen many things in the Lake of Reality. Lin Feng had thought that everything in the Lake of Reality was real, but after hearing what the Saint King said, Lin Feng started to have doubts. For example, the body parts in the metal box weren't Yimo's, but Lin Feng had seen Yimo's body parts in the metal box. Could it be that the Sky Region Saint King was right? The corpse inside the mysterious iron box? Was it really not Yimo's? Was it someone else's? Who could replace the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box? Everything seemed so confusing. Of course, the Heaven Domain Divine King might not be telling the truth. Lin Feng sneered at the Heaven Domain Divine King. Do you think I'll believe you? The Heaven Domain Divine King sneered, when you said that, your inner world already believed what you said. You're saying that the body inside the box isn't Yimo's, then who is it? Lin Feng asked. The Heaven Domain Divine King said, I don't dare to say, and even if I dare to say, I'm not sure. That's just my guess, but one thing I'm sure of is that the body isn't Yimo's. How can you be sure of that? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Because Yimo came back from his divine damnation, the Heaven Domain Divine King said, If King came from the Kunlun universe to the Nine States universe because I was hunted by Yemo Lin Feng, the Heaven Domain Divine King said coldly. Kid, give it to me, you have no other choice. No. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Immediately after, he turned around and flew towards the bestial Imperial Mountain. Since you want to die, I'll grant it. The Heaven Domain Divine King said coldly and chased after Lin Feng again. The Heaven Domain Divine King was indeed a huge problem, mainly because he was too hard to deal with. Lin Feng could try to open the box wider. But Lin Feng was worried that he would suffer unimaginable damage. This was really frustrating. So he might as well run. The Heaven Domain Divine King sneered, there are always some people who know there's no hope of escaping, but still try to run. I don't know what these people are thinking. Lin Feng sneered, don't get too cocky, it's not certain who will win. Haha, an ant like you, it's not confidence, it's arrogance. No, it's not arrogance, it's stupidity. The Heaven Domain Divine King sneered. Lin Feng, you're a homeless dog, you have the face to be this cocky. If I've cultivated as long as you have, do you believe it or not, I can crush you, it's easier than crushing an ant. Hee, kid, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The Heaven Domain Divine King sneered. He was not angry at Lin Feng's provocation. After all, he had lived for countless years, how could he be angry because of a few words, unless it was a loss of face? But, a few words would not be enough to make him lose face. Lin Feng did not say anything else and continued to fly into the distance. The most important thing now was to get rid of the Heaven Domain Divine King. This guy was too terrifying. If he did not get rid of him quickly, it would be troublesome if he was caught. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of the Demon Emperor Ridge. There were many people looking at the Demon Emperor Ridge. Ordinary people naturally did not dare to enter the Demon Emperor Ridge because it was too dangerous. What was the difference between going in and dying? After seeing Lin Feng and the Heaven Domain Divine King, many people could not help but point at them. Lin Feng was the first to enter the Demon Emperor Ridge, followed by the Heaven Domain Divine King. Inside the Demon Emperor Ridge, there were many restrictions. They were very powerful and emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Those powerful deployment spells didn't pose a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. When the stone scripture was activated, Lin Feng could instantly control the various killing arrays and restrictions here. Countless killing arrays and all kinds of restrictions. They were all activated. Those terrifying killing arrays and restrictions released extremely terrifying attacks, all of which were aimed at the Heaven Domain Divine King. Haha. It's useless. These attacks can deal with ordinary Sage Realm cultivators, but they are far from enough to deal with me. The Heaven Domain Divine King sneered. Under the attacks of all kinds of killing formations and restrictions, he quickly passed through them. So many attacks did not hurt this guy at all. The Heaven Domain Divine King was not bragging. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he rushed towards the depths. The Heaven Domain Divine King quickly chased after him. The two sides were getting closer and closer. The situation was not good. What should he do? How about, should he summon all those undead creatures and fight to the death with this guy? Just as Lin Feng had this thought, Lin Feng suddenly felt a violent fluctuation coming from the depths. After feeling the violent fluctuation, Lin Feng was very shocked. He increased his speed and rushed towards the depths. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the depths. After arriving here, Lin Feng discovered that it was an abyss. The violent fluctuation was emitted from the abyss. What was in the abyss? Lin Feng was puzzled. He did not think too much and quickly flew into the abyss. After entering the abyss, Lin Feng felt that the abyss was not simple. He saw that there were incomparably thick chains in the abyss. Looking carefully, those chains were actually the chains of law. The densely packed chains of law extended from below. He did not know what was down there. Lin Feng increased his speed. After an hour, he finally saw what was down there. In the abyss, there was a giant brush that was at least 1,000 meters long. It was locked down by the chains of law. Emperor Brush. Lin Feng was sure that this giant brush was the legendary Emperor Brush. The Emperor Brush had finally appeared. Lin Feng didn't expect the Emperor Brush to be locked in this place. He didn't know who had locked the Emperor Brush here. Many years had passed. Many things were destined to be forgotten. A terrifying aura came from above. The sage kings from the sky region were chasing after him. "Are you here?" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. This voice seemed to have transcended time and space. This was the voice of the Emperor Brush. After hearing the voice of the Emperor Brush, Lin Feng's spirit was lifted. Could it be that the Emperor Brush had become a weapon cultivator, as the supreme treasure of the sage emperor of the human race? After being forged by 9 generations of emperors, the Emperor Brush was definitely a terrifying supreme treasure. Therefore, the Emperor Brush had become a weapon cultivator. This was very normal. "I'm here to save you, Senior," Lin Feng said. "Ha ha ha ha, great. I've been waiting for this day." Loud laughter could be heard. Whoosh, 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 but at this moment, something terrifying happened. The chains of law started to shake violently. These chains of law were extremely terrifying. They could shake out a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The chains of law whipped towards Lin Feng. These chains of law wanted to stop Lin Feng from getting close to the Emperor Brush. Lin Feng quickly dodged the chains of law's attack. However, he didn't manage to dodge completely. A chain of law whipped Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's face turned pale. The chains of law's attack was too powerful. He didn't know who had condensed the chains of law. It was terrifying. When Lin Feng was sent flying, the chains of law whipped towards Lin Feng again. This time, it seemed like they wanted to take Lin Feng's life. Seeing so many chains of law whipping towards him, Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The chains of law lashed at the air. Lin Feng passed through the blockade of the chains of law. He quickly arrived in front of the Emperor Brush. "Let me borrow your godly blood." A voice came from within the Emperor Brush. It was probably the voice of the Emperor Brush god. Lin Feng nodded. His right hand moved like a knife and directly cut open the palm of his left hand. Blood flowed out. Lin Feng's left hand pressed on the Emperor Brush. Traces of blood seeped into the Emperor Brush. Countless runes appeared on the Emperor Brush as though it had consumed an immortal elixir. The interior of the Emperor Brush vibrated with terrifying waves of energy. That fluctuation was simply too terrifying. It was simply shocking. Anyone who felt that fluctuation would feel their heart tremble. However, the Emperor Brush was full of goodwill towards Lin Feng, so Lin Feng didn't feel uncomfortable. The Emperor Brush struggled violently. The chains seemed to have come to life in an instant as they wrapped themselves around the Emperor Brush. They wanted to lock the Emperor Brush completely. However, now that the Emperor Brush's power had begun to recover, the chains couldn't bind it anymore. The Emperor Brush struggled even more. Crack! Crack! The chains began to break. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the chains break. The Emperor Brush was about to break free. The Emperor Brush struggled even more. Crack! Crack! A large number of chains broke apart. Finally, all the chains that were binding the Emperor Brush were shattered. The Emperor Brush was finally free. Good heavens, isn't this the legendary sacred object of the human race, the Emperor Brush? It is said that the Emperor Brush has been refined by 9 generations of human emperors and has transformed into an incredible treasure. This treasure carries the supreme fate of the human race. If I can refine the Emperor Brush, then I will inherit the supreme fate of the human race. In that case, who can compete with me? The Sky Region's Sage King couldn't help but be excited when he saw the Emperor Brush. This guy was actually spying on the Emperor Brush. How audacious. He quickly flew towards the Emperor Brush. He wanted to suppress the Emperor Brush. However, the Emperor Brush moved at this moment. The Emperor Brush wrote the word destroy in the void. It was the word Tao. The word Tao written by the Emperor Brush wasn't an ordinary word. The word Tao written by the Emperor Brush contained the will of the 9 generations of human emperors. At the same time, it carried the supreme fate of the human race. Therefore, the word Tao written by the Emperor Brush was extremely terrifying. When the word destroy was written, The word destroy flew towards the Sky Region's Sage King. Break! The Sky Region's Sage King shouted coldly as he threw a punch. Bam! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the word destroy shattered. However, the Sky Region's Sage King was also sent flying. The Sky Region's Sage King's fist was shattered. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. His entire arm was trembling violently. How terrifying! Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng really didn't expect the Emperor Brush to be so powerful. The Sky Region's Sage King was at the 8th level of the Sage Realm. Yet, he wasn't a match for the Emperor Brush. However, Lin Feng immediately understood. The Emperor Brush. It could be said to be the most powerful treasure of the human race in this era. It was comparable to an ancient weapon. It wasn't surprising that the Emperor Brush was able to display such combat power. In addition, the supreme fate that the Emperor Brush carried was as boundless as the sea. Therefore, it was understandable that the Emperor Brush was powerful. It was normal for the Emperor Brush to be so powerful. If the Emperor Brush wasn't powerful, Lin Feng would find it strange. Oh no, this brush is too cruel. Let's go. The Sky Region's Sage King also knew that he was in trouble. This guy knew that he was no match for the Emperor Brush, so he turned around and wanted to escape. However, the Emperor Brush didn't give the Sky Region's Sage King a chance to escape. When the Sky Region's Sage King was escaping, the Emperor Brush displayed its power again. Swoosh! 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 After a few strokes, the Emperor Brush wrote another word. After this word was written, a large amount of death aura filled the air. This word. It was actually the word die. The word die written by the Emperor Brush flew towards the Sky Region's Sage King. Break! 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 The Sky Region's Sage King roared and continuously used more than 10 mystiques to block the word die written by the Emperor Brush. However, the Sky Region's Sage King failed. The word die written by the Emperor Brush was too terrifying. It directly shattered the Sky Region's Sage King's mystiques and imprinted on his body. Bam! Following a violent explosion, the Sky Region's Sage King's body exploded. Please remember the domain name of this book, F*CK, the Sky Region Holy King's origin source. This is good stuff. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He rushed over and collected the Sky Region Holy King's origin source. This was the origin source of an 8th Heaven's Sage Realm cultivator. It was simply too precious. The increase in cultivation level was unimaginable. In addition to the Kunlun Immortal Crystal that Lin Feng had obtained previously. Lin Feng thought. If he could refine all of these things, he might be able to break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. The Emperor Brush turned into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary aura, and his aura was deep and powerful. He wore a long robe made of stars. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations on breaking free, senior." Ha 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 ha. The Emperor Brush laughed and said, "I have to thank you for helping me break free this time." "You're welcome, senior." Lin Feng said. The Emperor Brush asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Lin Feng." "Lin Qi's descendant?" The Emperor Brush asked. It was normal for an existence like the Emperor Brush to be able to sense his bloodline, so Lin Feng wasn't surprised. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I'm Lin Qi's descendant." The Emperor Brush sighed. Lin Qi really has a successor. Lin Feng said, "Senior, you're so powerful. Who trapped you here?" The Emperor Brush said, "It's the Sky Demon Emperor." Lin Feng was surprised because the Celestial Bestial Emperor had lived a long time before the 9th Human Emperor. In other words, the Sky Demon Emperor had died many years ago during the 9th Emperor's era. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled when the Emperor Brush said that the Sky Demon Emperor had trapped him. Lin Feng said, "Didn't the Sky Demon Emperor die a long time ago? How did it trap you, senior?" The Emperor Brush said, "The Heavenly Demon Emperor is the most cunning person I've ever met. He's not dead." "Not dead?" Lin Feng's eyes widened. This wasn't a good thing. Because the Heavenly Demon Emperor's only son had been killed by him. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was not dead yet. Would this guy come looking for trouble with him? The grudge of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become extremely unsightly. The Emperor Brush naturally noticed the change in Lin Feng's expression. It asked, "Your expression is somewhat unsightly when the Heavenly Demon Emperor is still alive. Could it be that you have some grudge with him?" Lin Feng replied, "I killed the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son." The Emperor Brush was stunned when it heard Lin Feng's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "Little boy, you're really strong. You even killed the Celestial Demon Emperor's son." The Celestial Demon Emperor only has one son. If the Celestial Demon Emperor knows about this, he'll be furious. Lin Feng asked curiously, "Where did the Heavenly Demon Emperor go?" The Emperor Brush replied, "I'm not too sure, but I think he went to look for a way to surpass the Saint Layer. Back then, he trapped me here because he wanted to absorb my chi. I had the chi of the human clan. The Celestial Bestial Emperor wanted to use my chi to break through, but he discovered that the chi of the human clan and the Celestial Bestial strength of the Celestial Bestial strength conflicted, so he gave up." Lin Feng said, "After such a long time, did he really find a way to break through? If that's the case, we're in trouble." After saying that, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Right now, he was too depressed. If the Heavenly Demon Emperor really broke through to the Saint Layer, wouldn't he be done for? Thinking about that, Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It's not that easy to surpass the Saint Layer. So, you don't have to worry too much. Who knows, maybe he's already dead in some corner. The Emperor Brush said. The Emperor Brush had a good attitude, but Lin Feng didn't have such a good attitude. The Heavenly Demon Emperor. The threat he posed to Lin Feng was too great. He had to be on guard against him. "Senior, since you know my ancestor Lin Qi, do you know where he is?" asked Lin Qi. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He had always felt that Lin Qi wasn't dead. Lin Qi had only disappeared back then. His clansmen suspected that he had passed away, but who knew if he was still alive? "Back then, your ancestor went to do something big. He told the 6th Emperor that if he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die." The Emperor Brush said. If he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die. Lin Feng muttered these words. What did Ancestor Lin Qi do? Why did he leave behind these words? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. But it didn't matter what Lin Qi did. That matter was definitely incomparably dangerous. Did he succeed? Lin Feng was in a bad mood. If he had succeeded, he should have appeared long ago. But his ancestor didn't appear. Was it because he had failed? We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Perhaps we'll meet again one day. The Emperor Brush said. Lin Feng felt that the Emperor Brush was implying something. Senior, do you know something? Lin Feng looked at the Emperor Brush and asked. The Emperor Brush said. Don't ask. You'll know when the time is right. Lin Feng nodded. Senior, what do you plan to do next? Lin Feng asked. I'm going to do something extremely important, the Emperor Brush said. Lin Feng said, how about you go to the Sin Realm as a guest after that? Of course, the Emperor Brush said. Lin Feng didn't need to say certain things. He believed that the Emperor Brush would be able to guess it. Lin Feng was very happy to hear the Emperor Brush's answer. He hoped that the Emperor Brush would be able to complete the task as soon as possible so that it could head to the Sin Realm. If the Emperor Brush was around, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight a huge battle with the Heavenly Court. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Lin Feng asked. Let's go out and take a look. The Emperor Brush said. Lin Feng nodded and flew out with the Emperor Brush. They arrived outside. Then, he saw that the sky was actually cracking. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. The undying world seemed to be heading towards destruction. This situation was too terrifying. It was as if the world was coming to an end. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a situation. Lin Feng said in a trembling voice. Is the new age about to be destroyed? Please remember the domain name of this book. The Emperor Brush continued, the undying world is about to be destroyed, not the epic. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked curiously. Someone is devouring the world source of the undying world. If the world source of the undying world is completely devoured, the undying world will definitely fall apart. The Emperor Brush explained. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Who was devouring the world source of the undying world? How could they do such a wicked thing? If the undying world was destroyed, how many people would die? Lin Feng had been in the undying world for so many years, but he had only been to a few places. Why did he go to so few places? It was because the undying world was too big. It would take a few hundred years to go around it. How could Lin Feng have so much time to wander around the undying world? The undying world was so huge. One could imagine how many creatures there were in the undying world. Tiandi, it must be Tiandi. Lin Feng said. He felt that Tiandi might be devouring the world source of the undying world. However, Lin Feng soon felt that it might not be Tiandi. After all, Tiandi was the ruler of the undying world. He had been in charge of the undying world for so long. There was no need for him to destroy the undying world. Moreover, Lin Feng remembered that Tiandi had merged with the undying world. Therefore, Tiandi could borrow the power of the undying world to fight against his enemies. It was unimaginable how terrifying Tiandi was now. Logically, Tiandi wouldn't destroy the undying world. Of course, nothing was absolute. Who knew what Tiandi would do? Maybe it really is Tiandi. The Emperor Brush said. He kept frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. Let's part here. I have to go and take a look. If I can stop it, I will. Of course, you don't have to worry for now. Even if the world source of the undying world is completely devoured, it won't be a problem to hold on for 1 or 200 years. The Emperor Brush said. 1 or 200 years? Hearing that, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. If they could persevere for so many years, they could move a portion of the people away. But the Sin domain was so huge, and 90% of the people were destined to be buried here. This was something that could not be helped. But if they left the undying realm, where would they go? It was so dangerous outside. Lin Feng began to curse the bastard who wanted to destroy the undying world. Which bastard was doing this kind of thing? Be careful that you don't give birth to a son who doesn't have an anus. What a bastard. The Emperor Brush laughed. He hoped that the Emperor Brush would be able to stop this from happening. Lin Feng was no longer in the mood to cultivate, he was observing this situation in the undying world. If the undying world was still being destroyed, he would consider returning to the Sin realm, and then organize everyone to escape from the undying world. This was the worst-case scenario. Perhaps, at this very moment, all the cultivators of the undying realm were paying close attention to this matter. They were also praying. In the following 3 months, the undying world continued to move towards destruction. The cracks in the sky were getting bigger and bigger, and the cracks in the earth were getting bigger and bigger. 3 months later, everything returned to normal. The crack in the void stopped expanding, and the crack in the earth stopped expanding as well. It's calmed down. Will the undying world be destroyed? That should be the case. I wonder what happened. The undying world has been preserved. We don't have to die. Lin Feng was in Bestial Imperial City, he saw countless people celebrating. The Demon Lord said, "What's the big deal? If the era is destroyed, nobody will be able to stop it. The undying world, the 10,000 worlds, and even the 3 highest worlds will be destroyed in a very short time. That's a real disaster. You won't even have a chance to escape. Even if you escape to the outside world, you won't be able to escape death, because the outside world will also be destroyed." Lin Feng's heart was heavy. The undying world was going to be destroyed. It was already despairing enough, let alone the entire universe. That's why we have to kill the mastermind. If we kill them, we can stop the era from being destroyed. Lin Feng said. You're right, but it's easier said than done to kill those people. The Demon Lord sighed. There's still some hope. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion. He couldn't wait to break through and increase his strength. Lin Feng didn't want to wait any longer. However, the others were still in a state of shock. Lin Feng left Bestial Imperial City. He entered a mountain forest. A large part of the forest had collapsed. There were huge cracks everywhere. The space-time crack in the sky hadn't closed either. This was an extremely terrifying situation, even though the Undying Realm was not destroyed. The Undying World wasn't destroyed, but what had happened before had caused great damage to it. Lin Feng felt helpless. He couldn't stop it. Lin Feng found a secluded place in the forest and started his seclusion. Lin Feng first refined the original strength of Tian region's Holy King. No wonder he was a cultivator of the 8th celestial layer. The source energy was unimaginably terrifying. After refining the Sky region's Sage King's source energy, Lin Feng's cultivation began to improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng was originally at the 7th stage of the Virtual Immortal Realm. Soon, he broke through to the 8th stage of the Virtual Immortal Realm. Then, he reached the 9th stage of the Virtual Immortal Realm. The 10th stage of the Virtual Immortal Realm. Finally, he reached the peak of the 10th stage of the Virtual Immortal Realm. Even at the peak of the 10th stage of the Virtual Immortal Realm, the Sky region's Sage King's source energy had only been consumed by 60%. There was still 40% of the source energy left. Lin Feng was shocked. It was so difficult for him to increase his cultivation and the consumption was so great. However, the Sky region's Sage King still had so much source energy left. The source energy of the Sky region's Sage King was extraordinary. The remaining 40% could be used together with the Kunlun Immortal Crystal. This could help Lin Feng break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Lin Feng didn't immediately break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. He rested for 10 days. Then, Lin Feng went into seclusion again. This time, Lin Feng swallowed the Kunlun Immortal Crystal. After Lin Feng swallowed the Kunlun Immortal Crystal, Lin Feng began to break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. The tribulation light flickered between his brows. Lin Feng had indeed attracted the lightning tribulation. With the energy of the Kunlun Immortal Crystal and 40% of the Sky region's Sage King's source energy, Lin Feng was confident in breaking through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Bolts of incomparably thick thunderbolts blasted over. In the next 5 months, Lin Feng began to undergo the tribulation. Lin Feng didn't know how many bolts of lightning tribulation others would undergo when breaking through. But when he broke through to the Tao Immortal Realm, he actually underwent more than 2 million bolts of lightning tribulation. This really made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Fortunately, Lin Feng successfully passed all the lightning tribulations and successfully broke through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Cultivation, 1st celestial layer of Tao Immortal. Soul, 1st celestial layer of Great Saint. Body, peak of Great Saint. Lin Feng was very satisfied after checking his condition. This time, it wasn't only a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also in his soul and body. In addition, Lin Feng discovered that his own Tao had also made a breakthrough. Lin Feng's Tao of the Sovereign had also broken through from minor success to great success. This was a very important breakthrough. Throughout history, the Tao of the strongest was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng's Tao belonged to the highest level, crushing all Taos. However, if he wanted to increase the power of his Tao of the Sovereign to the peak, he first needed to raise his Tao. After breaking through from minor success to great success, Lin Feng's battle prowess had at least doubled. I need to find a place to recuperate. Lin Feng quickly left the place of tribulation. Although he had succeeded, his physical condition wasn't particularly ideal. His injuries were quite serious. Lin Feng needed to heal his injuries as soon as possible. At the same time, he needed to familiarize himself with the power of the new Tao of the Sovereign. 1 month later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Lin Feng was in seclusion. 1 month in the outside world was actually 1 year in the time and space. Lin Feng's harvest was great. Then, Lin Feng returned to Demon Imperial City. Currently, Demon Imperial City was still in a state of panic. Although countless people were talking about the Battle of Extinction, many people felt that the Battle of Extinction was very far away from them. However, some time ago, the Undying World was almost destroyed. This kind of situation was nothing compared to the Battle of Extinction at the end of the epic. Therefore, many people were really panicking. All kinds of news began to spread. Lin Feng heard 3 versions of the news about the Undying World being almost destroyed. In the first version, after Heaven Emperor fused with the Undying World, he suddenly discovered that if he devoured the world origin of the Undying World, he might be able to complete a complete transformation. Therefore, Heaven Emperor planned to devour the world origin of the Undying World. The price was that the Undying World would be destroyed and countless people would die miserably. However, Heaven Emperor didn't care about this at all. Every man for himself, especially at the end of the epic. In order to control more power, Heaven Emperor decided to gamble on this opportunity. In the second version, many top experts from other worlds, including foreign creatures, wasteland experts, experts from the three paramount realms, and other places, after hearing that Heaven Emperor had fused with the Undying World, they set their sights on the world origin of the Undying World. Because after Heaven Emperor fused with the Undying World, the world origin of the Undying World had undergone a great upheaval. As a half-supreme realm, the Undying World's world origin wasn't something that cultivators could pry into. However, after Heaven Emperor fused with the Undying World, the world origin of the Undying World leaked out. Therefore, those top experts came to the Undying World one after another to snatch the world origin of the Undying World. Those foreign experts naturally didn't care about the life and death of the Undying World's cultivators. To put it bluntly, the destruction of the Undying World and the deaths of countless people had nothing to do with them. It had nothing to do with them at all. It would be strange if they cared. In the third version, Heaven Emperor, foreign experts, they were all prying into the world origin of the Undying World. The Celestial Arch had wanted to take all the spoils for himself, and the foreign experts naturally wanted a piece of the pie as well. Therefore, both sides fought. As for why the Undying World wasn't destroyed, it was said that a few extremely powerful and mysterious cultivators appeared and stopped Heaven Emperor and those foreign experts. In the end, Heaven Emperor and the foreign experts gave up on devouring the world origin of the Undying World. All the experts sealed the world origin of the Undying World. It was extremely unrealistic for others to want to devour the world origin of the Undying World. Although the Undying World was preserved, about 60 to 70% of the world origin had been devoured. Now, only a portion of the world origin was left. If there was enough world origin, the Undying World could still repair itself. Now that a large amount of world origin was missing, it was impossible for the Undying World to repair itself in a short period of time. Only after the Undying World produced a large amount of world origin would it be possible for the Undying World to repair itself. And it seemed that there weren't many years before the end of the era and the Doomsday Battle. It was conceivable that before the end of the era and the Doomsday Battle arrived, the Undying World would probably have no possibility of repairing itself. The current Undying World was extremely dangerous. There were space-time cracks everywhere, and huge cracks in the ground. In fact, many ancient cities were affected when the Undying World was almost destroyed the last time. Those ancient cities were destroyed one after another. Many people were cursing these top experts, but what was the use of this? Those top experts didn't care about other people's curses. Lin Feng sighed. This world was too cruel, and 99.9% of people were destined to die in these catastrophes. Now, Lin Feng only wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Only by increasing his cultivation could he deal with all kinds of situations. Otherwise, in the end, not to mention protecting his loved ones, family, friends, and subordinates, even he might die in these catastrophes. Lin Feng inquired about the Panga secret dimension. To Lin Feng's surprise, he really did find some information. There was a piece of news that said that an illusory world had appeared in the East Sea of Deathly Silence. That illusory world was faintly discernible, and no one knew if it would really appear. No one could prove that it was the Panga secret dimension, but it was still a relatively important clue. After Lin Feng returned, he used the 8 trigrams technique to deduce. This trip is extremely dangerous. Lin Feng glanced at the divination and couldn't help but frown. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't very good at using the 8 trigrams, but even if he wasn't very good at it, he could still predict good and bad things. If he went to that place, it would be a bad omen. That wasn't a good sign. Lin Feng divined several times, and each time, it was extremely dangerous. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself. He quickly flew towards the Deathly Silence. Big Yellow, the god in the mirror of the future, said, if it's an extremely dangerous divination, why do you still want to go there? Lin Feng said, an extremely dangerous divination means that I'm likely to encounter a calamity there. Huangfuqing Tian is the first successor of Pangu. If he can obtain Pangu's orthodoxy, then he might be able to threaten me. That's why I have to stop him. If he really obtains Pangu's orthodoxy, then it'll be an extremely terrifying matter. Please remember the domain name of this book. The Deathly Silent Sea region was an extremely dangerous region. It was said that a great battle had taken place in the Deathly Silent Sea region. Originally, there was a top force in the Deathly Silent Sea region called the Dead Soul Island. The Dead Soul Island was one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Sea region. Moreover, it was a demonic force. However, it wasn't that bad. There was a reason why so many evil forces were hated so much. First, the cultivators of the demonic forces cultivated extremely vicious and evil techniques. If they wanted to cultivate those techniques, they would need to kill a large number of people as sacrifices. Second, it was for benefits. The Dead Soul scripture cultivated by the Dead Soul Island didn't require the sacrifice of living people. Therefore, their sect didn't kill innocent people. Moreover, there were conflicts of interest. The Dead Soul Island controlled a large territory. There were countless precious resources under the sea. They didn't lack any resources at all. They didn't have any conflicts of interest with other forces. However, the Dead Soul Island was still destroyed. It was said that the Dead Soul Island seemed to have obtained something very important. Therefore, many major forces joined forces and destroyed the Dead Soul Island under the pretext of eliminating the demonic forces. The people of the Dead Soul Island died miserably. However, this was the current situation in the world of cultivators. Many times, a groundless crime could cause your family and the force behind you to die without a burial ground. Lin Feng had seen this kind of thing too many times. Perhaps it was because they died too unjustly and miserably. Therefore, before the last batch of higher-ups of the Dead Soul Island were killed, they would turn into dead souls and kill all the cultivators who came to the Dead Soul Sea region. This curse had been passed down until now. Some people believed it, so they avoided the Dead Soul Sea region. However, some people didn't believe in these legends. However, regardless of whether they believed in these legends or not, there was one thing that was hard to refute. The Dead Soul Sea region was indeed very dangerous, especially at night. It was said that many dead souls would wander out. Late at night, the ancient starship Xianxia was floating above the sea. The weather was getting colder. A chill assaulted the body. Gray mist filled the air above the sea. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until midnight. An eerie voice echoed above the sea. Not long after, many ancient ships of the dead drifted over from the distance. Too many people had died tragically at sea. In the end, they turned into undead spirits and boarded the ancient undead spirit ship, drifting towards hell. Lin Feng remembered that when he was sailing on the sea, he had been deceived by the wicked Taoist priest. At that time, immeasurable Taoist had lied to him and said that he had died, causing him to be sad for a long time. In fact, immeasurable Taoist had gotten himself the identity of a netherworld emissary. However, his identity as the underworld's emissary had already been stripped away by the underworld. Lin Feng's identity as a netherworld emissary was also stripped away. However, Lin Feng managed to snatch a token from another netherworld emissary. He was still a netherworld emissary, but he was just pretending to be one. Humans walk the human path, ghosts walk the ghost path. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. Since you've trespassed on the ghost path, I'll capture your soul on behalf of King Yama. A sinister voice rang out. An endless amount of ghost chi immediately surrounded Lin Feng's Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Acting all mysterious. A puny netherworld emissary dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Feng opened his eyes and pointed in front of him. An immortal light flew out and hit the ghost chi that was flying towards him. Bang, that ghost chi. It directly exploded, then, a cultivator fell out of the ghost chi. Great Immortal, please spare me. Great Immortal, please spare me. The cultivator was shocked. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng, begging for mercy. Heh, now you know how to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Feng sneered. Great Immortal, please be magnanimous and forgive this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to serve Great Immortal as his master. The cultivator begged. Someone like you wants to be my servant? Do you think you're qualified? Forget it, I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll spare your life. However, you have to answer a few questions of mine. Lin Feng said. Yes, as long as this lowly one knows something, I won't dare to hide anything from Great Immortal. The cultivator hurriedly said. Lin Feng asked, what's the situation in the underworld now? Previously, only the first layer of the underworld was open. Now, all 32 layers of the underworld have been opened. Many terrifying existences that were sealed inside have come out. The underworld is in chaos now. Those terrifying existences are forming factions, fighting for territory, fighting for luck, and fighting for opportunities. They want to strengthen themselves as much as possible before the Armageddon War arrives. What about the underworld? Lin Feng asked. The underworld is now the strongest group because 2 emperors of hell and a few kings of hell have returned to the underworld after breaking the seal, said Lin Feng. The cultivator said. So you're saying that you're sending these souls to the underworld? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The cultivator hurriedly said. Good. You may leave now. Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks to Great Immortal for sparing my life. The cultivator thanked Great Immortal profusely and didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly left. Lin Feng remained seated cross-legged and closed his eyes. 5 days later. The ancient starship Xianxia finally arrived at the periphery of the illusory world. When they arrived, Lin Feng's primitive Immortal Sutra actually started circulating on its own. This surprised Lin Feng. Immediately, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. If the primitive Immortal Sutra started circulating on its own, didn't that mean this was really the Pangu Arcane Dimension? He had finally found the Pangu Arcane Dimension. However, how could he enter the Pangu Arcane Dimension? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he had to wait for the Pangu Arcane Dimension to become a real world before he could enter? If that was the case, how long would he have to wait? Lin Feng walked out of the ancient starship Xianxia and stored it in the spacetime continuum. Then, he flew toward the illusory world. Outside the illusory world, many cultivators were pacing back and forth. I heard that several groups of people have already entered. At that moment, Lin Feng heard an old man speak. The cultivator beside the old man asked, how did those people enter? They all have tokens to enter. The old man said. Damn, we don't have tokens. Doesn't that mean we'll never be able to enter? A cultivator said gloomily. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. To his surprise, someone had already entered the Pangu mystery domain. Others had entered with Pangu's token, and those people might be Pangu's successors. It was normal. Huangfu Qingtian wouldn't be the only successor of an existence like Pangu. He would definitely have several successors, and in the end, these successors would compete for Pangu's ultimate legacy. Of course. Different successors would inherit different things, and the order would definitely be different. For example, Huangfu Qingtian might have obtained an extremely extraordinary legacy, so he was now the first successor of Pangu. The others might be second, third, fourth, and so on. They were all behind Huangfu Qingtian. In theory, Huangfu Qingtian was most likely to obtain Pangu's legacies. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. Perhaps someone else would suddenly appear and seize the heaven-defying fortune in order to obtain Pangu's legacies. Now, Lin Feng had to find a way to enter the Pangu mystery domain. If he couldn't even enter the Pangu mystery domain, then there was no need to talk about obtaining Pangu's legacy. It was simply a daydream. Lin Feng tried to see if he could enter the Pangu mystery domain with the help of the primitive Immortal Sutra, but he didn't gain anything. It seemed that the primitive Immortal Sutra couldn't help him enter the Pangu mystery domain. Not long after, news spread that someone had a token to enter the Pangu mystery domain, but to enter, one had to prepare 100 million high-grade immortal stones. This wasn't a world where time had reversed. Even in a world where time had reversed, 100 million high-grade immortal stones was a sky-high price. Let alone in the undying realm. After this news spread, it caused a great uproar. Someone tried to lower the price, And the other party finally set the price at 30 million high-grade immortal stones. And the quota was limited. 3 days later, the person with the token would appear and lead a group of people to the Panga mystery domain. After learning this news, Lin Feng was very happy. If the other party could really bring them into the Panga mystery domain, 30 million high-grade immortal stones was nothing to Lin Feng. It was just a drop in the ocean. Next, he just had to wait. More and more people came to the Panga mystery domain. Perhaps the Panga mystery domain won't appear and will always be in this illusory state. Only a few fated people can enter it, and the others are destined to have no chance to enter. They can only look at it and sigh. An old cultivator's words. Yes, I have to admit, this is really quite depressing matter. Someone said. Many people's discussions about the mystery domain. But that night, something terrible happened. In the outer region, more than 10 cultivators' bodies disappeared, leaving only their clothes floating on the surface of the sea. Their companions as his companions. All he did was turn his head. When he turned back to chat with them, their companion was already dead. This kind of thing was too strange, so it instantly aroused the vigilance of countless people. At first, some people thought that the other party was playing a prank, but after careful inquiry, they realized that all of this was true, and it was not a prank by the other party. This was too terrifying, and it made people tremble. Many people were watching, including Lin Feng. He saw a dozen clothes floating on the surface of the sea. It was really strange. Where did they go? Why did they disappear in an instant? Only their clothes were left? What did this mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. He really didn't find anything special. These people's deaths were really strange. Curse. It must be a curse. Someone shouted in horror. Is it the curse of the island of the dead souls? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it's the curse of the island of the dead souls. Someone else replied. The cultivators who dared to enter the deathly silent sea naturally didn't believe in the legends about the island of the dead souls. However, what was happening in front of them was too strange. No one could explain what was happening in front of them. So, sometimes, they had to believe in some things even if they didn't want to. For example, what was happening before their eyes? It doesn't feel like a curse. Lin Feng said. Why do you say that? Someone asked Lin Feng. Can you feel the power of the curse? Lin Feng said. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Feng continued, even if the power of the curse dissipates very quickly, it's impossible that we can't feel it, right? Yes, what this little brother said makes sense, someone said. That's right. Many people needed to find a way to vent their emotions. Lin Feng's words comforted them. Actually, the main reason was that the curse was too terrifying. They didn't want to believe that it was the power of the curse. This meant that they would also be attacked by the power of the curse. That was an extremely terrifying thing. At that moment, an old man said, there's a powerful magnetic field around the Panga secret dimension that can block a cultivator's perception of many powers. The power of the curse is strange to begin with. Coupled with the magnetic field, even if the curse is really causing trouble, it might be able to deceive everyone. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng had considered this before. When he heard the old man's words, he didn't refute it. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that it wasn't the curse that was causing trouble. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his feelings. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Even if he explained, the others might not necessarily believe him. Let's run, a cultivator said in a trembling voice. A cultivator said with a trembling voice, unwilling to stay here any longer. Let's leave immediately. Another cultivator said. Thus, some cultivators who didn't want to stay here any longer decided to leave. It's night. It's not good to fly over the sea. Someone reminded them. It's better than staying here, someone else said. The others didn't say anything else. The others did not say anything else. Tens of cultivators banded together and flew into the distance, wanting to leave this place. However, they only flew for a few dozen miles before they stopped. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. Even though it was night time, they could still see what was going on more than 10 miles away. After all, the cultivators who came here were very strong, and their night vision was extremely shocking. The bodies of the dozens of cultivators suddenly became extremely stiff. Then, they let out shrill screams. A moment later, something terrifying happened. Those people's bodies actually melted in an instant. In the end, everyone's bodies melted away. Only their clothes were left floating on the surface of the sea. Dead. They're all dead. Curse. It's a curse. I told you it was a curse. Do you believe me now? It's all because of the curse. So miserable. They died so miserably. Not even their corpses are left. Only their clothes are left. We're not going to die here, are we? I don't want to die. Many people cried out in horror. No one wanted to die. But now, they were all scared to death. The unknown was the scariest, and everything that was happening in front of them was unknown. Many people were trembling in fear, and their faces were as pale as paper. But sometimes, one had to face these things head-on. There was no escape. The more one wanted to escape, the worse the situation would be. Let's go and take a look, a cultivator said. Many people flew towards the dead cultivators. Lin Feng was also in the crowd. They had arrived at the sea. After searching carefully, they didn't find anything special. Lin Feng tried to sense the power of the curse. But it was the same as before. He still couldn't find the power of the curse. These cultivators had died in front of everyone. No one had any clue as to the cause of their deaths. Everything was so strange. Could it really be a curse? Lin Feng couldn't help but doubt himself. What should we do? A cultivator said with a pale face. They were in despair. The situation in front of them was a huge torture for many people. Ah! Another cultivator cried out wretchedly. Everyone turned to look and saw that a cultivator had died miserably. His body had melted away, leaving only his clothes behind. The clothes floated on the surface of the ocean. It was the same as the cultivators who had died earlier. It was really strange. What was going on? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a special sound. It was like the sound of wings flapping, but he didn't see anything. Ah, ah, ah. Miserable screams rang out one after another as cultivators died tragically. It's over. It's really over. The curse is working. Many people cried out in despair, as if they were about to go crazy. At this time, Lin Feng took out the heavenly flame because the sound of flapping wings had alerted Lin Feng. When the heavenly fire enveloped Lin Feng discovered something astonishing. It seemed like something was rushing towards him, but it was blocked by the heavenly flames. Could it be that it was that thing that had killed so many cultivators? If that was the case, the deaths of those cultivators had nothing to do with the curse. Thinking of this, Lin Feng tried to use his Eye of Origin to observe what the existence hidden in the void was. However, what made Lin Feng extremely depressed was that his Eye of Origin was actually unable to see those strange creatures clearly. This was something that made Lin Feng extremely surprised. Many cultivators were still dying, but no one could stop those strange existences. At this time, a veiled female cultivator flew over from afar. The veiled female cultivator was dressed in black, and her figure was quite hot and enchanting. Because her face was covered, no one could see her face, and no one knew what she looked like. However, just by looking at her figure, one could tell that the veiled female cultivator was definitely a top-grade beauty. The veiled female cultivator took out a mirror. She held the mirror in her hand, and a dazzling light shone from the mirror, enveloping all the cultivators. Then, everyone saw that there were actually many transparent insects in the void. Those insects had wings, and no one knew what kind of insects they were. After seeing those insects, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. No wonder no one could discover anything. It turned out that the culprit was these transparent insects. It's not the curse. It's these damned insects that killed so many people, a cultivator said fiercely. After the insects were illuminated by the light of the female cultivator's mirror, they couldn't move. The female cultivator took out a spatial porcelain bottle and put all the insects away. The rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of surviving a disaster was really great. After the female cultivator put away the mirror and the spatial porcelain bottle, she quickly flew towards the Pengu arcane dimension. From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a single word. The female cultivator took out a token. The token was very special, and it emitted the light of primal chaos. The light of primal chaos enveloped the female cultivator. Then, the female cultivator flew towards the interior of the Pengu arcane dimension. She actually flew into the interior of the Pengu arcane dimension. Was that token just now the token? Someone asked, his eyes full of envy. However, everyone could only be envious. 3 days passed very quickly. An old cultivator arrived. The old cultivator had a token that allowed one to enter the Pengu arcane dimension. Old senior, the other tokens are in the hands of the young cultivators. Why is this token in the hands of the old senior? It doesn't seem to make sense. Pengu's successor shouldn't be such an old cultivator, right? It can't be a fake, right? A cultivator asked, raising his doubts. That cultivator's words were very reasonable. Who knew if the old man's token was real or not? If it was a fake token, when the time came, everyone would believe that they had paid the immortal stones. The old man could then take away a large amount of immortal stones and escape. Don't worry, it's definitely real. This old man obtained this token after killing one of Pengu's successors. The old man said with a smile. The old man's smile was very kind, but the words he said were too sinister and terrifying. This old man was definitely not a kind person. However, Lin Feng still believed the old man's words. He had a feeling that this old man really did have the token to enter the Pengu arcane dimension. Since that was the case, Lin Feng naturally believed him. Lin Feng flew to the old man's side, looked at him, and said, 30 million high-tier immortal stones, right? Yes. The old man nodded. Lin Feng took out 30 million high-tier immortal stones and sealed them away. He handed them over to the old man. You have a good eye. The old man smiled. Lin Feng smiled and said, when do we depart? We depart tomorrow. The old man said. More and more cultivators arrived. Some of them clearly recognized the old man, and they all paid 30 million immortal stones. 1 day later. A total of 20 people paid 30 million immortal stones. Originally, the old man had wanted to bring 30 cultivators with him to enter the Pengu arcane dimension. However, he didn't manage to achieve his goal. Clearly, the old man was somewhat depressed. However, even if there were only 20 people, he would still be able to earn 600 million high-tier immortal stones. This was an enormous amount of wealth. It was enough to make anyone go crazy with jealousy. The old man said, I'm only in charge of bringing everyone in. I don't care about anything else. As for what you'll obtain, what you'll experience, and so on, it has nothing to do with me. Of course. Everyone nodded. The old man said, then let's go. As the old man spoke, he took out a flying shuttle. That flying shuttle could roughly hold 30 people. After seeing the flying shuttle, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed that these so-called tokens were all different. The token that the veiled female cultivator had taken out was a token, while the old man's was a flying shuttle. Most likely, the others' tokens were also some strange and bizarre items. After everyone boarded the flying shuttle, the old man activated it. Whoosh, once the flying shuttle was activated, it flew forward at high speed. The speed of the flying shuttle was very fast, and it flew directly into the illusory world. After entering the illusory world, Lin Feng and the others discovered that the illusory world was completely different from what they saw outside. From the outside, it looked like a large forest. However, after entering, he discovered that he was surrounded by a chaotic world. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Pengu arcane dimension was indeed a little strange. The shuttle stopped. The elder said, we've already entered the Pengu mystic dimension. Everyone can go down now. Everyone flew down from the old man's flying shuttle. After everyone flew down, the flying shuttle quickly flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. There were only 20 people left. They were also on guard against each other. Whoosh! A middle-aged cultivator was flying towards the depths of the mountain. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. The other cultivators also flew deeper into the forest. Lin Feng chose a direction. Similarly, he flew towards the depths. Soon after, Lin Feng smelled blood in the air. He flew over to check and found that a cultivator had died tragically. The dead cultivator was actually one of the cultivators on the flying shuttle from before. Boom. At the same time, behind Lin Feng, a cultivator stepped out. He punched towards Lin Feng. The other party wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness. He directly killed Lin Feng. Please remember the domain name of this book. Buzz. In that moment of danger, a huge energy barrier appeared around Lin Feng, protecting him. When the opponent's attack arrived, it directly hit the barrier. Because of that, Lin Feng was completely unharmed. The cultivator quickly retreated. Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was a monk. The monk was wearing a black monk's robe, and there was a black chi swirling around his forehead. He also had a necklace around his neck that was made from a human skull. It seemed that he was an evil monk. Lin Feng sneered when he saw the monk. "Master, you're really strong. If it weren't for my skills, I would have been killed by your attack just now." The demon monk said, "Benefactor, your skills are indeed extraordinary. In that case, this poor monk will spare your life." The moment he finished speaking, the demon monk turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? Did he think that he could pretend that nothing had happened after his sneak attack failed? How laughable. Lin Feng had the urge to slap this guy to death. He sneered and said, "Master, don't go. I want to take something from you. I hope you can help me." "What do you want?" The demon monk looked at Lin Feng coldly. Although his sneak attack had failed, he clearly wasn't afraid of Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng indifferently, "I want to kill you, master." "Is that possible?" "That depends on your ability." The demon monk sneered. He put his palms together and quickly chanted an incantation. Behind the demonic monk, a terrifying existence emerged. Half of its body was that of a demon, while the other half was that of a Buddha. Buddha and demon were supposed to be opposites, but now, they had appeared in the body of the same person. It was truly unbelievable. Buddha and demon dual cultivators can destroy the world. Suddenly, the demon monk spoke. The terrifying existence behind him stood up and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. The endless Buddhist and evil lights intertwined together as if they were about to destroy the world. Such a power made people's hair stand on end and their faces pale with horror. One had to admit that this demonic monk was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Lin Feng didn't retreat. He transformed into a yin-yang diagram. That yin-yang diagram seemed to be able to tear the world apart with a light sweep. The yin-yang diagram quickly flew to the side of the half-Buddha, half-demon existence, and slashed at him. Puff, with a tearing sound, the half-Buddha, half-demon existence was killed by Lin Feng. The demonic monk's expression suddenly changed. He clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a troublesome character. Endless Buddhist and demonic light lingered on his palm. He then slapped at the yin-yang diagram formed by Lin Feng, intending to resist Lin Feng's attack. But, he had failed. The power of the yin-yang diagram formed by Lin Feng was too terrifying. It broke through the demonic monk's divine ability and split his body into two halves. "I actually died just like that? I'm really unwilling." After the demonic monk's voice came out, he was completely dead. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He kept the demonic monk's storage ring and flicked his finger. A cluster of heavenly fire flew out and wrapped around the demonic monk's corpse. Then, the heavenly fire burned fiercely. The demonic monk's body was instantly burned to ashes. Lin Feng continued to fly forward. Soon, he passed through the area shrouded in the aura of chaos. What appeared in front of him was a huge world. At a glance, it was boundless. The trees, mountains, rivers, fierce beasts, and so on here seemed to emit an ancient aura from the absolute beginning era. Lin Feng flew quickly in the sky. There must be many opportunities in the forest, but Lin Feng was not interested in ordinary opportunities at all. Only Panga's orthodoxy could arouse Lin Feng's interest. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw an unimaginably huge mountain. That mountain stood between heaven and earth, towering into the clouds. There was no way to know where the mountain peak was. The mountain peak was so huge that it was like a pillar supporting the sky. In front of the mountain peak, there was a 3,000-meter-tall stone tablet. There were 3 words written on the stone tablet. Panga Mountain. Panga Mountain. Panga Mountain. It's here. The inheritance must be in this mountain peak. Could it be at the peak of the mountain? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. In the distance, a cultivator flew over. When he saw Panga Mountain, he was extremely excited and quickly flew towards it. However, when he was 10 kilometers away from Panga Mountain, waves of death rippled in the void. Bang! The powerful cultivator's body directly exploded. How terrifying! After seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Panga Mountain was not simple. He did not want to fly up like the previous cultivator. Instead, he descended from the sky and walked towards Panga Mountain step by step. When he arrived at the foot of Panga Mountain, Lin Feng felt an oppressive aura. Panga Mountain seemed to have merged with Panga's will. It was very oppressive and uncomfortable. However, this did not scare Lin Feng away. Lin Feng entered Panga Mountain. He could not help but mutter that he could not fly up. He could only walk up. Lin Feng had heard that some ancient godly papers were important to some things. For example, respect. These people were here to search for Panga's orthodoxy. You came to Panga's place of inheritance and wanted to fly up to search for it. It was not too far. Can't you just walk up? If you wanted to obtain the orthodoxy of some experts, you would have to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. It did not even require you to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. That was already good enough. Wasn't it too disrespectful to Pangu to fly up directly? After all, Pangu was one of the earliest Xianxia life forms of this epoch. In the legends, Pangu was described as the creator of the world. One had to be full of respect for Pangu. After reaching the top of Mount Pangu, Lin Feng quickly flew up the mountain. Not long after, Lin Feng was stopped. There were more than 10 cultivators here with powerful auras. Why are you stopping me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. A young woman in a pink dress with a rather voluptuous figure said, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. We are inviting you to explore a dangerous place. I'm not free. I want to find Panga's ultimate orthodoxy." Lin Feng directly refused. She said, "Don't worry, young master. Panga's core system is at the peak of the mountain, but it hasn't come out yet. When the 9 bells ring, it'll come out. So even if you go now, you won't get anything. You'll only suffer a calamity if you try to force your way in." Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was surprised. "Young master, don't you know? Logically speaking, all cultivators who come with a token should know about this," she said. Lin Feng said, "I spent 30 million high-grade immortal stones to buy a spot. Who knows what's going on in Pangu's system? I have to thank this beautiful sister for her reminder." Many people were speechless. 30 million high-grade immortal stones just to buy a slot to enter. This brat was really rich and overbearing. He wondered which power he was from. They didn't ask. Because of the Undying Realm's source, there were many foreign cultivators. For example, some of the cultivators here were foreign cultivators. Many were like Lin Feng. They didn't have tokens and used other methods to get in. But no matter what method they used, as long as they could get in, it was a great harvest. She smiled and said, "Are you willing to join us now, young master?" Lin Feng asked, "Tell me what we're looking for first. If there's no great fortune, I won't go." Someone sneered, "Kid, don't put on airs here. There's no simple person here. If you want to show off, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong place." Lin Feng was speechless. He was just saying what he wanted to say. If it was an ordinary fortune, Lin Feng wouldn't even care. For Lin Feng, looking for ordinary treasures was simply a waste of time. However, there were always some people who looked at others with their own eyes. There was a saying, viewing the sky from the bottom of a well, that was exactly what it meant. Lin Feng said indifferently, Do I need to show off in front of you? Who do you think you are? What did you say? The cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. You don't understand human language? Lin Feng replied. Hee, you're a native of the Undying Realm, right? The natives of the Undying World are so rude. The cultivator mocked. It seemed that this person was not from the Undying World. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. Xianxia, stop talking. The young woman said in a deep voice. Xianxia was obviously a little afraid of the young woman. Therefore, after hearing the young woman's words, he did not say anything more. The young woman looked at Lin Feng and said apologetically, Sir, my friend was quite frank and outspoken, but she didn't mean any harm. Lin Feng replied, I've always been a magnanimous person, so I won't stoop to his level. You. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianxia was so angry that his mouth almost became crooked. His expression became extremely gloomy, but after seeing the young woman's gaze, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He didn't say anything else. The young woman introduced herself, My name is Han Yueling. How should I address you, sir? My name is Ji. Lin Feng said. Ah, so it's Sir Ji. The young woman smiled and continued, It's like this, according to what we know, a terrifying cultivator is buried there. That cultivator is a winged dragon. That winged dragon was Pangu's mount back in the days. The winged dragon was a terrifying existence. Its bloodline was second only to the true dragon. It was on the same level as the sky dragons, eastern divine dragons, and other dragons. However, the winged dragon was very different from the eastern divine dragons and the sky dragons. For example, the sky dragons, eastern divine dragons, and even the true dragon were all dragons without wings. Generally, only the western divine dragons had wings. They looked like huge winged lizards, and their bodies were more bloated. However, the winged dragon had wings. Among the eastern divine dragons, the winged dragon was the only one with wings. Although the bloodline of the winged dragon was on the same level as the eastern divine dragon and the sky dragon, it was still much stronger than the eastern divine dragon and the sky dragon. Perhaps it was because of the extra pair of wings. Pangu was so ancient. He was so powerful. His mount must be incomparably terrifying, and the things he left behind must be extremely precious. Alright, I can join. Lin Feng said. With Lin Feng's addition, the team was like a tiger that had grown wings. However, the young woman and the others had no intention of moving. It seemed that they wanted to continue inviting other cultivators. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the young woman and the others must have already gone to check out the situation. Otherwise, with so many people joining forces, they would have already gone. After waiting for a while more, another 5 cultivators joined in. Everyone moved. The young woman led the way. Everyone traveled through the mountains. 2 hours later, they arrived at a huge rift valley in the mountains. This area exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. In the depths, darkness lingered. It was obvious that this was an extremely dangerous place. What's so special about this place? Lin Feng asked. The young woman replied, It's very dangerous. Lin Feng smiled and said, You're so naughty. The young woman smiled and said, Sir, please don't blame me. I just wanted to adjust the atmosphere. The young woman continued, Before we enter, we should first understand some things about the Pangu secret dimension. Everyone should know that Pangu is the incarnation of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Actually, to be precise, this saying is not particularly accurate. Pangu came before the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. According to what I know, Pangu suffered a calamity back then and had no choice but to reincarnate. This reincarnation body is the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was shocked. The young woman nodded and continued, When Pangu's corpse was decomposed, it was decomposed on Mount Pangu. Pangu's mount, the winged dragon, was also injured at that time. In the end, it fell on Mount Pangu. I think that when the winged dragon died, it was extremely unwilling, so after it died, its resentment was extremely strong. Such a strong resentment caused some changes in this place. Lin Feng said, I presume that you've already gone to investigate? Yes. The young woman nodded. Lin Feng asked, "What did you find?" The young woman replied, "We didn't find anything because we didn't even go to the depths. Not only did we not find anything, but we also lost 3 people. Is it that dangerous?" Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This place had indeed piqued his curiosity. The group didn't stop and directly entered the large rift valley in front of him. After entering the palace, Lin Feng sensed a strange and gloomy qi which was penetrating into his body. This place was indeed very strange, so Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. They continued to walk deeper into the cave. The further they went, the more they could feel the eeriness of this place. They could even faintly hear the eerie sound of teeth grinding. That sound was too terrifying, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. "What the hell is that sound coming from?" asked a cultivator who had joined the group later. "It can't be an evil ghost or something else, right?" someone else asked. "Let's try searching," said a cultivator. Everyone used their divine senses to search, but they couldn't find anything. The sound was too eerie, and it was even more obvious in this place. No one could completely ignore the sound. Even Lin Feng couldn't do that. The young woman said, "We didn't hear this sound before, but it's strange this time. It's really strange." She couldn't find out what was going on. Everyone had no choice but to be patient and continue walking deeper into the cave. Time passed. The sound of teeth grinding could still be heard. Many people felt even more uneasy. This kind of voice could give people an extremely strong sense of danger. However, no one had any intention of leaving. They had already come this far, so how could they leave? At the very least, they had to see if there were any opportunities inside before deciding whether to leave or not. Finally, everyone arrived at the place where the young woman and the others had been attacked. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, they didn't encounter any trouble. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. They had thought that they would encounter some inexplicable attack here, but that didn't happen. The young woman pointed in a direction and said, "Look, they're corpses." Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw 3 corpses. Lin Feng and the others walked over. They discovered that although the 3 corpses were dead, they hadn't been damaged. A cultivator quickly walked over, wanting to take the storage rings from the corpses. This guy was obviously trying to take advantage of the fact that no one had reacted to the situation to make a fortune out of the corpses. This wishful thinking was quite good. However, when the cultivator approached the 3 corpses and wanted to take the storage rings from their hands, the cultivator suddenly stopped. Suddenly, something terrifying happened. The cultivator's body trembled violently. Next, he fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, he breathed his last and died. This scene was truly bizarre to the extreme, causing everyone to jump in fright. No one knew how this cultivator died. In the blink of an eye, this person had died. What exactly happened? Everyone was puzzled. Then, they looked at each other. No one dared to go forward to check for fear of being robbed. Heavenly Reflection Talisman. At this moment, the young woman spoke. She took out an item. It was a yellow talisman. The yellow talisman was very extraordinary and emitted a violent fluctuation. "What talisman is this?" someone asked doubtfully. The young woman replied, "It's a talisman that I obtained by chance. It's said to be able to see through the mountains and rivers of the heavens and see through all nothingness. Perhaps I can use this talisman to see some strange places. Normally, I wouldn't be willing to use this talisman, but now, the situation is not good. I have no choice but to use this talisman." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. The talisman was extraordinary and would definitely play an important role. A high-level cultivator said, "Quickly let the talisman show its power." The young woman nodded and didn't waste any time. She directly activated the talisman. After the talisman was activated, it directly flew into the air. Then, the talisman shook and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. In the next moment, the talisman turned into a mirror. It was really strange to the extreme. A talisman turning into a mirror. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a situation. The talisman that had turned into a mirror emitted a mirror-like light. The mirror-like light spread out in all directions. It shrouded the entire area within it. However, nothing appeared in the mirror. This was a little strange. Finally, the mirror dissipated. This is really strange. I didn't find anything special. The young woman said. Maybe the talisman's power isn't enough. Someone said. The young woman said, this talisman was forged by an expert at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If this kind of talisman isn't enough, then perhaps no other talisman will be able to work. Lin Feng said, why bother? Since we don't know what's going on, let's not think about it or touch the dead people. Let's just continue moving forward. The others nodded. However, there were also people who wanted to leave. This was because they felt that it was too dangerous. Everything was unknown, so they didn't want to continue taking risks. Everyone had their own ambitions. Since the other party wanted to leave, the others naturally couldn't force them. In the end, 3 cultivators left, and the others continued to move forward. Everyone saw many skeletons. It seemed that someone had been here before. Lin Feng said, it seems that Pengu's secret realm has been opened more than once. These skeletons are probably left behind when cultivators died in the past. The other cultivators nodded. This was indeed possible. A cultivator said, Pengu's ultimate Taoist teachings couldn't have been taken away by someone else, right? Many people couldn't help but reveal bewildered expressions. What this cultivator said was possible. The young woman said, although it's possible, I don't think it's very likely. If someone else had taken away Pengu's ultimate Taoist teachings, there wouldn't have been so many tokens of Pengu scattered throughout the universe. We also wouldn't be gathered here today. Yes, I think so too, another cultivator said. Another cultivator said, agreeing with what the young woman said. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything else. The most important thing right now wasn't to think about Pengu's ultimate Taoist teachings. Rather, it was to see if they could obtain anything from the place where Rain Dragon had died. Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger for the rest of their journey. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm. Look. Someone pointed at the deepest part of the secret realm. Everyone looked over, and many people gasped. There was a huge creature residing in the deepest part of the secret realm. That creature's aura was extremely ferocious and terrifying. It was a dragon, a huge dragon with wings. However, the dragon was already dead. Even though it had been dead for who knew how many years, its aura was still so terrifying. One could only imagine how terrifying this rain dragon had been when it was alive. They didn't act rashly. Instead, they observed the winged dragon's corpse. The winged dragon's corpse was indeed very terrifying. Therefore, they had to wait until they had a clear idea of what was going on. If they rushed forward recklessly and found out that the winged dragon's corpse had turned into an evil corpse, wouldn't that be suicide? After careful observation, Lin Feng and the others found that the winged dragon's corpse was indeed completely dead. It didn't seem to be emitting any evil corpse's aura. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. They didn't have to worry so much anymore. Let's go and take a look, said a cultivator. After investigating the winged dragon's corpse, they were no longer worried about the winged dragon's corpse. They all walked towards it. At that moment, the winged dragon let out a series of cries. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the winged dragon was very interested in something. That was why it made such a cry. Otherwise, the little dragon wouldn't have made such a cry. Lin Feng sent a message to the winged dragon using his divine sense, "Little guy, what do you want?" The winged dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Lin Feng roughly understood what the winged dragon was trying to say. It seemed that the winged dragon wanted the inner core. That was naturally the most precious thing on the winged dragon's body. Moreover, the inner core was very useful for the winged dragon's cultivation. He just didn't know if the others wanted the inner core too. However, no matter who wanted it, Lin Feng wouldn't give it to them. He was determined to get the inner core. Everyone arrived before the winged dragon's corpse. Soon, they discovered something shocking. The winged dragon's body had been cut open. They didn't know who did it, but since that person could cut open the winged dragon's corpse, their strength must be extraordinary. Damn, don't tell me that all the treasures on the winged dragon's body have been taken away by someone else? Damn, this is so depressing. I wonder which immoral bastard did it. Many people started cursing and swearing. It was no wonder that they would curse the other party so angrily. Everyone had gone through a lot of trouble to get here. They all wanted to get some opportunities, but their opportunities had been taken away by someone else. Naturally, they were furious. Enter the winged dragon's body and take a look, said the young woman. Everyone nodded and rushed into the winged dragon's body. Although winged dragon's body hadn't decayed, it was close to being petrified. With a light tap, it would even produce a thumping sound. The sound was similar to the sound of knocking on a rock. The winged dragon's body was huge, and its blood vessels were like huge passageways that extended in all directions. After entering, the young woman said, "Let's split up. Who can obtain what will depend on their own luck." "All right." Everyone replied. Then, they quickly separated. Xiaolong flew out from the space of time. After the little guy flew out, it took Lin Feng and flew in a certain direction. The little fellow appeared very excited. However, it did not take long before Lin Feng saw some skeletons. They were the skeletons of those who had died inside the winged dragon's body. They must have been the cultivators who had entered the winged dragon's body earlier. It was unknown how they had died here. Lin Feng checked the storage rings of the skeletons. He found that the storage rings of these skeletons were all damaged. It seemed that it was because of the passage of time. Therefore, these storage rings were all damaged. Lin Feng casually threw the storage rings on the ground. He and Xiaolong continued to look for the location of the inner core. Soon, Xiaolong found the inner core. The inner core of the winged dragon was golden in color. It was the size of a fist, and it seemed to have been petrified. However, even if it was petrified, Xiaolong could still swallow it. Xiaolong was very excited and let out a few loud cries. Then, it quickly flew toward the inner core and swallowed it in one gulp. However, at that moment, a golden python with 2 wings suddenly appeared and swallowed Xiaolong. The golden python was in a state of invisibility. It was too strange. Even Lin Feng did not notice the golden python's trace until Xiaolong appeared. Then, the golden python suddenly appeared and attacked Xiaolong. After all, Xiaolong was still young. When it was suddenly attacked, its first thought was to dodge. However, Xiaolong could not dodge even if it wanted to. The golden python was too terrifying. Just as Xiaolong was about to be swallowed, Lin Feng appeared in time. He held the epic war spear and swept it toward the golden python. Bang! The spear collided with the golden boa's body. The golden boa was blown away. Lin Feng hastily put the little dragon back into the time and space. Winged golden crown python. I can't believe I encountered such a legendary creature. Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. This was a creature that had long been extinct in the outside world. Lin Feng had read about it before, but he had never seen the true body of this python. This was the first time he had seen the true body of this python. "Lowly human, I will eat you," shouted the gigantic python coldly. It then immediately threw itself at Lin Feng. Its gigantic tail was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but snort. The war spear in his hand swept toward the python again. Bang! Lin Feng's epic war spear collided with the python's tail. The python was strong. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was too tyrannical. With the help of the epic war spear, the python was no match for Lin Feng. The huge python was sent flying again by Lin Feng. Many of the python's scales had fallen off. After seeing those scales fall off, the python's eyes lit up. Lin Feng sneered and continued to attack the python. He wanted to kill the python, but he did not expect the python to disappear. Then, it quickly escaped. Lin Feng chased after it. Relying on the python's aura, he followed it all the way. Ah! A short time after, a horrible shriek spread in the air. When Lin Feng heard the shriek, he quickly flew over. He saw a cultivator die tragically. There were no wounds on the cultivator's body, but he was killed. Lin Feng guessed that his soul had been attacked. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, many people who heard the commotion quickly rushed over. What happened? Someone asked. Lin Feng said, this person was attacked by something and died tragically here. Everyone gathered around. There are no wounds. Someone frowned. Xianxia sneered and said, the fact that there are no wounds means that he was killed by a soul attack. However, a ranker of this level has a very strong soul. It would not be easy to kill him with a soul attack, unless you are familiar with him. Then, you can use a soul attack when he is not prepared. Only then can you kill him by surprise. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Lin Feng was not stupid, so he naturally understood the meaning behind Zhang Yang's words. This guy obviously wanted to say that he was the one who killed the cultivator. Lin Feng and Zhang Yang had a verbal conflict earlier, so this guy finally found a chance to slander him. Lin Feng said sarcastically, do you think anyone will believe such stupid words? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. It's too late to cover it up now. What's done is done. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. Zhang Yang said sarcastically. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. He looked at the other cultivators and asked, what do you guys think? The others did not speak, but their eyes flickered. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. It seemed that some people were plotting against him. The world of cultivators had always been like this. The strong were respected, and the weak were bullied. In the eyes of these people, he was a young cultivator. He also seemed to be quite rich. Wasn't it normal to kill him and take his treasures? Previously, they wanted to explore together, so they did not make a move. Now that there was no danger, there was no need to care about anything else. At this time, the young woman said, I think there's some misunderstanding in this matter. We can't jump to conclusions so easily. The young woman's character was not bad. Lin Feng said, Fairy, you don't have to say good things for me. Today, I'll kill Zhang Yang first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed toward Zhang Yang with the epic war spear in his hand. Kid, you're the one who wants to die. Don't blame me. Zhang Yang sneered. This guy obviously looked down on Lin Feng. Zhang Yang's weapon was a long sword. He jumped up, became one with a sword, and slashed at Lin Feng. Zhang Yang's cultivation was quite strong, but it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was up against Lin Feng, he was far inferior. Lin Feng held the war spear in his hand and swept it toward Zhang Yang, directly sweeping away Zhang Yang's sword. Zhang Yang's facial expression drastically changed. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. He quickly retreated and wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but Lin Feng had already taken a step forward and thrust his spear towards Zhang Yang. Pooh! With a tearing sound, Lin Feng's tyrannical spear directly pierced Zhang Yang's body. Ah! Zhang Yang could not help but scream. Save me! Zhang Yang began to beg. A few cultivators who had a good relationship with Zhang Yang had gloomy expressions on their faces. One of them said coldly, Kid, don't go too far. Hurry up and let Zhang Yang go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Not? How could he not be polite? Eat my spear as well. Lin Feng sneered and walked towards the cultivator. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. In an instant, he arrived beside the cultivator. The war spear in his hand pierced the cultivator's body. The cultivator's face suddenly changed and he quickly brought out a defensive magic treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. However, it was useless. Lin Feng's war spear instantly pierced through the defensive magic treasure. Then, Lin Feng's war spear pierced through the cultivator's body. Ah! Another scream rang out. Lin Feng's spear had also pierced through the cultivator. Lin Feng's war spear had Zhang Yang and his friends hanging on it. When the others saw Lin Feng's ferocious methods, their faces changed greatly. The few cultivators who had a good relationship with Zhang Yang did not dare to say anything. They were afraid of getting into trouble. Mercy! Mercy! We were wrong. Please spare us. Zhang Yang and his friend looked at Lin Feng in horror. They were strong, so even if their bodies were pierced, they would not die immediately. Lin Feng would let them go now. If they recuperated for a while, their injuries should be able to recover. However, Lin Feng did not intend to let these guys go. Since they were courting death, he would fulfill their wish. A merciful heart could be, but it was not for enemies. It was for enemies. It had to be like a demon. Lin Feng revealed a bright smile and said, "If you want to live, you should not have provoked me. I have always had a bad temper. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will definitely let them die without a burial place." As his voice fell, Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook. Bang! Zhang Yang and the other cultivators' bodies directly exploded. The two of them died on the spot. Lin Feng looked at the young woman and said, "This place is dangerous. Try not to stay for too long." Then, Lin Feng walked outside. The young woman looked at the others and asked, "What about you guys?" "We are looking for the sacred bone of the winged dragon." The others replied. The sacred bone of the winged dragon. It recorded the winged dragon's divine ability. It was definitely extremely precious. The young woman said, "Then I will go out first." The young woman did not stay and quickly chased after Lin Feng. She caught up to Lin Feng in a short time. Ah! 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 At that moment, screams could be heard. The young woman's face suddenly changed. She did not know what had happened inside the winged dragon's corpse. No one rushed out from inside. Those people seemed to have met with a disaster. Something is coming out. Let's go quickly. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed, and he shouted in a deep voice. He could feel that the existence chasing after them was definitely more than 10 times stronger than the python he had seen before. It made Lin Feng's heart tremble. The young woman's cultivation wasn't bad. After Lin Feng's warning, she also sensed the terrifying aura. Her expression became extremely unsightly, but she wasn't good at speed. The aura behind them was getting more and more terrifying. The young woman's face became pale, and she couldn't help but feel despair. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The young woman was a good person, and he couldn't bear to let her die here. Lin Feng turned back and hugged the young woman's slender waist. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Sensing Lin Feng's strong masculine aura, the young woman's pretty face couldn't help but blush, but she was very grateful to Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's warning, she would still be inside the winged dragon's corpse. If that was the case, she would have died a miserable death inside the winged dragon's corpse. Although she had survived, she was still scared. Fortunately, she had listened to Lin Feng and came out early. At this moment, in Lin Feng's arms, she felt very good. His embrace made her feel very warm and comfortable. Of course, the most important thing was that she felt at ease. His embrace gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before. The aura behind them was getting closer and closer. The unknown existence was extremely fast, but Lin Feng wasn't slow either. Before the unknown existence could chase after them, Lin Feng successfully brought the young woman out. The unknown existence seemed to want to rush out, but it was repelled by a terrifying force. This scene surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that the unknown existence was sealed in the canyon. We're out of danger. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Yes. The young woman blushed and nodded. Her body was still pressed against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng didn't think about anything else. Now that they were out of danger, he couldn't help but feel that he had been a little rude. Lin Feng let go of the young woman and said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." The young woman blushed and said, "It's okay, I've always been a person who doesn't care about trifles." Lin Feng replied, "Let's find a place to rest." The young woman didn't have any objections and looked for a place to rest with Lin Feng. The two of them found a quiet boulder and sat on it. The woman asked, "What was chasing us earlier?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is exactly, but I have a feeling. The thing that's chasing us is probably an evil spirit." Evil spirit? Is there really such a powerful evil spirit? The young woman said with a slight frown. Lin Feng asked, "What if this evil spirit is actually a winged dragon?" The young woman's face showed a surprised expression. It was indeed as Lin Feng had speculated. An ordinary evil spirit might not be so threatening, but an evil spirit transformed from a winged dragon was different. The winged dragon was simply too terrifying. Therefore, an evil spirit transformed from a winged dragon would be extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell whether the evil spirit was actually a winged dragon or not. After all, the evil spirit gave off a very strange feeling. Although Lin Feng could sense its existence, he couldn't see what it looked like. However, no matter what the evil spirit was, it was all in the past. They didn't have to worry about being attacked by evil spirits anymore. Lin Feng didn't continue talking about this topic with the young woman. He lay down on the boulder and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the final inheritance of Pengu's secret plane to open. Dong. 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 On this day, 9 heavenly sounds rang out. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators who were resting in various places quickly flew up. Pengu's orthodoxy is about to appear. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The young woman was still by Lin Feng's side. Over the past 3 days, Lin Feng and the young woman had chatted quite a bit. They also became quite familiar with each other. Pengu's orthodoxy was about to appear. It was a very exciting thing. Lin Feng quickly flew up. The young woman followed suit. They arrived at the top of the mountain. It was originally very dangerous and impossible to climb. But now, the danger was gone. Everyone could climb the mountain now. Lin Feng saw at least a dozen figures quickly flying up the mountain. I wonder if all those people have a token, or did only some of them have tokens? Chaos energy lingered at the peak of the mountain. To everyone's surprise, the peak seemed to have been split open by an axe. In the middle was a huge rift valley. Above the rift valley, there was a stone bridge. Outside the stone bridge, there was a huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 4 large words written in a flamboyant style. Bridge of the Great Tao. There were some introductions below. Lin Feng read them and understood what the Bridge of the Great Tao was. To obtain Pengu's orthodoxy, one first had to cross the bridge. When one stepped onto the Bridge of the Great Tao, one had to accept the test of the Bridge of the Great Tao. He didn't know what the test was for now. If he was recognized, he would be able to cross the Bridge of the Great Path. If he was not recognized, then, if one wasn't recognized, they still wanted to force their way through. That would be dangerous. At that time, they might end up dead. Of course, not everyone would die. There might be some lucky ones. They could force their way through the bridge. Be careful. Lin Feng looked at the young woman and reminded her. You too, young master. The young woman said. Lin Feng nodded. Without saying anything more, it was time to part with the young woman. Lin Feng stepped onto the Bridge of the Great Tao and walked towards the other side. The Bridge of the Great Tao was very strange. Chaos energy roiled and separated everyone. Suddenly, holy light lingered in front of him. In the holy light, a mysterious existence appeared. The mysterious existence was tall and burly. His eyes were bright and piercing. He stood in the void and seemed to be the backbone of heaven and earth. He could hold up heaven and earth. When he saw that existence, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could that being be Pengu? Aren't you going to kneel when you see Pengu? Said the strong cultivator suddenly. Terrifying energies filled the air and moved towards Lin Feng, oppressing him. He wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. Pengu. I respect you as a top god of the absolute beginning, but if you want to use Pengu's Tao against me, you won't be able to do it. I cultivate the Tao of a sovereign. This isn't your real body. Even if your real body were here, you wouldn't be able to force me to submit. Activate your Tao of a sovereign. Shouted Lin Feng coldly. He activated his Tao of a sovereign. When Lin Feng activated his Tao of a sovereign, Lin Feng's Tao of a sovereign spread out. The pressure released by Pengu's Tao of a sovereign was instantly dispersed. Pengu's silhouette in the void disappeared as well. Hee, sure enough, my supreme Tao is more awesome. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng's Tao of the supreme cultivator had reached the level of high level, and it was becoming more and more powerful. Even Pengu's Tao couldn't compete with the supreme Tao. This was why the supreme Tao was so terrifying. It could suppress all other Taos. Lin Feng continued forward. He successfully crossed the bridge of the Great Path. As for whether the young woman could cross the bridge or not, it wasn't Lin Feng's concern. If she couldn't cross the bridge of the Great Path, then she could leave. It was better not to force some opportunities that didn't belong to her. Lin Feng quickly rushed into the depths and saw a huge altar. There were a few things placed on top of the tables. The first item was an axe. It should be the sky-splitting axe, or Panga's axe. Although the names were different, they referred to the same thing. The second item was an ancient book made of bluestone. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. Could it be the legendary Pangu immortal scripture? The third item was a black jade tablet. He didn't know what it was for the time being, but since Pangu deliberately left it here, it must be extremely extraordinary. The fourth item was a crystal bead. Lin Feng didn't know what it was, but he felt that it must be extremely extraordinary. At this moment, more than a dozen cultivators were besieging a cultivator. The besieged cultivator was none other than Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was indeed worthy of being the first successor of Pangu. He could even borrow the power of the altar. No wonder those cultivators besieged Huangfu Qingtian. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to get those things. Those things belonged to Huangfu Qingtian, the first successor. How dare you try to get the opportunities left behind by Pangu Immortal Venerable? You're really overestimating yourselves. Today, I'll let you feel the power of Pangu's Tao. Huangfu Qingtian shouted coldly. After his voice fell, a terrifying aura pervaded the world. Pangu's Tao, unique and honorable. Martial arts universe, suppressing myriad gods. When Huangfu Qingtian's voice faded away, a terrifying aura of the great Tao permeated between the heavens and the earth. The aura of the great Tao made people's hearts tremble. At that moment, Huangfu Qingtian seemed to have transformed into Pangu. Huangfu Qingtian took a step forward like Pangu. Bang! 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 That formless power directly slammed into many people. Wow! 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 The cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. He was sent flying. Although those cultivators were powerful, they were still somewhat inferior to the current Huangfu Qingtian. The current Huangfu Qingtian was too overbearing. Huangfu Qingtian wanted to collect Pangu's system after repelling them, but a cultivator came from the distance. His eyes narrowed after seeing this cultivator. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Huangfu Qingtian, I wouldn't have thought that you'd be able to survive until now, but it's over now. Pangu's Tao system is mine. Lin Feng said indifferently. It was as if he was in control of everything. If Huangfu Qingtian left quickly after obtaining the system and found a place to cultivate for many years, he would be a great threat with the help of the heaven-splitting axe. However, Huangfu Qingtian hadn't obtained Pangu's system yet, so Zhou Bao would never give him the chance to do so. Ha 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 ha, Huangfu Qingtian burst into laughter when he heard Lin Feng's words. He looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression and said disdainfully, Lin Feng, didn't you see that some saints were repelled by me just now? I can borrow the power of the altar. I'm the first successor of Pangu. You can't compare to me now. I know your cultivation is strong, but so what? No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than those saints. Huangfu Qingtian had fought with Lin Feng several times, so he could roughly figure out Lin Feng's strength. However, he didn't know that Lin Feng had entered the world of time reversal. When Lin Feng entered the world of time reversal, he was only an earth immortal, the third level of the hollow immortal realm. Now, Lin Feng had become a Tao immortal, the second level of the true immortal realm. Lin Feng's cultivation had made such a breakthrough in a short period of time, which was simply unimaginable in the outside world. Only in the world of time reversal could such a magnificent feat be accomplished. However, it was obvious that Huangfu Qingtian still thought that Lin Feng was the Lin Feng he knew. Ignorant, Lin Feng sneered. Huangfu Qingtian had been defeated by Lin Feng several times and had even been killed by Lin Feng. Naturally, his hatred for Lin Feng was endless. He didn't want to say anything more to Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingtian directly operated the Pangu's Tao to deal with Lin Feng. With the help of the altar, the Pangu's Tao was indeed extremely terrifying. Huangfu Qingtian, I'll let you have a taste of my Tao today. Lin Feng sneered. He unleashed his Tao of supremacy. When Lin Feng released his supreme Tao, the sky and the earth were annihilated. Suddenly, they surged. The power of the supreme Tao was released and directly suppressed the Pangu's Tao. Bang! The two Taos collided fiercely. The Pangu's Tao was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's supreme Tao. Then, Lin Feng's supreme Tao fiercely bombarded Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was sent flying by the supreme Tao. Barf! In the air, Huangfu Qingtian vomited blood. No. This is absolutely impossible. How did you become so powerful? Huangfu Qingtian couldn't accept this. He roared angrily, his eyes full of madness and ferocity. Lin Feng sneered. Huangfu Qingtian, you're a true immortal now. You should make your own Dao your main Dao instead of making other people's Dao your main Dao. No matter how powerful other people's Dao is, it's not your own Dao. If you want to embark on the supreme Dao, you need to have a strong Dao. This alone is destined to fail. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, an even more powerful Dao condensed in an instant. Then, once again, it fiercely attacked Huangfu Qingtian. The attack of Dao was invisible and intangible. It was difficult to dodge. Huangfu Qingtian couldn't dodge Lin Feng's Dao. Bang! He was sent flying again, and half of his body directly exploded. Who's that kid? How can he be so strong? The experts who were injured by Huangfu Qingtian in the distance were very puzzled. Most of them were foreign cultivators. There were even a few saints among them, but they were still defeated by Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng defeated Huangfu Qingtian so easily. It was a bit abnormal. Lin Feng was too young. How could he have such extraordinary strength at such a young age? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he couldn't be so strong. But all of this happened in front of them, so they couldn't help but believe it. A group of people wanted to know who Lin Feng was, but no one knew Lin Feng. Don't be complacent too early. I have a way to kill you. Huangfu Qingtian roared in anger. Huangfu Qingtian continuously changed his hand seals. Whoosh! The sky-splitting axe flew out quickly and landed in Huangfu Qingtian's hand. The sky-splitting axe was an ancient weapon-level treasure. Huangfu Qingtian's confidence skyrocketed after he grasped it. Die! Huangfu Qingtian shouted coldly and jumped out, chopping at Lin Feng with the axe. Even the void was shattered by the impact. Terrifying, 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 it was indeed a treasure passed down by Pangu. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Lin Feng had more than one ancient weapon-level treasure. There was also the epic war spear, which was an ancient weapon-level treasure. Lin Feng planned to collect 9 ancient weapon-level treasures to form a few ultimate killing formations recorded in the stone scripture. These ultimate killing formations were special because they were directly imprinted with formation runes on the ancient weapons. The 9 ancient weapon-level treasures could be connected through the ultimate killing formation. Their power skyrocketed. When the time came, it would be like slaying gods and slaying Buddhas. Epic spear art, sky-splitting spear. Lin Feng shouted coldly and rushed out with the epic war spear in his hand. The epic war spear in his hand collided with the sky-splitting axe in Huangfu Qingtian's hand. Although the power of the sky-splitting axe was terrifying enough, Huangfu Qingtian couldn't release the power of the sky-splitting axe. The reason for this was that Huangfu Qingtian had just used the heaven-splitting axe. One had to know. The epical war spear was a supreme treasure on the same level as the sky-carving axe. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure passed down from Lin Feng's ancestors. After obtaining the epical war spear, Lin Feng spent a long time familiarizing himself with it. Huangfu Qingtian had obtained something left behind by Pangu, not even his ancestor. It would be more difficult for him to adapt to it. Therefore, how could Huangfu Qingtian display the power of the heaven-splitting axe? Lin Feng's situation was completely different. He could now wield the epical war spear as he wished. Moreover, he had the epical spear technique to complement the epical war spear. The power of the epic war spear was too terrifying. When the two sides collided, the heaven-opening axe in Huangfu Qingtian's hand was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. Not good. Huangfu Qingtian's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but at that moment, Lin Feng had already caught up to him. Lin Feng's epical war spear pierced towards Huangfu Qingtian's body. Huangfu Qingtian didn't have time to dodge. With a piercing sound, Lin Feng's epical war spear pierced through Huangfu Qingtian's chest. Ah! Huangfu Qingtian screamed in pain. Why is this happening? I, Huangfu Qing Tian, have been a peerless genius since I was a child. I, Huangfu Qing Tian, have never been defeated. Until I met you. Are you my nemesis? Huangfu Qingtian's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Lin Feng. You must have heard of the saying, those who commit injustice are doomed to destruction, right? You only have yourself to blame for the current situation. You can't blame anyone else. Lin Feng said indifferently. I brought this upon myself? Ha ha ha, I was powerful back then, so I could do whatever I wanted. This is how the world works. The biggest mistake I made back then was agreeing to your 10-year agreement. I should have killed you immediately. If I had killed you back then, none of this would have happened. Huangfu Qing Tian said furiously. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Looking back on his life, how glorious was it, however, until he lost to Lin Feng in a life-and-death battle. There was a turning point in his life. Although he had returned, he had been blinded by hatred. Huangfu Qingtian's motivation to live was to kill Lin Feng. Then he would take revenge. Many years passed. He thought that he could kill Lin Feng, but the reality was so cruel. It turned out that what he thought was actually a joke. Huangfu Qingtian couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. However, today, they were strangers. The soul reconstruction technique could only be used once in a lifetime. This time, he would die. Huangfu Qingtian knew that he would be doomed eternally. However, he couldn't kill Lin Feng. He really hated it. Said Lin Feng indifferently. In life, you have to look forward, not backward. Don't bully a young man because he's poor. Therefore, Huangfu Qingtian, you're a failure. You can go to hell now. Lin Feng held the battle spear with one hand and suddenly shook. Bang, Huangfu Qingtian's body exploded. After Huangfu Qingtian's body exploded, a resentful voice rang out, I sacrifice myself. I beg Panga the Immortal to avenge me. That voice turned out to be Huangfu Qingtian's. When the voice faded away, Huangfu Qingtian's exploded flesh and blood burned fiercely. In an instant, it turned into a strange kind of energy. Then the energy. It quickly gathered into the altar. Rumble, 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 the altar began to shake violently. Before Huangfu Qingtian died, he sacrificed himself. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly put away the 4 things left by Pangu. Then he rushed down the mountain. Crack. Crack, however, Lin Feng didn't run far before the altar cracked. A beam of divine light rose into the air. In the divine light, a blood-red figure floated. The blood-red figure seemed to be the existence summoned by Huangfu Qingtian after he sacrificed himself. The blood-red figure contained an extremely evil aura. It's an evil will left by Pangu. After absorbing Huangfu Qingtian's flesh and blood, it turned into a blood-red incarnation. Someone exclaimed. The rest of the people's expressions changed greatly. The blood-red Pangu was really terrifying. Its aura was so strong that it shocked people. You killed my successor. You should die. The blood-red Pangu looked coldly at Lin Feng, his voice containing monstrous killing intent. He jumped up and quickly charged at Lin Feng. K, this guy is terrifying. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Blood-red Pangu was too strong. He couldn't escape. Since it was that way, he had to fight. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of blood-red Pangu. Lin Feng took out the Phoenix shield and activated the ruler's armor. Lin Feng also activated the ruler's armor. At the same time, the golden dwarf, the magic lotus, the stone golem clone, the saint bone, and the ruler's armor were all mobilized. The energy poured into Lin Feng's body. After receiving the energy, Lin Feng immediately felt extremely comfortable. It was a comfortable feeling he had never felt before. Fuck. Lin Feng held the epic war spear in one hand and attacked the bloody Pangu. This boy is really tough. The bloody Pangu is so strong, but he wants to fight it head-on. Someone said in surprise. He's really strong, and he has a lot of treasures. It's hard to say who will win. Someone else said. Huangfu Qingtian sacrificed himself to summon the bloody Pangu. It's really too strong. It's too difficult to deal with such an existence, someone else said. That's right. That's why it's not easy to deal with the bloody Pangu. If you're not careful, you can die, said an old cultivator. It wasn't easy to deal with the bloody Pangu. Everyone knew that. They also wanted to see if Lin Feng had a way to deal with the bloody Pangu. In fact, many people hoped that Lin Feng would be killed by the bloody Pangu. After all, the bloody Pangu wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. After killing Lin Feng, it might disappear. If the bloody Pangu killed Lin Feng, Lin Feng's treasures, the 4 items left by the bloody Pangu, would become ownerless. Wouldn't it be too easy for them? Bang! At this moment, Lin Feng and Crimson Pangu collided fiercely. Crimson Pangu's attack landed on the Phoenix shield. A terrifying strength bombarded Lin Feng and sent him flying. The Phoenix shield and Dominator's armor deflected most of the force, but the remaining force still caused Lin Feng's face to turn as pale as paper. Fortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would have happened. What a monster! Lin Feng could not help but sigh. At this moment, the blood-colored Pangu charged towards Lin Feng once more. This kind of head-on confrontation was really too disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, he had to think of another way. It would be great if he could break the blood-colored Pangu's unstoppable momentum. Lin Feng thought of the art of curses. Perhaps he could use the art of curses to break the blood-colored Pangu's unstoppable momentum. After thinking about this, Lin Feng hurriedly used the art of curses. However, the blood-colored Pangu was stronger, and its resistance was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Therefore, it was not easy to use the art of curses to hurt the blood-colored Pangu. The blood-colored Pangu charged towards Lin Feng once more. A terrifying attack condensed and continued to blast towards Lin Feng. Bang, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng was sent flying for the second time. Wah! Lin Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was really depressed. The blood-colored Pangu was really too awesome. He really wanted to stomp it to death. But he still had to use the art of curses to deal with it. The blood-colored Pangu's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Feng was being suppressed too much. That kid might really be killed. That's a good thing. If that kid is killed, all the treasures will be ours. Some cultivators were communicating with each other using their divine senses. Die. The blood-colored Pangu attacked again, its eyes flashing with a dense killing intent. The blood-colored Pangu's aura soared to the sky. Perhaps in the blood-colored Pangu's opinion, Lin Feng would be completely defeated this time. But at that moment, pooh! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. A bloody hole had appeared on the blood-colored Pangu's chest. After circulating the art of curses over 100 times, Lin Feng finally succeeded. Lin Feng was really depressed. Against others, he might have succeeded after circulating the art of curses a few times. But against the blood-colored Pangu, he had to circulate it over 100 times. Fortunately, the result was not bad. After the blood-colored Pangu's body was injured, its blood chi was dispersing rapidly. After all, it wasn't made of flesh and blood. Once its body was injured, it would be seriously injured. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a great opportunity to kill the blood-colored Pangu. He quickly rushed forward. Then, he stabbed his spear at the blood-colored Pangu. Kid, you're quite strong. Even I was tricked by you. But it's useless. You're still going to die today. Because even an 8th level Saint Realm cultivator would die in my hands, let alone someone like you. The blood-colored Pangu sneered and grabbed Lin Feng's epic war spear. Lin Feng's expression was cold. If you weren't injured, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But you're injured, and your fighting strength has decreased greatly. I can definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Book of the Dead flew out. The spirits inside the Book of the Dead didn't come out. Although they didn't come out, their strength was gathered together. Under Yan's lead, they activated the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead emitted a powerful chi of the dead. It was very gloomy and terrifying. The countless runes on the Book of the Dead seemed to come alive. They kept twisting and turning. The Book of the Dead violently flew towards the blood-colored pengu. Bang! The Book of the Dead hit the blood-colored pengu, and the blood-colored pengu was sent flying. Lin Feng rushed forward and swept his spear at the blood-colored pengu. His spear was so powerful that it could even shatter the void. The blood-colored pengu reacted extremely quickly. He stretched out his hand to block Lin Feng's spear. But at that moment, the blood-colored pengu couldn't block the Book of the Dead's attack. The Book of the Dead attacked the blood-colored pengu again. Bang! The blood-colored pengu's body exploded. Lin Feng took out heaven fire and used it to envelop the blood-colored pengu's evil will. Let me out. That evil thought began to struggle and roar continuously. But Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to it. Lin Feng burned the evil thoughts of the bloody pengu into ashes with his heavenly fire. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but shiver. Lin Feng was really too terrifying. He made them tremble with fear. Lin Feng took the Book of the Dead. He ignored the others and quickly flew down the mountain. Fortunately, that kid didn't attack us. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Yeah, that kid is really terrifying. I wonder where he came from. Many people started to discuss. However, Lin Feng couldn't hear their discussion anymore. Lin Feng left Panga Mountain without a hitch. As for the young woman, Lin Feng didn't see her. He wondered if she had left. He had obtained Panga's orthodoxy. He had also killed his great enemy, Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng was in a good mood. Lin Feng planned to digest the opportunities he had obtained. Lin Feng flew out of Panga Mystic Domain. On the way, he saw the masked woman. He didn't know what she was looking for, but it was obvious that she wasn't after the things left behind by Pangu. It was normal for there to be other things in Panga Mystic Domain. The masked woman's identity was a mystery, but Lin Feng wasn't interested in finding out her identity. After flying out of Panga Mystic Domain, Lin Feng left the area where Panga Mystic Domain was located. He found an isolated island. Then, he opened up a cave residence on the island and entered it. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of the Sky Region's Sage King and Huangfu Qingtian. He wanted to see what was in their rings. After all, they both had extraordinary backgrounds. Especially the Sky Region's Sage King, who was so powerful. Perhaps there were many extraordinary things in there. Lin Feng probed Huangfu Qingtian's storage ring with his divine will. Lin Feng searched for a while and found that there were many good things in Huangfu Qingtian's storage ring. There were all kinds of high-grade immortal stones piled up like mountains. Apart from that, there were over 100 immortal artifacts as well. There were all kinds of natural treasures, immortal iron, and immortal stones. Huangfu Qingtian's luck was really strong these years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained so many good things. Unfortunately, although there were many good things, there weren't many that could really pique Lin Feng's interest. There wasn't a single treasure that could make Lin Feng excited. The main reason was that Lin Feng's standards were too high. In other people's eyes, some things were extremely rare and precious, but in Lin Feng's eyes, they were extremely ordinary. Lin Feng took Huangfu Qingtian's storage ring. Then, he started to check the storage ring of the Sky Region's Sage King. That bastard was a sage from Kunlun Universe. Lin Feng inspected the ring with his godly awareness. There were all sorts of things in it, there were enough things. Lin Feng was mainly looking for important treasures. Lin Feng had indeed seen something special. Lin Feng took it out. It was a painting. It was a painting of a man. The man was standing in the forest with his back to the world. Who is this? Lin Feng felt that the painting was extraordinary. The painting wasn't a magic treasure. However, the painting gave people a very extraordinary feeling. The main reason was that the man in the painting who had his back facing the world was too extraordinary. The man gave people a very special feeling. But Lin Feng couldn't tell what it was. Lin Feng tried to use his godly awareness to inspect the painting. But when Lin Feng's mind came into contact with the painting, Lin Feng's mind was devoured. Strange. It was really strange. This painting could actually devour divine will. Lin Feng tried to refine it with his blood. Lin Feng's blood was absorbed by the painting. But strangely, Lin Feng couldn't refine the painting with his blood. The painting hid many secrets. But it couldn't be explored. Lin Feng could only keep the painting. He would find a way to explore the secrets of the painting in the future. Lin Feng also kept the storage ring of the Sky Region's Sage King. Then, Lin Feng took out the 4 things left behind by Pengu. Lin Feng successfully refined the sky-splitting axe. A smile appeared on his face. After refining an ancient weapon-grade treasure, his mood became much better. Then, Lin Feng looked at the remaining 3 things. The remaining 3 items were the ancient bluestone book, the black jade token, and the crystal bead. Lin Feng suspected that the ancient bluestone book recorded the Pengu Immortal Sutra. In fact, Lin Feng had already cultivated 14 types of Immortal Sutras. If he could obtain the Pengu Immortal Sutra, he would have 15 types of Immortal Sutras. Why was Lin Feng so powerful? Let's see how many 3,000 Great Tao, top-notch divine abilities, and ancient Immortal Sutras Lin Feng cultivated. If Lin Feng's combat strength wasn't strong, then it would be strange. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the ancient bluestone book. After carefully searching, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. The ancient bluestone book recorded the Pengu Immortal Sutra. What surprised Lin Feng wasn't just the Pengu Immortal Sutra, but the last paragraph of the Pengu Immortal Sutra. The more one wanted to transcend, the first thing one had to do was recultivate. These 8 words seemed to record the method of transcendence. If one wanted to transcend, one had to cultivate again. Lin Feng suddenly thought of his father. He had recultivated many times, which was why he was so heaven-defying. His father walked the path of recultivation, and even the core divine ability that his father created was a recultivation-type immortal technique. Could it be for the final transcendence? Lin Feng's expression became uncertain. The sentence recorded at the end of the Pengu Immortal Sutra pointed out a cultivation path. However, there was no specific method. The path of recultivation isn't suitable for me. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If he broke through to the peak of the Sage Realm and wanted to complete transcendence, Lin Feng still felt that the path of recultivation wasn't suitable for him. Lin Feng didn't want to sever his cultivation and recultivate. Perhaps, he could find another path to complete his self-transcendence. However, Lin Feng was only at the Tao Immortal Realm now, so he didn't seem to be in a hurry to consider this matter. He would take it one step at a time. Lin Feng memorized the contents of the Pengu Immortal Sutra in his mind. Lin Feng was in a rather good mood now that he had finally obtained the 15th Immortal Scripture. After putting away the ancient book, Lin Feng took out the black jade token. He carefully observed the black jade token and found that there were countless mysterious runes on it. He didn't know what this black jade token was. Lin Feng's spiritual sense invaded the black jade token. Then, Lin Feng felt his spiritual sense being pulled into a mysterious world. That mysterious world was unimaginably ancient, and in the depths of that mysterious world, there was an unimaginably huge dragon that was chained up in chains. That giant dragon was on the verge of death. Ancestral dragon. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Although he had never seen the ancestor dragon before. However, Lin Feng was certain that the dragon that was locked up was the progenitor dragon. In this epoch, only 3 progenitor dragons were born. The progenitor dragons were more powerful than the true dragons. They were equivalent to the true dragon's ancestors. Lin Feng had always thought that the 3 progenitor dragons had fallen. He didn't expect to see such a scene in the Jade Token. Who's spying on this place? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky. Those blood-red eyes looked at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw those blood-red eyes, he felt like he was about to fall into an endless abyss. Roar. At that moment, the progenitor dragon's roar came from the depths. Lin Feng was awakened. His spiritual sense quickly retreated from that world. Lin Feng broke out in cold sweat. That's too scary. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He had almost met with disaster just now. Moreover, he had almost met with disaster just by sensing that mysterious world with the Jade Token. That world, where was it? The progenitor dragons were imprisoned in that world. What was going on? Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. Back then, did Pengu want to save the progenitor dragons? Even he couldn't do it. In the end, he was reincarnated into an even more powerful existence. That was the primeval Lord of Heaven. Why didn't the primeval Lord of Heaven take these things away? Could it be that he wanted to sever his ties with the mortal world? Perhaps it was possible. Lin Feng put the black jade token away for the time being. Sometimes, without enough power, there were some things that couldn't be done even if one wanted to. For example, exploring the place where the progenitor dragons were imprisoned. This was something that Lin Feng wanted to do but couldn't do. He could only think about it when he was stronger in the future. Lin Feng looked at the last item. The crystal bead. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng studied it carefully. He realized that there seemed to be something sealed in the crystal bead. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. His spiritual sense came into contact with the crystal bead. Soon, Lin Feng sensed a lot of information. His face revealed a surprised expression. The thing sealed in the crystal bead was actually Panga's mark. This was something that Panga left behind for his successor. Before Panga's corpse was decomposed, he sealed part of his cultivation in the mark. Panga's mark completed a transformation over the long years. For example, now, Panga's mark was no longer as simple as an ordinary mark. Panga's mark could continuously improve as its owner's cultivation increased. It would become stronger and stronger. However, the prerequisite was that someone could refine Panga's mark. If Panga's mark was taken out. If a cultivator failed to refine it, Panga's mark would eventually dissipate. Refining Panga's mark was definitely an extremely difficult thing. There was a high chance that a cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand the violent power of Panga's mark and would directly explode and die. However, this was nothing to Lin Feng. If he couldn't even refine Panga's mark, Lin Feng would have lived in vain all these years. Lin Feng broke the crystal bead and began to refine the Panga's mark inside. The power of Panga's mark was indeed extremely violent. It even wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. However, Panga's mark couldn't do that. In the end, Lin Feng managed to refine Panga's mark. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The golden figurine. The sacred bone. The ruler's armor. The magic lotus. The stone golem clone. All of them could provide Lin Feng with powerful fighting strength. Now that he had Panga's mark, Lin Feng's fighting strength had increased even more. This was naturally a good thing. Lin Feng immediately came out of seclusion. The Xianxia ancient starship flew above the sea. Lin Feng cultivated inside the Xianxia ancient starship. He was comprehending the Pangu immortal scripture. 5 days later, a woman flew over from afar and fell on Lin Feng's Xianxia ancient starship. Lin Feng woke up and walked out. He came to the side of the unconscious woman and helped her up. To Lin Feng's surprise, this woman turned out to be the masked woman from before. The masked woman seemed to have sensed something. She opened her eyes and slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist. Calm down. Lin Feng said. It's you. When the masked woman saw Lin Feng, she was astonished. But in the next moment, she involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face turned deathly pale, and she fell into Lin Feng's arms, unconscious. When Lin Feng saw the unconscious masked woman, he couldn't help but frown. The woman's cultivation was terrifying, and she had a powerful treasure to protect her. She had entered the Panga secret dimension to search for something, and now she was seriously injured. Had she been injured by someone? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. Sometimes, there were things that didn't need to be understood. Lin Feng carried the woman into the cabin. Lin Feng naturally knew that helping the woman might bring him some trouble, but Lin Feng didn't care. The masked woman had helped him before, and she was quite kind-hearted. He couldn't just stand by and watch her die, right? The Xianxia ancient starship continued flying above the sea. The night was dark, and a gloomy aura filled the air. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk black chi surged and flew towards the Xianxia ancient starship from all directions. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence was hiding in the black chi, but he could see the black chi flying towards him from outside. Because of that, the Xianxia ancient starship stopped. As the saying went, those who came didn't come with good intentions. The other party had arrived. Lin Feng just had to deal with it. A cold voice came from the darkness. Boy, hand her over, and we can spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. The aura of the netherworld. Are you all from the netherworld? You're quite experienced and knowledgeable. You can actually recognize us at a glance. Since you know who we are, you should cooperate with us honestly. The netherworld is a colossus, and I'm sure you don't want to provoke them, said the existence with a sneer. You're right. Which force are you from the netherworld? Asked Lin Feng. You're asking too many questions. It's best not to ask things you shouldn't ask. The existence in the darkness said coldly. Hee hee. Lin Feng coldly laughed as he said, you came here to ask for someone, yet you told me not to ask anything. How laughable. This woman is now under my protection. As for you, you can scram. What did you say? Brat, are you courting death? Cold voices suddenly sounded. It was obvious that many people were infuriated by Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng asked, you don't understand human language? You're courting death. Streams of black chi quickly flew towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. Namo Amaba. Suddenly, Lin Feng put his palms together, looking solemn. Meanwhile, an ancient Buddha appeared in the void. That ancient Buddha also put his palms together. Dazzling Buddha light formed. It illuminated the world. Dark night. In an instant, it was as bright as day. When the Buddha's light shone down, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Damn it, this brat is proficient in Buddhist techniques. Retreat. The nether realm cultivators shouted in deep voices. Hiss. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha opened his mouth. A terrifying sound wave spread out. This was the swastika mantra of the 6-syllable mantra. Lin Feng used the ancient Buddha's mouth to activate it. The swastika mantra was ranked first among the 6-syllable mantras, so its power was naturally terrifying. One had to know that countless Buddhist techniques were comprehended from the 6-syllable mantras. Therefore, the 6-syllable mantra was an unimaginably terrifying technique. It was even more effective against the underworld cultivators. It's the 6-syllable mantra, some of the underworld cultivators shouted in fear. Their cultivation was tyrannical, and they were underworld cultivators. Their life characteristics were relatively unique, so many techniques couldn't harm them. However, they were greatly restrained by Taoist and Buddhist techniques. If they encountered Taoist and Buddhist techniques, it would be very troublesome. The 6-syllable mantra was one of the most terrifying Buddhist techniques. It was naturally very effective against the underworld cultivators. Bang, 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 accompanied by the sound of bodies exploding, the underworld cultivators' bodies directly exploded, and they died on the spot. The remaining few stronger underworld cultivators escaped, but they didn't dare to stay. They escaped extremely quickly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The next day, the veiled woman opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bed. Thinking about what happened yesterday, she couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. She quickly checked her body. She knew how attractive she was to men. Although Lin Feng didn't look like a bad person, he couldn't control himself. Who knew if she wouldn't be able to control herself and would do something to him? What if she was taken advantage of because of this? If he took advantage of her, she wouldn't be able to cry even if she wanted to. Fortunately, the veiled woman didn't find anything special. She even found that the veil on her face was still on. After washing up and putting on a clean veil, the veiled woman walked out. When she came out, she saw the young cultivator standing on the deck overlooking the sea. The veiled woman walked out and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Lin Feng said, "Didn't you help me before? We don't owe each other anything." The veiled woman said, "My name is Bai Suxin." "What's your name?" "I'm Lin Feng." "Sin Realm's master, Lin Feng?" Bai Suxin asked uncertainly. She had naturally heard of Sin Realm's master, but in Bai Suxin's opinion, there should be a huge difference in cultivation between Sin Realm's master and this human young master. She couldn't be sure. Lin Feng said, "That's me. I never thought that I would meet the famous Sin Realm's master here. Moreover, he's so strong. I heard that before Huangfu Qing Tian obtained Panga's orthodoxy, he was killed by his enemy." It seems like you're the one who killed Huangfu Qingtian and obtained Panga's orthodoxy. Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng said, I have to say that you're really smart. However, it's better for women to be a little stupid. Bai Suxin didn't deny it. She then said, I want to ask you for a favor. I've already repaid the favor you owe me, and I don't want to get involved in the Netherworld's affairs. Lin Feng said. Bai Suxin said, if you can help me, I can give you an Immortal Sutra's inheritance. Lin Feng was surprised. He then said, deal. Bai Suxin revealed a smile. Lin Feng asked, what's the Immortal Sutra's inheritance? The Necromancer's scripture. Bai Suxin said. When Lin Feng heard the words Death Scripture, a surprised expression appeared on his face. The Death Scripture was an immortal-level inheritance that the people of Death Island in the Deathly Silent Sea had cultivated. Lin Feng remembered that the island had been completely destroyed, yet this woman knew about the Death Scripture. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and said, so, you're the successor of the Death Island? This means that some people were lucky enough to escape from the islands of the dead souls. Yes. Bai Suxin did not refute and directly admitted it. This surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that Bai Suxin was not a simple woman. If it were someone else, they would not have admitted their identity so openly. Lin Feng knew a little about the Death Island, but he did not know much about it. He only knew that the people of the Death Island had obtained something, and news of it had been leaked. They had been besieged by many forces, and in the end, the Death Island had been destroyed. The higher-ups of the Death Island had cursed the island before they died. They said that all cultivators who entered the Deathly Silent Sea would die miserably. In Lin Feng's opinion, this legend was probably nonsense. What do you want me to do for you? Lin Feng asked. Follow me to the Death Island. Bai Suxin said. Wasn't the Death Island already destroyed? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Bai Suxin said, back then, the Dead Soul Island actually sank to the bottom of the sea. However, no one knows where it sank because those people who climbed onto the Dead Soul Island were also trapped on the Dead Soul Island. In the end, they sank together. However, there are some tokens that can lead cultivators to the Death Sea region, and I found such a token. Lin Feng said, you went to the Panga secret dimension to look for this token? Yes. Bai Suxin nodded. Asked Lin Feng. The Panga mysterious world appeared before the Dead Souls Island. How could the talisman be in the Panga mysterious world? Bai Suxin said, actually, that keepsake was found by a senior of my clan. However, that senior entered the Panga mystery dimension and died there, so the keepsake was lost. I see. Lin Feng nodded. What about the Netherworld cultivators? What's up with them? Lin Feng asked. Bai Suxin said, they're also looking for the token. Lin Feng said, so, you've been targeted by them? Bai Suxin replied, I obtained the keepsake one step ahead of them and was attacked by them. Asked Lin Feng. Back in the days, what did you obtain on the Dead Souls Island? Why did so many influential groups covet it? Now, even the Netherworld cultivators have gotten wind of it and are eyeing it covetously. I'm really curious. Bai Suxin said, to be honest, I really don't know what it is. The only thing I'm sure of is that it's still on the Death Island. Let's go to the Death Island and search around to see if we can find it. If we can, we'll know when the time comes. Lin Feng said, since I've agreed to explore the Death Island with you, can you teach me the Death Scripture now? Bai Suxin said, of course, there's no problem with teaching you the Death Scripture, but the Death Scripture I have is only an incomplete one. The complete Death Scripture is also on the island. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Bai Suxin said, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you. Lin Feng nodded. He was quite a good judge of character, and he felt that Bai Suxin shouldn't be lying to him. Said Lin Feng. First, give me the incomplete version of the Death Scripture. I want to see how mysterious it is. I hope I'll find the complete version on Death Island, said Lin Feng. Sure, Bai Suxin said. Bai Suxin said as she took out a jade tube. Then, she imprinted the Death Scripture inside the jade tube. Lin Feng took the jade tube from Bai Suxin. Where are we going now? Lin Feng asked. Bai Suxin said, to the west. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he changed the direction of the ancient starship Xianyuan. The ancient starship Xianyuan quickly flew toward the west. The two of them didn't stay outside. Bai Suxin's injuries hadn't recovered yet, so she went back to recuperate. As for Lin Feng, he went to comprehend the death scripture. 2 days later, Lin Feng discovered that the seawater had turned blood red. It was extremely strange. However, when Lin Feng took a closer look, he discovered that the seawater had returned to normal. It was really strange. Bai Suxin walked out and said, "We should be arriving soon." Lin Feng asked, "Is this the place where the Death Island sank?" Bai Suxin nodded and said, "It should be this area. You should have noticed that something was wrong earlier, right?" "Yes." Lin Feng replied. "The seawater is actually a normal color, but we sometimes discover that it's actually blood red." "Actually, it's not blood red. It's only because our minds are affected," Bai Suxin said. "That's right. You're saying that there's a powerful magnetic field here?" Lin Feng asked. "That should be the case. We should be able to discover it soon," Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng was right. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to discover that something was amiss. They were lost in the sea. This was because the magnetic field here was too powerful, and it severely affected the Xuanyuan's positioning. Once a cultivator got lost, it would be very frightening. If they were trapped here without being able to leave, they might even die. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the starry sky world or the sea world, encountering a magnetic field would be very troublesome. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and asked, "Where's your keepsake?" "You can take it out now." Bai Suxin nodded and took out the keepsake she had obtained earlier. The keepsake she had obtained was actually a comb. Moreover, it was a comb made of white jade rhinoceros horn. When she saw Lin Feng's astonished expression, Bai Suxin smiled and said, "Do you find this keepsake of mine very strange?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, "I've seen all kinds of keepsakes, but this is the first time I've seen someone forge a keepsake in the shape of a comb." Bai Suxin said, "The person who left this keepsake behind might be a female cultivator from the Death Island." Bai Suxin activated the comb. To Lin Feng's surprise, the comb was not only a keepsake, but it was also a powerful magic treasure. The comb flew out, and Lin Feng and Bai Suxin quickly followed. Lin Feng put away the ancient spaceship Xianyuan. Then, he and Bai Suxin followed the comb and quickly flew forward. When they arrived at a region of the sea, the comb entered it. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin were overjoyed. Had they arrived at their destination, they did not hesitate and entered the region of the sea and quickly chased after the comb. They quickly dove down. As they dove deeper, Lin Feng could clearly feel a terrifying magnetic field enveloping his body, and it seemed to be affecting his mind. The situation was very bad. Fortunately, Lin Feng had powerful means and successfully dispelled the magnetic field's influence on him. Bai Suxin's means were also extraordinary. She also dispelled the magnetic field's influence on her. The two continued to dive. Lin Feng said, "The magnetic field is so powerful. It seems like we're about to reach the Undead Isles. I wonder what the Undead Isles look like now. It can't be that evil ghosts are everywhere, right?" In truth, Lin Feng hoped that such a situation would happen. It would be best if a few powerful evil ghosts were born. At that time, he could collect all those terrifying existences into the Book of the Dead. Currently, there were 56 saint-level undead creatures in the Book of the Dead. Lin Feng felt that it was far from enough. The more undead creatures there were in the Book of the Dead, the better. It was very important to him. Bai Suxin naturally did not know about the Book of the Dead. She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "You're such a jinx. We should pray that this trip will go smoothly. I don't want to see those powerful undead creatures. They'll definitely be a huge problem." Lin Feng did not explain anything. If there were no powerful undead creatures, then so be it. However, if there were powerful undead creatures, at that time, I'll let you know how powerful this young master is. Maybe you can be at ease when the time comes. Let's gallop. The two continued to follow the comb as it dived deeper. 4 hours later, a huge whirlpool appeared in his line of sight. After seeing the whirlpool, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. That vortex. It was extremely terrifying and contained a power that could destroy everything. Once sucked into the vortex, the cultivator's body could be instantly torn to pieces. However, that comb had flown into the whirlpool. It seemed that the Dead Soul Island had sunk into that whirlpool. Although that whirlpool was extremely terrifying, Lin Feng's methods were powerful, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to resolve the threat brought about by the whirlpool. The main problem was Bai Suxin. Lin Feng didn't know if Bai Suxin had a way to deal with the threat of the vortex. Lin Feng asked, "Can you deal with that whirlpool?" Bai Suxin replied, "No problem." After saying that, Bai Suxin took out an umbrella. It was a defensive Dharma treasure. Bai Suxin opened the umbrella. Millions of rays of divine light instantly poured down from the umbrella. The divine light enveloped Bai Suxin's body. As for Lin Feng, he took out his ruler's armor. The two of them entered the whirlpool, and a terrifying tearing force surged toward them. The tearing force attacking Lin Feng was blocked by Lin Feng's ruler's armor. The tearing force attacking Bai Suxin was neutralized by Bai Suxin's magic treasure. The two of them passed through the whirlpool and appeared in a huge space. There was actually another world under the whirlpool. "Look." Bai Suxin pointed at a place in the distance. Bai Suxin pointed in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a gigantic island. The island was shrouded in an endless aura of death. Lin Feng also sensed that the power of a curse enveloped the outer region of the island. That island should be the island of dead souls. Bai Suxin put away the comb and said, "We've finally found the Dead Soul Island. However, how are we going to enter the island now?" The reason she said that was because the Dead Soul Island was truly extraordinary. The island of the dead souls was emitting a strong power of death and curse. The power of death was nothing to him. The most terrifying thing was the curse energy. No matter when. One could not be careless when encountering the curse energy because it was too strange. The curse power was simply too bizarre. If you dared to underestimate the curse power, you would be in trouble. One might suffer a calamity. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the cultivators of the Dead Soul Island really did set up a curse." Bai Suxin replied, "That's right, they did indeed cast a curse. Their curse trapped everyone on the undead island. That's because they were the enemies of the Dead Soul Island. They killed so many people for their own selfish desires. The Dead Soul Island did not harm those innocent people. But now, the Dead Soul Island has become a notorious power. It's truly lamentable." Lin Feng knew the truth behind Bai Suxin's words. There was a rumor in the outside world that the cultivators of the Dead Soul Island had set up a curse when they died. Any cultivator who entered the Deathly Still Sea would die there. The Deathly Still Sea was incomparably dangerous and terrifying. Thus, many cultivators who entered the Deathly Still Sea had died there. And so, the rumor that the Dead Soul Island had set up a curse gradually became a reality. In fact, even though the Dead Soul Island had been destroyed, they did not set up such a vicious curse. Lin Feng said, "History is written by the victors, while the Dead Soul Island is a loser. That's why many rumors are unfavorable to the Dead Soul Island." "Yes." Bai Suxin nodded. The two of them flew toward the Dead Soul Island. They arrived outside the Dead Soul Island. The Dead Soul Island was enveloped by the death energy and curse energy, but it also had extremely powerful restrictions. However, Lin Feng had the stone scripture. He could ignore the restrictions. "How do you think we should enter?" Bai Suxin frowned slightly. She was worried that the curse energy would invade her body. That was an extremely troublesome matter. Lin Feng said, "I've cultivated the Great Curse technique. Perhaps I can use it to resist the invasion of the curse energy. I'll bring you in later." "Alright, then I'll have to trouble you, young master," Bai Suxin said. "You're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. He hugged Bai Suxin's slim waist. It was so comfortable to hug an ant's waist. Bai Suxin's beautiful face was slightly red. Being in such close contact with Lin Feng while she was awake made her feel very shy. Lin Feng did not think too much about it. His thoughts were all on the Dead Soul Island. Thus, even though he was hugging a beautiful woman, he did not have any evil thoughts. Lin Feng hugged Bai Suxin and flew towards the Dead Soul Islands. When they were close to the Dead Soul Islands, Lin Feng activated the stone scripture and the restrictions were no longer a threat. Bai Suxin's umbrella-shaped magic treasure was still being used by her, so her body was still surrounded by divine light. Although the divine light could not block the curse power, it could block the death power. Bai Suxin did not have to worry about the death power invading her body. At this moment, the powerful curse power surged towards the two of them. Lin Feng didn't dare waste time. He hastily used his great cursing technique. When the great curse technique was activated, the curse power was actually blocked by Lin Feng's great curse technique. Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a happy expression. As expected of the great curse technique, it was indeed awesome. Lin Feng took this opportunity to quickly rush into the Dead Soul Islands with Bai Suxin. The curse power could not be felt inside the Dead Soul Islands. It seemed that the curse power was concentrated in the outer regions of the islands. Its purpose was to prevent the cultivators who invaded the Dead Soul Islands from escaping. Lin Feng let go of Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin blushed slightly and said, "Thank you, young master." Lin Feng thought to himself, "If you really want to thank me, then let me hug you for a while." Of course, he did not directly say this out loud. When the words reached his mouth, they became something like this: "Fairy, you're welcome." The Dead Soul Islands were covered in a dense forest. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin rushed into the depths of the forest. After entering the dense forest, they saw many corpses. They were densely packed together and could not be counted. Who knew how many people had died in the past? It seemed that, in the past, the factions that attacked the Dead Soul Islands must have mobilized a lot of experts. Lin Feng inspected some of the corpses. He discovered that many of the corpses had the curse power invading them. It seemed that the deaths of these people were directly related to the curse on the Dead Soul Islands. When she looked at the corpses, Bai Suxin revealed a hateful gaze. Many of Bai Suxin's ancestors had died because of these people. Even though countless years had passed, this kind of blood feud was hard to forget. The two of them went deeper and deeper. After they reached the depths, they saw a large number of dilapidated palaces, large numbers of temples, and so on. Those places should be where the Dead Soul Island used to live. It was just that in the battle back then, these places had already been destroyed. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around to look. Whoosh. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Feng felt a shadow flash behind him and disappear. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. Given his powerful cultivation base, he would be able to do so. If someone were to appear here, it would be impossible for them to not sense the other party. However, what was the actual situation? However, Lin Feng didn't discover anything. This was too terrifying. What's wrong? Bai Suxin looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng asked, "Didn't you notice anything earlier? What have you discovered?" Bai Suxin asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Was it an illusion? It wasn't a good thing to have such an illusion in a place like this, but he really didn't find anything earlier. Lin Feng said, "It's fine. Maybe I sensed wrongly." The two of them entered the ruins. Corpses were piled up like a mountain. As they walked, Bai Suxin couldn't help but cry. Women were more emotional, especially this place. For Bai Suxin, it was indeed a sad place. There were so many corpses. Many of them were Bai Suxin's ancestors. After they died, they couldn't even be buried in peace. Bai Suxin was naturally very sad. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be in a good mood. Lin Feng originally wanted to persuade Bai Suxin, but after thinking about it, he didn't. Lin Feng really didn't know how to persuade her. Should he say something like, "My condolences," who would be able to restrain their grief when faced with the tragic deaths of their clansmen? The two of them walked through the ruins. They went to many places, including the ancestral hall, the treasury, and other places. However, they didn't find anything. The treasures in the treasury were also gone. Most likely, the people who escaped back then took the treasures with them. It's really strange that we didn't find anything. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that there should be something here. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and asked, "Did you find anything?" Bai Suxin shook her head. She wasn't in a particularly good mood. Lin Feng knew that Bai Suxin was sad, but now wasn't the time to be sad. The most important thing was to find the opportunity here and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Lin Feng kept feeling that something was wrong, so he didn't want to stay here for long. Lin Feng said, "Try circulating your bloodline. See if you can sense anything." Bai Suxin nodded. She also knew that now wasn't the time to be sad. She began circulating her bloodline. When Bai Suxin's bloodline started circulating, something shocking happened. Boom. Boom, boom. 8 pillars of light soared into the sky. After the 8 pillars of light appeared, countless runes interweaved, and the area turned into a huge formation. The piles of corpses there were instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin quickly flew toward that area, and they saw that there was an altar there. Waves of death energy surged from the altar. The power of death had completely sealed off the entire altar. 8 Gates Necromancy Formation. It's actually such a formation. The person who set up such a formation will never be able to reincarnate. It seems like this formation must have been set up by your ancestors to deal with those invaders. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The dead soul all had been too miserable back then. Bai Suxin nodded. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of the tragic experiences of her ancestors. At that moment, something shocking happened. Corpses appeared on the altar one after another. Lin Feng gasped when he saw the corpses. There were a total of 49 corpses. It seemed that they were the upper echelons of the dead soul isle. 7 by 7, 49. 9 was the ultimate number, and it meant great misfortune. Lin Feng finally understood why those people had been trapped here. In order to kill those invaders, the people of the dead soul all didn't even leave themselves a way out. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw something. The cultivator at the front was holding it in his hand. It was a palm-sized greenstone tablet. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Back then, those people had schemed and even destroyed the dead soul isle for the sake of that greenstone tablet. But what was the origin of that greenstone tablet? What secrets did it record? Why were those factions so crazy about it? Lin Feng was puzzled. How can we obtain the green steel from that ancestor? Bai Suxin asked. She could tell that the tablet was extraordinary, but obtaining it wasn't going to be an easy task. The 8 Gates Undead formation was too terrifying, and it was too difficult to resist. Furthermore, there were some differences between the 8 Gates Undead formation and other formations. Other formations would grow weaker as time passed, but the 8 Gates Undead formation was different. However, the 8 Gates Undead formation was a little special. So many people had died here, and the powerful death energy had been nourishing the 8 Gates Undead formation for a long time. That was why the 8 Gates Undead formation was so terrifying, and it was even more powerful than it had been in the past. Anyone who got too close to it might die. Bai Suxin knew how terrifying the 8 Gates Undead formation was, so she didn't know how to retrieve the tablet. Lin Feng said, "I can give it a try." "You have a way?" Bai Suxin's eyes lit up. Lin Feng nodded. He then said, "I just don't know if it's possible. We'll find out soon enough." Lin Feng's method was to use the stone scripture to enter the 8 Gates Undead formation. Ordinary formations wouldn't be able to do anything to the stone scripture, but the 8 Gates Undead formation was too strange. That was why Lin Feng was a little nervous, as he didn't know how effective the stone scripture would be. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture and walked towards the 8 Gates Undead formation. When Lin Feng arrived outside the 8 Gates Undead formation, a terrifying wave of energy surged out. The 8 Gates Undead formation immediately released a terrifying attack towards Lin Feng. Just as the attack was about to hit Lin Feng's stone scripture suddenly released waves of terrifying devouring power. The devouring power directly devoured the attack from the 8 Gates Undead formation. Lin Feng couldn't help but look happy. Even though the 8 Doors deployment spell was powerful, it was still very powerful. Although the 8 Gates Undead formation was powerful, his stone scripture was even more powerful. Lin Feng entered the 8 Gates Undead formation and held the green tablet in his hand. However, at that moment, something terrifying happened. A large amount of destructive power surged out of the 8 Gates Undead formation. The 8 Gates Necromancer formation was about to self-destruct. This scared Lin Feng to death. If the Eight Gates Necromancer formation self-destructed, that would be disastrous. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. The Eight-Gate Necromancy deployment spell wanted to trap Lin Feng, but it didn't work. Lin Feng successfully rushed out. A relieved expression appeared on his face. He had finally escaped. It had been too dangerous. Lin Feng rushed out of the Eight Gates Undead formation. The Eight Gates Necromancer formation self-destructed in an instant, along with the corpses of the cultivators. Lin Feng wiped his sweat. Fortunately, he had come out in advance. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. I've taken it out. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Bai Suxin was also very happy. She quickly nodded her head and was about to leave with Lin Feng when a gloomy aura suddenly filled the area. A large amount of ghost chi surged. Within the ghost chi, there was a frightening aura. The Netherworld's people are here again. Bai Suxin's expression became unsightly. Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The other party had clearly followed him and Bai Suxin. They hadn't noticed them before, which meant that the leader of the Netherworld's people was an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng said, let's wait and see. Boy, you're very strong. You were able to kill so many of the Netherworld's experts. Even I admire you a little. A gloomy voice came from within the ghost chi. How should I address you? Lin Feng asked. The Ninth Ghost Lord. The being within the ghost chi replied. Lin Feng's pupils shrank when he heard that. The Ninth Ghost Lord was definitely a titled god, and he was the most powerful titled god. This guy was from the same era as the Ninth Human Emperor, and he was still alive. Lin Feng knew that only the first layer of the Netherworld was open. The other layers had been sealed. It seemed that the Ninth Ghost Lord had also been sealed previously and had just broken out of the seal, right? I really didn't think that there would be someone as strong as you in this era. Lin Feng said. Hee, I've only managed to survive until now. The Ninth Ghost Lord said. Your voice is loud and clear, and you're full of vigor. You're not just surviving. I think we can sit down and talk. Lin Feng said. What's there to talk about between us? The Ninth Ghost Lord said. How about we fight against the apocalypse battle together? Lin Feng said. Talk my ass. I won't participate in the apocalypse battle. I just want to live. The lives of others have nothing to do with me. The Ninth Ghost Lord sneered. Lin Feng said, don't say that. This is a great merit. The Ninth Ghost Lord said, don't give me this useless talk. Hand over the green stone tablet, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he said, then let's see who will win. Kill them. The Ninth Ghost Lord gave the order, and an endless amount of ghostly chi rushed towards Lin Feng and Bai Suxin. The aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he summoned the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead shone with an endless amount of ghostly energy. Bang, 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 many of the ghosts hiding in the ghostly chi exploded. The Book of the Dead. The Ninth Ghost Lord was shocked, but then he laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, I never thought that I would find the Book of the Undead here. What a great opportunity. I'll take both the Book of the Undead and the Cyan Stone Tablet. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ninth Ghost Lord personally attacked. He sent a palm strike towards the Book of the Dead from afar. Bang. That tyrannical slap sent the Book of the Dead flying. Suppress. The Ninth Ghost Lord shouted coldly, and a ghost mountain condensed in the air. It directly suppressed the Book of the Dead in the air. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly took out his 36 bamboo swords. The 36 bamboo swords quickly attacked the Ninth Ghost Lord. Good fellow, you even forged a powerful yang treasure. But your treasure hasn't transformed into a holy weapon, so it can't hurt me. The Ninth Ghost Lord sneered and flicked his finger. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out, and Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords were also sent flying. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. Let's run. Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Right now, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Escape? How naive. Do you really think you can escape? The ninth Wraith Lord sneered. Lin Feng retorted. Don't get too cocky. I have my ways to deal with you. Lin Feng took out Panga's axe. Aside from the epic war spear, Panga's axe was the only ancient weapon that he could use easily. As for the other ancient weapons, Lin Feng found it difficult to unleash their full power. Lin Feng wielded Panga's axe and swung it at the ninth Wraith Lord. A thick beam of axe light condensed and appeared in front of the ninth Wraith Lord. The ninth Wraith Lord sneered and flicked his finger. The beam of axe light was shattered. Lin Feng took out the epic war spear, and Panga's axe flew out. In midair, Panga's axe expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 100 meters long. Its aura was terrifying, and its might was overwhelming. Such a supreme treasure was naturally shocking. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Panga's axe. Looks like you've inherited Panga's legacy. Take this attack from my Wraith Lord sword. Facing the incoming Pangu axe, the ninth Ghost Lord took out a treasured sword. This treasured sword should be the Wraith Lord sword that he had mentioned before. The ninth Wraith Lord swung his sword at Panga's axe. Clang, the Wraith Lord sword and Panga's axe collided fiercely. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. It was as if the void was almost shattered. At this moment, Lin Feng charged forward with the epic war spear in hand. Lin Feng saw the ninth Wraith Lord's appearance clearly. He was skinny, and he looked like he was in his 30s. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. This was the ninth Wraith Lord. Go to hell. Lin Feng didn't hold back, and he stabbed his spear at the ninth Wraith Lord. You're a terrifying figure to be able to kill your way to me, but that's all. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a vertical eye appeared on the forehead of the ninth Wraith Lord. The Eye of the Wraith Lord. This was an eye that only a Wraith Lord could condense. It was extremely terrifying. The Eye of the Wraith Lord shot out billions of beams of death light, blasting toward Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly summoned his ruler's armor and phoenix shield to defend himself. Bang, the opponent's terrifying attack fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's phoenix shield. Lin Feng was blown away by the explosion. Even though he had the phoenix shield and the Dominator's armor to block that terrifying attack, it was still too late. However, Lin Feng still felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt his qi and blood churn, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The ninth Ghost Lord's expression was indifferent as he charged towards Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the ninth Ghost Lord seemed to have sensed something and looked behind him. A withered old woman appeared behind the ninth Wraith Lord. The old woman sent a palm strike at the ninth Ghost Lord. The ninth Ghost Lord hastily reacted and sent a palm strike at the old woman. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely, and the ninth Ghost Lord was sent flying by the old woman. Who are you? The ninth Ghost Lord's expression became extremely solemn. He was a terrifying existence. Even if he attacked hastily, there were very few people who could force him back. However, the old woman had done it. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin also looked at the old woman in shock. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Earlier, he had sensed a black shadow flash behind him. However, when he searched carefully, he hadn't found anything. But now, that black shadow was very likely the old woman in front of him. Could it be that the old woman was a cultivator from the Dead Souls Island? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Bai Suxin had obviously thought of this possibility as well. She looked at the old woman somewhat excitedly. Could it be one of her ancestors? The old woman's voice was hoarse as she said, "The Netherworld's reach is really long. This is the Yang Realm. The Netherworld and the Yang Realm should not interfere with each other. This is a rule that has been set since the beginning of this era, right?" The ninth Ghost Lord said, "There is indeed such a rule, and the Netherworld has been abiding by it for many years. However, what time is it now? This is the end of the era. Heaven and earth are crumbling, and the sun and moon are sinking. The heavens and the earth are on the verge of destruction. Heaven and earth are in complete chaos. Who would still abide by those rules? The ninth Ghost Lord's words made a lot of sense. In an era that was about to be destroyed, everyone was only concerned with preserving their own lives. Naturally, there were fewer and fewer people who followed the rules. One could only imagine how chaotic it would be after a while. Wouldn't the young realm be filled with burning, killing, and looting? When that time came, it would definitely be a mess. If the beings of the netherworld came out again, it would really be a night of 100 ghosts. It would be extremely chaotic. Humph, the old woman snorted coldly and said, I don't want to say anything else to you. Leave, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The ninth Ghost Lord was obviously not someone who could be scared with a few words. After all, the ninth Ghost Lord was really too terrifying. The ninth Ghost Lord said coldly, It just so happens that I want to experience your techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, the ninth Ghost Lord raised his Ghost Lord sword and attacked the old woman. The old woman stretched out her hand and made a grabbing motion. The comb that Bai Suxin had put away immediately flew out. Seeing the comb fly toward the old woman, Bai Suxin became even more excited. That comb was a keepsake left behind by her ancestor. Now that it was flying toward the old woman, it meant that the old woman was very likely the owner of the comb. This also proved the old woman's identity. At that moment, the comb magic treasure flew in front of the old woman and quickly grew bigger. Under the old woman's control, the comb magic treasure quickly flew toward the ninth Ghost Lord. Clang, the old woman's comb magic treasure collided with the ninth Ghost Lord's Ghost Lord sword. Both sides were evenly matched. However, at that moment, a large amount of death energy surged out from the Isle of Dead Souls and was all devoured by the old woman. After receiving the support of the death energy, the old woman's battle prowess suddenly increased greatly. When she activated the comb magic treasure again, the old woman's battle prowess suddenly increased greatly. When she used the comb magic treasure again, its power also increased greatly. The comb magic treasure collided with the ninth Ghost Lord's Ghost Lord sword again. The ninth Ghost Lord was sent flying. The old woman quickly rushed forward. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive palm strikes landed on the ninth Ghost Lord's chest. Wah, the ninth Ghost Lord could not help but vomit blood. Someone as strong as him, he was actually injured. He was really mad with hatred. Your life. I want it. The old woman said coldly and quickly rushed toward the ninth Ghost Lord. However, the ninth Ghost Lord did not have the heart to continue fighting. The ninth Ghost Lord did not fight the old woman head-on. Instead, he turned around and fled. The ninth Ghost Lord fled. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. That guy was too terrifying, but the old woman had actually forced him to retreat. It was clear how powerful she was. Senior. Bai Suxin looked at the old woman excitedly. The old woman sighed and said, It's fate. We shouldn't have met, and if we did, we would have met a calamity. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old woman's words. Could it be that something bad would happen when the old woman and Bai Suxin met? Bai Suxin's expression changed abruptly. She asked, Senior, what do you mean by that? The old woman did not answer Bai Suxin's question. Instead, she said, It's good that we meet. I'll give you my clan's necromancy scripture. The old woman took out an ancient scripture as she spoke. The ancient scripture flew towards Bai Suxin. It should be the complete necromancy scripture. Bai Suxin accepted the ancient scripture. Lin Feng asked, Senior. Can I ask you something? The old woman looked at Lin Feng and said, Ask away. What's so special about this green steel? Why did so many people go crazy over it? Lin Feng asked curiously. The old woman said, Rumor has it that someone once gathered all the steels and comprehended some terrifying supreme divine techniques from them. Afterward, those supreme divine techniques were branded onto the green steel. What? There's such a thing? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. This piece of news was really too shocking. Someone had actually managed to gather all the steels in history. What a terrifying method, Lin Feng asked. The method to immortality couldn't have been recorded there, right? I don't know. Back then, my clan obtained this thing, but unfortunately, we didn't manage to comprehend its contents. The old woman sighed. How prosperous was the Necromancy Islands back then? It had been destroyed because of the green steel. Even now, the old woman still couldn't let go of this matter. Lin Feng thought to himself, you guys can't comprehend it, but I can. If I can really comprehend the method to immortality, that'll be awesome. By then, yours truly would never be able to die. Heaven and earth are destroyed, but I am immortal. Epics perish, but I live forever. The old woman looked at Lin Feng and asked, you want it? Yes. Lin Feng said. He didn't feel awkward at all. He wanted this item anyway. However, this did not belong to Lin Feng. It belonged to Bai Suxin. Or rather, they belonged to their lineage. Alright, promise me one thing and I'll give you this green stone tablet. The old woman said. Bai Suxin was shocked. The Dead Souls Island was destroyed because of this item. Now, the old woman was willing to give it away. She couldn't understand this. However, Bai Suxin didn't say anything else. She knew that the old woman must have her reasons for doing so. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Marry her. The old woman pointed at Bai Suxin and said. What? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He thought he had misheard. Senior, Bai Suxin looked at the old woman in disbelief. She really couldn't understand why the old woman would make such a request. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, well, marriage is something that requires both parties to be willing, right? After all, nothing forcibly done will be sweet. The old woman looked at Bai Suxin and said, child, take off your veil. Bai Suxin didn't dare to disobey the old woman, so she took off her veil, revealing a flawless face that could topple nations. She was truly beautiful and moving. Now, let me ask you. If you marry her, I'll give you the green stone tablet as her dowry. Do you agree? The old woman looked at Lin Feng again and asked. Of course, there's no problem with me. Lin Feng laughed dryly. Not only did he get the green stone tablet, but he also got to marry such a beautiful woman. Lin Feng was naturally happy. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Senior, how can you decide my marriage so hastily? Besides, I don't want to get married. Bai Suxin blushed. She was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Bai Suxin really didn't want to get married. She only wanted to silently protect her clansmen. The old woman said, child, come with me. I have something to say to you in private. Bai Suxin nodded. Bai Suxin followed the old woman. Lin Feng waited in place. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't know what the old woman would say to Bai Suxin, but he felt that it should be about the marriage. Before long, the old woman and Bai Suxin returned. The old woman looked at Lin Feng and said, she has agreed. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Suxin and saw that she was blushing. She looked so beautiful that he couldn't imagine what would happen to her. Lin Feng said, however, it's obvious that there's a price to pay for this. I want to know what the price is. The old woman said, protecting my clan is the same as protecting your own clan. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must not abandon them. Can you do that? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the old woman to raise such a condition. However, Lin Feng quickly understood some of the reasoning behind it. The Armageddon War was about to arrive. The old woman's words seemed to be a farewell. In other words, the heavy responsibility of protecting their clan fell on Bai Suxin. But what about Bai Suxin? Could Bai Suxin really protect their clan? The old woman clearly didn't have any confidence in Bai Suxin. Perhaps even Bai Suxin didn't have much confidence in him. Thus, the old woman thought of himself. A powerful existence like the old woman would definitely be able to see how extraordinary his background was. If he tied their clan to him, he would be able to soar into the sky. At that time, if he could soar into the 9 heavens, his clan would be protected, and perhaps they would not be exterminated. Lin Feng said, I agree, senior. Alright, I'll be your witness. Now, bow to the heavens and earth. The old woman said. In any case, Lin Feng's face was thick enough. Naturally, there was no problem. Although Bai Suxin agreed to marry Lin Feng, she was still very shy when it came to it. However, Bai Suxin quickly adjusted her emotions. Under the old woman's witness, she bowed to the heaven and earth with Lin Feng. Wife. Lin Feng called out. He was very happy in his heart. He actually had such a beautiful wife. He could even wake up from his sleep with a smile. Hubby. Bai Suxin blushed and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng helped Bai Suxin up. He accidentally touched Bai Suxin's hand and felt that Bai Suxin's skin was as smooth as silk. He could feel it. It was extremely comfortable. I hope you two can love each other, the old woman said. Then, she walked into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. What is the old senior going to do? Lin Feng asked. Bai Suxin secretly shed tears and said, the ancestor said that she doesn't have much time left, so she wants to find a place with beautiful scenery to bury herself. That, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Was this considered a farewell? Lin Feng felt that the old woman was quite a nice person. He couldn't help but sigh. There were too many things in the world that didn't go as one wished. For example, what happened today made him sigh endlessly. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and said. Okay. Bai Suxin nodded. However, now that her identity had changed, she was naturally a lot more bashful when she was alone with Lin Feng. Lin Feng could also see that. He said, right, I have something for you. What is it? Bai Suxin asked curiously. Close your eyes. Lin Feng said. Bai Suxin's thoughts were simple, so she didn't think too much about it. When she heard Lin Feng telling her to close her eyes, she closed her eyes. Bai Suxin closed her eyes. At that moment, Bai Suxin felt something on her lips. She opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened. That was her first kiss. It was gone just like that. Bai Suxin didn't know what to do. She then realized that she had been deceived by Lin Feng, and her anger instantly reached its peak. However, before Bai Suxin could flip out, Lin Feng ran into the distance. Don't run. You're lying. You're a bad guy. I'm going to kill you. Bai Suxin screamed. Lin Feng realized that Bai Suxin, who looked as gentle as water, had the potential to be a tigress. Lin Feng said, you're my wife, and we've even bowed to heaven and earth. What's wrong with kissing you? That won't do. I'm not ready yet. Bai Suxin said angrily. She quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng ran while shouting, help. You're trying to murder your husband. The two of them came out of the Isle of the Dead, and Lin Feng summoned the ancient starship Xianxia. He boarded the ancient starship, and Bai Suxin chased after him. Lin Feng hugged her. You rogue. Let me go. Bai Suxin blushed and struggled, but she couldn't break free. Lin Feng hugged Bai Suxin and fell to the ground. He smiled and said, I'm your husband, how can I be a rogue? Come, let's hug each other like this and look at the sky. Isn't that nice? Lin Feng's body. Bai Suxin was leaning against Lin Feng's chest. Bai Suxin struggled but couldn't break free. She had no choice but to let Lin Feng hug her. However, her pretty face was flushed red. What kind of person are you? Bai Suxin asked. She was very nervous because she wasn't particularly familiar with Lin Feng. If the old woman hadn't said so many things to her, Bai Suxin wouldn't have agreed to it. But since she had agreed, Lin Feng would truly be her lover in the future. Of course, she hoped that Lin Feng was a good person. She hoped that he would be nice to her and her clansmen. Bai Suxin's requirements were very low. However, she didn't know if Lin Feng was capable of doing so. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, these requirements were still too high. Lin Feng said, I'm someone you can trust. Bai Suxin said, I hope so. The ancient starship Xianxia flew above the sea. 10 days later. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin arrived at a foggy sea and landed on an island. Bai Suxin said, there's a spatial barrier here, and it's very hidden. My clansmen are currently living inside the spatial barrier. Lin Feng asked curiously, how many clansmen do you have? About 2,000, Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng nodded. That's still not a lot. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng followed Bai Suxin into the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier wasn't very big. There were many thatched huts in the distance. The environment was quite good. Big Sister Sushin is back. Big Sister Sushin is back. When they saw Bai Sushin return, some children who were playing around immediately started shouting happily. It seems like you're quite popular, Lin Feng said. Of course, Bai Sushin said proudly. Have you thought about what you're going to say to my grandfather? Bai Sushin asked. On the way, Lin Feng and Bai Sushin chatted a lot. Lin Feng knew that Bai Sushin's parents were dead, and she only had one close relative left. Her grandfather was the current clan leader. Lin Feng said. Of course, I've thought about it. But you can't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I won't forgive you, Bai Sushin threatened. However, she was too beautiful. Even when she threatened Lin Feng with a fierce look, she didn't look fierce at all. Instead, she looked very cute. Not long later, Lin Feng and Bai Sushin arrived at the village. Many people walked out. The person in the lead was a white-haired old man. He should be Bai Sushin's grandfather. Sushin, you're finally back. It's good that you're back. The old man had a kind expression on his face. He naturally noticed Lin Feng. Bai Sushin had never brought outsiders here before. The clan also had a rule that forbade outsiders from entering. Logically speaking, Bai Sushin shouldn't have made such a mistake. However, Bai Sushin had brought outsiders here today. There must be a reason behind it. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Grandfather, Junior Lin Feng has something to say to you in private. Is that all right? Bai Sushin muttered in his heart. Who is this kid? Why is he calling me grandfather? Why is he so thick-skinned? However, Bai Sushin wasn't an ordinary person. He nodded and said, Young friend, come with me. Bai Sushin didn't follow Bai Sushin. She knew what Lin Feng wanted to talk to her about, so she was too embarrassed to go. Bai Sushin was actually very shy. She didn't know how Lin Feng would talk to her grandfather about the two of them. An hour later, Bai Sushin saw her grandfather and Lin Feng walking out while talking and laughing. Bai Sushin had an incredulous expression on her face. In her eyes, her grandfather should be an extremely stubborn old man. How could his granddaughter's marriage be a trifling matter? He might even quarrel with Lin Feng. However, the two of them were looking at each other as if they regretted not having met earlier. It was truly inconceivable. Bai Sushin couldn't help but feel puzzled. What kind of bewitching potion did Lin Feng feed her grandfather? Old Master Bai waved at Bai Sushin. He said, Sushin, come here. Bai Sushin walked over. Bai Sushin said, Sushin, you and Lil Lin must have had a hard journey. Take Lil Lin to rest. Yes, grandfather. We'll pay you a visit in the evening, Bai Sushin said with a red face. She then pulled Lin Feng towards her residence. I've been too busy during the new year. I'm too tired. I'm taking a break today. Bai Sushin's residence was a stone house. It looked very simple, but Bai Sushin clearly did not care about it. Bai Sushin looked at Lin Feng and asked, What did you say to my grandfather? Why is my grandfather treating you so warmly? Lin Feng smiled and said, I told my grandfather that if he follows me in the future, all the young men in the village will have enough cultivation resources, and they will also have beautiful women as their wives. Pfft! Bai Sushin burst out laughing. She naturally did not believe Lin Feng's words. If he said such shallow words, wouldn't his grandfather blow his beard and glare at him? What the hell did you say? Are you trying to hide it from me? Bai Sushin looked at Lin Feng in annoyance. Her shy and angry expression was so beautiful that it was suffocating. A top-grade beauty was indeed a top-grade beauty. However, this beautiful woman in front of him had inexplicably become his wife. It was a very strange thing. However, it was all real. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. Anyone would be in a good mood if they had such a top-grade beauty as their wife. Lin Feng pulled Bai Sushin into his embrace. Pervert, what are you doing? Let go of me. Bai Sushin's face turned red, and she began to struggle. However, she was unable to break free. Lin Feng said, You need to accompany your husband to rest. This is what a wife should do. Scoundrel, it's broad daylight. Bai Sushin's face turned even redder. Lin Feng smiled and said, "So you're saying that we can do it at night?" Bai Suxin blushed and said, "I didn't say that." However, Lin Feng did not let go of Bai Suxin. Even if he did not do anything, all he wanted to do was to hold this fragrant body in his embrace. It was also a great pleasure. "It's been a tiring journey. Let's rest." Lin Feng smiled and said. He then hugged Bai Suxin and fell asleep. At night, a bonfire party was held in the village. It was very lively. Bai Suxin's clansmen were very simple. Although they cultivated the death spirit scripture, it didn't affect their personalities too much. People were divided into good and evil. Cultivation techniques didn't differentiate between good and evil. These words were very reasonable, but too many people had long forgotten the meaning of these words. After the bonfire party ended, Old Master Bai gathered some of the respected elders in the village to discuss leaving this place. This place could indeed be called a paradise. However, their days were not easy. It was because they were the descendants of the Dead Souls Island. If they were discovered by others, it would be disastrous. Therefore, they were basically living in seclusion. The younger generation of the clan needed a lot of resources to assist in their cultivation. These were all things that the clan could not provide. Although it could provide some resources, it was only a portion of the resources. Those resources were far from enough for a cultivator to advance by leaps and bounds. There was also another matter, and that was to continue the family line. In the past, there would be some disciples who would look for their sweetheart outside in order to avoid marriage between close relatives. This was because the children born from close relatives were very unhealthy. However, not everyone could find their sweetheart. Or even if they found their sweetheart, they couldn't get together in the end due to various reasons. In particular, the identity of the descendants of the Dead Souls Island was too sensitive. Many people didn't dare to come into contact with the outside world. Many of the descendants of the Dead Souls Island died tragically outside after their identities were exposed. Continuing the family line was also a serious problem. And all the problems. Lin Feng could help them solve them perfectly. Therefore, leaving with Lin Feng naturally made them feel happy. Everyone began to pack their things. In fact, there didn't seem to be much to pack. Lin Feng summoned the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Then, everyone boarded the ship. Many children looked very excited after boarding the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. They kept jumping around and chattering about many things like little adults. When it was time to leave, many people still felt a little sad. After all, their ancestors had lived here for many years. Naturally, they had feelings for this place. However, even if they had feelings for it, it was time to leave. They rushed to a new life, to welcome new hope. Half a year later, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship arrived at Sin City. After returning to Sin City, Lin Feng sent people to arrange things for Bai Suxin and his clansmen. Sin Domain. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. After returning, Lin Feng secretly hung out with Great Demon Yu and Hong Yuer for a while. Some time ago, when he was with Bai Suxin had ignited a lot of fire in him. But there was nothing he could do. Every time at a critical moment, Bai Suxin would resist to death. Lin Feng suppressed all the anger in his body. After hanging out with Lin Feng for a while, Great Demon Yu and Hong Yuer were glowing. Shui Yuexin wanted to see Lin Feng several times, but Lin Feng refused with the excuse that he had something to do. Lin Feng's matter was, of course, his hanging out with Great Demon Yu and Hong Yuer. On this day, someone came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked the guard to bring the messenger over. After asking around, he found out that the messenger was sent by N0. This surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter and read it. N0 said that she had returned to Huangfu Xian'er's side, and that Huangfu Xian'er knew about Huangfu Qingtian's death. After learning about this, Huangfu Xian'er went into seclusion for 3 days. During those 3 days, she did not see anyone. Then, Huangfu Xian'er came out. Huangfu Xian'er left alone, and her whereabouts were unknown. After reading the contents, Lin Feng couldn't help but have some doubts. Huangfu Xian'er disappeared. This woman was very scary, and she was the reincarnation of the 9th heaven mystical maiden. Where did Huangfu Xian'er go? Huangfu Xian must have known that he killed Huangfu Qingtian. Could it be? Did Huangfu Xian come to cause trouble? Huangfu Xian if I'm not mistaken, the woman who snatched Huangfu Qingtian's corpse after I killed him in my first battle with him was you, right? Although you were wearing a veil at that time, you looked like a celestial being. You must be a peerless beauty. It's fine if you don't come, but if you dare come here, I'll capture you. Then, I'll train you to be my maid. Lin Feng already had Great Demon Yu as his maid, but Lin Feng didn't mind having a few more peerless beauties as his maids. Shui Yuexin sent another message, saying that she wanted to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng already knew that Shui Yuexin had a problem. However, Shui Yuexin still didn't know that she had been exposed. Lin Feng still didn't see Shui Yuexin. Over the next few days, Sin City became more and more lively. First, Su Yingran from Heavenly Tower came to visit Lin Feng. She had an extraordinary status in Heavenly Tower. She and Lin Feng had a bit of an ambiguous relationship. Of course, this wasn't enough to reach the level of a couple. Su Yingran came to tell Lin Feng a piece of news. She said that the Celestial Emperor had colluded with some foreign experts. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the news. Lin Feng said, previously, the foreign cultivators fought with the Celestial Emperor to the death for the Undying Realm's source energy. It hasn't even been that long, and they're already colluding with each other. How shocking. Su Yingran said, benefits can make people let go of their prejudices and even their hatred. So, what are they trying to do by colluding with each other? Lin Feng asked Su Yingran. They're scheming something big. Su Yingran said. Heavenly Tower was well informed, and Lin Feng believed that Su Yingran knew a lot of important information. For example? Lin Feng looked at Su Yingran. Restoring the might of the Heavenly Court is only the first step. Many powers will either submit or die. Su Yingran said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that the Undying Realm is going to be in turmoil. Su Yingran said, young master, you might not know this, but many places are already in turmoil. Oh? Did the Heavenly Court make a move? Lin Feng asked. Yes, they did. Many powers have been in their own territories for a long time and were overlords. Naturally, they weren't willing to submit. They were all destroyed, and all the treasures in their vaults were taken away. Su Yingran said. Lin Feng asked, from what you're saying, the people of the Heavenly Court are very interested in some treasures? Su Yingran replied, it's like this. I'm sure you've heard of something. The immortal world is also divided into 33 layers. Lin Feng nodded. He had indeed heard of this matter. However, Lin Feng didn't see the other 32 layers of heavens in the Undying Realm. This was what puzzled him the most. Su Yingran replied, the Heaven Realm's 33 layers of heaven were formed by the Heavenly Tao. The 33 layers of the Undying World were created by the Celestial Emperor, so they're also called the Illusory World. Tiandi hasn't finished his task yet. If he does, he'll be able to transcend, said Lin Feng calmly. What a powerful technique. Lin Feng couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Su Yingran said, yes, the Celestial Emperor's techniques are truly astonishing. He's been madly destroying many large organizations and collecting precious treasures. It seems that he wants to complete the 33 layers of heavens. Lin Feng sighed. If he succeeds, no one will be able to subdue him. The Sin Realm needs to make preparations. Su Yingran reminded him. Yes. Lin Feng nodded gloomily. Lin Feng then wrapped his arm around Su Yingran's waist. What are you doing? Su Yingran hadn't expected Lin Feng to take advantage of her like this. She was both angry and embarrassed. Lin Feng said, you've come from so far away to tell me this. You're telling me such important news. I'm very touched. Of course, I want to repay you. Don't take advantage of me. I'm not that kind of woman. Su Yingran blushed. Actually, when she had first met Lin Feng, she had already had a good impression of him. That was why she had personally come to tell Lin Feng the important news. However, Su Yingran herself was indeed as she had said. She wasn't that kind of person. Lin Feng's actions were somewhat frivolous. I naturally know that you're not that kind of person. I really like you. I want to take the initiative and take you into my arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed Su Yingran's red lips without waiting for her to react. Su Yingran only felt her mind go blank. Her body softened slightly and she fell into Lin Feng's arms. After a long time, Su Yingran's face was red as she lay in Lin Feng's arms. She said, I took a lot of risks to tell you the news, but I didn't expect to be bullied like this. If I had known earlier, back then, I would have. Su Yingran seemed to want to say something like I wouldn't have come. But these words went against her heart, so she didn't say it. Lin Feng said, how am I bullying you? I simply love you too much, okay? Lin Feng was an old hand in the field of love. All kinds of teasing words of love were naturally at his fingertips. Although Su Yingran was a member of Heavenly Tower, she was exposed to all kinds of news every day and could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. However, no matter how experienced and knowledgeable she was, she had never been teased like this. Moreover, she didn't have any intimate contact with the opposite sex. When she heard Lin Feng's words of love, she felt happy and shy. All kinds of feelings made Su Yingran feel complicated. But in her heart, she was extremely happy and happy. Darling wife, I want to ask you something. Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah. Hearing the words darling wife, Su Yingran blushed and quickly buried her head in Lin Feng's arms. She simply didn't dare to look at anyone. Lin Feng was secretly happy. He had never thought that Su Yingran was such a shy person. Shyness meant that she had little contact with men. It meant that she was chaste. He had really picked up a treasure. Su Yingran said, may I know what you want to ask? You're so young, but you're already in charge of Heavenly Tower's Tower Master position in a main city. Does that mean you have an extraordinary background in Heavenly Tower? Lin Feng asked. Women were easily suspicious. When she heard Lin Feng's words, Su Yingran's face paled. She said, could it be that the reason you're getting close to me is because of the faction behind me? Lin Feng naturally knew what Su Yingran was thinking. He slapped Su Yingran's breasts 3 times. Su Yingran's eyes were filled with tears. Sir. Su Yingran was extremely embarrassed. Lin Feng said, what nonsense are you thinking? I was just asking. Besides, since you know so much about me, I should at least know what my father-in-law does, right? When she heard the words father-in-law, Su Yingran's face turned so red that it seemed like blood would drip from it. Su Yingran's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. My father is the Vice Tower Master of Heavenly Tower's main branch. Lin Feng was astonished. He had thought that Su Yingran's father being an elder of Heavenly Tower's main branch was already a very high status. He hadn't expected him to be the Vice Tower Master of Heavenly Tower's main branch. This identity greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. In fact, Su Yingran was of great help to Lin Feng, because intelligence was very important to any power. Lin Feng let Du Zhu be in charge of the construction and development of Xin Domain's intelligence organization, which was developing quite well. However, compared to Wen Tianlu, which had been rooted in the Undying Realm for countless years, there was still a big gap. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng naturally liked Su Yingran, who was a beautiful woman. When he got her, he could also get help from the power behind her. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng arranged a place for Su Yingran to stay. At night, Lin Feng wanted to be the groom. Even if he couldn't be the groom every day, he could be the groom every once in a while. However, Su Yingran locked the door. She was probably worried that Lin Feng would do something bad to her at night. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't force Su Yingran. Now, Lin Feng wanted to play the elegant route, making Su Yingran willingly gallop with him. Therefore, he walked back to his residence. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng planned to see what the 7th layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace had. Every time the Divine Tao Immortal Palace opened, good things would appear. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. Lin Feng entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace and opened the restrictions of the 7th layer. Then, he entered the 7th layer. When he entered the 7th layer, Lin Feng found that there was nothing in the 7th layer. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Damn, what's going on? Logically speaking, the seventh layer should have some good things, right? Why is there nothing this time? Lin Feng was very puzzled. He was also very depressed. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the seventh layer. The voice said, "Congratulations on entering the seventh layer. Here, you will be able to swim freely in the Great Tao. Wander your ass." Lin Feng said speechlessly. F***ck, why are you swearing like that? The other party said unhappily. Lin Feng replied, sorry, I spoke without thinking. I'm actually a very kind person, and I didn't mean any harm. The other party snorted. Lin Feng asked, what kind of existence are you? Are they the gods here? The other party replied, you can understand it that way. What's so special about the seventh level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Hee, the other party suddenly smiled. Lin Feng felt that the other party's smile was too wretched. Couldn't he be a little more normal? Why do you have to make yourself look so wretched? I despise you. The seventh level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace is called the Great Tao Palace. Great Tao Palace? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The name sounded pretty awesome. Lin Feng asked, what does the Great Tao Immortal Palace do? If you cultivate in the Great Tao Immortal Palace, you'll be able to increase your cultivation speed by 10 times. F***ck, is this for real? Lin Feng cried out in disbelief. Divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, Daos. It wasn't too hard to gain basic mastery, but it was harder to reach minor mastery. The difficulty increased exponentially from minor mastery to major mastery. As for going from major mastery to major mastery, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Going from major mastery to major mastery was like going from a fantasy. In other words, one could dream of such a thing happening. For example, right now, Lin Feng's many top-tier divine abilities were basically stuck at major mastery. If he wanted to break through again, it was just too difficult. If he cultivated here, he would be able to increase the speed of his divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Tao by tenfold, which would save him a lot of time. The god of the Great Tao Immortal Palace continued, increasing the cultivation speed of divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos isn't the most amazing thing about the Great Tao Immortal Palace. You should know that the cultivation of divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos is related to many aspects. Of those, the most important is comprehension. Theoretically speaking, when you gain some enlightenment, you'll have a chance to improve your divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos. At that time, 10 times the cultivation speed will save you a lot of time. But the prerequisite is that you gain some enlightenment. If you don't, you won't be able to improve. The Great Tao Palace can also help cultivators gain enlightenment on divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos. Awesome! 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 Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He was extremely excited. The Great Tao Immortal Palace was really awesome. It could help him improve his divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos. Think about it. Even if he didn't break through his own cultivation level, if he broke through his divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos, how many times would his battle power increase? If he broke through his own cultivation level, his divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos would all break through at the same time. How many times would his battle power increase? Lin Feng cultivated in the Great Tao Immortal Palace for a few days. Sure enough, he found that his divine abilities, Immortal Sutras, and Daos improved much faster in the Great Tao Immortal Palace. After Lin Feng came out of the Great Tao Immortal Palace, he was very satisfied. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Lin Feng received news that someone was looking for him. Lin Feng went to the living room to see the person. Lin Feng found that it was Suihan. Suihan, what brings you here? Lin Feng asked with a smile. When Suihan saw Lin Feng, she quickly got up and threw herself at Lin Feng. She hugged Lin Feng and burst into tears. Lin Feng was shocked by Suihan's actions. What was wrong with this shrewish girl today? Lin Feng felt that something must have happened. Lin Feng held Suihan in his arms. If it was in the past, he would definitely take advantage of her. However, Lin Feng was not in the mood today. Suihan was crying too hard. After crying for a long time, Lin Feng's clothes were wet. Only then did Sui Han stop crying, but she was still sobbing. Lin Feng asked, "What happened?" Sui Han's expression was indescribably miserable. She said, "The goddess palace was annihilated." What? When Lin Feng heard that, his facial expression suddenly changed. The goddess palace was Sui Han's sect, and it was a famous force in the Undying Realm. It was really shocking that it had been annihilated. The heavenly court did it? Lin Feng asked. Sui Han nodded while crying. What about your senior sister, Muyasi? Lin Feng asked. He had a good relationship with Muyasi, and they could be considered friends. Since the goddess palace was annihilated, Lin Feng was naturally worried about Muyasi's safety. That day, senior sister lured Di Wudao away and won us a chance to survive. Since then, there has been no news of her. Sui Han said sadly. After hearing Sui Han's words, Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. Did Muyasi suffer a calamity? Lin Feng could not help but think of Muyasi's beautiful face. She was so extraordinary and otherworldly. She was like a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens. However, Lin Feng never thought that Muyasi would have such a tragic fate one day. It really made those who heard it sad and those who heard it cry. Lin Feng, what should I do now? My senior sister and master are all dead. I'm so sad. Sui Han said while crying. The originally lively and cheerful Sui Han had now become melancholic. It really made people sigh. Some things could change a person's character. Are you the only one here? Lin Feng asked. Sui Han nodded and said, although senior sister lured Di Wudao away, there were still many powerful cultivators chasing after us. In the process of escaping, many senior and junior sisters died tragically. I escaped by myself, but I didn't know where to go. I thought of you, so I came to seek refuge with you. I don't know if I will bring you trouble, but if I will leave now. Sui Han's expression became even more miserable when she said this. Perhaps in her opinion, Lin Feng was her last support. If Lin Feng drove her away, then she really had no way to live. Lin Feng hugged Sui Han in his arms and said, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? How can I drive you away? You can treat this place as your own home. I will definitely protect you well in the future. I will also kill Di Wudao to avenge your dead fellow disciples and masters." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Sui Han quickly nodded. This little girl seemed to be really tired and sleepy. She directly fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng carried Sui Han back to the room and then placed her on the bed. Then he left the room. Lin Feng frowned. Even a powerful force like the fairy palace was destroyed. The undying world might soon be completely controlled by the heavenly court. Previously, the undying realm was in a state of separation. That was because the celestial emperor had not broken through. Now that the heavenly emperor had broken through and devoured many of the world origins of the undying realm, plus the heavenly emperor had created the 33 layers of heaven. The current heavenly emperor was too terrifying. Moreover, the heavenly emperor had joined forces with many powerful foreign cultivators. The heavenly emperor already had the strength to regain control of the undying realm. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, many forces still wouldn't submit to the Sky Emperor. They were very clear about how ambitious the Sky Emperor was. Once they surrendered, they would only be cannon fodder for the Sky Emperor. Submitting meant death. If he resisted, he might still have a chance of survival. Even if he risked his life, so what? If he took a gamble, he might be able to fight for a bright future. Lin Feng called Du Zhu and Su Ying ran over. He told Du Zhu and Su Yingran about the fairy palace. Su Yingran said, "It seems that the heavenly court has sped up." That's right. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The final battle with the heavenly emperor might happen soon." Su Yingran said, "Perhaps the Sin realm will become the final battlefield." Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu, took out a jade tube, and handed it to Du Zhu. Lin Feng said, "There are many forces recorded here. These forces are more or less related to me. Send an envoy to them and tell them not to fight the heavenly court head-on. The gains won't make up for the losses. If they're willing to come to the Sin realm, they're welcome." Du Zhu said, "Sir, do you want to gather all the major forces and fight the heavenly emperor to the death?" That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Alright. I'll send an envoy to these forces and tell them your plan. I'm sure they'll know what to do. Du Zhu said, then quickly left. Lin Feng then looked at Su Yingran and said, Yingran, help me investigate Di Wudao's whereabouts. What do you want to do? Su Yingran asked. Lin Feng said, during the final battle. I want to give the Heavenly Emperor a great gift. Su Yingran naturally guessed Lin Feng's plan. She said, it's too dangerous. Di Wudao is too terrifying. Lin Feng said, don't worry, I'll definitely kill him. If I can't, then there's no need for me to talk about the final battle with the Heavenly Emperor. Alright, give me 3 days. Su Yingran said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded. Su Yingran then left as well. There was an office in the capital of Xin. It wasn't difficult for Su Yingran to gather information. After Su Yingran left, Lin Feng left the living room and walked around the garden alone, thinking about some things. Sir. A surprised voice called out. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Not too far away, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a pink dress was looking at him. Perhaps it was because of the contrast of the pink dress. It made her look even more alluring. That woman was none other than Shui Yuexin. During this time, Shui Yuexin had been wanting to meet Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had never met her. Now that he had met her, Lin Feng didn't believe it was a coincidence. Shui Yuexin quickly walked over. When she reached Lin Feng's side, she bowed to Lin Feng. No need for formalities. Lin Feng looked at Shui Yuexin leisurely. Sir, Yuexin missed you so much. Shui Yuexin's face was flushed. She was truly beautiful. Especially that shy and coy appearance of hers, it was simply charming to the point of death. Lin Feng had already decided to make a move against Di Wudao. Therefore, he didn't want to continue playing with Shui Yuexin. Of course, Lin Feng knew that Shui Yuexin had no choice. He was probably being controlled by Di Wudao's soul assimilation technique. Lin Feng hoped to use a gentle method to save Shui Yuexin. He couldn't reveal that he already knew that she was being controlled. Otherwise, Di Wudao's trump card might kill Shui Yuexin. Lin Feng said, Yuexin, come, let me hug you. Shui Yuexin blushed slightly but didn't refuse. She snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace. Bang, however, Shui Yuexin had just snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace when Lin Feng knocked her out lightly. Lin Feng carried Shui Yuexin up. After returning to Shui Yuexin's residence, Lin Feng placed Shui Yuexin on the bed. Di Wudao's trump card must have been placed in Shui Yuexin's soul. This way, he could destroy Shui Yuexin anytime. After Lin Feng placed Shui Yuexin on the bed, his powerful spiritual force directly entered Shui Yuexin's mind. You found out. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was Di Wudao's voice. Lin Feng's spiritual force had just entered Shui Yuexin's mind when it was discovered by Di Wudao. Di Wudao was indeed powerful. He had instantly discovered Lin Feng's divine sense. This was going to be troublesome. Stall for time. That was Lin Feng's first thought. If he could stall Di Wudao for a while, he might have a chance to save Shui Yuexin. Or else, Shui Yuexin would definitely die. Di Wudao, I really didn't expect you to be reduced to such a state. Lin Feng said. Reduced to such a state? Brat, are you blind? Di Wudao had wanted to destroy Shui Yuexin's soul, but after hearing Lin Feng's words, he stopped. His voice also became gloomy. He, Di Wudao, was an extraordinary person. How could Lin Feng say that he was reduced to such a state, Di Wudao? How could he accept such humiliation? Lin Feng said, if you hadn't been reduced to such a state, why would you send a woman to deal with me? You think you can't deal with me, so you sent a woman to deal with me, right? Your schemes are all in my head. You're really stupid, I really despise you. Ha 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 ha, if you appear next to me, I'll crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Di Wudao sneered when he heard Lin Feng's words. Brat, even though you haven't learned your father's methods, you're much more arrogant than him. You're not strong enough, yet you're still so arrogant. You're an idiot. I'm not strong enough? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Di Wudao, you think too highly of yourself. If I wanted to kill you now, it would be as easy as killing a dog. Back in the days, you were my father's dog servant. Therefore, according to social status, you are also my dog servant. You're a dog servant who lives off of me and betrays others. When I see you, I'll kill you. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Di Wudao's cold voice suddenly sounded. Anger. Anger. Di Wudao's fury reached the heavens. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. But now, Lin Feng actually dared to look down on him like this. Di Wudao was an extremely arrogant person. How could he endure being looked down upon by Lin Feng? Little boy, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Very soon, Sin City will be destroyed, and you'll be cut to pieces. Di Wudao said coldly. Time to wake up from your daydream. Lin Feng said sarcastically. Di Wudao burst out laughing. Compared to your father, you're a far cry from him. Let's not talk about temperament or strength, just your IQ. Your IQ really makes me anxious. Do you know how foolish you are to provoke me now? I'll let you watch the people around you die one by one, but you can't do anything about it. Let's start with this woman. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Wudao wanted to destroy Shui Yuexin's soul, but the power of destiny suddenly appeared in Shui Yuexin's mind. It even enveloped Shui Yuexin's soul. The appearance of the power of destiny was too sudden. Suddenly, Di Wudao couldn't react in time. When Di Wudao wanted to destroy Shui Yuexin's soul, he realized that he couldn't do it anymore. The power of destiny had wrapped around the imprint that Di Wudao had left in Shui Yuexin's soul. The imprint flew out. I've been tricked, you despicable bastard. Di Wudao's imprint roared furiously. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, and an endless amount of murderous intent filled them. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng sneered. You have the nerve to call others despicable and shameless? How can your skin be so thick? If we're talking about despicable, shouldn't you be the one despicable and shameless one? Besides, it makes sense to use any method to deal with a scum like you. I'll destroy your imprint first, then I'll kill you when I see you again. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A beam of light landed on Di Wudao's imprint. Bang! Di Wudao's imprint immediately shattered. At that moment, Shui Yuexin slowly woke up. When she saw Lin Feng, Shui Yuexin stood up and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. She said tearfully, Lin Feng, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was controlled. I didn't want to hurt you. Lin Feng tapped Shui Yuexin's back and said, It's all right. Have a good rest. Shui Yuexin didn't let go of Lin Feng. Instead, she offered her red lips to him. Lin Feng wasn't a gentleman. How could he not eat her when she delivered herself to his door? In the next few days, Lin Feng was more relaxed. He didn't cultivate. He just enjoyed it. Life was something that should be enjoyed when it was time. That day, the Snow Lady came from the mountain village to the capital of Sin. When he saw her, Lin Feng was very happy. She was as beautiful as ever. She obviously missed Lin Feng very much, even though their relationship hadn't reached its final stage yet. However, they were close friends. At night, on the roof, Lin Feng rested his head on his hands and looked at the stars in the sky. The Snow Lady sat down next to Lin Feng and said, I intend to go to the north, said Lin Feng. Why are you going there? Lin Feng asked. I feel like something is calling me, she said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. This might be the Snow Lady's opportunity. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't stop her. The next day, the Snow Lady left. On the same day, Su Yinran came and brought Lin Feng news about Di Wudao. Di Wudao was in the Immortal Celestial Domain. The Immortal Celestial Domain was close to the Fairy Palace. The Fairy Palace was located at the border between the Immortal Celestial Domain and the Fairy Palace. Lin Feng planned to go to the Immortal Celestial Domain to kill Di Wudao. On this day, Lin Feng went to the Immortal Celestial Domain alone. Immortal Celestial Domain. Sun Moon City. Many top geniuses gathered here, such as Young Master Mingyu, Young Master Xingyu, and Young Master Shuiyu. Their forces supported Di Wudao to begin with, and now they had become his loyal supporters. Other than these top young masters, there were also many beautiful fairies who attended this gathering. Do you think Muyasi is really dead? A female cultivator asked at the gathering. The gathering, which had been quite lively, instantly quieted down. No one had mentioned Muyasi's name for a long time. Many of the people present had families and forces behind them that had sided with Di Wudao. However, some of them were friends with Muyasi. They were just juniors and couldn't participate in the family matters. However, they hoped that Muyasi was fine. Perhaps she should be dead. Young Master Mingyu said. Previously, he had some feelings for Muyasi. However, Muyasi was very noble and didn't pay attention to him. Young Master Xingyu sneered and said, Lord Di Wudao wants to take Muyasi as his concubine, but this woman doesn't know what's good for her. She actually dared to reject Lord Di Wudao. End of chapter 55-65. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.